old man seemed weak. Yet he became the guide and protector of the two young lovers. His face was noble and strict. Moral felt this deeply. He began to speak with a trembling voice. He told how he met Valentine. He told how he came to love her. He told how Valentine, alone and unhappy, accepted his love. He told him about his birth, his place in life, and his money. More than once, he looked at the old man. The look of the paralyzed man seemed to say, "This is good, go on."
"And now," said Moral, "I have told you about my love and my hopes. May I now tell you what I plan to do?"
"Yes," said the old man.
"This was our plan," Moral went on. "A small carriage was waiting at the gate. I planned to take Valentine to my sister's house. We would marry there. Then we would wait with respect for Monsieur de Villefort to forgive us."
"No," said Noirtier.
"No. You do not agree with this plan."
"No."
"There is another way," said Moral. The old man's eyes asked, "Which way?" "I will go and find Monsieur Franz d'Épinay," Maximilian said. "I am glad Valentine is not here while I say this. I will speak to him in a way that forces him to challenge me." The old man still looked at him with questions. "You want to know what I will do?"
"Yes."
"I will find him," Maximilian said. "I will tell him about my bond with Valentine. If he is a wise man, he will give her up on his own. Then he will gain my friendship for life. If he refuses, because of pride or gain, I will tell him the truth. I will tell him that Valentine loves me and will love no one else. Then I will fight him. I will give him every fair chance. Either I will die, or he will die. If I live, he will not marry Valentine. If I die, I am sure Valentine will never marry him."
Noirtier watched him with deep pleasure. The young man's face showed every feeling he spoke. His honest look gave strength to his words. But when Moral finished, the old man closed his eyes many times. This was his way of saying no.
"No," said Moral. "You do not agree with this plan either."
"I do not," said the old man.
"Then what should we do?" Moral asked. Madame de Saint Méran asked that the marriage should not wait. "Must I let events go on by themselves?"
Noirtier did not move.
"I understand," said Moral. "I must wait."
"Yes."
"But waiting may destroy everything," the young man said. "Valentine alone has no power. She will be forced to obey. I am here now by great luck. I may never get such a chance again. There are only two plans. Please forgive me and tell me which one you choose. Do you allow Valentine to trust herself to me?"
"No."
"Then should I go to Monsieur d'Épinay?"
"No."
"Then where will help come from?" Moral asked. "From chance?"
"No."
"From you?"
"Yes."
"You understand me fully? Please forgive my worry. My life depends on your answer. Will the help come from you?"
"Yes."
There was great strength in the old man's look. No one could doubt his will, even if they doubted his power.
"Thank you 1,000 times," cried Moral. "But how can you stop the marriage? You cannot speak or move. You are tied to that chair."
A strange smile came into the old man's eyes. It was a strong smile in a still face.
"So I must wait."
"Yes."
"But the contract?"
The same smile appeared again.
"Can you promise me it will not be signed?"
"Yes," said Noirtier.
"The contract will not be signed," Moral cried. "Please forgive me. This joy is too great. They will not sign it."
"No," said the old man.
Still, Moral hesitated. The promise of a weak old man felt strange. It was hard to believe he could do so much. The old man saw this doubt in his face. He looked at him with worry.
"What do you want me to do, sir?" Moral asked. Do you want me to promise to stay calm?
Noirtier looked at him firmly. A promise was not enough. Then his eyes moved to his own hands.
Should I swear it to you? Maximilian asked.
Yes, said the old man.
Morel understood that this oath was very important to him. He held out his hand.
I swear to you, on my honor, he said, that I will wait for your decision about what I should do with Monsieur d'Épinay.
That is right, said the old man.
Now, said Morel, do you wish me to leave?
Yes.
Without seeing Mademoiselle Valentine?
Yes.
Morel showed that he was ready to obey. But, he said, please allow me first to embrace you, as your daughter did just now. No one could read Noirtier's face. Morel kissed the same place on the old man's forehead where Valentine had kissed him. Then he bowed again and left the room. Outside the door, he found the old servant. The servant followed Valentine's orders and guided him. Morel walked through a dark passage. It led to a small door that opened into the garden. He soon found the place where he had entered before. With the help of the bushes, he climbed to the top of the wall. Using his ladder, he quickly reached the clover field. His carriage was still waiting there. He got in. Tired from so many strong feelings, he reached the Rue Meslay around midnight. He threw himself on his bed and slept deeply. Chapter 74. The Villefort Family Vault. 2 days later, around 10 in the morning, a large crowd gathered at the door of Monsieur de Villefort's house. A long line of funeral coaches and private carriages filled the nearby streets. One carriage was very unusual. It looked like a covered wagon and was painted black. It seemed to have come from far away and arrived early. People asked questions. They soon learned that this carriage carried the body of the Marquis de Saint-Méran. By a strange chance, those who came for one funeral would attend two. The number of mourners was large. The Marquis de Saint-Méran had been a loyal supporter of the king's. He still had many friends. They came together with the people who society expected Villefort to invite. This formed a great crowd. The authorities were informed. They allowed the two funerals to take place at the same time. A second hearse arrived at Villefort's door. It was decorated in the same dark and solemn way. The coffin was moved into it from the travel wagon. The two bodies were to be buried at Pelaquis Cemetery. Villefort had prepared a family tomb there long ago. The remains of poor Renée were already inside. Now, after 10 years apart, her father and mother would rest with her. The people of Paris watched in silence. They were always curious and deeply moved by funeral scenes. The grand procession followed two members of the old nobility to their final place. They had been strong supporters of trade and loyal to their beliefs. Inside one of the mourning coaches, Beauchamp, Debray, and Chateau Renaud spoke together. They talked about the very sudden death of the Marchioness.
I saw Madame de Saint-Méran only last year in Marseilles, said Chateau Renaud. I was returning from Algiers. She looked like a woman who would live to 100. She seemed healthy and very active in mind and body. How old was she?
Franz told me she was 66, replied Albert. But she did not die from old age. She died from deep sadness. Since the death of the Marquis, which hurt her greatly, she never fully recovered her mind.
Then what illness caused her death? Asked Debray. People say it was a sudden problem in the brain. That is the same as a stroke, is it not?
Almost, he replied.
It is hard to believe it was a stroke, said Beauchamp. Madame de Saint-Méran was small and thin. She seemed more nervous than strong. Sadness does not often cause such an illness in a body like hers.
In any case, said Albert, no matter what illness or doctor caused her death, Monsieur de Villefort gains a great fortune. Or rather, Mademoiselle Valentine does. Or even more, our friend Franz. The income is about 80,000 livres a year.
And this fortune will double when the old Jacobin, Noirtier, dies. That is one very strong old grandfather, said Beauchamp.
Tenacem propositi virum, he said. I think he made a pact with death. He seems ready to outlive all his heirs. And he may succeed. He is like an old man from the year 93. That man once spoke to Napoleon. He said that ideas never truly die. They sleep for a time, and then they return stronger.
He saw ideas and people as the same thing, said Albert. One thing confuses me. How will Franz like a grandfather who never leaves his wife? But where is Franz?
He is in the first carriage, someone answered. He is with Monsieur de Villefort. Villefort already treats him as family.
This kind of talk filled almost every carriage. 2 sudden deaths, so close in time, shocked everyone. Yet no one guessed the dark secret. Dr. d'Avrigny had shared it with Villefort during a night walk. About an hour later, they reached the cemetery. The weather was mild but grey. It matched the sad ceremony. As people moved toward the family tomb, Chateau Renaud saw Morel. Morel had come alone in a small carriage. He walked in silence along the path lined with dark trees.
You are here, said Chateau Renaud, taking Morel's arm. Are you a friend of Villefort? Why have I never seen you at his house? I do not know Monsieur de Villefort, Morel replied. But I was a friend of Madame de Saint Méran.
At that moment, Albert arrived with Franz.
This is not the best time or place for introductions, said Albert. But we are not afraid of chance. Monsieur Morel, let me present Monsieur Franz d'Épinay. We traveled together in Italy. Franz, this is Maximilian Morel. He is a dear friend. You will hear me speak of him whenever I speak of kindness or wit.
Morel paused. He felt it was false to greet Franz with warmth. In silence, he opposed him. But he remembered his promise. He thought of the serious moment. He hid his feelings and bowed.
Mademoiselle de Villefort is very sad, is she not? Said Debray.
Very sad, Franz replied. She was so pale this morning that I hardly knew her.
These simple words struck Morel's heart. This man had seen Valentine. He had spoken to her. The young officer needed all his strength. He forced himself to keep his promise. He took Chateau Renaud's arm. They walked toward the vault. The attendants had already placed the 2 coffins there.
This is a fine home, said Beauchamp, looking at the tomb. A palace for summer and winter. You will enter it one day, my dear d'Épinay. You will soon be part of the family. I would prefer a small house under the trees. No heavy stones over me. When I die, I will say, I go to the country, and all is finished. But come, Franz. Take heart. Your wife will be rich.
Beauchamp, you are impossible, Franz replied. Politics has made you laugh at everything. It has also made you doubt everything. When you are with ordinary people, try to be kind. Leave politics behind for a moment. Find the heart you leave outside the chamber.
But tell me, said Beauchamp. What is life? Is it not a short stop before death?
I cannot listen to Beauchamp, said Albert. He gently pulled Franz away.
The Villefort tomb was a square of white stone. It stood about 20 feet high. A wall divided the space for 2 families. Each side had its own door. Inside, there were no stacked drawers for the dead. The place was quiet and dark. Grief could show itself freely there. No careless visitors would disturb the mourners. The 2 coffins rested on supports. They stood in the right-hand chamber. This part belonged to the Saint Méran family. Only Villefort, Franz, and close relatives entered. The others stayed outside in silence. The religious service ended at the gate. No one gave a speech. So the group broke apart. Chateau Renaud, Albert, and Morel went one way. Debray and Beauchamp went another way. Franz stayed with Monsieur de Villefort. At the gate of the cemetery, Morel stopped. He watched Franz and Monsieur de Villefort enter the same black carriage. This meeting made him feel worried. Morel returned to Paris. He sat in the same carriage as Chateau Renaud and Albert. But he did not hear their words. As Franz was about to leave, "I must ask you one thing. When shall I see you again?"
At any time you wish, sir. As soon as you like.
Then shall we return together?
If it is not unpleasant for you.
On the contrary. I will be very pleased. So the future father and son-in-law entered the same carriage. Morel saw them pass and felt uneasy. They returned to the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Monsieur de Villefort did not visit his wife or daughter. He went straight to his study. He offered Franz a chair. "Monsieur d'Épinay, allow me to remind you of a wish. Madame de Saint-Méran asked that Valentine's wedding should not be delayed. Respecting the dead is our first duty. Her affairs are in good order. Her will gives all her property to Valentine. The notary showed me the papers yesterday. We can prepare the contract at once. You may see the notary, Monsieur Deschamps, at Place Beauvau. You have my full permission."
Sir, this may not be the right moment. Mademoiselle Valentine is in deep sorrow. I fear it may be too soon.
Valentine will wish to obey her grandmother. This will give her comfort. There will be no problem from her side.
Then I will not object. I gave my word. I will keep it with pleasure.
Then nothing more is needed. The contract was ready 3 days ago. We can sign it today.
But what about the morning?
Do not worry. All respect will be kept in my house. Valentine may go to her estate at Saint-Méran. It is hers now. After a few days, the civil wedding can take place there. It will be quiet and simple. After that, you may return to Paris. Your wife will stay with her mother for the morning time.
As you wish, sir.
Please wait half an hour. Valentine will come to the drawing room. The notary will arrive. We will read and sign the contract. This evening, my wife will take Valentine to the estate. We will join them in a week.
Sir, I have one request.
What is it?
I wish Albert de Morcerf and Raoul de Châteaurenaud to be present. They are my witnesses.
Half an hour is enough. Will you fetch them, or shall I send?
I will go myself, sir.
I shall expect you in half an hour. Valentine will be ready. Franz bowed and left. As soon as the door closed, Villefort sent for Valentine. The news spread fast through the house. Madame de Villefort did not believe it. Valentine was shocked and afraid. She looked for help. She wished to go to her grandfather. On the stairs, her father met her. He took her arm and led her to the drawing room.
Valentine met Barrois. She looked at the old servant with despair.
Madame de Villefort soon entered with her little son, Edward. She looked pale and tired. She sat down and held Edward close. She pressed him to her chest again and again. 2 carriages arrived in the courtyard. One carried the notary. The other brought Franz and his friends. In a moment, everyone was together. Valentine was very pale. Her skin was so white that the blue veins showed on her face. Franz felt deep pain when he saw her. Chateau Renaud and Albert looked at each other in surprise. The ceremony that had just ended seemed less sad than the one about to begin. Madame de Villefort stood behind a velvet curtain in the shade. She bent over her child again and again. It was hard to see her face or know her feelings. Monsieur de Villefort stood calm, as he always did. The notary placed the papers on the table. He sat down, lifted his glasses, and looked at Franz. "Are you Monsieur Franz de Quesnel, Baron d'Épinay?"
Yes, sir.
The notary bowed. "I must inform you, at the request of Monsieur de Villefort, that your planned marriage has changed Monsieur Noirtier's feelings. He now removes his granddaughter from his inheritance. However, the law allows him to give away only part of his fortune. Because he gave away all of it, the will is not valid." "Yes. But I warn you, Baron d'Épinay, that while I live, my father's will not be questioned."
Sir, I am sorry this matter is discussed before Mademoiselle Valentine. I never asked about her fortune. Even if it is small, it is more than mine. My family wanted honor in this marriage. I only want happiness."
Valentine thanked him with her eyes. 2 quiet tears ran down her cheeks. "This change should not hurt you personally. My father's weak mind explains his action. He is not angry because Valentine marries you. He is angry because she marries at all. Old age is selfish. Valentine has stayed close to him. She cannot do so after marriage. My father's state prevents us from discussing such matters with him. I believe he has already forgotten the name of his future grandson." As he finished speaking, the door opened. Barrois entered the room.
"Gentlemen, Monsieur Noirtier wishes to speak at once with Monsieur Franz de Quesnel, Baron d'Épinay."
Villefort stepped back in shock. Madame de Villefort let her child slip from her knees. Valentine stood up, pale and silent. Albert and Château exchanged another look of surprise. The notary stared at Villefort. "This is impossible. Monsieur d'Épinay cannot leave the room now."
"It is now that my master wishes to speak with him. The matter is important."
"So Grandpapa Noirtier can speak now?"
No one smiled. The moment was too serious. "Tell Monsieur Noirtier that this cannot be done."
Then Monsieur Noirtier says he will be carried into this room.
Everyone was amazed. Madame de Villefort showed a small smile. Valentine lifted her eyes, as if to thank heaven. "Go, Valentine, and see what your grandfather wants." "Stop. I will go with you."
"Excuse me, sir. Since Monsieur Noirtier sent for me, I will go. I will be glad to greet him. I have not yet had that honor."
"Please do not trouble yourself."
"Forgive me, sir."
He said that he did not want to lose this chance. He wanted to show Monsieur Noirtier that it was wrong to dislike him. He said he would overcome this dislike with loyalty and care. He stood up at once and did not listen to Villefort. He followed Valentine down the stairs. She ran with great joy, like a person saved after great danger. Monsieur de Villefort followed them. Château and Morcerf looked at each other again in surprise. Chapter 75. A signed statement. Noirtier was ready to see them. He wore black clothes and sat in his armchair. When the 3 people arrived, he looked at the door. His servant closed it at once. "Listen," Villefort whispered to Valentine. "If Monsieur Noirtier wants to say anything to stop your marriage, I forbid you to understand him."
Valentine turned red but said nothing.
Villefort went closer to Noirtier. "Here is Monsieur Franz d'Épinay," he said. "You asked to see him. We all wanted this meeting. I hope it will show you that your fears about Valentine's marriage are wrong."
Noirtier did not speak. He only looked at Villefort. The look was cold and strong.
Villefort felt fear. Noirtier then made a sign for Valentine to come closer.
Valentine understood him. He was asking for a key. She looked where his eyes pointed. She opened a drawer in a small chest and found a key. Then she watched his eyes again. They looked at an old desk near the window. People thought it held only useless papers. Shall I open the desk?
Yes.
And the drawers?
Yes.
The side drawers?
No.
The middle one?
Yes.
She opened it and took out some papers. Is this what you want?
No.
She removed all the papers. The drawer was empty. There is nothing more, she said. Noirtier looked at a dictionary. I understand, grandfather, she said. She pointed to the letters. At the letter S, he stopped her. She opened the dictionary. She found the word secret. Is there a hidden spring?
Yes.
Who knows it?
Noirtier looked at the door.
Barrois.
Yes.
Shall I call him?
Yes.
Valentine called Barrois. Villefort was very impatient. Sweat ran down his face. Franz was shocked and silent.
Barrois came in.
Barrois, my grandfather wants this drawer opened. There is a secret spring. You know it. Will you open it?
Noirtier looked at him.
Barrois pressed the spring. A false bottom opened. Inside was a bundle of papers tied with black string. Is this what you want?
Yes.
Shall I give them to Monsieur de Villefort?
No.
To Mademoiselle Valentine?
No.
To Monsieur Franz d'Épinay?
Yes.
Franz stepped forward. To me, sir?
Yes.
Franz took the papers. He read the words on the cover. They said the papers should be kept after death. They should pass from father to son. They held an important document.
What do you want me to do with this?
Keep it sealed, said Villefort.
No.
Do you want him to read it?
Yes.
My grandfather wants you to read it.
Then let us sit down. This will take some time.
Sit down. Villefort Saturday. Valentine stood near her father. Franz stood in front of him. He held the paper. Read. Franz opened the paper. The room was silent. He read an extract from a report. It spoke of a meeting of a political club. The date was February 5, 1815. Franz stopped.
February 5, 1815, he said. It is the day my father was killed. Valentine and Villefort did not speak. Only the eyes of the old man seemed to speak. They said, "Go on." But it was when he left this club, he said, that my father disappeared.
The old man's eyes still said, "Read."
He began to read again. The men who signed this paper declare what happened. On February 4th, a letter came from the island of Elba. The letter spoke to the Bonapartist Club. It asked them to trust General Flavian de Quesnel. He had served the emperor for many years. People believed he still supported Napoleon. This was true even after the king gave him a title and land. Because of this letter, the club sent a note to the general. They asked him to come to a meeting on the 5th. The note did not give the street or the house number. It had no name. It only said that someone would come for him at 9 o'clock. The meetings always lasted until midnight. At 9 o'clock, the president of the club arrived. The general was ready. The president told him one rule. The general must never know where the meeting was held. He must let them cover his eyes. He must promise not to remove the cloth. The general agreed and gave his word. The general's carriage was ready. But the president said he could not use it. If the driver knew the way, the rule was broken.
What should we do then? Asked the general. I have my own carriage here, said the president. Do you trust your servant so much? Asked the general. That you tell him a secret you hide from me? Our driver is a member of the club, said the president. He is also a man of the state.
The general laughed and made a light joke. This showed that no one forced him to go. He went by his own choice. When they sat in the carriage, the president spoke again. He reminded the general about the cloth over his eyes. The general did not refuse. On the road, the president thought the general tried to lift it. He reminded him of his promise. The general agreed and stopped. The carriage stopped near a small path. It was close to Rue Saint-Jacques. The general stepped down. He held the president's arm. He did not know who the president really was. They walked through the path. They climbed some stairs. Then they entered the meeting room. The meeting had already started. All the members were present. They knew a guest would come that night. In the middle of the room, they asked the general to remove the cloth. He did so at once. He was surprised. He saw many faces he knew. He did not know this group before. They asked him about his ideas. He answered calmly. He said the letters from Elba should have told them enough.
Franz stopped and said, "My father supported the king. They did not need to ask. Everyone knew his views."
And because of this, said Villefort, "I cared for your father, my dear Franz." When men share ideas, they grow close.
Read again, said the old man.
Franz continued to read. The president tried to make him speak more clearly. But the general said he first wanted to know their aim. They then told him about the letter from Elba. The letter said he could help their cause. One part spoke of Napoleon's return. It promised more news soon. This news would come when a ship arrived from Marseilles. The ship belonged to Morel. Its captain fully supported the emperor. During this reading, the general showed his feelings. He looked unhappy and uneasy. When the reading ended, he stayed silent. His brow was tight and serious.
Well, asked the president. What do you say to this letter, General? I say this, replied the general. I have just promised loyalty to the king. It is too soon to break my word for the former emperor.
This answer was clear. No one could doubt his true feelings. The president spoke in a firm voice. General, we do not accept King Louis XVIII. We also do not accept the old emperor. We accept only His Majesty, the Emperor and King. He was driven from France by force and betrayal.
Please excuse me, gentlemen. You may not accept Louis XVIII, but I do. He made me a baron and a field marshal. I will never forget this. I owe these titles to his return to France.
Sir, be careful with your words. They show us that the people on Elba were wrong about you. They were also wrong to trust you. We spoke to you because we trusted you, and this honored you. Now we see our mistake. Your title and rank tie you to the government we want to end. We will not force you to help us. We force no man to act against his heart. But we will require you to act with honor, even if you do not wish to.
You call it honor to know your secret and not report you. I call that being your partner in crime. You see, I speak more openly than you.
Oh, my father. Now I understand why they killed him.
Valentine looked once at the young man. She felt moved by his love for his father. Villefort walked back and forth behind them. Noirtier watched every face. He stayed calm and proud. Franz went back to the papers and read on. Sir, you were invited to this meeting. No one forced you to come. You agreed to come with your eyes covered. You knew we did not support Louis XVIII. If we did, we would not hide from the police. We will not let you wear a mask to learn our secret. Then you would remove it and destroy us. No. You must now choose. Do you stand with the king of one day, or with the emperor?
I am loyal to the king. I swore loyalty to Louis XVIII. I will keep this oath.
A low murmur passed through the room. Some men spoke in whispers. They questioned what should be done. The president stood up again and raised his hand. The room fell silent. Sir, you are a serious and sensible man. You understand our danger. Your honesty shows us the only terms we can offer.
If you speak of honor, do not break its laws. Do not use force.
Sir, I advise you not to touch your sword. The general looked around him. He felt uneasy. Still, he stood firm.
I will not swear.
Then you must die. The general turned pale. He looked around again. Some men took weapons from under their coats. General, do not be afraid. You are among men who believe in honor. We will try to convince you first. But you know our secret. You must give it back to us. The president stood up. He chose 3 men to go with him. He helped the general into the carriage and tied a cloth over his eyes. One of the 3 men was the driver. The other members walked away in silence.
Where do you wish to be taken? Anywhere away from you.
Be careful, sir. You are no longer in the assembly. You speak now to private men. Do not insult them unless you wish to answer for it.
You are brave in your carriage, just like in the hall. You are still 4 men against 1.
The president stopped the carriage. They were near the steps that went down to the river.
Why do you stop here?
Franz read the last words in a broken voice. His words were hard to hear. He stopped and passed his hand over his eyes, as if he wanted to clear his sight. After a short silence, he went on.
The president went up the steps after he pushed his sword into his cane. A line of blood on the snow showed where he walked. When he reached the top, he heard a heavy sound in the water. It was the general's body. The witnesses had just thrown him into the river after they saw he was dead. The general died in an open duel, not in a secret attack. We sign this paper to tell the truth. We do this so no one can later say this was planned murder or against honor. Signed, Beaurepaire, Duchampi, and Lechapelle.
When Franz finished reading this terrible story for a son, Valentine turned pale and wiped away a tear. Villefort shook with fear. He sat in a corner and looked at the old man with begging eyes.
Sir, since you know all these facts, and they are signed by honorable men, please do not refuse me one last request. You seem to care for me, even if you have only brought me pain. Tell me the name of the president of the club. I want to know who killed my father.
Villefort moved his hand to the door. Valentine understood her grandfather's answer before anyone else. She stepped back. She had often seen 2 scars on his right arm.
Mademoiselle, help me. Join me in finding the name of the man who made me an orphan at 2 years old.
Sir, do not make this scene longer. The names were hidden on purpose. My father does not know who this president was. And if he knows, he cannot tell you. Proper names are not written here.
Oh, my sorrow. The only hope that helped me read to the end was to learn his name. Sir, please help me. Find a way to make me understand.
Yes.
Mademoiselle, your grandfather says he can show the person. Please help me.
Noirtier looked at the dictionary. Franz took it with shaking hands. He read the letters one by one. When he reached the letter M, the old man said yes. Franz moved his finger across the words. Each time, Noirtier said no. Valentine hid her face in her hands. At last, Franz came to the word myself.
Yes.
You, Monsieur Noirtier. You killed my father.
Yes.
Franz fell weak into a chair. Villefort opened the door and ran away. A dark thought filled his mind. Chapter 76. The progress of Cavalcanti the Younger. At the same time, Monsieur Cavalcanti the Elder returned to his work. This work was not in the army. It was at the gaming tables in Lucca. He went there every day. He spent all the money given to him for the journey. This money was his reward for playing his role as a proud father. When Andrea left, he received all the papers. These papers said he was the son of the Marquis Bartolomeo and the Marchioness Oliva Corsinari. He soon entered Paris society. People welcomed foreigners easily. They saw them not as they were, but as they wished to be seen. In Paris, a young man needed only a few things. He had to speak the language well enough. He had to look good. He had to play games well. He had to pay with ready money. People asked less from a foreigner than from a Frenchman. In 2 weeks, Andrea reached a good position. People called him Count. They said he earned 50,000 livres each year. They often spoke of his father's great riches. These riches were said to be hidden in the quarries of Saravezza. A learned man said he had seen these quarries. This made the story sound true. This was the state of Paris society at that time. One evening, Monte Cristo went to visit Monsieur Danglars. Danglars was not at home. The Count was asked to see the Baroness, and he agreed. Since the dinner at Auteuil, Madame Danglars felt nervous each time she heard the name of Monte Cristo. If he did not come, her fear grew stronger. If he came, his calm face, bright eyes, and kind manner soon took the fear away. He was always polite, even to her. It seemed impossible that such a pleasant man could wish her harm. She also believed that people only do bad things when it helps them. Harm without gain did not seem likely to her. When Monte Cristo entered the small sitting room, the Baroness was looking at drawings. Her daughter showed them to her after looking at them with Monsieur Cavalcanti. As usual, the Count's presence changed the mood. The Baroness welcomed him with a smile, though she was first surprised to hear his name. The Count looked at everyone at once. The Baroness lay back on a sofa. Eugenie sat near her. Cavalcanti stood close by. Cavalcanti wore black clothes and shiny shoes. He ran his white hand through his light hair. This showed a bright diamond on his finger. He could not resist wearing it, even after the Count advised him not to. He looked at Mademoiselle Danglars with strong looks and soft sighs. Eugenie stayed the same. She was cold, beautiful, and sharp in manner. She noticed every look and sigh. They did not touch her feelings at all. Eugenie bowed briefly to the Count. When the talk became serious, she left the room. Soon, happy and loud voices were heard. There were also notes from the piano. This told the Count that Eugenie preferred the company of Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly. She liked her singing teacher more than the Count or Monsieur Cavalcanti. While speaking with Madame Danglars, the Count watched Cavalcanti. The young man listened closely to the music behind the door. He did not dare to enter. He showed his admiration in every movement. Soon, the banker returned. He first looked at Monte Cristo. His next look was for Andrea. He bowed to his wife in a way only husbands understand.
Have the ladies not asked you to join them at the piano?
Sadly, no, sir.
Danglars walked to the door and opened it. The two young women sat together at the piano. Each played with one hand. They had done this many times before. They played very well. Louise d'Armilly looked light and gentle. She had long curls and a thin neck. Her eyes looked tired. People said she was weak and might die young while singing. Monte Cristo looked around the room with interest. It was his first time seeing her.
Well, we all to be kept outside.
He led Andrea into the study. The door closed part of the way behind them. The Count and the Baroness could not see inside. Madame Danglars did not seem to care. Soon, the Count heard Andrea singing a Corsican song. The piano played with his voice. The Count smiled. The song made him think of the past. At the same time, Madame Danglars spoke with pride. She told him her husband had lost a large sum of money that morning. She said he stayed calm and strong in mind. The praise was fair. If the Count had not heard it from the Baroness, or by his secret ways, he would not have guessed it from the Baron's face. He hid his losses now. A month ago, he spoke of them with pride.
Oh, madam, Monsieur Danglars is very clever. He will soon win back at the market what he loses in other ways.
You share a common mistake.
What mistake?
You think Monsieur Danglars speculates. He never does.
Really? I remember Monsieur Debray told me. By the way, where is he? I have not seen him for 3 or 4 days.
Nor have I. But you did not finish your sentence.
Which one?
You said Monsieur Debray told you.
Yes. He told me it was you who once loved speculation.
I did once. But I do not do that now.
Then you are wrong, madam. Fortune is not safe. If I were a woman, and the wife of a banker, I would still be careful. Even with trust, risk is always there. I would secure money for myself. I would do it quietly, without my husband knowing.
Madame Danglars blushed. She tried to hide it.
Wait. I heard of a lucky gain yesterday. It was with the Naples bonds.
I have none. I never had any. But we have spoken too long about money. We sound like brokers. Have you heard how fate is hard on the Villefort family?
What happened?
The Marquis of Saint-Méran died a few days after he left for Paris. The Marchioness died a few days after she arrived.
Yes. I heard that. It is the way of nature. Parents die before their children. Children grieve. Then the children die, and others grieve for them.
But that is not all.
Not all?
They planned to marry their daughter.
To Monsieur Franz d'Épinay? Is the marriage stopped?
Yesterday morning, Franz refused.
Do people know why?
No.
How strange. And how does Monsieur de Villefort take it?
As always. Like a philosopher.
Danglars returned alone.
Do you leave Monsieur Cavalcanti with your daughter?
And Mademoiselle d'Armilly? Is she no one? Prince Cavalcanti is charming. But is he truly a prince?
I cannot say. His father was called a marquis. So he should be a count. But I doubt his title.
Why? If he is a prince, he should show it. I do not like people who hide their birth.
You are a true democrat.
But think. If Monsieur de Morcerf came, he would find Monsieur Cavalcanti there. He has never been allowed in that room.
That would be pure chance. He comes so rarely.
Still, he might be upset.
He would not be jealous. He does not love Eugenie enough. And I do not care if he is displeased.
But in our position.
Do you know our position? At his mother's ball, he danced once with Eugenie. Monsieur Cavalcanti danced 3 times. Albert did not care.
The valet announced the Vicomte Albert de Morcerf. The Baroness stood up quickly. She moved to leave. Danglars stopped her.
Leave her.
She looked at him in surprise. Monte Cristo seemed not to notice. Albert entered. He looked handsome and cheerful. He bowed politely to the Baroness. He greeted Danglars with ease. He showed warm feeling to Monte Cristo.
May I ask how Mademoiselle Danglars is?
She is well. She is at the piano with Monsieur Cavalcanti.
Albert stayed calm. He may have felt some pain. But he knew Monte Cristo was watching him.
Monsieur Cavalcanti has a fine singing voice. Uccini sings beautifully. She also plays the piano very well. The music must be lovely. They suit each other very well. Albert did not react. The words were rude. Madame Danglars blushed again.
I too, said the young man, am a musician. At least, my teachers used to say so. But it is strange. My voice never suited any role. It least of all suited a soprano. Danglars smiled. His face seemed to say that it did not matter. Then, hoping to reach his goal, he spoke again.
The prince and my daughter were admired by everyone yesterday. You were not there, Monsieur de Morcerf, were you?
What prince?
Prince Cavalcanti, said Danglars, who kept giving the young man that title.
Forgive me, said Albert. I did not know he was a prince. And Prince Cavalcanti sang with Mademoiselle Uccini yesterday? That must have been very pleasant. I am sorry I did not hear them. I could not accept your invitation. I had promised to go with my mother to a German concert. It was given by the Baroness of Château-Renaud.
An awkward silence followed.
May I also be allowed to greet Mademoiselle Danglars?
Wait a moment, said the banker, stopping him. Do you hear that sweet song? Listen. Let them finish. Just one moment. Bravo. Very good.
The banker clapped with great pleasure.
It truly is beautiful, said Albert. Prince Cavalcanti understands the music of his land very well. You said prince, did you not? If he is not one already, he could easily become one. That is not rare in Italy. But about these fine musicians. You should surprise us, Danglars. Ask them to sing again. Do not tell them a stranger is listening. Music is sweetest when heard from far away. It sounds free then.
Danglars felt annoyed by the young man's calm manner. He took Monte Cristo aside.
What do you think of our lover? He asked. He seems cold. Still, you have given your word.
Yes, said Monte Cristo. I promise my daughter to a man who loves her. Not to one who does not. Look at him. He is cold and proud, like his father. If he were rich, like Cavalcanti, I might excuse it. I have not asked my daughter yet. But if she has good taste. My affection may blind me, he continued. But I find Morcerf a fine young man. He will make your daughter happy. One day he will earn respect. His father's position is strong.
Said Danglars. Why do you doubt?
The past, he replied. There is darkness there.
But that does not touch the sun.
That is true.
Please, said Danglars. Do not lose control. You have thought of this marriage for a month. It puts weight on me. It was in my house that you met this young Cavalcanti. I hardly know him.
But I know him, said Monte Cristo.
Did you ask about him?
Is that needed? His looks speak for him. And he is rich.
I am not sure.
Yet you said he had money.
50,000 livres. That is very little.
He is well taught.
Said Monte Cristo. He is a musician. All Italians are, said Danglars.
Come, Count. You are not fair to him.
It bothers me, said Danglars. You are close to the Morcerf family. And he steps in the way.
Danglars laughed loudly.
You are so strict, he said. That happens every day.
You cannot end it like this, said Monte Cristo. The Morcerfs count on this match.
Do they?
Yes. Truly.
Then let them speak. You should hint it to the father. You know them well.
Me, said Albert. How did you get that idea?
At their ball. It was clear. The Countess took your arm. She led you into the garden. She stayed with you alone.
Baron, said Albert. You are not listening. What foolish talk.
Do not mind me, said Danglars. Then he turned back to Monte Cristo. Will you speak to the father?
Yes. If you wish.
Be clear, said Danglars. Be firm. If he wants my daughter, let him set the day. Let him state his terms. We must agree or argue. No more delay.
I will think on it, said Monte Cristo.
I do not wait with joy, said Danglars. But I do wait. A banker must keep his promise.
He sighed, just as Cavalcanti had sighed earlier.
Bravo. Very fine, cried Morcerf, copying the banker.
The music ended. Danglars looked at Morcerf with doubt. At that moment, someone came close. They whispered a few words to him. I will return soon, said the banker to Monte Cristo. Wait for me. I may have something to say to you. He went out. The Baroness used her husband's absence. She opened the door of her daughter's study. Mr. Andrea Cavalcanti sat at the piano with Mademoiselle Eugénie. He jumped up at once in surprise. Albert bowed and smiled at Mademoiselle Danglars. She did not seem troubled. She returned his bow with her usual calm face. Cavalcanti looked uneasy. He bowed to Morcerf. Morcerf answered with a rude look. Albert praised Mademoiselle Danglars for her beautiful voice. He said he was sorry he could not hear her the night before. Cavalcanti was left alone. He turned to Monte Cristo.
Come, said Madame Danglars. Let us leave music and compliments. Let us go and have tea.
Come, Louise, said Mademoiselle Danglars to her friend.
They went into the next drawing room. Tea was ready. They began to drink in the English way, with spoons in the cups. The door opened again. Danglars came in. He looked very upset. Monte Cristo noticed this at once. He looked at the banker and asked for an explanation with his eyes.
I have just received my messenger from Greece, said Danglars.
Ah yes, said the Count. That is why you left us so quickly.
Yes.
How is King Otho? Asked Albert in a bright tone.
Danglars gave him a strange look. He did not answer. Monte Cristo turned away. For a moment, pity crossed his face. Then it was gone.
Shall we go together? Said Albert to the Count.
If you like, he replied.
Did you see how he looked at me?
Yes, said the Count. But did you notice anything special?
Yes, I did. What does he mean by news from Greece?
How can I know?
Because I think you have friends there.
Monte Cristo smiled.
Wait, here he comes. I will praise Mademoiselle Danglars' cameo. Her father can speak with you.
If you praise her, he said. Praise her voice.
No. Everyone does that.
You are very rude, my dear Viscount.
Albert walked toward Eugénie with a smile. At the same time, Danglars bent toward Monte Cristo.
Your advice was good, he said. There is a long story with the names Fernand and Yanina.
Really?
Yes. I will tell you everything. But please take the young man away. I cannot bear him.
He is coming with me. Shall I send his father to you?
At once.
The Count made a sign to Albert. They bowed to the ladies and left. Albert did not care about Eugenie's cold manner. Monte Cristo again advised Madame Danglars to think of the future. Mr. Cavalcanti stayed behind alone. Chapter 77. Haydée. The Count's horses had just turned the corner. Albert turned to him and laughed loudly. The laugh sounded forced.
Well, he said. I will ask you a question. How did I play my part?
What do you mean?
I mean my rival at Danglars' house.
What rival?
Your friend, Andrea Cavalcanti.
No jokes, please. I do not support him with Danglars.
You would be right to help him if he needed it. But he does not.
Do you think he is courting her?
I am sure. His soft looks say everything. He wants Eugenie's hand.
What does that matter if they still favor you?
They do not. I am pushed away. Eugenie barely speaks to me. Her friend will not speak to me at all.
But her father likes you very much. He? Oh no. He has pushed many daggers into my heart. They are only play weapons. They do not hurt me. But he thinks they are real and dangerous.
Jealousy shows love.
That is true. But I am not jealous.
He is.
Of whom? Of Debris?
No. Of you.
Of me? I am sure that in 1 week the door will be closed to me.
You are wrong, my dear Viscount.
Show me that.
Do you really want me to?
Yes.
Well. I must try to make the Comte de Morcerf agree on a clear plan with the Baron.
Who asked you to do that?
The Baron himself. Oh. Said Albert in a soft voice. You will not do that, my dear Count, will you?
I will, Albert. I have promised to do it.
Well. Said Albert with a sigh. It seems you truly want me to get married.
I only want to be on good terms with everyone. Said Monte Cristo. But tell me. Why have I not seen Debris at the Baron's house lately?
There was a problem.
With the Baroness?
No. With the Baron.
Did he notice something?
Ah, that is funny.
Do you think he is suspicious?
Where have you been living, my dear Count? In the Congo?
Maybe even farther. He said. I know nothing about Paris husbands.
My dear Count, husbands are the same everywhere. One husband shows what all are like.
Then why did Danglars and Debris fight? They seem to be close. Said Monte Cristo.
Now you ask deep questions. I do not know the answer. When Andrea Cavalcanti joins the family, ask him.
The carriage stopped. We are here, said Monte Cristo. It is only 10:30. Come inside.
Yes, I will.
My carriage will take you home.
No, thank you. My own carriage is following us.
Monte Cristo got out. They went into the house. The room was bright with light. Make tea for us, Baptistin, said the Count. Baptistin left and came back at once with everything ready.
What I admire most, said Albert, is not only your money or your wit. It is how everyone serves you at once. They seem to know your wishes before you speak.
They know my habits. He said. Now tell me. What would you like to do while we drink tea?
I would like to smoke.
Monte Cristo rang the gong. A door opened. Ali came in with 2 pipes.
This is amazing, said Albert.
It is very simple, said Monte Cristo. Ali knows I smoke with tea. He knew you were with me. In his country, guests smoke together. So he brought 2 pipes. Now you know.
You make it sound very simple, said Albert. But still. Ah. What is that sound?
Albert listened. Soft music came from the door. It sounded like a guitar. "My dear Viscount," said the Count, "you are meant to hear music tonight. You escaped from Mademoiselle Danglars at the piano, but now Haydée will play for you."
Haydée, said Albert. What a beautiful name. Are there really women with this name, outside of poems?
Yes, there are, replied the Count. The name is rare in France, but common in Albania and Epirus. It is like names such as goodness or innocence. It is a name that shows a virtue.
That is charming, said Albert. I would love French women to have such names. Mademoiselle Goodness, Mademoiselle Silence. Imagine if Mademoiselle Danglars had such a name. Her wedding announcement would sound very funny.
Hush, said the Count. Do not speak so loudly. Haydée may hear you.
Do you think she would be angry?
No, said the Count. She is kind. Her behavior is her duty.
So she is very gentle, asked Albert.
It is not gentleness, replied the Count. It is duty. She obeys.
You are joking now, said Albert. Are there more people like her with this name?
Yes, said the Count.
You live unlike other men, said Albert. The servant of the Count of Monte Cristo is famous. With your wealth, it must be a rich position.
Rich, said the Count. She once owned far more. She was born to great wealth.
Then she must be a princess.
You are right, said the Count. She is one of the greatest in her land.
How did such a princess lose her freedom?
War and chance, said the Count. That is how fate works.
Is her real name a secret?
For most people, yes, said the Count. But I trust you. Can I rely on your silence?
Yes. I give you my word.
You know the ruler of Yangina?
Ali Pasha? Yes. My father served him.
I had forgotten that, said the Count. Haydée is his daughter.
His daughter?
Yes. His daughter, said the Count.
And she lives with you?
Yes. I met her long ago in Constantinople.
Your life feels like a dream, said Albert. May I ask you something?
Ask, said the Count.
Since you go out with Haydée, may I meet her?
Yes, said the Count. But on 2 conditions.
I agree.
First, you must tell no one. Second, you must not speak of your father.
I swear, said Albert.
The Count rang the bell. Ali appeared. The Count gave him an order. Ali bowed and left. The Count warned Albert to ask no direct questions. Albert agreed. Ali returned and opened the door. The Count and Albert prepared to enter. Albert checked his appearance. Then he followed the Count inside. Ali stood guard, and the servants waited in silence. Haydée waited for her visitors in the first room of her rooms. This room was her drawing room. Her large eyes were wide with surprise and hope. This was the first time a man, other than Monte Cristo, was allowed to see her. She sat on a sofa in the corner of the room. Her legs were crossed under her in the Eastern way. The rich silks around her made a soft nest. Near her stood the instrument she had just played. It was beautiful and well made. It was fit for her. When she saw Monte Cristo, she stood up. She smiled in her own gentle way. Her smile showed deep love and full trust. Monte Cristo walked to her and held out his hand. As always, she lifted it and touched it to her lips. Albert stopped at the door. He could not move. He was amazed by her great beauty. He had never seen anything like it before. A man from the north could not imagine such beauty.
Who do you bring with you? Is he a friend, a brother, a simple guest, or an enemy?
A friend.
What is his name?
Count Albert. He is the man I saved from danger in Rome.
In which language should I speak to him?
Do you know modern Greek?
No, sadly I do not. I do not know ancient Greek either. I was a very poor student.
Then I will speak French or Italian, if my lord wishes.
You will speak Italian. It is a pity you do not know Greek. Haydée speaks it very well. Italian will not show all her skill.
Sir, you are welcome here. You are the friend of my lord and master.
She spoke in clear and beautiful Italian. Her voice was soft and warm. She then spoke to Ali and asked him to bring coffee and pipes. When he left, she asked Albert to come closer. Monte Cristo and Albert sat near a small table. On it were music sheets, drawings, and flowers. Ali returned with coffee and pipes. Albert refused the pipe.
Please take it. Haydée does not like strong Western smells. The Eastern tobacco smells sweet to her.
Ali left the room. The coffee was ready. Sugar was added for Albert. Monte Cristo and Haydée drank without sugar. Haydée held her cup with small, careful hands. She drank with simple joy. Two women entered with cold drinks. They placed them on small tables.
Please excuse me. I feel confused. This is natural. I was in Paris just now. I heard the city sounds. Now I feel far away in the east. It feels like a dream. If I could speak Greek, this evening would be perfect.
I speak enough Italian to talk with you. If you like Eastern things, I will try to please you.
What should I talk to her about?
Say whatever you like. You may speak of her country and her young memories. Or you can speak of Rome, Naples, or Florence.
Oh, said Albert, there is no point speaking to a Greek woman as we speak to a woman from Paris. Let me speak to her about the East.
Do so then. Of all topics, this will please her the most. Albert turned to Haydée.
At what age did you leave Greece, Signora?
I left when I was only 5 years old, replied Haydée.
Do you remember your country?
When I close my eyes and think, I see it again. The mind can see as well as the body. The body forgets sometimes, but the mind always remembers.
How far back do your memories go?
I could hardly walk, said the young woman, when my mother took my hand. Her name was Vasiliki, which means royal. She lifted her head with pride. She put all our money into a small purse. We covered our faces with veils and went out to ask for money for prisoners. We said that giving to the poor pleased God. When the purse was full, we went back to the palace. We said nothing to my father. We sent the money to the convent, where it was shared among the prisoners.
How old were you then?
I was 3 years old.
So you remember everything from when you were 3?
Everything.
Count, said Albert softly, please let her tell me her story. You told me not to speak my father's name. But perhaps she will speak of him herself. I would be very happy to hear our name from her lips.
He turned to Haydée and spoke with calm strength. He told her to speak of her father's fate, but not to name the traitor or the crime.
Haydée sighed deeply. Sadness passed over her face.
What did you say to her? Asked Morcerf quietly.
I told her you are a friend. I told her she does not need to hide anything from you.
Then this journey to help the prisoners was your first memory. What came next?
I remember sitting under tall trees near a lake. The water showed the leaves like a mirror. Under the biggest tree, my father lay on cushions. My mother sat at his feet. I played like a child with his long white beard. I also touched the handle of his sword. From time to time, a man came to him and spoke. I did not listen. My father always answered with the same words. He said either, kill, or forgive.
It is strange to hear such words spoken as real things. They sound like words from a play. One must remind oneself that this is true. How does France seem to you, after such memories?
I think France is a fine country. I see it as it truly is, because I see it as a woman. My own country lives only in my childhood memories. It feels bright or dark, depending on whether my memories are happy or sad.
You were so young. Is it possible you knew real pain at that age?
Heidi looked at Monte Cristo. He made a small sign and whispered for her to speak.
Nothing stays so strong in the mind as memories from early childhood. Except for the 2 scenes I told you, all my early memories are full of deep sadness.
Please go on, Signora. I listen with great interest and care.
She smiled sadly. You wish me to tell the story of my past pain?
Yes, replied Albert. I ask you to do so.
Heidi began her story about a night she remembered from her early childhood.
I was only 4 years old when my mother woke me in the night. We were in the palace of Yangina. She lifted me from the soft cushions where I slept. When I opened my eyes, I saw tears on her face. She carried me away without speaking. When I saw her cry, I began to cry too.
Hush, child.
At other times, I cried when I wished. Nothing could stop me, not kindness or threats. But this time, my mother's voice was full of deep fear. When she told me to be quiet, I stopped at once. She carried me away very fast. I saw that we were going down a wide staircase. All around us were my mother's servants. They carried trunks, bags, jewels, and gold. They ran in great fear and confusion. Behind the women came 20 armed guards. They carried long guns and pistols. They wore Greek dress. The sight was dark and threatening. There were women and slaves, half awake like me. On the walls, huge shadows moved in the torchlight. Their shapes shook and climbed toward the high roof.
Quick!
This voice made everyone bend before it. It was strong and full of power. It made me shake with fear. It was my father's voice. He came last, wearing rich clothes. He held a gun given to him by your emperor. He leaned on his favorite, Selim. He drove us forward like a shepherd with his flock. My father was Ali Tepelini, the Pasha of Yangina. All Turkey feared him.
Albert felt a sudden shock when he heard her words. He did not know why. There was something dark and terrible in Heidi's eyes. She seemed to call up a fearful memory. He thought of the violent death of her father, which had filled Europe with horror.
Soon we stopped and reached the edge of a lake. My mother held me close to her beating heart. A short distance away, I saw my father. He looked around with care and fear. The marble steps went down to the water. A small boat waited below. From where we stood, I saw a dark shape in the lake. It was the kiosk we were going to. It looked far away in the night. The darkness hid most things. We stepped into the boat. The oars made no sound in the water. I leaned over and saw they were wrapped in cloth. Only the women, my parents, Selim, and I were inside. The guards stayed behind on the shore. They knelt on the steps, ready to protect our escape. The boat moved fast with the wind.
Why is the boat going so fast?
Be quiet, child. We are fleeing.
I did not understand. Why should my father flee? He was strong and feared by all. Others always fled from him. His words were, "They hate me, so they fear me." But now, he was the one escaping. Later, I learned that the castle soldiers were tired of long service.
Heidi looked at Monte Cristo. His eyes had not left her face. She then spoke more slowly. It was as if she was hiding part of her story. Albert listened with great care. He spoke to the lady in a calm voice.
You were saying, Signora, that the soldiers in Yangina were tired after long service.
Yes. They made an agreement with Seraskiya Orchard. The Sultan sent him to take my father. At that time, Ali Tepelini made a choice. He sent a French officer to the Sultan. He trusted this officer very much. Then Ali decided to go away. He went to a safe place he had prepared long before. He called this place Katafijan. It meant the refuge.
Do you remember the name of this officer, Signora?
Monte Cristo looked quickly at the young woman. Albert did not notice this look.
No. I do not remember his name right now. If I remember it later, I will tell you.
Albert was about to say his father's name. Monte Cristo gently raised his finger to stop him. Albert remembered his promise. He stayed silent. We were rowing toward a small kiosk on the water. The lower floor had fine patterns and touched the lake. Another floor looked over the water. This was all we could see. But under the building, inside the island, there was a large dark cave. My mother, myself, and the women were taken there. Inside the cave were 60,000 bags and 200 barrels. The bags held a great amount of gold money. The barrels were full of gunpowder. Near the barrels stood Selim, my father's favorite guard. He watched day and night. He held a lance with a burning flame. He had orders to destroy everything at my father's signal. This meant the building, the guards, the women, the gold, and my father himself. The slaves knew their lives were in danger. They spent days and nights praying and crying. I still remember Selim's pale face and dark eyes. I feel I will know him again when death comes to me. I do not know how long we lived like this. At that time, I did not understand time. Sometimes my father called my mother and me to the terrace. These moments were happy for me. In the cave, I only saw sad faces and Selim's burning lance. On the terrace, my father watched the far edge of the lake. He studied every dark shape on the water. My mother rested her head on his shoulder. I played at his feet and looked at everything with a child's joy. The high mountain stood above us. The white castle rose from the blue lake. The dark forests looked like shadows on the rocks. One morning my father sent for us. My mother had cried all night. She looked very unhappy. My father was calm but very pale.
Take courage, Vasiliki. Today the order from the ruler will arrive. My fate will be decided. If I am forgiven, we return in victory. If not, we must escape tonight.
But what if our enemy does not let us escape?
Do not worry. Selim and his burning lance will stop them. They want me dead. But they do not want to die with me.
My mother only answered with sighs. She prepared cold water for him. He was very ill with fever. She rubbed his beard with scented oil. She lit his long pipe. He smoked and watched the smoke rise and fade. Suddenly he moved. I felt frozen with fear. He asked for his telescope. My mother gave it to him and turned white. My father's hand shook.
A boat. 2, 3, 4. The moment has come. In half an hour we will know the answer. Go to the cave with Haydée.
I will not leave you. If you die, I will die with you.
Go to Selim.
I was forgotten in the confusion. I ran to my father. He bent down and kissed my forehead. I still feel the warmth of that kiss. It was the last time. We went down. Through the bars, we saw boats coming closer. They moved like birds on the water. In the kiosk, armed guards waited in silence. My father walked back and forth in deep pain. This was the last sight I had of him. My mother and I walked through the dark passage. Selim was still at his place. He smiled sadly at us. We sat beside him. Even as a child, I knew great danger was near. Albert had often heard this story before. His father never spoke of it. Strangers told him instead. He had read many versions. But hearing it from the young girl changed everything. Her voice and sad face moved him deeply. He felt both fear and admiration. Haydée stopped speaking for a moment. These painful memories were too strong for her. She leaned her head on her hand. She looked like a beautiful flower bending in a storm. Her eyes stared into empty space. In her mind, she saw again the green mountains of Pindus and the blue lake of Yangina. These places reflected the dark picture she described. Monte Cristo watched her with deep care and pity.
Go on, my child.
Haydée lifted her head at once. The strong sound of Monte Cristo's voice woke her like a dream. Then she continued her story. It was about 4 in the afternoon. The day outside was bright and clear. But inside the cave, it was dark and cold. Only one light burned there. It shone like a star in deep black night. This light came from Selim's burning lance. My mother was a Christian, and she prayed. Selim said again and again, God is great. Still, my mother had some hope. As we came down, she thought she knew the French officer. He had been sent to Constantinople. My father trusted him very much. He believed the soldiers of the French emperor were kind and fair. My mother walked closer to the steps and listened. She said they are coming. She said maybe they bring us peace and freedom.
What do you fear, Vasiliki? If they do not bring peace, we will give war. If they do not bring life, we will give death.
He raised his lance again. To me, he looked strong and fearless. But I was only a small child. This courage scared me. It felt wild and without sense. I was filled with fear. I thought of a terrible death, with fire all around us. My mother felt the same fear. I felt her body shake.
Mama, Mama. Are they really going to kill us?
When I spoke, the slaves cried louder. They prayed and wept. My mother said, My child, may God keep you from ever wishing for such a death. Then she spoke softly to Selim. She asked about her master's orders. She said if he sends his dagger, it means danger. Then Selim must light the powder. If he sends his ring, it means pardon. Then Selim must put out the fire and leave the place safe. My mother said, when the order comes, if it is the dagger, please do not let us die in fire. Please end our lives quickly with the dagger.
Yes, Vasiliki.
Suddenly we heard loud cries. We listened closely. They were cries of joy. The name of the French officer echoed everywhere. Our soldiers shouted it again and again. We knew he had brought the emperor's answer. And we knew it was a good answer.
Do you remember the Frenchman's name?
Monte Cristo made a sign for him to be quiet.
I do not remember it. The noise grew louder. We heard steps coming closer. They came down into the cave. Selim lifted his lance. A shape appeared at the cave entrance. Weak daylight showed his form.
Who are you? Do not take another step.
Long live the Emperor. He gives full pardon to Ali. He gives him his life. He also gives back his lands and wealth.
My mother cried with joy. She held me tight against her.
Stop. I have not yet received the ring.
That is true. My mother fell to her knees. She lifted me toward the sky. She prayed to God for me. It was as if she wished to give me to heaven.
For the second time, Hades stopped. Her emotion was too strong. Sweat covered her pale face. Her voice was weak. Her throat and lips were dry. She could hardly speak. Monte Cristo poured a little cold water into a glass. He gave it to her with a calm but firm voice.
Courage.
Hades wiped her eyes. Then she went on. By this time, our eyes were used to the dark. We saw the messenger of the Pasha. He was a friend. Selim saw him too. But Selim knew only one duty. He had to obey orders.
In whose name do you come?
I come in the name of our master, Ali Tepelini.
If you come from Ali himself, you know what you must give me.
Yes. I bring you his ring.
He lifted his hand to show it. But it was too far away. The light was too weak. Selim could not see it.
I cannot see what you hold.
Come closer, or I will come to you.
I agree to neither. Put the ring in the light there. Then step back while I look at it.
So be it.
He placed the ring where Selim showed him. Then he stepped back. Our hearts beat very fast. It looked like a ring. But was it my father's ring? Selim held the burning match. He walked to the cave opening. He picked up the ring.
It is true. It is my master's ring.
He kissed it. Then he threw down the match and put it out. The messenger cried with joy and clapped his hands. At once, 4 soldiers rushed in. They attacked Selim. He fell after many wounds. The men searched the cave. They checked for fire. Then they played with the bags of gold. My mother grabbed me. She ran in silence through secret paths. We reached a hidden stair. The house was full of noise and fear. The lower rooms were full of enemy soldiers. As my mother reached a small door, we heard my father. His voice was loud and angry. My mother looked through a crack. I found a small hole and looked inside.
What do you want?
We bring the order of His Highness. Do you see this paper?
Yes, I see it.
Then read it. It asks for your life.
My father laughed loudly. The sound was worse than any threat. He fired 2 shots. 2 men fell. Then everyone fired. The room filled with fire and smoke. Shots came from below. Bullets broke the walls around us. My father stood strong. He held his sword. Smoke covered his face. Even then, the enemies feared him.
Selim, guardian of the fire, do your duty.
Selim is dead. You are lost, Ali.
An explosion followed. The floor broke apart. Shots came from below. Several men fell badly hurt. Fire rose up and caught the walls. Then 2 clear shots rang out. 2 terrible cries followed. My father was badly hurt. Still, he stood by the window. My mother tried to reach him. The door would not open. The wounded lay all around. Some tried to escape. Suddenly the floor gave way. My father fell. Many hands reached up with weapons. They struck him at once. Fire and smoke rose. He vanished from sight. I fell to the ground. My mother fainted.
Heidi's arms dropped. She gave a deep cry. She looked at the Count. Her eyes asked if she had obeyed him. Monte Cristo stood up and went to her. He took her hand and spoke to her in her own language.
Be calm, my dear child. Be brave. Remember there is a God who will punish those who betray others.
This is a terrible story, Count. Her face is so pale. I feel sorry now for my careless request.
It is nothing.
He gently touched the young girl's head. He spoke again in a kind voice.
Heidi is very brave. Sometimes she finds comfort when she tells her sad story.
My lord, my sadness reminds me of your kindness.
Albert looked at her with interest. She had not yet told the part he most wished to hear. He wanted to know how she became the Count's slave. Heidi saw the same question on both faces. She continued her story.
When my mother woke, we were before the Saraskir. She said, "Kill us if you must, but save my honor."
It is not for me to decide, he said.
To whom must I speak then?
To your new master.
Who is he? Where is he?
He is here. Korchid pointed to a man. This man helped cause my father's death.
Then you became his property.
No. He was afraid to keep us. We were sold to slave traders going to Constantinople. We crossed Greece. We arrived very weak at the city gates. A crowd watched us. Suddenly my mother cried out. She fell to the ground. She pointed to a head above the gates. The words said it was my father. I cried and tried to lift my mother. But she was dead. I was taken to the market. A rich Armenian bought me. He educated me. When I was 13, he sold me to the Sultan.
I bought her from him. I told you this, Albert.
You are good and great, my lord. I am lucky to belong to such a master.
Albert felt confused by all he had heard.
Come. Finish your coffee. The story is over.
Chapter 78. News from Yangina. If Valentine had seen Franz leave Noirtier's room, she would have felt pity. He walked with fear and shock. Villefort spoke only a few broken words. Then he went to his study. 2 hours later he received a letter. The letter said the marriage was impossible. It said Franz was shocked and surprised. He thought Villefort should have spoken first. Villefort was deeply upset. He had not expected this. He did not know his father would tell such a story. Noirtier never shared his plans. Villefort believed Franz's father died by murder. He did not know it was a fair duel. The letter hurt his pride deeply. Just then his wife entered. Franz had left suddenly. Everyone was confused. Madame de Villefort felt uneasy. She decided to leave. She went to ask why Franz had gone. De Villefort spoke very little about the matter. He was short and clear. He said that he had spoken with Monsieur Noirtier and Monsieur d'Épinay. After this talk, the marriage of Valentine and Franz would end. This news was hard and unpleasant to share with the people who waited. So she chose to say something else. She said that Monsieur Noirtier had suffered a sudden illness at the start of the talk. Because of this, the matter would be delayed for a few more days. This news was false. But it came after 2 other strange illnesses. So the listeners were very surprised. They left without saying a word. During this time, Valentine felt both fear and joy. She hugged and thanked the weak old man. With one act, he had broken the chain that she thought could never break. She asked permission to go to her room to calm herself.
Noirtier gave his consent with a look.
But Valentine did not go to her room. Once free, she entered the gallery. She opened a small door at the end. At once, she was in the garden. So many strange events had followed each other. A deep feeling of fear filled Valentine's mind. She thought that Morel might appear at any moment. She imagined him pale and shaking. She feared he might stop the signing of the contract. It was time for her to reach the gate. Maximilian had waited there for a long while. He had guessed part of the truth. He saw Franz leave the cemetery with Monsieur de Villefort. He followed Monsieur d'Épinay. He saw him go in, then out, then back again with Albert and Châteaurenaud. He now understood the meeting. He went quickly to the gate near the clover field. He was ready to hear the result. He was sure Valentine would come as soon as she was free. He was right. Looking through the gaps in the wooden fence, he soon saw her. She forgot her usual care. She walked straight to the gate. One look at her face calmed him. Her first words filled his heart with joy.
We are saved.
Saved? By whom?
By my grandfather. O Morel, please love him for all his kindness to us.
Morel promised with all his heart. At that moment, his promise was easy. He felt that simple love was not enough. He admired the old man deeply.
But tell me, Valentine, how did he do this? What did he do to bring us such joy?
Valentine was about to explain everything. Then she remembered a dark secret. It concerned others, not only her grandfather.
I will tell you another time.
When will that be?
When I am your wife.
This answer made Morel very happy. He agreed to all she wished. Such news was enough joy for one day. Still, he asked to see her again the next night. Valentine promised. Now it was easier for her to believe she would marry Maximilian. An hour before, she had only hoped not to marry Franz. While this meeting took place, Madame de Villefort visited Monsieur Noirtier. The old man looked at her with his usual cold stare.
Sir, I do not need to tell you that Valentine's marriage is ended. It was here that the decision was made.
Noirtier did not change his expression.
But there is one thing you may not know. I have always been against this marriage. The contract was made without my consent.
Noirtier looked at his daughter-in-law. His eyes asked her to explain.
Now that this marriage is ended, I come to you with a request. It is one that neither my husband nor Valentine could make.
Noirtier's eyes asked what she wanted. I come to ask you for help, sir, Madame de Villefort continued. I am the only person who has the right to ask this. I will gain nothing for myself. I ask you to give back, not your love, because she always had that, but your fortune to your granddaughter. Noirtier looked at her with doubt in his eyes. He tried to understand her reason. He could not see why she did this.
May I hope, sir, she said, that your wishes agree with mine.
Noirtier made a sign to say yes.
Then, sir, Madame de Villefort said, I leave you with my deep thanks and happiness. I thank you for agreeing so quickly.
She bowed to Monsieur Noirtier and left the room. The next day, Monsieur Noirtier sent for the notary. The first will was destroyed. A new will was written. He left all his money to Valentine. She must never leave him. Soon people said that Mademoiselle de Villefort had won back her grandfather's favor. They said she would later receive a large yearly income. While the family worked to end the marriage contract, Monte Cristo went to visit the Count of Morcerf. Morcerf wished to answer Danglars quickly. He also wished to show his high rank. He wore his general's uniform with all his medals. He ordered his best horses and drove to the Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin. Danglars was checking his monthly accounts. This was not a good time to see him in a good mood. When he saw his old friend, he put on a proud manner. He sat back in his chair. Morcerf was usually cold and formal. But this time he spoke kindly and with a smile. He felt sure his request would be welcome. So he spoke directly. "Well, Baron," he said. "Here I am at last. It has been some time since we made our plans. They are still not complete." Morcerf stopped speaking. He waited for Danglars to reply. A dark look came over Danglars' face. It grew darker with each moment.
What do you mean, monsieur?
"Ah," said Morcerf. "I see you care for proper form. You think I should follow ceremony. Please forgive me. I have only one son. This is my first time arranging a marriage. I am still learning. I will correct myself." Morcerf stood up and bowed low. Then he spoke again. "Baron, I have the honor to ask for your daughter's hand. I ask this for my son, Albert de Morcerf." Danglars did not respond as Morcerf expected. He frowned. He did not ask Morcerf to sit.
Monsieur, I must think before I answer.
"Think?" Morcerf said. "Have you not had 8 years to think? We spoke of this marriage long ago."
Count, said Danglars. The world often changes. New events make us change our minds. Things do not always stay the same.
"I do not understand you," Morcerf said.
What I mean is this, he replied. In the last 2 weeks, new events have happened.
"Excuse me," said Morcerf. "Are we acting in a play?"
A play?
"Yes," Morcerf said. "It feels like one. Let us speak clearly. Let us understand each other."
That is what I want, Danglars answered.
"You have seen Monsieur de Monte Cristo, have you not?"
I see him often, said Danglars. He is a close friend of mine.
"In one of your talks," Morcerf said, "you said I seemed slow and unsure about this marriage. Is that true?"
Yes, I said that.
"Then here I am," Morcerf said. "I show you that I am neither slow nor unsure. I ask you now to keep your promise." Danglars did not reply. Morcerf spoke again, his voice sharp and hurt.
Have you changed your mind so quickly? Or did you only lead me on so you could enjoy seeing me humbled?
Danglars saw that if he continued in the same tone, the talk would turn against him. He changed his manner and answered more carefully.
Count, you must be surprised by my silence. I assure you, it is hard for me to act this way toward you. But a strong need forces me to do this painful thing.
These are empty words, sir. They may satisfy a stranger, but not me. When a man reminds another of a promise, and that promise is broken, he has the right to ask why.
Danglars was a coward, but he did not want to appear so. The proud tone of Morcerf annoyed him.
I do have a good reason for my conduct.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I have a reason. But it is hard to explain.
I cannot understand reasons that are not explained. One thing is clear. You refuse to join your family with mine.
No, sir. I only delay my decision.
Do you truly think I will accept all your wishes? Do you think I will wait quietly to be welcomed again?
Then, Count, if you will not wait, we must act as if these plans never existed.
The Count bit his lips to hold back his anger. His pride made this very hard. He knew that, for now, he was the one who would lose. He turned away from the door and faced the banker again. Worry and fear now showed on his face instead of pride.
My dear Danglars, we have known each other for many years. We should forgive each other's faults. You owe me an explanation. It is only fair that I know what has made you turn away from my son.
I feel no personal dislike toward the Viscount. That is all I will say.
As soon as Danglars saw that Morcerf was calmer, he grew bold again.
Then who is it that you dislike?
Morcerf turned pale with anger. Danglars saw this and looked at him with even more confidence.
Perhaps it is better that I say no more.
The Count trembled with hidden rage. With great effort, he spoke again.
I have the right to an explanation. Is it my wife who has offended you? Is my fortune too small? Is it because my opinions are different from yours?
No, sir. If that were true, I alone would be to blame. I knew all these things when I agreed before. Please stop searching for the reason. I am ashamed to cause you such pain. Let us delay matters. This means no break and no promise. There is no hurry. My daughter is only 17. Your son is 21. Time will pass. Events will follow. Things that seem dark at night may look clear in the morning. Sometimes one word, or one day, reveals cruel lies.
Lies? Does anyone dare speak lies about me?
Sir, I said it was best to avoid explanation.
So I must quietly accept your refusal?
Yes, sir. It pains me as much to refuse as it pains you to hear it. I had hoped for the honor of this alliance. But breaking a marriage promise harms the lady more than the man.
Enough. We will speak of this no more.
Morcerf crushed his gloves in his hand and left the room. Danglars noticed that during the whole talk, the Count never once asked if the broken promise was about himself. That evening, Danglars had a long meeting with some friends. Monsieur Cavalcanti stayed with the ladies in the drawing-room. He was the last person to leave the banker's house. The next morning, as soon as Danglars woke up, he asked for the newspapers. They brought them to him at once. He put 3 or 4 papers aside. At last, he chose L'Impartial, the paper edited by Beauchamp. He tore off the cover with shaking hands. He opened the paper quickly. He skipped the news from Paris. Then he stopped at a short report under the title, "We hear from Yanina."
Very good. This small article about Colonel Fernand will help me. If I am right, it will make the explanation that the Count of Morcerf asked for no longer needed.
At the same time, at 9 o'clock that morning, Albert de Morcerf was walking fast toward Monte Cristo's house. He wore a black coat, buttoned up to his chin. His steps were quick and uneasy. When he reached the gate, the porter told him that the Count had gone out half an hour before.
Did he take Baptistin with him?
No, my lord.
Call him, then. I wish to speak to him.
The porter went to find the valet and returned at once.
My good friend, please forgive me for coming like this. I wanted to hear from you if your master is truly out.
He is truly out, sir.
Out, even for me.
My master is always glad to see you, my lord. I would never hide him from you.
You are right. I need to see him about something very important. Do you think he will return soon?
I do not think it will be long. He ordered breakfast for 10 o'clock.
Then I will walk in the Champs-Élysées. I will return at 10. If the Count comes back, please ask him not to go out again without seeing me.
You can trust me, sir.
Albert left the cab and began to walk. As he passed the Allée des Veuves, he thought he saw the Count's horses. They were standing near a shooting gallery. He went closer and saw the coachman.
Is the Count shooting inside?
Yes, sir.
Albert heard 2 or 3 pistol shots. He went inside and met the waiter.
Please wait a moment, my lord.
Why, Philip?
The gentleman inside likes to be alone. He never shoots when others are present.
Not even you? Who loads his pistol then?
His servant does.
A dark-skinned servant?
Yes.
Then it is he. I know him. I am here to see him. He is my friend.
Then I will tell him at once.
A moment later, Monte Cristo appeared at the door.
I hope you will have breakfast with me.
No, thank you. I am thinking of more serious things. We may eat later, and in sad company.
What do you mean?
I must fight today.
Why?
For honor.
That is serious.
So serious that I ask you for a favor. Please be my second.
This is not the place to speak. Let us go home. Ali, bring me some water.
The Count rolled up his sleeves. He went to the small room where men washed after shooting. Philip spoke softly to Albert.
Come in, my lord. I will show you something strange.
Albert entered. Instead of a normal target, he saw playing cards fixed on the wall. From far away, Albert thought he saw a full suit of cards. He counted from the ace to the 10.
Aha, I see you were getting ready to play cards.
No, I was making a suit.
How?
Those were only aces and twos. But my shots changed them. Now they look like 3s, 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s.
Albert came closer to look. The bullets had gone through the cards in the exact right places. The marks were neat and even, as if someone had drawn them with a pencil. As he walked to the target, Morcerf picked up 2 or 3 small birds. They had flown too close to the Count's pistol.
Good heavens!
What would you like, my dear Viscount? I must fill my free time with something. But come, I am waiting for you.
The two men got into Monte Cristo's carriage. After a few minutes, it took them safely to number 30. Monte Cristo led Albert into his study. He pointed to a chair and then sat down himself.
Now let us speak calmly about this.
You can see that I am very calm.
With whom are you going to fight?
With Beecham.
One of your friends?
Yes. We often fight with friends.
Do you have a reason for this quarrel?
Yes, I do.
What has he done to you?
Something appeared in his newspaper last night. Please read it yourself.
Albert gave the paper to the Count. The Count read it in silence. The paper said that a French officer named Fernand had given a castle to the Turks. It said this officer had the full trust of Ali Pasha.
Well, what do you see here that upsets you?
What do I see? This speaks of my father.
Why does it matter to you if a French officer did this?
Because my father is the Count of Morcerf. His first name is Fernand.
Did your father serve under Ali Pasha?
He fought for Greek freedom. This story is false.
My dear Viscount, try to be calm and reasonable.
I am being reasonable.
Who in France would know that this officer and your father are the same man? And who still cares about Yanina after so many years?
That makes it worse. They bring back old stories to hurt my family name. I will not allow shame to touch my father. I will go to Beecham. I will ask him to take it back in front of 2 witnesses.
He will not take it back.
Then we will fight.
No. He will say many officers had that name.
We will fight anyway. I must clear my father's honor. He was brave and respected.
He could even add that he did not mean your father.
That is not enough. I want a full apology.
You want this before witnesses?
Yes.
You are wrong.
So you refuse to help me?
You know I do not support duels. I told you this before.
Albert stood up. He took his hat. He bowed and left the room. He found his carriage at the door. He tried hard to control his anger. At once, he went to find Beecham at his office. The office was dark and full of dust. It looked like old newspaper offices always look. A servant announced Monsieur Albert de Morcerf. Beecham repeated the name in surprise. He could not believe what he heard. Then he ordered the servant to let him enter. Albert came in. Beecham cried out when he saw Albert jump over the newspapers. Albert stepped on them and pushed them aside.
This way, my dear Albert. Are you not well? Or do you come in peace to eat breakfast with me? Try to find a chair. There is one near that plant. It is the only thing here that reminds me of real leaves.
Beecham, I came to speak about your newspaper.
Indeed? What do you wish to say?
I want one statement in it to be corrected.
Which statement? Please sit down.
Thank you.
Please explain what has upset you.
Your paper printed a story. It harms the honor of someone in my family.
What story? You must be mistaken.
The story you received from Yangina.
Yangina?
Yes. You do not seem to know why I am here.
That is true, I swear. Baptiste, bring me yesterday's paper.
I brought mine with me.
Beecham took the paper. He read the marked part in a low voice.
You see how serious this is.
Is the officer in the story related to you?
Yes.
Then what do you want me to do?
I want you to deny this story.
This needs careful thought. Taking back a story is serious. Sit down. I will read it again.
Albert sat down again. Beecham read the lines with great care.
Your paper has insulted my family. I demand a correction.
You demand it?
Yes.
You are not in Parliament, my friend.
I do not wish to be. I want yesterday's story denied. You know me well. You know I will not change my mind.
If we are friends, do not speak like this. Let us stay calm. You are upset. Tell me. Who is this Fernand to you?
He is my father. Monsieur Fernand Mondego. Count of Morcerf. An old soldier. He fought in many battles. His scars are marks of honor.
Your father? That changes everything. I understand your anger. I will read it again.
He read the paragraph a third time. He spoke each word slowly. But the article did not name Albert's father.
Others will understand the link. I want the story denied.
Beecham looked at Albert in silence. He thought for a moment.
You will deny it, will you not?
Yes.
At once.
When I know the story is false. I must look into it carefully.
What is there to check?
If you do not believe this man is my father, say so at once. But if you believe he is my father, then tell me why. Beecham looked at Albert and smiled. His smile could show many feelings.
Sir, if you came here to ask for satisfaction, you should have spoken at once. You should not have kept me listening to empty talk for half an hour. Is this why you came?
Yes, if you refuse to take back that cruel lie.
Wait a moment. No threats, please, Monsieur Fernand Mondego, Vicomte de Morcerf. I do not accept threats from enemies, and not from friends either. You want me to deny the article about General Fernand. I swear on my honor that I had nothing to do with it.
I insist on it.
Albert was now confused and shaken by his strong feelings.
And if I refuse, you want to fight me?
Yes.
Very well, then listen to my answer. I did not write that article. I did not even know about it. But your visit has made me read it. It will stay there until someone who has the right denies it or proves it true.
Sir, I will send my friends to you. You will choose the place and the weapons.
Certainly.
This evening, or tomorrow at the latest.
No. I will be ready at the right time. But the time must not be now. You are very skilled with the sword. I am only fair at it. You also shoot well, and there we are equal. A duel between us would be serious. You are brave, and so am I. I do not wish to kill you, or to die, without a clear reason. So I ask you one question. Do you truly wish to kill me if I do not deny this? Even though I swear I knew nothing of it. And even though only you can see your father's name in that article.
I keep my decision.
Very well. Then I agree to fight. But I ask for 3 weeks. At the end, I will come to you. I will say the claim is false and deny it. Or I will say it is true. Then I will draw my sword, or take pistols, as you choose.
3 weeks. They will feel like 300 years. All that time, my honor will suffer.
If we were still friends, I would ask you to wait. But you have made yourself my enemy. So your pain is not my concern.
Then let it be 3 weeks. But remember, no excuse will save you after that.
Monsieur Albert de Morcerf. I cannot throw you out of the window for 3 weeks. And you cannot harm me until that time ends. Today is the 29th of August. The 21st of September will end the term. Until then, I advise you to stay calm. Let us not act like two angry dogs tied close together.
Beauchamp bowed coldly. He turned away and went into the press room. Albert struck a pile of newspapers with his stick. They flew across the office. He then left. But he walked back to the door many times. It seemed he almost went inside again. Later, Albert struck the horses of his carriage in the same angry way. As he crossed the barrier, he saw Morel. Morel walked fast and looked bright and hopeful. He came from the side of the Porte Saint-Martin. He was going toward the Madeleine. "Ah," said Morcerf, "there goes a happy man." Albert was right in what he said. Morel was truly very happy. Monsieur Noirtier had just sent for him. Morel wanted to know the reason at once. He did not take a cab. He trusted his own legs more than a horse. So he ran fast from the Rue Meslay. He moved quickly toward the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Morel walked with strong and steady steps. Poor Barrois followed as best he could. Morel was only 31 years old. Barrois was 60. Morel was deeply in love. Barrois was very tired and hot. They were very different in age and feeling. Still, they were joined by one person. This person was Noirtier. Noirtier had sent for Morel. He asked him to come without delay. Morel obeyed at once. This caused great trouble for Barrois. When they reached the house, Morel was calm. Love gave him strength. But Barrois was exhausted. He had long forgotten the power of love. The old servant took Morel in by a private door. He closed the study door. Soon, the soft sound of a dress was heard. Valentine entered the room. She looked very beautiful in her black dress. Morel felt great joy when he saw her. He almost forgot why he had come. Then they heard the chair of the old man roll across the floor. Noirtier soon came into the room. He looked at Morel with great kindness. Morel thanked him with deep feeling. Noirtier had helped Valentine and Morel in time. He had saved them from deep sadness. Morel then looked at him with a question. He wanted to know what new favor was planned. Valentine sat a little apart. She waited quietly. Noirtier fixed his eyes on her.
Shall I say what you told me?
Noirtier made a sign that she should speak.
Monsieur Morel, said Valentine. My grandfather told me many things 3 days ago. Now he has sent for you. He wishes me to repeat his words. I will do so. I will not change anything he planned.
I am listening with great impatience, replied Morel. Please speak.
Valentine lowered her eyes. This gave Morel hope. He knew this sign meant happiness.
My grandfather plans to leave this house, she said. Barrois is looking for another place for him.
But you, Mademoiselle de Villefort, said Morel. You are needed for his happiness.
She said. I will never leave my grandfather. We understand this well. My rooms will be close to his. Monsieur de Villefort must agree or refuse. If he agrees, I will leave at once. If not, I will wait until I am of age. This will be in 10 months. Then I will be free. I will have my own money.
And then, asked Morel.
Then, with my grandfather's consent, I will keep the promise I made to you.
She spoke these words very softly. Only Morel could hear them.
Have I said everything, Grandpapa?
Noirtier answered yes with his eyes.
When I am under my grandfather's roof, Monsieur Morel can visit me. He can come with my kind and good protector present. If we still feel sure, and believe this union will bring us comfort and happiness, then I will expect Monsieur Morel to come and claim me. But I have heard people say that hearts can grow cold when all danger is gone. I hope this will never happen to us.
Oh, what have I ever done in my life to deserve such great happiness?
Until that time, we will accept our situation. We will listen to the wishes of our friends. We will do this as long as they do not try to separate us. In short, and I repeat it, we will wait.
I promise to make all the sacrifices this word asks of me. I will do this not with sadness, but with joy.
So, no more careless actions. No more sudden plans. You would not wish to bring trouble to one who now sees herself as meant to carry your name with honor and happiness.
Morel showed that he would obey her. Noirtier looked at the lovers with deep and gentle love. Barrois stayed in the room. He smiled at the young couple and wiped sweat from his bald head.
You look very hot, my good Barrois.
I have been running very fast, mademoiselle. But I must say that Monsieur Morel ran even faster.
Noirtier pointed to a tray. On it was a bottle of lemonade and a glass. The bottle was almost full. A little had already been drunk by Noirtier.
Come, Barrois. Drink some of this lemonade. I see you want it.
That is true, mademoiselle. I am very thirsty. Since you are so kind, I would gladly drink your health.
Then drink some, and come back at once.
Barrois took the tray. He went out quickly and forgot to close the door. They saw him lift his head and drink the whole glass. Valentine and Morel were saying goodbye in front of Noirtier. Then the doorbell rang. Someone had come to visit.
It is afternoon. Today is Saturday. I think it is the doctor, Grandpapa.
Noirtier showed that he agreed.
He will come in here. So Monsieur Morel should go. Do you not think so, Grandpapa?
Yes.
Barrois. Barrois.
I am coming, mademoiselle.
Barrois will open the door for you. And remember this, Monsieur Officer. My grandfather asks you not to take any careless step. Do nothing that could harm our happiness.
I promised him to wait. And I will wait.
At that moment, Barrois came back into the room.
Who rang the bell?
Dr. D'Avrigny.
He spoke as if he might fall.
What is wrong, Barrois?
The old man did not answer. He stared at his master with wild eyes. His hand held a chair to stay upright.
He is going to fall.
Barrois began to shake more and more. His face changed. His muscles moved in a sharp and painful way. It was clear that something very serious was happening. Noirtier showed deep sorrow and care.
Ah, sir, tell me what is wrong with me. I am in pain. I cannot see. It feels like fire in my head. Please, do not touch me.
His eyes looked as if they would burst. His head fell back. His legs became stiff.
Help! Help!
Morel held Valentine in his arms. He tried to protect her from unknown danger.
My master. My good master.
At this moment, Monsieur Villefort heard the noise and came to the door. Morel let go of Valentine and moved to a far corner. He hid behind a curtain and stayed very still. His face was white with fear. He looked at the suffering man and could not move. Noirtier was full of fear and pain. He could not help his old servant. He loved Barrois like a friend, not just a servant. His face showed deep worry. His living mind fought against his weak body. Barrois lay on the floor. His body shook. His eyes were red, and his face was tight with pain. His legs were stiff and would not bend. Foam appeared at his mouth. He breathed with great difficulty. Villefort stood still and stared. He was shocked and said nothing. He did not see Morel. His face grew pale with fear. Then he ran to the door and cried out, "Doctor! Doctor! Please come at once."
Madam, madam. Come quickly. Please bring your smelling salts.
What is the matter?
Oh, come. Please come.
Where is the doctor? Where is he? Madame de Villefort came down the stairs slowly. She wiped her face with a handkerchief. She held a bottle of smelling salts. She first looked at Noirtier. He seemed calm and unchanged. Then she looked at the sick man. Her face turned pale. Her eyes moved quickly to Villefort. "Madam, where is the doctor? You see, this is very serious. He may still be saved."
Has he eaten anything today?
He has not eaten breakfast. He ran very fast on an errand for my grandfather. When he came back, he only drank a glass of lemonade.
Lemonade was not good for him. He should have taken wine.
The bottle was near him. He was very thirsty. He drank what he could find.
Madame de Villefort started. Noirtier looked at her closely.
He has a very short neck.
"Where is the doctor? Answer me."
He is with Edward. The child is not well.
"How do you feel, Barrois?" the doctor asked. "A little better, sir. Will you drink some of this ether and water?" "I will try, but please do not touch me." "Why not?" "Because if you touch me, even with one finger, the pain will come back." "Drink." Barrois took the glass. He lifted it to his dark lips and drank about half. "Where do you feel pain?" the doctor asked. "Everywhere. I feel strong cramps in my whole body." "Do you see bright lights before your eyes?" "Yes." "Do you hear noise in your ears?" "Yes." "Very loud and terrible." "When did this begin?" "Just now." "All at once?" "Yes." "Very sudden, like loud thunder." "Did you feel anything like this yesterday or the day before?" "No." "Nothing at all." "Did you feel sleepy?" "No." "What did you eat today?" "I ate nothing." I only drank 1 glass of my master's lemonade. That is all. Barrois looked at Noirtier. The old man sat still in his chair. He watched everything. He did not speak or move. Where is the lemonade? The doctor asked quickly. Downstairs, in the decanter. Where downstairs? In the kitchen. Shall I go and get it, doctor? Villefort asked. No. Stay here. Make Barrois drink the rest of the ether and water. I will get the lemonade myself. The doctor ran to the door. He rushed down the back stairs. He almost knocked into Madame de Villefort. He ran into the kitchen. He saw the decanter. It was almost full. He grabbed it and hurried back. Is this the decanter you mean? Yes, doctor. Is this the same lemonade you drank? I think so. How did it taste? It tasted bitter. The doctor tasted it and spat it out. It is the same, he said. Did you drink some too, Monsieur Noirtier? Yes. Did it taste bitter? Yes. Doctor, the pain is coming again. Please help me. The doctor ran to him. That medicine, Villefort. See if it has arrived. Villefort ran into the hall. No one answered. Fear filled the house. Sir, will you let me die like this? The doctor tried to open Barrois' mouth. But he could not. The second attack was worse. Barrois fell to the floor. How do you feel? Are you well? Yes. Do you feel calm? Calm. Then it was your granddaughter? Yes. Barrois groaned. Can you speak? The doctor asked. I did. Did you leave it somewhere first? Yes. I left it in the pantry. Who brought it here? Mademoiselle Valentine. The doctor struck his forehead. My God. Doctor. The pain is coming again. Will they never bring that medicine? Asked the doctor. Here is a glass with one already ready, said Villefort, as he came into the room. Who prepared it?
The chemist who came here with me. Drink it, said the doctor to Barrois.
I cannot, doctor. It is too late. My throat is closing. I cannot breathe. Oh, my heart. Oh, my head. What pain. Will this last long?
No, my friend, said the doctor. You will soon stop suffering.
I understand you now, said the poor man. My God, please have mercy on me.
He gave a terrible cry. Barrois fell back as if struck by a sudden blow. The doctor placed his hand on his heart. He held a glass to his lips. Well, said Villefort. Go to the kitchen and bring me syrup of violets. Villefort went at once.
Do not be afraid, Monsieur Noirtier, said the doctor. I will take the patient into the next room. This kind of attack is very hard to watch.
He lifted Barrois and took him into the next room. Very soon, he came back to get the lemonade. Noirtier closed his right eye. You want Valentine, he seemed to say. I will ask them to send her to you. Villefort came back. The doctor met him in the hallway.
How is he now? Asked Villefort. Come in, said the doctor.
They entered the room where the man lay. Is he still shaking? Asked Villefort.
He is dead.
Villefort stepped back. He joined his hands. Dead, and so soon, he said with real shock.
Yes, very soon, said the doctor. But this should not surprise you. Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran also died suddenly. People die very fast in your house, Monsieur de Villefort.
What? Cried Villefort in horror. Do you still speak of that terrible idea?
Yes, sir. I always will. The thought has never left my mind. Please listen carefully to me now.
The magistrate shook with fear.
There is a poison that kills almost without leaving clear signs. I know it well. I have studied it for many years. I saw its signs in Barrois. I also saw them in Madame de Saint Méran. This poison can be found. It turns violet syrup green. We have no test paper. But look. They are bringing the syrup now.
Footsteps were heard. The doctor opened the door. He took a cup from the maid. There were a few spoonfuls of violet syrup inside. He closed the door carefully.
Look closely, he said. This cup has violet syrup. This bottle has the lemonade. If the drink is safe, the color will stay the same. If it has poison, the syrup will turn green.
The doctor poured a few drops into the cup. A pale cloud formed at the bottom. It changed from blue to pale white, then to green. It did not change again. The result was clear.
Barrois was poisoned, said the doctor. I say this before God and before men.
Villefort said nothing. He pressed his hands together. His eyes were wide and empty. He fell into a chair.
D'Avrigny said, "Be strong, sir. As a man of law, respect your duty. Give up your selfish wishes for the truth."
You make me tremble, doctor. Do you speak of a sacrifice?
Yes.
Do you suspect someone?
I suspect no one. Death knocks at your door. It enters and leaves. It moves with care from room to room. I follow its path. I watch its steps. I move slowly, like the wise men of old. My care for your family, and my respect for you, blind me. And yet?
Please speak, doctor. I will be brave.
Sir, in your house or your family, there may be one rare and terrible person. Each age produces only one such person. In history, some women used poison and caused great ruin. They lived in dark times. They were often beautiful. They looked innocent. The same false innocence is seen on the face of the guilty person in your home.
Villefort cried out. He joined his hands. He looked at the doctor with a begging face. But the doctor showed no pity.
The law says, look for who gains from the crime.
Doctor, cried Villefort, many times justice has been wrong. I do not know why, but I feel this crime.
You accept that there is a crime?
Yes. I see it clearly. But I fear it is aimed at me. After all this pain, I fear for my own life.
Oh, man. You think only of yourself. You believe the world moves for you alone. And those who died, did they lose nothing? Monsieur de Saint Méran. Madame de Saint Méran. Monsieur Noirtier.
What? Monsieur Noirtier?
Yes. Do you think the servant was the true target? No. He died by mistake. The drink was meant for Noirtier. It is Noirtier who truly drank it. The servant drank it by chance. Though the servant is dead, it was Noirtier who was meant to die.
Then why did my father live?
I told you before. His body knows this poison. The dose was small for him, but deadly for others. For 1 year, I have given him a medicine for his illness. This medicine is dangerous in large amounts. The killer knows this poison well.
Please, have pity. Have pity.
Follow the path. First, Monsieur de Saint Méran was killed.
Oh, doctor.
I am sure. His signs match the others. Then Madame de Saint Méran died. 2 deaths brought a great gain. Listen closely.
I hear every word, he said softly.
Noirtier once made a will against you. It was for the poor. So he was left alive. Nothing was expected from him. But when he changed the will, he became a danger. So he was struck. The new will was made 2 days ago. You see, there was no delay.
Mercy, Monsieur d'Avrigny.
No mercy. The doctor has a sacred duty. He follows life to death. When crime is hidden, the doctor must reveal it. He must bring the guilty to justice.
Please have mercy on my child, Villefort whispered.
You see, it was you who first spoke her name. You, her father. Have mercy on Valentine. Please listen. This is not possible. I would rather blame myself. Valentine has a pure heart, like a white flower.
No mercy, procureur. The crime is clear. Mademoiselle packed all the medicine sent to Monsieur de Saint-Méran, and he is dead. She made all the drinks Madame de Saint-Méran took, and she is dead. She took the morning drink meant for Monsieur Noirtier, and he lived only by chance. Mademoiselle de Villefort is guilty. She is the poisoner. As the king's attorney, you must act.
Doctor, I cannot resist any more. I cannot defend myself. I believe you. But please, spare my life and my honor.
Monsieur de Villefort, there are times when I forget human caution. If your daughter had done one crime, I would say, warn her and send her away to live quietly. If she had done 2 crimes, I would say, give her a quick poison and save yourself. I would warn you that she may come to your bed with false kindness. But she has seen 3 deaths. She has knelt by 3 dead bodies. She must face justice. You speak of honor. Do as I say.
Villefort fell to his knees. Please listen. You are strong. You would not feel this way if it were your own child.
Every person is born to suffer and to die. I accept my suffering and my death. Be careful. Death may come slowly. You may see it after it harms your father, your wife, or your son.
Villefort gasped and held the doctor's arm. Please listen. Have pity on me. Help me. No, my daughter is not guilty. I will never say there is crime in my house. If she is taken to court, I will still say she is innocent. The thought of her death would destroy me. If you are wrong, and she is innocent, I could not live with that.
Very well. I will wait. But if anyone falls ill in your house, do not call me. I will not come again. I will share this secret with you, but no more.
So you leave me, doctor?
Yes. I cannot go further. Another truth will appear and end this tragedy. Goodbye.
Please, doctor. One last word. What will people say about the sudden death of the old servant?
You are right. We will go back.
The doctor went out first. Monsieur de Villefort followed him. The frightened servant stood on the stairs and in the hall. Sir d'Avrigny spoke to Villefort in a loud voice, so everyone could hear.
Poor Barrois lived a very still life in recent times. Before, he rode horses and travelled across Europe. Now he only walked around his chair. This slow life harmed him, and his blood became thick. He was strong and heavy, with a short thick neck. He suffered a sudden illness, and I arrived too late. By the way, throw the cup of violet syrup into the ashes.
The doctor did not shake Villefort's hand. He said nothing more and left the house. The whole family cried and mourned. That same evening, all the servants met in the kitchen. They talked for a long time. Then they went to Madame de Villefort. They said they wished to leave the house. No pleading and no offer of more pay could stop them. They all said the same words.
We must go, because death is in this house.
They all left, even though they felt sad. They said they were sorry to leave such a good master and mistress. They spoke with special kindness about Mademoiselle Valentine. They said she was gentle, kind, and good. Villefort looked at Valentine as they spoke. She was crying. He felt pain when he saw her tears. Yet he also looked at Madame de Villefort. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a dark smile on her thin lips. It passed quickly, like a dark light between storm clouds. Chapter 81. The Room of the Retired Baker. That evening, the Count of Morcerf left Danglars' house. He felt shame and anger after his plan for marriage failed. Later that same evening, Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti arrived. His hair was curled, his moustache neat, and his white gloves fit well. He entered the banker's house on the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. After 10 minutes in the drawing-room, he took Danglars aside. They stood near a window. Andrea spoke with care and told him his worries. He spoke of his noble father and his recent departure. He thanked the banker's family for their great kindness. He said they had treated him like a son. He also spoke of his strong feelings for Mademoiselle Danglars. Danglars listened with deep attention. He had expected this talk for several days. When Andrea spoke, his eyes shone. They had looked down when he spoke with Morcerf. Still, Danglars did not agree at once. He raised a careful question.
Are you not very young to think of marriage, Monsieur Andrea?
I do not think so, sir. In Italy, noble families marry young. Life is uncertain. We should take happiness when we can.
Very well, sir. If my wife and daughter accept your offer, who will settle the plans? This matter is important. I believe the fathers should manage it.
My father is wise and careful. He thought I might live in France. Before he left, he gave me papers to prove who I am. He also promised me an income if he agrees to my choice. I would receive 150,000 livres each year. This would begin after my marriage. I believe this is a quarter of his wealth.
I have always planned to give my daughter 500,000 francs. She is my only heir.
If the Baroness and her daughter agree, all will be easy. We would have a yearly income of 175,000 livres. If I could also ask my father for my capital, which is unlikely but possible, we would place the money in your hands. Your skill could make it grow well.
I never promise more than 4%. Often I give only 3.5%. But for my son-in-law, I would give 5%. We would share the profit.
Very good, father-in-law. Please forgive me, sir. Hope makes me speak too freely. I cannot imagine what joy will do.
But there must be a part of your fortune your father would never refuse you. What would that be?
That you inherit from your mother.
Yes, from my mother, Leonora Corsinari.
How much is it?
Indeed, sir, said Andrea, I have never thought much about it. But I think it must be at least 2 million francs.
Danglars felt great joy. He felt like a man who finds lost gold, or like a sailor who finds land after danger.
Well, sir, said Andrea, with a respectful bow. May I hope?
You may not only hope, said Danglars, but think of it as settled. If there is no problem on your side.
I am very happy, said Andrea.
But, said Danglars, thinking, why did your patron, Monsieur de Monte Cristo, not speak for you?
Andrea blushed a little. I have just left the Count, sir, he said. He is a kind man, but very strange in his ideas. He thinks well of me. He even said he believes my father will give me the full money. Not just the interest. He promised to help me. But he also said he never makes offers for others. And never will. Still, he said this match would be good and happy. And if you ask him anything, he will answer. Now, he added with a pleasant smile. After speaking to the future father-in-law, I must speak to the banker.
And what do you wish to say to him? Said Danglars, laughing.
That the day after tomorrow, I will need about 4,000 francs. The Count thought my income was not enough for this month, so he gave me a draft for 20,000 francs. It has his name on it, which is enough.
Bring me 1,000,000 such drafts, said Danglars, as he put it in his pocket. Choose your time tomorrow. My cashier will bring you a check for 80,000 francs.
At 10 o'clock, please. I want it early, as I am going to the country tomorrow.
Very well, at 10. You are still at the Hotel des Princes?
Yes.
The next morning, the banker was on time. The 80,000 francs were given to Andrea, just as he was ready to leave. He left 200 francs for Caderousse. He went out to avoid this man, and came back very late. When he stepped from his carriage, the porter met him with a parcel.
Sir, he said, that man has been here.
What man? Said Andrea, as if he did not remember.
The man you give a small payment to.
Oh, said Andrea, my father's old servant. You gave him the 200 francs.
Yes, sir. But he did not take them. He wanted to speak to you. I said you were out. After some words, he believed me. He gave me this letter. It was already sealed.
Give it to me, said Andrea.
He read it by the light of the carriage. It said, "You know where I live. I expect you tomorrow morning at 9. Andrea checked the letter. It was not opened. The seal was safe. Very well, he said. The poor man is honest. The porter was left thinking. He did not know which was more strange, the master or the servant.
Take out the horses quickly, and come to my room, said Andrea to his groom.
In 2 seconds, Andrea was in his room. He burned the letter. The servant came in just after.
You are about my height, Pierre, he said.
Yes, sir.
You had a new uniform yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I have a meeting tonight. I do not wish to be known. Lend me your uniform until tomorrow. I may sleep at an inn.
Pierre obeyed. 5 minutes later, Andrea left the hotel. He was fully disguised. He took a cab and told the driver to go to the Cheval Rouge at Picpus. The next morning, he left the inn quietly. No one saw him go. He walked past the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Then he went along the boulevard to Rue Ménilmontant. He stopped at the third house on the left. The porter was not there. He looked around, searching for someone to ask.
Who are you looking for, young man?
Monsieur Pailletin, please. The baker.
The retired baker.
Yes.
He lives at the end of the yard. On the left. 3rd floor.
Andrea followed her directions. On the 3rd floor, he saw a hare's paw on a bell. He pulled it hard and with anger. A moment later, a face appeared behind the door grate.
Ah, you are on time.
Damn your timing.
Andrea threw himself into a chair. He looked as if he wanted to throw it instead.
Come, come. Do not be angry. I thought about you. Look at this good breakfast. It is all food you like.
Andrea smelled food cooking. He was hungry, and the smell pleased him. There was oil and garlic. There was dried fish. There were strong spices. 2 deep dishes stood on the stove. A copper pan rested in an old pot. In the next room, a clean table was ready. There were 2 places. 2 bottles of wine stood there. There was brandy. There was fruit on a simple plate.
What do you think, my boy? It smells good. I was once a good cook. Do you remember how you enjoyed my food? You were one of the first to taste it.
As he spoke, Caderousse peeled more onions.
If you woke me only for breakfast. I wish you had left me alone.
My boy, we can talk while we eat. And you are not happy to see an old friend? I cry with joy.
He was truly crying. But it was hard to know why. The onions may have helped.
Be quiet. You like me too much.
Yes, I do. It is my weakness. I cannot help it.
But you still called me here for some reason.
If I did not care, would I live like this for you? You have fine clothes. You have a servant. I have none. I cook alone. I could live better. But I choose not to. It is for you.
His look made his meaning clear.
All right. Why did you want me to come?
To see you.
We already made our plans. Why meet again?
Plans often change. But first, eat. Sit down.
He spoke of the simple room. Of the chairs. Of his small life.
You are not happy. You wanted a quiet life.
You see my dream now.
A retired baker should be rich. He should have an income.
You have one.
I do.
Yes. I bring you 200 francs.
Caderousse shrugged his shoulders.
It is shameful, he said, to receive money that is given with dislike. It is unsure help, and it may stop very soon. You see, I must save money, in case your good luck ends. Well, my friend, luck often changes, as the army priest once said. I know you are doing very well, you rascal. You are going to marry the daughter of Danglars.
What? Danglars' daughter?
Yes, of course. Must I say Baron Danglars? I could also say Count Benedetto. He was an old friend of mine. If his memory were better, he would invite me to your wedding. He came to mine, after all. Yes, to mine. At that time, he was not so proud. He was only a clerk for the good Monsieur Morel. I ate with him many times, and with the Count of Morcerf too. You see, I have important connections. If I cared more for them, we might meet in fine rooms one day.
Come now, your jealousy makes you see everything in a bad way.
That sounds nice, my dear Benedetto. But I know very well what I am saying. Maybe one day I will put on my best coat. I will go to the big gate and introduce myself. For now, let us sit down and eat.
Caderousse began at once and ate breakfast with great pleasure. He praised each dish that he offered to his guest. The other man seemed to give in. He opened the bottles and ate a lot of the fish with garlic and fat.
Ah, my friend, you are getting friendly again with your old landlord.
Yes, truly. I am very hungry. So you like it, you rogue?
I like it so much that I wonder why a man who cooks like this complains of poor living. You see, all my happiness is spoiled by one thought.
What thought?
That I depend on someone else. I have always earned my living honestly.
Do not worry about that. I have enough money for both of us.
No, truly. Believe me if you wish. At the end of every month, I feel deep shame.
Dear Caderousse.
So much so that yesterday I refused the 200 francs.
Yes, you wanted to speak to me. But was it really shame?
Yes, true shame. And also, I had an idea.
Andrea felt a chill. Caderousse's ideas always frightened him.
It is a hard life, you see. Always waiting until the end of the month.
Well, does not life always mean waiting? Do I live better than you? I wait too, and I do it calmly.
Yes, because you do not wait for 200 francs. You wait for 5 or 6,000. Maybe 10. Maybe even 12. You are careful not to tell anyone the true amount. Even before, you had small gifts that you tried to hide from me. But I am clever.
There you go again. You talk of the past again and again. Why bring it back?
You are only 21. You can forget the past. I am 50. I must remember it. But let us speak of business.
Yes.
I was about to say that if I were in your place.
Well?
I would take the money.
How?
I would ask for 6 months in advance. I would say I want to buy a small farm. Then I would leave with the money.
Well, that is not a bad idea.
My dear friend, eat my bread. Take my advice. It will not harm your body or your mind.
But why do you not do this yourself? Why not take 6 months, or even a year? You could go to Brussels. You would live better there.
How do you expect me to live on 1,200 francs?
Ah, Caderousse. You want too much. 2 months ago, you were starving.
Desire grows when it is fed. I have made a plan.
Caderousse's plans frightened Andrea even more than his ideas. An idea was only a start. A plan meant action. "Let me see your plan, I think it is a good one," said Caderousse.
Why not? He went on. Who made the plan that helped us leave that place? Was it not me? And it worked well, because here we are now.
I do not say you never have good plans, replied Andrea. But let me see this one.
Well, said Caderousse. Can you help me get 15,000 francs without spending 1 coin? No, that is not enough, he added. I need 30,000 francs to live honestly again.
No, said Andrea, in a cold voice. I cannot do that.
I think you do not understand me, said Caderousse calmly. I said without you paying anything.
Do you want me to steal? Do you want to destroy my good luck, and yours too? And send us both back there again?
That would not matter much to me, said Caderousse. I am weak when I live alone. Sometimes I miss my old friends. You are not like that, he added. You would be happy never to see them again.
Andrea did more than shake this time. His face turned pale.
Come, Caderousse, stop this, he said.
Do not worry, my little Benedetto, said Caderousse. Just show me a way to get 30,000 francs without your help. I will manage it myself.
I will think, said Andrea. I will try to find a way. But for now, you will raise my monthly money to 500 francs. I want a housekeeper.
You will have the 500 francs, said Andrea. But it is hard for me, he added. You ask for much. Bah, said Caderousse. You have access to great riches.
Andrea's eyes flashed for a moment. Then he grew calm again.
That is true, he said. My protector is very kind.
That good protector, said Caderousse. How much money does he give you each month?
5,000 francs.
So many thousands for you, he cried. And only hundreds for me. 5,000 francs each month. What can you do with all that money?
It is easy to spend, said Andrea. And like you, I want a large sum of money.
Yes, said Caderousse. Everyone wants that.
And I will get it.
Who will give it to you? Your prince.
Yes, my prince. But I must wait.
Wait for what? Asked Caderousse.
For his death.
The death of your prince.
Yes. He has written his will for me.
For how much?
500,000.
Only that? That is little.
But it is true.
Caderousse fell silent. He thought deeply. It was clear he was forming a dark idea in his mind. Then, all at once, the talk changed.
How I would love to see all that. It must be very beautiful. It is truly grand. Does he not live in the Champs-Élysées? Yes, it is a fine house. It stands alone, between a yard and a garden. You must know it. Have you ever seen the Tuileries? Well, this house is even better. It is not worth waiting for that. There is money in that house like fruit on trees. How could I? What reason would I give? Do not talk nonsense, Caderousse. The rooms all have carpets. That is the best idea. Trust me. How can I do that? It is medium size. I would need paper and a pen to draw it. Only 8 or 10 feet. There are orange trees in pots. There is grass and groups of flowers. No. On both sides of the gate. There is a dining room. There are 2 sitting rooms. There is a billiard room. The stairs are in the hall. There is also a small back stair. The windows are very large. A man your size could pass through them. Luxury likes everything. Yes, but they are never closed. The Count likes to see the sky, even at night. They have their own building. It is above the coach house. They have bells for each room. What is wrong? There used to be a dog in the yard at night. Now it is at the house in Auteuil. I told the Count he was not careful. I warned him he could be robbed. He said he did not care. How do you know that? He has a simple wooden desk. The key is always there. No. His servants are loyal. Maybe. No one knows. On the first floor. That is easy. There is a small hall and a sitting room. On the right, a library and a study. On the left, a bedroom and a dressing room. The desk is in the dressing room. There are 2 windows.
Yes, number 30. Ah, number 30. Maybe. But I care about the inside. The furniture must be wonderful. No? It must be worth bending down when Monsieur Monte Cristo drops his purse. You should take me there one day. You are right. I must see it. I will find a way. I will offer to clean the floors. Then I must be happy with my dreams. At least try to give me a picture of it. That is easy. Is it big? They are all here. Draw it for me. Are the walls high? That is not very safe. What is in the yard? And no traps. Where are the stables? Show me the ground floor. And the windows? Then why have stairs at all? Are there shutters? Where do the servants sleep? Bells? Nothing. They must cost a lot. Yes, I know that house. What did he say? Andrea, does he have a secret desk? I heard of desks with traps and music. And he is never robbed. There must be money in that desk. Where is it? Draw that floor for me. Is there a window in that room? Does he often go to Auteuil?
Andrea smiled softly and began to draw. He showed the garden, the yard, and the house between them. Andrea drew the 2 windows. The room formed a corner. Caderousse became quiet and thoughtful. 2 or 3 times a week. Tomorrow, for example, he will spend the day and the night there.
Are you sure?
Yes. He has asked me to eat dinner there.
That is a fine life. A house in town and a house in the country.
That is what it means to be rich.
And will you eat there? And when you eat there, do you sleep there?
Maybe. If I want. I am at home there.
Caderousse looked at the young man. He tried to see the truth in his eyes. But Andrea took a cigar case from his pocket. He chose a cigar, lit it, and smoked in silence.
When do you want your 1,200 francs? Now, if you have them.
Andrea took 25 gold coins from his pocket.
Gold? No, thank you. No. I respect it, but I do not want it. Yes. And the man who changes it will find me. He will ask where my gold comes from. No foolish talk. I want silver coins. Round coins with a king's head. Anyone can have those.
So you do not like gold? You can change it. Gold is easy to sell. Do you think I carry 500 francs in silver? I would need help to carry them.
Then leave them with your servant. I trust him. I will come for them. No? Tomorrow. I have no time today. Can I trust you?
Today. Tomorrow, then. I will leave them when I go to Auteuil. Of course.
Good. I will hire my housekeeper because of this. Yes. Never again.
Caderousse looked dark and unhappy. Andrea feared he would notice. So Andrea became cheerful and careless.
You look very happy. It seems you already own your fortune.
No, sadly not. But when I do get it,
well?
I will remember old friends.
Yes. You have a good memory. Me? No. I want to give you advice. Leave the diamond ring behind. It will bring trouble. You will hurt yourself and me. You dress like a servant. You hide yourself. Yet you wear a diamond worth thousands. I know diamonds. I once owned some.
Andrea did not get angry. He calmly gave the ring to Caderousse. Caderousse examined it very closely. He went to the window. He cut the glass with the stone.
I was wrong. It is real. Jewelers make very good copies now. It is hard to know the truth.
Are you finished? Do you want anything else? My coat? My hat? Be careful when you sell the diamond. Do not make the same mistake as with the gold.
No. You are a good friend. I will not keep you. I will try to control my wishes. I will not sell it. Do not worry.
Andrea thought he would sell it later.
Lucky man. You will find your servants, your horses, your carriage, and your future wife. I hope you give a fine wedding gift. When you marry Mademoiselle Danglars. How much money does she have? 1 million? Then I wish you great happiness. More than I can say. I wish it with all my heart. Wait. Let me show you the way. Yes, it is. I have a small secret. A safe lock I improved myself. One day, when you are rich, I will make you one.
Yes. I told you. That is only your idea. Enough. Thank you. That is not needed. Why? Thank you. I will tell you a week before.
They said goodbye. Caderousse stayed on the landing. He watched Andrea go down the stairs. He watched until he crossed the yard. Then he came back quickly. He closed his door with care. He studied the plan that Andrea had left. He studied it like a skilled builder. He spoke to himself. He said that Benedetto would not be sad to receive his money. He thought that a man who helps him get 500,000 sooner is not his worst friend. The next day, after this talk, the Count of Monte Cristo went to Auteuil. Ali went with him, and some servants. He also took some horses. He wanted to test how good they were. He had not planned this trip before. Andrea had not planned it either. But Bertuccio arrived from Normandy. He brought news about the house and the boat. The house was ready. The small boat had arrived 1 week earlier. It waited in a quiet creek. There were 6 men on board. They had followed all rules. They were ready to sail again. The Count praised Bertuccio for his hard work. He told him to prepare for a quick departure. He said he would not stay in France for more than 1 month.
Now I may need to travel in 1 night from Paris to Treport. Let 8 fresh horses wait on the road. This will let me travel 50 leagues in 10 hours. You already asked for this. The horses are ready. I bought them myself. I placed them in small villages. People do not stop there often. That is good. I will stay here 1 or 2 days. Make the plans that fit this.
Bertuccio was leaving to give orders. At that moment, Baptistin opened the door. He carried a letter on a silver tray. He was covered with dust.
Why are you here? I did not call you.
Baptistin did not answer. He came closer. He gave the letter to the Count. He said it was important and urgent. The Count opened the letter and read it. The letter warned him. It said that a man would enter his house that night. The man wanted to take papers from a desk. The desk was in the dressing room. The letter said the Count was brave. It said he did not need the police. The writer feared danger if the police came. The letter advised the Count to defend his home alone. It warned him not to show extra guards. It said this was a chance to learn the name of an enemy. At first, the Count thought it was a trick. He feared a lie to hide a greater danger. He almost sent the letter to the police. Then he stopped. He thought the enemy might be someone he knew. He thought he should face this person alone. The Count had a strong and brave mind. He believed little was impossible. His past life had taught him not to fear struggle. He had fought fate and men before.
They do not want my papers. They want to kill me. They are not thieves. They are killers. I will not call the police. This is my private matter.
The Count called Baptistin back.
Go back to Paris. Call all the servants there. I want everyone at Auteuil. Will no one stay in the house, my lord? Yes. The porter. The lodge is far from the house. And? Thieves could empty the house. He would hear nothing. By whom? You are foolish. If thieves take things, I do not care. But I will not be disobeyed.
Baptistin bowed.
Do you understand? Bring everyone here. Leave things as usual. Close the shutters on the ground floor. And the first floor? They are never closed. Go.
The Count said he would dine alone. Only Ali would serve him. After a calm and simple dinner, the Count made a sign to Ali to follow him. They left by a small side gate and walked toward the Bois de Boulogne. Without seeming to plan it, they arrived at twilight near his house in the Champs-Élysées. Everything was dark. Only 1 weak light burned in the porter's room, far from the house, just as Baptistin had said. The Count leaned against a tree and looked up and down the avenue. He watched the people passing by and checked the nearby streets. He wanted to be sure no one was hiding. 10 minutes passed. At last, he felt sure that no one was watching him. He moved quickly to the side door with Ali. They entered in silence. Using the servants' stairs, for which he had a key, he reached his bedroom. No curtain moved. The porter did not suspect that the master of the house was inside. In the bedroom, the Count told Ali to stop. He went into the dressing room and looked around with care. Everything was in its place. The valuable desk stood where it should, and the key was inside. He locked it twice, took the key, and returned to the bedroom door. He removed the bolt and went in. Ali brought the weapons the Count wanted. They were a short gun and 2 double pistols. With these, a man could aim with great care. The Count now held great power over life and death. It was about 9:30. The Count and Ali ate a small piece of bread and drank some Spanish wine. Then the Count moved a hidden panel. Through it, he could see into the next room. His pistols and gun were close to his hand. Ali stood near him and held a small Arabian axe. Its shape had not changed for many centuries. Through a window, the Count could also see the street outside. 2 hours passed. The night was very dark. Still, Ali and the Count could see even small movements in the trees. The light in the porter's room had long gone out. If an attack came, it would not be from the front. The Count believed his enemies wanted his life, not his money. They would try to reach his bedroom. They could come by the back stairs or by the dressing room window. The clock of the invalid struck 11:45. The west wind carried the sad sound of the 3 slow strokes. As the last sound faded, the Count heard a soft noise in the dressing room. There was a light grinding sound. It came again, and again. At the 4th sound, he knew the truth. A skilled hand was cutting the glass with a sharp stone. The Count felt his heart beat faster. Even brave men feel fear when danger becomes real. The body knows the difference between a thought and an act. The Count made a small sign to Ali. Ali understood that danger was close. He moved nearer to his master. The Count wanted to know how many enemies there were. The noisy window was across from the opening where the Count watched. He stared into the dark. He saw a shadow. Then one piece of glass turned dull, as if paper covered it. The square cracked but did not fall. An arm reached inside to find the lock. Then another arm followed. The window opened. A man climbed in. He was alone.
That man is very bold.
At that moment, Ali touched the Count's shoulder. The Count turned. Ali pointed to the window facing the street.
I see. There are 2 men. One works, and the other keeps watch.
He told Ali to watch the man in the street. Then he turned back to the man in the dressing room. The man who cut the glass moved inside. He stretched his arms to feel his way. After a moment, he seemed to know the room. There were 2 doors. He locked them both. When he came near the bedroom door, the Count raised a pistol. But the man did not enter. The Count only heard the bolt slide into place. It was only a careful move. The night visitor did not know that the Count had removed the staples. He now felt safe, as if he were at home, and he acted with no fear. He was alone and free to do what he wished. He took something from his pocket that the Count could not see. He placed it on a stand and went straight to the desk. He felt the lock and found, to his surprise, that the key was gone. But the man was careful and ready for problems. The Count then heard the sound of many skeleton keys. These were the tools of a locksmith, and thieves used them at night.
Ah. He is only a thief.
The man in the dark could not find the right key. He reached for the tool on the stand and touched a spring. A pale light appeared. It was just strong enough to see his hands and face.
By heaven! It is.
Ali raised his hatchet.
Do not move. Put down your hatchet. We will not need weapons.
The Count then spoke more softly. His first cry had surprised the man. The thief stood still, like an old man with a grinding wheel. Ali obeyed at once. He left quietly and came back with black clothes and a 3-cornered hat. The Count quickly took off his coat, vest, and shirt. In the faint light, one could see a thin shirt of steel under them. He covered it with a long black robe. He hid his hair under a priest's wig. The hat completed the change. The Count now looked like an abbé. The thief heard nothing. He stood straight and went back to the desk. The lock began to break under his tools.
Try again. You have a few more minutes of work there.
The Count walked to the window. The man outside had climbed down from the fence. He walked up and down the street. He did not care about people passing by. He watched only the Count's room. He tried to see every movement inside. Suddenly the Count touched his forehead and smiled. He turned to Ali and whispered,
Stay here. Hide in the dark. No matter what you hear, do not move. Come only if I call you.
Ali bowed to show he understood. The Count took a lighted candle from a closet. The thief was busy with the lock. The Count opened the door without a sound. The light shone full on his face. The room suddenly filled with light. The thief turned in shock.
Good evening, my dear Monsieur Caderousse. What are you doing here at this late hour?
The Abbé Busoni.
Caderousse dropped his keys. He could not understand how the abbé was there. He stood still, frozen with fear. The Count stepped between him and the window. The thief now had no way to escape.
The Abbé Busoni.
Yes. The Abbé Busoni himself. I am glad you know me. It shows you have a good memory. It has been about 10 years since we last met.
The abbé's calm voice and quiet strength confused Caderousse. He shook with fear.
The Abbé. The Abbé.
So you came to steal from the Count of Monte Cristo?
Reverend Sir. I do not know. Please believe me. I swear.
A broken window. A dark lantern. False keys. A desk almost forced open. It is very clear.
Caderousse could hardly breathe. He looked around the room. He searched for a corner to hide. He searched for a way to escape. Come, come, the Count said. I see you are still the same man. You are a killer.
Reverend Sir, you know everything. You know it was not me. It was La Carconte. The court proved this. That is why I was sent only to the galleys. No, Reverend Sir. Someone set me free. Yes, said Caderousse. I am afraid. I have done wrong again. Reverend Sir, I was pushed into it. It was poverty. Forgive me, Reverend Sir. You saved my life once. Please save me again. Are you alone? Or are there soldiers ready to take me? Oh, Reverend Sir, cried Caderousse. You are my saviour. Yes. That is true. An Englishman. Lord Wilmore. I am telling the truth. No. He helped a young man with me. A Corsican. Benedetto. Yes. He had no parents. Yes. We worked near Toulon. At rest time, we cut our chains. The Englishman gave us a file. We swam away. I do not know. We parted later. Oh, Reverend Sir. On what I could get. Yes. That is true. Benedetto is now the son of a rich lord. He is his secret son. The Count of Monte Cristo. Yes. He now uses the name Andrea Cavalcanti. He will marry Mademoiselle Danglars. Why should I stop him? He is my friend. Do not do that. Please. It will destroy us both. Reverend Sir, said Caderousse, moving closer.
Then is your time finished? Are you free now, since I find you close to going back there? That person has done society no good. And you are breaking that promise, Monte Cristo said. This bad step will lead you to a public death. It is a sad end. Very sad. Every criminal says that. Nonsense. Poverty may make a man beg. It may make him steal bread. But it does not make him break into a house. You had money. You sold my diamond for a large sum. You then killed the jeweler to take more. Was that also poverty? That gives me little hope. I am alone. I will show you mercy once more. You may escape. But you must tell me the truth. You mean you were freed from prison? Who freed you? What was his name? I know him. I will know if you lie. Was he helping you? What was his name? Is that his only name? Did he escape with you? How? Where is Benedetto now? You are lying. He is still with you. He helps you. How have you lived since then? Answer me. You lie. He gives you money. How can that be? Benedetto? The Count's son. And you allow this? You know his past. You know his crimes. You are right. It is for me to speak. I will warn Danglars. Why not? You think I will help criminals? You think I will share your crimes?
He saw a man step out of the dark when he was halfway down. He saw an arm rise as his feet touched the ground. He had no time to defend himself. The arm struck his back with great force, and he let go of the ladder. He cried out for help. A second blow hit his side at once. He fell to the ground and cried again. He shouted that he was being killed. As he rolled on the ground, the attacker seized his hair. He struck him a third time in the chest. This time, Caderousse tried to cry again. Only a low sound came from his mouth. He shook as blood flowed from his wounds. The attacker lifted his head by the hair. Caderousse's eyes were closed, and his mouth was twisted. Thinking him dead, the murderer dropped his head and ran away. Caderousse felt the man leave. With great pain, he raised himself on one arm. With a dying voice, he cried out again.
Murder! I am dying. Help, reverend sir, help.
This sad cry cut through the night. The back door opened. Then the garden gate opened. Ali and his master arrived with lights. Caderousse kept crying for help.
Help, reverend sir, help.
What is the matter?
Help. I have been murdered.
We are here. Take courage.
Ah, it is finished. You have come too late. You have come to see me die. So many blows. So much blood.
He fainted. Ali and his master carried the wounded man into a room. Monte Cristo asked Ali to remove his clothes. He then looked at the terrible wounds. My God! Your justice is sometimes slow, but it is strong. Bring the king's attorney, Monsieur de Villefort. He lives in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Wake the porter. Send him for a surgeon. Ali obeyed and left. The abbé stayed alone with Caderousse. After some time, the wounded man opened his eyes. The count looked at him with deep pity. His lips moved as if he was praying.
A surgeon, reverend sir. A surgeon.
I have sent for one.
He cannot save my life. But he may give me strength to speak.
Against whom?
Against the man who killed me.
Did you know him?
Yes. It was Benedetto.
The young Corsican?
Yes. My old companion. He gave me the plan of this house. He hoped I would kill the count. Or that the count would kill me. Then he waited for me and attacked me.
I have also sent for the lawyer.
He will not come in time. My life is leaving me.
Monte Cristo left the room. He came back after 5 minutes with a small bottle. Caderousse watched the door with wide eyes.
Please hurry. I am going to faint again.
The abbé placed a few drops on his lips. Caderousse breathed deeply.
Oh? That gives me life. More?
2 more drops would kill you.
Send for someone. I must speak against him.
I will write your words. You can sign them.
Yes. Yes.
Monte Cristo wrote that he died by the hand of Benedetto. He wrote that they had been prisoners together.
Quick. I am losing strength.
He gave him the pen. Caderousse signed with effort. He fell back on the bed.
You will tell the rest. He uses the name Andrea Cavalcanti. He lives at the Hotel des Princes. I am dying.
He fainted again. The abbé helped him breathe once more.
You will tell everything, will you not?
Yes. And more.
What more?
I will say he planned all this. I will say he watched you. I will say he hid and waited.
Will he be punished? Promise me.
Remember my words. If you return safely, you were forgiven.
And you did not warn me.
You knew I would be killed when I left this house, and you did not warn me.
No. I saw God's justice in the hands of Benedetto, and I thought it was wrong to stop the plans of heaven.
God's justice. Do not speak of it, sir. If God were just, many people would be punished, but now they are free.
Patience, said the abbé, in a voice that made the dying man shake. Have patience.
Caderousse looked at him with surprise.
God is kind to everyone, said the abbé. He has been kind to you. He is first a father, and then a judge.
Do you really believe in God? Said Caderousse.
If I had not believed before, said Monte Cristo, I must believe now, when I see you.
Caderousse raised his tight hands to the sky.
Listen, said the abbé, holding his hand over the wounded man. This is what God has done for you. He gave you health, strength, steady work, and even friends. He gave you a life that you could live with a calm heart. But you did not use these gifts. You chose laziness and drink. One day, when you were drunk, you destroyed your best friend.
Help, cried Caderousse. I need a doctor, not a priest. Maybe my wounds are not deadly. Maybe I will not die. They can still save me.
Your wounds are deadly, he said. Without the 3 drops I gave you, you would already be dead. So listen.
What a strange priest you are, murmured Caderousse. You make the dying lose hope, instead of giving comfort.
Listen, continued the abbé. After you betrayed your friend, God did not strike you at once. He warned you. You became poor. You had spent half your life wanting things you could have earned honestly. You began to think of crime. Then God helped you. Through me, He gave you a fortune. It was great for you, because you had never owned anything. But it was not enough. You wanted more. And how did you try to get it? Through murder. You succeeded. Then God took everything away, and brought you to justice.
I did not want to kill the Jew, said Caderousse. La Carconte did.
Yes, said Monte Cristo. God could have killed you in justice. But in mercy, He spared your life.
Mercy. To send me away for life. What mercy is that?
You thought it was mercy then, he said. You feared death. You were glad to live in shame. You said you could escape prison, but not the grave. And you were right. The way opened for you. An Englishman came to Toulon. He wanted to save 2 men. He chose you and your partner. You received money and peace again. You could live like other men. But you tested God a 3rd time. You said you did not have enough. And you committed another crime, without need, without excuse. God grew tired. He has punished you.
Caderousse was fading fast.
Give me something to drink, he said. I am thirsty. I burn.
Monte Cristo gave him a glass of water. And still that evil man, Benedetto, will escape.
No one will escape. Benedetto will be punished.
Then you will be punished too. You did not do your duty as a priest. You should have stopped Benedetto from killing me.
Me, said the Count, with a cold smile. You broke your knife on the armor that protected my chest. If I had found you humble and sorry, I might have saved you. But I found you proud and full of hate. So I left you in the hands of God.
I do not believe in God, cried Caderousse. You do not believe either. You lie. You lie.
Silence, said the abbé. You are losing your last strength. You say there is no God, even while he is killing you. He asks only for a prayer, a word, or a tear, and he will forgive. He gave you this short time to repent. Think, unhappy man, and repent.
No, said Caderousse. I will not repent. There is no God. Everything happens by chance.
There is a God, said Monte Cristo. You are proof of this. You lie here in despair and deny him. I stand before you rich, safe, and calm. You try not to believe, but in your heart you still do.
Who are you? Asked Caderousse. Look at me, said Monte Cristo. The Abbé Busoni. Oh, said Caderousse. With that black hair, you look like the English Lord Wilmore.
I am not the Abbé Busoni, and I am not Lord Wilmore. Think again. Do you remember me?
The words gave new strength to the dying man.
Yes, he said. I think I knew you long ago.
Yes, Caderousse. You saw me. You knew me once.
Who are you? Why do you let me die?
Because nothing can save you. Your wounds will kill you. If I could save you, I would. I swear this by my father's grave.
By your father's grave. Who are you?
The Count saw that death was near. He bent down and whispered a name.
Caderousse tried to move back. He raised his hands and cried. Oh my God! Forgive me. You do exist. You are the judge of men. I denied you. Forgive me. Receive me.
Caderousse gave a deep sigh and fell back. The blood stopped. He was dead. "1," said the Count in a low voice. 10 minutes later, the surgeon and the officer arrived. The Abbé Busoni was praying beside the body. The attempt to rob the Count was spoken about all over Paris. The dying man had named Benedetto as the attacker. The police searched everywhere for him. The body was taken away. The Count said he was not at home that night. Only Bertuccio turned pale when Benedetto's name was said. No one noticed. Villefort prepared the case with great care. 3 weeks had already passed, but the careful search found nothing. The failed robbery and the death of the robber were almost forgotten. People now thought only about the coming marriage of Mademoiselle Danglars and Count Andrea Cavalcanti. Everyone expected the wedding to happen soon. The young man was welcomed in the banker's house as her future husband. Letters were sent to Monsieur Cavalcanti, the Count's father. He agreed with the marriage, but he could not leave Parma. He promised a wedding gift of 150,000 livres. It was also agreed that Danglars would manage the 3 million livres. Some people warned the young man about Danglars, who had lost money lately. But the young man refused to listen. He trusted the Baron and showed no doubt at all. The Baron admired Count Andrea Cavalcanti very much. Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars did not. She had a strong dislike for marriage. She accepted Andrea's attention only to escape Morcerf. But when Andrea became more serious, she clearly showed her dislike. The Baron may have noticed this. He thought it was only a passing mood and chose to ignore it. The delay asked for by Beauchamp was almost over. Morcerf understood Monte Cristo's advice. He decided to let the matter fade away by itself. No one spoke again about the general. No one recognized the officer who betrayed the castle of Yanina. No one linked him to the noble count in the House of Peers. Albert still felt deeply insulted. The short article was meant to hurt him. The way Beauchamp ended their meeting left pain in his heart. Albert kept thinking about a duel. He hoped to hide the real reason, even from his seconds. Beauchamp had not been seen since his visit. People said he was on a journey. No one knew where he was. One morning, Albert was woken by his servant. The servant announced that Beauchamp had arrived. Albert rubbed his eyes. He asked that Beauchamp be shown into the small smoking room. He dressed quickly and went downstairs. He found Beauchamp walking back and forth. When Beauchamp saw him, he stopped.
Your visit here, without waiting for mine, looks good, sir. Tell me, may I shake your hand and hear you admit you wronged me? Or must I ask you to choose weapons?
Albert, let us first sit down and talk.
No, sir. Before we sit, I must have your answer.
Albert, these are hard questions to answer.
I will ask again. Will you take back your words, or not?
Morcerf, this is not a simple yes or no. It touches honor, position, and even life. It concerns your father, the Count of Morcerf.
Then what must be done?
What I have already done, Albert. Money, time, and effort mean little. A family's name means much more. Guesswork is not enough. Only facts can justify a deadly fight with a friend. If I raise a sword or fire a pistol, I must know why. I must face him with a calm heart and a clear mind.
Well, what does that mean?
It means I have just returned from Yanina.
From Yanina?
Yes.
That is impossible.
Here is my passport. Look at the stamps. Geneva, Milan, Venice, Trieste, Delvino, Yanina. Do you trust the marks of many governments?
Albert looked at the passport. Then he raised his eyes in shock.
You have been to Yanina?
Albert, if you were a stranger, or a foreign man, or only a simple lord, like that Englishman who came to demand justice some months ago, and whom I killed to be free of him, I would not have taken this care. But I felt I owed you this respect. I took 1 week to go, 1 week to return, 4 days in quarantine, and 2 days to stay there. That makes 3 weeks. I came back last night, and here I am.
What a long way to speak. Why do you take so long to tell me what I want to know most?
Because, to tell the truth, Albert.
You stop.
Yes, I am afraid.
Are you afraid to say that your writer lied to you? No false pride, Beauchamp. Say it. Your courage is not in doubt.
No, said the journalist softly. It is the opposite.
Albert turned very pale. He tried to speak, but no words came. My friend, said Beauchamp in a kind voice, I would gladly say sorry, but...
But what?
The report was true, my friend.
What? That French officer?
Yes.
Fernand?
Yes.
The man who betrayed the castle of the one he served.
Please forgive me, my friend. That man was your father.
Albert rushed toward Beecham in anger. But Beecham stopped him with a gentle look. "My friend," he said, "here is the proof." Albert opened the paper. It was a statement signed by 4 important men from Yangina. It said that Colonel Fernand Mondego, in the service of Ali Pasha, had given up the castle for a large sum of money. The names and signs were legal. Albert shook and fell into a chair. There was no doubt. The full family name was written. After a short, painful silence, his heart broke, and he cried deeply. Beecham watched him with true pity and came close.
"Now, Albert, you understand me. I wanted to see everything myself. I hoped the truth would help your father. I wished to be fair to him. But the details prove that Fernand Mondego, raised by Ali Pasha, is the same man as Count Fernand of Morcerf. Then I remembered your friendship. So I came to you at once."
Albert stayed in the chair. He covered his face with his hands, as if light hurt him.
"I came to tell you this, Albert. In this changing time, a father's faults should not fall on his children. Few people pass through our time without some dark mark. Now I have these proofs. I trust you. No one can force me to fight you for this. I offer you what you cannot ask. Do you want these papers destroyed? Do you want this terrible secret to stay only with us? If you wish, it will never leave my mouth. Tell me, Albert."
Albert threw his arms around Beecham.
"Ah, noble friend.
Take these."
He gave the papers to Albert. Albert grabbed them with shaking hands. He tore them apart. Afraid that one piece might remain, he went to the candle used for cigars. He burned every piece.
Dear and kind friend.
Let all this be forgotten like a bad dream. Let it fade like the last spark and the smoke from the ashes.
Yes. Let only our friendship remain. I promised it to the one who saved me. It will pass to our children. I owe you my life and my name. If this had been known, I would have destroyed myself. Or I would have run far away.
Dear Albert.
The short feeling of joy left Albert. A deeper pain came in its place.
What still hurts you, my friend?
My heart is broken.
Albert spoke with deep pain, his voice shaking.
Listen, Beecham. I cannot lose, in one moment, the respect and pride I feel for my father's clean name. It has always given me strength. Oh, Beecham, how can I go to him now? Should I pull away from his arms, or refuse his hand? I feel like the most unhappy man alive. Ah, my mother, my poor mother. If you know this pain, how much you must suffer.
Albert looked through his tears at his mother's portrait.
Come, my friend. Take courage.
But how did that first note get into your journal? Some unknown enemy did this. An unseen foe is working against us.
Then you must be even stronger, Albert. Do not show any feeling on your face. Hold your sorrow inside, like a dark cloud that hides danger. It keeps its secret until the storm breaks. Go now. Save your strength for the moment when the shock comes.
You think, then, that this is not finished yet?
I do not know, my friend. But many things are possible. By the way.
What is it? Are you going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars?
Why do you ask me this now?
Because this engagement is linked to the person we spoke about.
I only ask about your engagement. Please do not read more into my words than I mean.
No. The engagement is broken.
Then let us go out. A ride or a walk will help you. After that, we will return to breakfast. You will care for your business, and I for mine.
I agree. But let us walk. A little effort will be good for me.
The two friends walked along the fortress. When they reached the Madeleine, Beecham spoke again.
Since we are out, let us visit the Count of Monte Cristo. He always lifts the spirit. He never asks questions. In my view, those who ask nothing give the best comfort.
Gladly. Let us go. I care for him deeply.
Chapter 85. The Journey.
Ah, ha. I am glad to see you together. I hope all is now clear and settled.
Yes. The foolish stories have ended. If they start again, I will be the first to stop them. So let us not speak of this any more.
I gave Albert the same advice. Look at this. I am finishing a very unpleasant morning task.
What is it? You seem to be sorting papers.
Not my papers. I have none. They are in perfect order because they do not exist. These belong to Monsieur Cavalcanti.
Monsieur Cavalcanti?
I am not introducing anyone. And I am certainly not introducing Monsieur Cavalcanti.
He is the man who will marry Mademoiselle Danglars instead of me. This hurts me deeply.
What? Cavalcanti will marry Mademoiselle Danglars?
Of course. Have you been away from the world? You are a journalist. It is spoken of all over Paris.
And you, Count? Did you arrange this marriage? I? Silence. You love gossip, but do not spread that story. I make a marriage? No? You do not know me. I did everything I could to stop it. Ah, I understand. It is for our friend Albert.
For me? Oh no, not at all. The Count will say I always asked him to end my engagement. Now it is over, and I am glad. The Count says I should not thank him. Very well. I will thank an unknown god instead.
Listen. I had little to do with it. I disagree with both the father and the young man. Only Mademoiselle Eugénie is different. She does not like the idea of marriage. She saw that I did not push her to give up her freedom. So she still likes me. And do you say this wedding is soon? Oh yes, even after all I said. I do not know the young man. They say he is from a good family and very rich. I never trust unclear stories. I warned Monsieur Danglars many times. But he is blinded by this man from Lucca. I even told him something very serious. The young man was lost as a child. Maybe a nurse fooled him. Maybe gypsies took him. Maybe his tutor lost him. I do not know. I do know his father did not see him for 10 years. No one knows what he did in that time. Still, it was useless. They asked me to write to the major for papers. Here they are. I send them, but I wash my hands of it. And what does Mademoiselle d'Armilly say? You take away her pupil. I am not sure. But I hear she is going to Italy. Madame Danglars asked me for letters. She needs them for theatre managers. I wrote a few lines. They are for the director of the Vale Theatre. He owes me a favor. But what is wrong, Albert? You look sad. Are you in love with Eugénie?
I do not think so.
Albert smiled, but his smile was sad. Beecham turned to look at the paintings.
But you are not as cheerful as usual.
I have a terrible headache.
My dear Viscount, I have a sure cure for you.
What is it?
A change.
Really?
Yes. I am very annoyed right now. I plan to leave home. Will you come with me? You annoyed? By what? You take it lightly. I wish you had a legal case prepared in your house. What case? The one Monsieur de Villefort prepares. It is against my so-called killer. A criminal escaped death. Yes. I read it in the paper. Who is this Caderousse? A man from Provence. Villefort heard of him in Marseilles. Danglars remembers seeing him. So the prosecutor works hard. The police chief is very interested. Because of this, they send me many criminals. They say these men killed Caderousse. If this goes on, every thief in France will know my house. So I will leave. I will go far away. I will be happy if you come with me.
Gladly.
So it is decided?
Yes, but where?
Where the air is clean. Where every sound is calm. Where even proud men feel small. I love that feeling.
But where are we really going?
To the sea. You know I am a sailor. The sea held me when I was a child. I played on her waves. I love the sea like a loved one. I suffer if I do not see her often.
Let us go.
To the sea?
Yes.
You accept?
I do.
Good. This evening, a fine carriage will wait in my yard. It has 4 strong horses. One can rest in it like in a bed. It fits 4 people. Beecham, will you join us? Thank you. I just came back from the sea. You have been to sea? Yes. I made a short trip. I went to the Borromean Islands. So what? Come with us. No, dear Morcerf. You know I refuse only when it is not possible. Also, it is important that I stay in Paris now to watch the newspaper.
You are a good and true friend. You are right. Watch closely, Beecham, and try to find the enemy who shared this news.
Albert and Beecham parted. The last press of their hand said more than words could say in front of a stranger.
Beecham is a good man. Is he not, Albert?
Yes, he is honest and true. I care for him very much. But now we are alone. Where are we going?
To Normandy, if you wish.
That sounds wonderful. Will we be quiet there, with no visitors and no neighbors?
Our company will be horses to ride, dogs to hunt, and a fishing boat.
That is exactly what I want. I will tell my mother, and then come back to you.
But will she let you go to Normandy? Yes, I know you may travel alone. But to travel with the strange Count of Monte Cristo?
You forget that I have often told you how much my mother cares about you. That may be true for women. But my mother is not like others.
Many great men have spoken about how changeable women are. I am only a foreigner, so forgive me if I do not understand all your fine meaning. Do you think she cares about me at all?
My mother is slow to trust. But when she trusts, she never changes. You must be a very rare man. My mother speaks of you all the time. When I am with her, she speaks of no one else.
Does she try to turn you against me?
No, it is the opposite. She often says you are a noble man. She tells me to earn your respect. She will help me instead.
Then she will not stop you. Goodbye until 5 o'clock. Be on time and we will arrive around midnight or 1. Yes, or close by. Very easily. Please do not keep me waiting.
At Treport. Can we travel so far in only 8 hours? You are amazing. Soon you will be faster than the railway. Do not worry. I have little to prepare.
Monte Cristo smiled and nodded. He stayed quiet for a moment, lost in deep thought. Then he passed his hand over his forehead and rang the bell.
Bertuccio entered the room.
I will leave for Normandy this evening. Send a message to the grooms. Monsieur de Morcerf will travel with me. With slow horses and strict rules, travel becomes painful. I avoid this by using my own horses and driver. Is that not so, Oli?
Bertuccio obeyed at once. Messengers rode ahead to prepare fresh horses. Within 6 hours, all was ready. Before leaving, the Count visited Haydée. He told her his plan and left everything in her care. Albert arrived exactly on time. The journey soon felt exciting because of the great speed. The Count leaned out of the window and whistled. The horses ran faster. The carriage thundered over the road. People turned to watch it rush past. Ali smiled and whistled back. He held the reins firmly and urged the horses on. Dust filled the air as they flew forward. Albert felt joy as the carriage flew along the road.
I never knew speed could feel so good. Where do you find such horses? Are they made just for you?
Yes. 6 years ago, I bought a horse in Hungary. It was very fast. The 32 horses we use tonight come from it. They are all black. Each one has a small white star on the head.
That is wonderful. But what do you do with so many horses?
I travel with them.
But you do not travel all the time.
When I no longer need them, Bertuccio will sell them. He hopes to earn 30 or 40,000 francs.
No king in Europe could pay that price.
Then he will sell them in the East. A rich ruler there will pay everything he has. He will take the money back from his people later.
May I share an idea?
Of course.
Next to you, Bertuccio must be the richest man in Europe.
You are wrong. I think he does not own even 1 franc.
Then he is amazing. If you tell me more strange things, I may not believe you.
I speak only of simple truths. Tell me. Why does a servant steal from his master?
Because he likes to steal.
No. It is because he has a family. He wants more for them and for himself. He fears losing his job. So he saves for the future. Bertuccio is alone. He uses my money freely. He knows he will never leave my service.
Why?
Because I will never find a better servant.
The future can fool us.
I trust what I know. He is the best servant a man can fully command.
Do you have that power over him?
Yes.
The word ended the talk like a locked door. The journey continued at the same great speed. 32 horses carried them across 7 stages. They arrived after 8 hours. It was midnight when they reached a fine park. The gatekeeper was ready. He knew the Count was coming. At 2:30, Albert went to his rooms. A bath and supper were waiting. The servant who rode behind helped him. Baptistin cared for the Count. Albert bathed, ate, and went to bed. All night, he heard the sad sound of the sea. In the morning, he opened his window. He saw the sea in front. Behind him was a quiet park and a small forest. In the bay lay a small ship. It flew the flag of Monte Cristo. Small fishing boats rested around it. They waited like calm servants. Wherever the Count stayed, life was easy and rich. Albert found guns ready for hunting. He saw many tools for fishing. The day passed with sport and pleasure. They hunted birds. They caught fish. They ate by the sea. They drank tea in the library. On the 3rd evening, Albert was very tired. He slept in a chair by the window. The Count spoke with his builder. Suddenly, a horse ran fast on the road. Albert looked up. He saw his own servant. This surprised him.
Florentine is here. Is my mother ill?
He ran to the door. The Count watched. Florentine took a small sealed packet from his pocket. Inside were a newspaper and a letter.
Who is it from?
From Monsieur Beauchamp.
Did he send you?
Yes, sir. He asked me to come to his house. He gave me money for the trip. He found a horse for me. He made me promise not to stop until I reached you. I arrived in 15 hours.
Albert opened the letter with fear. When he read the first line, he cried out. He held the paper tightly. His eyes grew dark. His legs became weak. He would have fallen, but Florentine held him.
Poor young man. It is true. The wrong of the father can fall on the children.
Albert soon came back to himself. He kept reading. He lifted his head and spoke.
Florentine, can your horse return at once?
It is a poor horse. It is lame.
How was the house when you left?
Everything was calm. But when I came back from Monsieur Beecham, I saw your mother crying. She asked when you would return. I told her your orders. At first she tried to stop me. Then she said I should go and asked you to return quickly.
Yes, my mother. I will return. Shame on the terrible man. But first I must reach home.
Albert went back to the room where he had left the Count. Only 5 minutes had passed. But Albert had changed. His voice was rough. His face looked older. His eyes burned. He walked like a sick man.
Count, thank you for your kindness. I would have liked to stay. But I must return to Paris.
What has happened?
A great misfortune. It is worse than death for me. Please do not ask me. Lend me a horse.
My stables are open to you. But riding will harm you. Take a carriage instead.
No. It will slow me. The hard ride will help me.
Albert fell into a chair. The Count did not see it. He stood at the window and called for a horse.
Ali, bring a horse for Monsieur de Morcerf. Quickly.
These words gave Albert strength. He ran outside. The Count followed him.
Thank you. Return quickly, Florentine. Do I need a special word to get another horse?
No. Just get off. Another horse will be ready at once.
You may think my leaving is strange. You do not know how words in a paper can make one angry. Read this when I am gone.
Albert pushed his horse forward. The horse jumped in surprise. Then it ran fast like an arrow. The Count watched him with pity. When Albert was gone, the Count read the paper. The paper spoke of a French officer. It said he had betrayed his protector. It said his name was Fernand. Now he called himself the Count of Morcerf. He was a peer of France. The terrible secret had returned. Another paper had printed it. This news broke Albert's mind. The editor was reading a main article in the same newspaper. He read it with clear pleasure. The article was about beet sugar, and it was likely his own work.
Ah, with the paper in your hand, my friend, I do not need to tell you why I am here.
Are you interested in the question of sugar?
No, I have not thought about that. A very different subject interests me.
What is it?
The article about Morcerf.
Indeed? Is it not a strange affair?
So strange that I think you risk a charge of harming his good name.
Not at all. We received strong proof with the information. We are sure that Monsieur de Morcerf will not speak against us. Also, it serves the country to point out these bad men, who do not deserve their honors. Beecham was deeply shocked.
Who gave you such exact information? My paper first shared this news, but we had to stop because we lacked proof. We are even more concerned than you, because Morcerf is a peer of France, and we oppose the government.
That is very simple. We did not search for scandal. The news came to us. A man arrived yesterday from Yanina. He brought many strong documents. When we hesitated to print the article, he said another paper would do it. Beecham saw that he could do nothing more. He left the office to send a fast message to Morcerf. But he could not tell Albert what happened next. These events took place after the messenger had already gone. That same day, great unrest appeared in the House of Peers. The members, usually calm, arrived much earlier than normal. They spoke together about the sad event. This event would draw public attention to one of their most famous members. Some read the article. Others spoke about it and remembered old facts. These facts made the charges seem even stronger. The Count of Morcerf was not liked by his colleagues. Like many who rise too fast, he acted with pride to keep his place. The old nobles laughed at him. Talented men pushed him away. Honest men felt dislike for him without effort. He stood in a sad position. It was as if he had been chosen for blame. Once trouble pointed at him, everyone was ready to shout against him. The Count of Morcerf alone knew nothing of the news. He did not read the paper that held the harsh article. He spent the morning writing letters and testing a horse. He arrived at his usual time. His face showed pride, and his manner was cold. He walked through the halls and entered the chamber. He did not notice the doubt of the guards or the cool looks of his peers. The meeting had already begun for half an hour when he entered. Everyone held the accusing paper. Yet no one wished to start the attack. At last, an honorable peer rose to speak. He was a known enemy of Morcerf. He walked to the platform with grave care. All felt that the expected moment had come. A deep silence filled the room. Morcerf alone did not know why all listened so closely. This speaker was not always heard with such respect. Morcerf did not notice the opening words. The speaker said the matter was very important. He asked for full attention from the House. But when he named Yanina and Colonel Fernand, Morcerf turned very pale. Every member shivered and looked at him. Wounds of the mind have a strange nature. They can be hidden, but they never truly heal. They are always ready to hurt again when touched. The article was read aloud. A painful silence followed. A shared shiver passed through the room. Then all listened closely as the speaker continued. He spoke of his doubts and of the hard nature of the case. He said he wished to protect the honor of Morcerf and of the house. He asked for an open inquiry. This, he said, could stop the false report before it spread. It could also return Morcerf to his former place in public respect. Morcerf was crushed by this sudden and great disaster. He could only speak a few broken words. He looked around at the assembly in shock. This fear could come from shock and innocence, or from shame and guilt. It made some people feel kindness toward him. Kind men often feel pity when even an enemy suffers more than expected. The president asked the House to vote. They decided that an investigation would happen. The Count was asked how much time he needed to prepare his defense.
My lords, time will not help me answer this attack. My enemies are unknown to me, and they hide in the dark. I must answer at once, like thunder answering lightning. This shock surprised me for a moment. I wish I could give my life to prove to my noble colleagues that I am equal to them in honor.
These words helped him. Many felt respect for the accused.
I ask that the examination begin as soon as possible. I will give the House all the needed information.
What day do you choose?
Today. I am ready.
The president rang the bell. Does the House agree that the examination should happen today? Yes, everyone agreed. 12 members were chosen to study the proof from Morcerf. The examination would begin at 8 that evening in the committee room. If needed, it would continue each evening at the same hour. Morcerf asked permission to leave. He needed to gather papers he had prepared long ago. He had expected this trouble.
Beecham then told the young man all the events. His story felt alive and strong. It was more powerful than any written account.
Albert listened. At times he felt hope, then anger, then deep shame. From Beecham's words, he knew his father was guilty. He wondered how his father could prove he was innocent. Beecham paused and did not wish to go on.
What comes next?
My friend, this is hard for me. Must you hear everything?
Yes. I want to hear it from you, not from others.
Then gather all your strength. You will need it now more than ever.
Albert wiped his forehead. He tested himself, like a man ready to fight for his life. He thought he was strong. But it was only fever that gave him this feeling.
Please continue.
The evening came. All Paris waited. Some said your father would appear and silence all charges. Others said he would not come. Some claimed he had gone to Brussels. Others went to the police to ask if he had a passport. I used my influence with a young member of the committee. He helped me enter one of the galleries. At 7, before anyone arrived, he asked a guard to hide me in a box. A column hid me from view. I could see everything that was about to happen. At 8 o'clock, everyone was present. Your father entered at the final stroke. He held papers in his hand. His face was calm. His step was firm. He wore his military uniform with great care. It was closed high at the neck. His presence made a good impression. The committee had many liberals. Several came forward to shake his hand.
These details made Albert's heart ache. Yet he also felt thankful. He wished he could embrace those who showed his father respect. They did so at a moment when his honor was under strong attack. At that moment, one of the doorkeepers brought a letter to the president. "You are free to speak, Monsieur de Morcerf." The president opened the letter. Then the count began his defense. "I assure you, Albert," he spoke in a very clear and skillful way. He showed papers to prove that the vizier of Yanina trusted him until the very end. The vizier had trusted him with talks of life and death with the emperor. He also showed a ring. This ring was a sign of power. Ali Pasha often used it to seal his letters. He had given the ring to the count. With it, the count could enter at any time, day or night. He could even enter the harem. The talks failed. When the count came back to protect his friend, Ali Pasha was already dead.
But Ali Pasha trusted me so much. On his deathbed, he placed his favorite companion and her daughter in my care.
Albert moved when he heard these words. He remembered Heidi's story. He thought of what she had said about the message and the ring. He also remembered how she had been sold and forced into slavery.
And what effect did this speech have?
I admit it moved me. In fact, it moved all the members of the committee as well.
Chunk 1 of 2. Meanwhile, the president opened the letter without care. But the first lines caught his attention. He read them again and again. Then he looked at Monsieur de Morcerf. "Count, you said the vizier of Yanina trusted you with his wife and daughter. Is that true?"
"Yes, sir. But bad luck followed me. When I returned, Vasiliki and her daughter Heidi were gone."
"Did you know them well?"
"Yes. I was close to the Pasha. He trusted me fully. I met his wife and daughter many times."
The president asked if he knew what happened to them.
"I heard they died from sadness or from poverty. I was not rich. My life was in danger. I could not look for them. I was very sorry."
The president frowned slightly. He spoke to the group. "Gentlemen, you have heard the defense. Count, can you bring any witness to support your words?"
"Sadly, no. All who knew the vizier or me are dead or gone. I believe I am the only one left. I have only his letters. I also have his ring. There is no witness against my honor."
A soft sound of approval moved through the room. At that moment, the case seemed won. They were ready to vote. Then the president spoke again. "Gentlemen, a new person asks to speak." This person calls himself an important witness. He has sent a letter. Shall we hear it? Morcerf turned pale. He held his papers tightly. The group agreed to hear the letter. The Count stayed silent. The President read the letter aloud. The writer said he was present at the death of Ali Pasha. He said he knew what happened to Vasiliki and Haydée. He said he was waiting outside.
Who is this witness? Or rather, who is this enemy?
We will soon know. Do you wish to hear this witness? Everyone answered yes. The doorkeeper was called.
There is a woman outside. She is with a servant.
The room grew tense. The President asked to bring her in. A young woman entered. She wore a large veil. No one could see her face. She moved with grace. She smelled of fine perfume. The President asked her to lift her veil. She did. She wore Greek clothes. She was very beautiful.
Ah, it was her.
Albert said her name. It was Haydée. Chunk 2 of 2. Monsieur de Morcerf looked at the woman. He showed fear and shock. The room forgot him for a moment. All eyes were on her. Madam, you say you saw the events at Yangina. Is that true?
Yes, it is true. I was there.
You must have been very young.
I was 4 years old. But I remember everything. It was my life.
Who are you?
I am Haydée. I am the daughter of Ali Tepelini. My mother was Vasiliki.
The room fell silent. The Count looked destroyed. Madam, can you prove this?
Yes, I can. Here are my birth papers. Here is my baptism record. And here is the record of my sale.
The papers were read. They told of her sale as a child. The name of the seller was Fernand Mondego. A seal proved it true. A deep silence followed. The Count could not speak. He stared at Haydée. Do you know the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yes. He is my protector. He does not know I am here. I came by choice. I wanted justice for my father.
The President turned to Morcerf. Do you recognize this woman?
No. This is a lie. This is a plot.
You do not know me. But I know you. You are Fernand Mondego. You betrayed my father. You sold my mother and me. Look at him. All of you.
Her words rang with truth. Everyone looked at the Count. He touched his forehead. He could not escape her voice. Her words struck Morcerf like a knife, one word after another. Each word took away his strength. When she finished speaking, he quickly hid his injured hand inside his coat. He fell back into his chair, full of pain and despair. This scene changed how the whole room now saw the accused Count. Count of Morcerf, do not lose heart. You must answer. The justice of this court is fair and strong, like the justice of God. It will not let your enemies crush you without giving you a chance to defend yourself. Should we continue the inquiry? Should we send 2 members to Yangina? Speak. Morcerf did not answer. The members looked at each other in fear. They knew his strong and violent nature. Only a terrible shock could take away his courage to speak. They expected his silence to end in a burst of anger. Well, what is your decision?
I have no reply to make.
Has the daughter of Ali Tepelini spoken the truth? Is she the fearful witness you cannot deny? Have you truly done the crimes you are accused of? The Count looked around with a face full of pain. It could have softened wild animals, but not his judges. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. Then he lowered them at once, as if he feared the roof would open. It was as if he feared another court above, and another judge called God. Suddenly, he tore open his coat, which seemed to choke him. He rushed from the room like a madman. For a moment, they heard his steps in the hall. Then they heard his carriage wheels as he drove away fast. Gentlemen, is the Count of Morcerf guilty of serious crimes, betrayal, and behavior unfit for this house? Yes. All the members answered together.
Heidi stayed until the end of the meeting. She heard the sentence without showing joy or pity. Then she lowered her veil over her face. She bowed with calm dignity to the council. She left the room with a slow and noble step.
Then Beecham continued his story. He said that he used the silence and the dark to leave the house without being seen. The usher who had brought him was waiting at the door. The man led him through the long corridors to a private door. This door opened into the Rue de Vaugirard. Beecham left with two feelings in his heart. He felt sad and happy at the same time. He felt sad for Albert. He felt happy for the brave young woman who was taking revenge for her father. He told Albert that the attack might come from an enemy. But he said this enemy was only a tool of Providence.
Albert held his head in his hands. He raised his face. It was red with shame and wet with tears. He took Beecham's arm. He said that his life was finished. He said he could not calmly believe that Providence had done this. He said he must find the person who hated him. When he found him, one of them would die. He asked Beecham to help him as a friend. He asked if friendship was still in Beecham's heart.
Beecham answered with kindness. He asked why Albert spoke of contempt. He said this misfortune did not change Albert's worth. He said people no longer blamed the son for the father's acts. He asked Albert to look at his own life. He said Albert's life had begun in a pure and happy way. He advised Albert to leave Paris. He said Paris forgets everything very fast. He said Albert could return in a few years. By then, people would forget this event.
Albert thanked Beecham for his kind advice. But he said he could not accept it. He said his decision was fixed. He said he could not see the matter as Beecham did. What seemed holy to Beecham seemed dark to him. He said Providence had no part in this. He said he would find a real person to blame. He said he would take revenge for his suffering. He again asked Beecham to help him.
Beecham agreed. He said that if Albert wanted to search for his enemy, he would help him. He said his own honor was also involved.
Albert said they must begin at once. He said every moment of delay felt endless. He said the person who lied was not yet punished. But he swore that this person was wrong to feel safe.
Beecham told Albert to listen.
Albert said that Beecham already knew something. He said this news gave him life again.
Beecham said he was not sure the story was true. But he said it was a small light in the dark. He said it might lead them to the truth.
Albert asked him to speak. He begged him to hurry.
Beecham said he had gone to a banker in Yangina. He went to ask questions. Before he named Albert's father, the banker understood. The banker said someone had asked the same questions 2 weeks before. This person was a banker from Paris. His name was Danglars.
Albert cried out. He said it was Danglars. He said Danglars had always hated his father. He said Danglars was jealous of his father's honor. He said the broken marriage came from the same cause.
Beecham told Albert to make careful inquiries. He warned him not to be angry too soon.
Albert said that if it was true, Danglars would pay.
Beecham warned him that Danglars was an old man.
Albert answered that he would show the same respect. He said Danglars had not respected his family's honor. He said Danglars had acted in secret.
Beecham said he did not judge Albert. He only asked him to be careful.
Albert said Beecham would go with him. He said such acts needed a witness. He swore that before the day ended, one of them would die.
Beecham said such decisions should be acted on at once. He asked if Albert wished to go to Danglars. He said they should go immediately.
They sent for a cabriolet. When they entered the banker's house, they saw the carriage and servant of Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti. Albert stopped and spoke in a dark tone.
"Ah, that is good. If Monsieur Danglars will not fight me, I will fight his future son-in-law. Cavalcanti will surely accept."
The servant announced the young man. But the banker remembered the trouble of the day before and did not wish to receive him. It was too late. Albert followed the servant. When he heard the order, he pushed the door open. Beecham followed him into the banker's study.
"Sir, am I no longer free to receive whom I choose in my own house? You forget yourself."
"No, sir. There are moments when a man cannot refuse to see someone. To do so would be cowardly."
"Why have you come here, then?"
"I came to ask for a meeting. A quiet place where no one will disturb us. 10 minutes will be enough. When two men meet there, one will not leave."
Danglars turned pale. Cavalcanti stepped forward. Albert turned toward him.
"You two may come, monsieur, if you wish. You are almost family. I will offer as many such meetings as there are men ready to accept."
Cavalcanti looked at Danglars in shock. Danglars stood up and moved between the two young men. He hoped this visit had another cause.
"Sir, if you are here because I chose this gentleman over you, I will leave the matter to the law."
"You are mistaken. I speak nothing of marriage. I spoke to Monsieur Cavalcanti only because he stepped between us. You are right in one thing. Today, I am ready to quarrel with anyone. But you, Monsieur Danglars, come first."
"Sir, I warn you. When I meet a mad animal, I destroy it to protect others. If you attack me, I will defend myself without pity. Is it my fault that your father lost his honor?"
"Yes, it is your fault."
"My fault? You must be mad. What do I know of Greece? Did I travel there? Did I tell your father to sell the castle or betray anyone?"
"Silence. You did not reveal the truth yourself. But you caused it in secret."
"I did?"
"Yes. How did the truth become known?"
"You read it in the newspaper."
"Who wrote to Yanina?"
"Anyone could write there."
"Only one person did. And that person was you."
"Yes, I wrote. When a man plans a marriage, he must check the family. It is his duty."
"You wrote knowing what answer you would get."
"I swear that is not true. If I knew of Ali Pasha's fall, I would never have written."
"Then who pushed you to write?"
"It was simple. I spoke of your father's past. I said his fortune was unclear. A man asked where he gained his wealth. I said, in Greece. He told me to write to Yanina."
"Who said that?"
"Your friend, the Count of Monte Cristo."
"The Count told you to write?"
"Yes. I can show you the letters if you wish."
Albert and Beecham looked at each other in silence. Beecham, who had not spoken yet, turned to Danglars.
"Sir, you seem to accuse the Count. He is not in Paris now. He cannot defend himself."
"I accuse no one, sir. I only tell what happened. I will say the same words to the Count himself."
"Does the Count know what answer you received?"
"Yes. I showed it to him."
"Did he know my father's first name was Fernand? And his family name was Mondego?"
"Yes. I told him that long ago. I did what anyone would do in my place. Perhaps I did even less. When your father came to me the next day, He came by the Count's advice. He asked for my daughter's hand for you. I refused him at once. I gave no reason. I made no public shame. Why should I care about this affair? The honor or shame of Monsieur de Morcerf did not change my life. It did not raise or lower my income.
Albert felt the blood rush to his face. He saw clearly now. Danglars spoke with cold confidence. He spoke like a man who tells part of the truth. Not from honor, but from fear. Albert did not truly care who was more guilty. He wanted one thing only. He wanted a man who would answer for the wrong. He wanted a man who would fight. It was clear that Danglars would not fight. Now Albert remembered many things. The Count knew everything. He had bought the freedom of Ali Pasha's daughter. Because he knew the truth. He had advised Danglars to write to Yang Ina. When the answer came, he agreed to Albert's wish to meet Haydée. He let the talk turn to Ali's death. He did not stop Haydée from telling her story. Yet he had warned her. In a few Greek words. Not to name Albert's father. Had he not also asked Albert never to speak his father's name before Haydée? At last, he had taken Albert to Normandy. When he knew the final blow was close. There was no doubt. Everything had been planned. The Count was working with his father's enemies. Albert drew Beauchamp aside. He told him all these thoughts.
You are right. Monsieur Danglars is only a small part of this sad matter. You must ask the Count of Monte Cristo for answers.
Albert turned back to Danglars.
Sir, understand this. I do not say farewell. I must know if your words are true. I am going now to speak with the Count of Monte Cristo.
He bowed and left with Beauchamp. He did not look at Cavalcanti. Danglars followed them to the door. He again said he felt no personal hatred toward the Count of Morcerf. Chapter 88. The Insult. At the banker's door, Beauchamp stopped Albert.
Listen. I told you just now. You must ask Monte Cristo for answers.
Yes. We are going to his house.
Think carefully before you go.
What should I think about?
This step is very serious.
Is it more serious than visiting Danglars?
Yes. Danglars loves money. Men like that fear what they may lose. They do not fight easily. The Count seems different. He looks like a true nobleman. Do you fear he may be dangerous?
I fear only one thing. I fear meeting a man who will not fight.
The servant answered Albert's questions in a calm voice.
My master will go to dinner.
And after dinner?
He will sleep for 1 hour.
Then what?
He is going to the opera.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. My master ordered his horses for 8 o'clock exactly.
Very good. That is all I wanted to know.
Albert then turned to Beauchamp.
If you have anything to do, do it now. If you have plans for this evening, change them to tomorrow. I need you to come with me to the opera. If you can, bring Chateaurenaud too.
Beauchamp agreed and left Albert. He promised to come back at 8:15. When Albert returned home, he asked Franz Debris and Morel to meet him at the opera that evening. Then he went to see his mother. Since the events of the day before, she had refused to see anyone. She stayed in her room. Albert found her in bed. She was full of grief because of the public shame.
When she saw Albert, she took his hand. She cried loudly. Her tears helped her a little.
Albert stood silent by her bed. His face was pale. His brows were tight. It was clear that his wish for revenge was becoming weaker.
My dear mother. Do you know if Monsieur de Morcerf has any enemy?
Mercedes moved suddenly. She noticed that Albert did not say, "My father."
My son. People in the Count's position have many hidden enemies. The known ones are not the most dangerous.
I know. That is why I ask you. You see many things. Nothing escapes you.
Why do you say that?
Because you noticed something at the ball. You saw that Monsieur de Monte Cristo ate nothing in our house.
Mercedes raised herself on her arm.
Monsieur de Monte Cristo. What does he have to do with your question?
You know, Mother. He is almost an Oriental. In the East, people do not eat or drink in the houses of their enemies. They do this to keep their freedom for revenge.
Do you say he is our enemy? Who told you this? You are mistaken, Albert. He has only been kind to us. He saved your life. You brought him to our house. Please, my son, put this idea away. I beg you to keep his friendship.
Mother. You have special reasons for saying this.
I? Of course. Is it not so that he will never harm us?
Mercedes shook. She looked closely at her son.
You speak in a strange way. You seem to have odd thoughts. What has the Count done? Only 3 days ago, you were with him in Normandy. Only 3 days ago, we called him our best friend.
Albert smiled in a hard way. Mercedes saw it. As a woman and a mother, she understood everything. But she hid her fear and her pain. Albert said nothing. A moment later, Mercedes spoke again.
You came to ask about my health. I will speak honestly. I am not well. Stay here with me. Help me feel less alone. I do not want to be by myself.
Mother. I would gladly stay. But an important matter forces me to leave for the whole evening.
Go then, Albert. I will not hold you back.
Albert bowed and left her. As soon as the door closed, Mercedes called a trusted servant. She told him to follow Albert that evening. She wanted to know everything he saw. Then she called her maid. Weak as she was, she dressed. She wanted to be ready for anything. The servant's task was easy. Albert went to his room. He dressed with great care. At 10 minutes to 8, Beecham arrived. He had seen Chateau Renaud. Chateau Renaud promised to be in the orchestra before the show began. The two young men entered Albert's carriage. Albert had nothing to hide. He spoke clearly to the driver.
To the opera.
Because of his impatience, he arrived before the show started. Chateau Renaud was already there. He knew the situation from Beecham. He did not need Albert to explain. He understood why a son would wish to defend his father. He did not try to stop Albert. He only promised his support. Debris had not come yet, but Albert knew he rarely missed a night at the opera. Albert walked around the theatre until the curtain went up. He hoped to meet Monsieur de Monte Cristo in the lobby or on the stairs. The bell called him to his seat, and he entered the orchestra with Chateau Renaud and Beecham. His eyes stayed on the box between the columns, which stayed closed through the whole first act. At last, at the start of the second act, Albert checked his watch again. The door opened, and Monte Cristo came in, dressed in black. He leaned over the front of the box and looked down at the seats. Morel followed him and looked for his sister and his brother-in-law. He soon saw them in another box and sent them a kiss with his hand. As the Count looked over the audience, he saw a pale face and angry eyes. The eyes were fixed on him and clearly wanted his attention. He knew it was Albert, but he chose not to notice him. Albert looked very angry and upset. The Count said nothing to Morel. He sat down, took out his opera glass, and looked another way. Even so, he did not lose sight of Albert. When the curtain fell at the end of the second act, he saw Albert leave with his two friends. Soon Albert's head appeared behind the boxes. The Count knew the coming trouble was meant for him. He was speaking calmly with Morel and felt ready for what was coming.
"Well," he said with kind politeness, "my brave visitor has reached his goal. Good evening, Monsieur de Morcerf."
The face of this man, who had great control over his feelings, showed warm friendliness. Only then did Morel remember the letter from the Viscount. In it, Albert had asked him to come to the opera without giving a reason. Morel now understood that something serious was about to happen.
"We did not come here to trade false politeness or fake friendship," Albert said. "We came to ask for an explanation."
His shaking voice was almost too quiet to hear.
"An explanation at the opera," the Count replied. "I did not think this was the right place for such a request."
"When people hide themselves," Albert said, "and cannot be seen because they are busy or asleep, we must speak to them when we can."
"I am easy to see, sir. Yesterday, if I remember well, you came to my house."
"Yes, yesterday I was at your house," Albert replied. "At that time, I did not know who you really were."
Albert raised his voice so others could hear him. People in nearby boxes and in the lobby turned to listen.
"Where do you come from, sir?" the Count said. "You do not seem calm or clear in your mind."
"If I understand your betrayal," Albert cried, "and make you understand that I will take action, then I will be calm enough."
"I do not understand you," replied Monte Cristo. "And your voice is too loud. This is my place, and I alone may speak loudly here. Leave this box, sir."
The Count pointed to the door with calm authority.
"I know how to make you leave your own home," Albert answered. He tightly held his glove in his shaking hand.
"I see you wish to quarrel with me," said the Count. "Let me give you one piece of advice. It is not wise to show a challenge in public. This kind of display does not suit everyone, Monsieur de Morcerf."
At this name, a sound of surprise passed through the people nearby. All day, many had spoken about Morcerf. Albert understood the meaning at once. He was about to throw his glove at the Count. Morel grabbed his hand, while Beauchamp and Chateau Renaud held him back. They feared the scene would go too far. Monte Cristo did not stand up. He leaned forward in his chair. He stretched out his arm and took the wet, crushed glove from the young man's tight hand.
"Sir, I take your glove as a challenge. I will return it to you with a bullet. Now leave me, or I will call my servants to throw you out."
Albert stepped back. His eyes were red, and he looked lost and wild. Morel closed the door. Monte Cristo lifted his glass again, as if nothing had happened. His face was cold like stone. His heart felt hard and calm.
"What have you done to him?"
"I have done nothing to him, at least not myself. But there must be a reason for this strange scene."
The story about the Count of Morcerf has made the young man very angry.
"Are you part of this story?"
"Yes." Through Haydée, the chamber learned about his father's crime.
Morel looked surprised.
"I heard this before, but I did not believe it. I was told the Greek girl with you was the daughter of Ali Pasha."
"It is true."
"It is of no importance to me," said Monte Cristo. "It was not needed to disturb me at the opera for such a small matter. In France, people fight with swords or pistols. In other lands, they use other weapons. Tell your client that, even if I was insulted, I will let him choose the weapon. I will accept anything, even drawing lots. This is foolish, but with me it is different. I am sure I will win."
"Sure to win," repeated Beauchamp, looking at the Count in shock.
"Yes," said Monte Cristo, with a small shrug. "If not, I would not fight Monsieur de Morcerf. I will kill him. I cannot avoid it. This evening, send me one short note. Tell me the weapon and the hour. I do not like to wait.
Pistols, then. At 8 o'clock, in the Bois de Vincennes, said Beauchamp. He felt confused. He did not know if the Count was proud or not human at all.
Very well, sir, said Monte Cristo. Now that all is settled, let me watch the play. Tell your friend Albert not to come again this evening. He may hurt himself with his rough words. Let him go home and sleep. Beauchamp left the box. He was full of wonder. Monte Cristo then turned to Morrel. Now, he said, I can depend on you, can I not?
Yes, said Morrel. I am at your service, Count. But...
What?
I wish to know the true reason.
So, you would rather not?
No.
The young man does not know the true reason. Only God and I know it. But I give you my word, Morrel. God knows the truth. He will be on our side.
That is enough, said Morrel. Who will be your second witness?
I know no one in Paris, said Monte Cristo. Only you and your brother Emmanuel. Do you think Emmanuel will help me?
I promise he will, said Morrel.
Good. That is all I need. Tomorrow morning, at 7, you will be with me.
We will.
Quiet, said Monte Cristo. The curtain is rising. Listen. I never miss a note of this opera. The music of William Tell is very sweet. Monte Cristo waited until the famous song was finished. Then he stood up and went out. Morrel said goodbye at the door. He repeated his promise to come at 7 with Emmanuel. The Count entered his carriage. He was calm and smiling. 5 minutes later, he was at home. No one who knew him could mistake his face. As he entered, he said,
Ali, bring me my pistols with the ivory cross.
Ali brought the box. The Count examined the pistols with care. A man who risks his life must trust his weapons. These pistols were made for practice. They made little noise. No one nearby would guess what he was doing. He lifted one pistol. He looked for the small iron plate he used as a target. At that moment, the study door opened. Baptistin came in. Behind him was a woman with a veil. She saw the pistol and the swords. She rushed forward. The Count made a sign. Baptistin went out and closed the door. "Who are you, madam?" asked the Count.
The woman looked around. She saw they were alone. She bent forward, as if to kneel. She joined her hands. Her voice was full of pain. "Edmond, you will not kill my son."
The Count stepped back. He gave a small cry. The pistol fell from his hand. "What name did you just say, Madame de Morcerf?"
"Yours," she cried, as she lifted her veil. "Yours, which I alone have not forgotten. Edmond, it is not Madame de Morcerf who comes to you. It is Mercedes."
"Mercedes is dead, madam," said Monte Cristo. "I know no one now with that name."
"Mercedes lives, sir, and she remembers. She alone knew you when she heard your voice. Even before she saw you, she knew you, Edmond. From that moment, she followed you. She watched you and feared you. She does not need to ask who now hurts Monsieur de Morcerf."
"Fernand, do you mean?" replied Monte Cristo. "If we speak of names, let us say them all." He spoke the name of Fernand with deep hate. Mercedes felt fear run through her body.
"You see, Edmond, I was right. I had reason to say, spare my son."
"And who told you, madam, that I wish harm to your son?"
"No one told me. But a mother sees more than others. I guessed everything. I followed him this evening to the opera. I hid in a box and saw all that happened."
If you saw all, madam, you know your son insulted me in public. He would have thrown his glove in my face. If my friend Morel had not stopped him.
Listen to me. My son also knows who you are. He believes you caused his father's fall.
Madam, you are wrong. It is not bad luck. It is punishment. I do not strike Monsieur de Morcerf. Providence punishes him.
Why do you speak for Providence? She cried. Why do you remember when it forgets? What are Yang-Ina and its ruler to you? What wrong did Fernand do by betraying Ali?
Madam, this is between the French captain and a woman from the East. It does not concern me. If I seek revenge, it is not on the Count. It is on the fisherman Fernand, the husband of Mercedes.
Oh, sir, she cried. Such a hard revenge for a fault I made. I am the only one to blame, Edmond. If you seek revenge, seek it on me. I was too weak to wait. I could not bear your absence and my loneliness.
But why was I absent? And why were you alone?
Because you were arrested, Edmond. You were a prisoner.
And why was I arrested? Why was I a prisoner?
I do not know, said Mercedes.
You do not know. I hope that is true. But I will tell you. I was arrested because, the day before our wedding, a man named Danglars wrote a letter. Fernand himself sent it. Monte Cristo opened a desk and took out an old paper. The ink was brown with age. He gave it to Mercedes. She read it with fear.
How terrible, she said softly. And that letter?
I bought it for much money, he said. But it was worth it. Because now I can tell you the truth.
And what happened because of that letter?
You know I was arrested. But you do not know for how long. I stayed 14 years in prison. I was very near you, in the Château d'If. Every day I promised revenge. I did not know you had married Fernand. I did not know my father died without food.
Is it possible? Cried Mercedes, shaking with fear.
That is what I heard when I left my prison after 14 years. That is why, because Mercedes is alive and my father is dead, I swore to take revenge on Fernand. And I have done it.
And you are sure that the unhappy Fernand did this?
I am sure, madam, that he did what I told you. What he did is no worse than other acts of betrayal. A man changed his country. Another fought against his own people. Another betrayed and killed the man who trusted him. Compared to these acts, what is the letter you read? It was the lie of a lover. A wife could forgive this. But not the man who was meant to marry her. The French did not punish the traitor. The Spaniards did not kill him. Ali did not punish him in death. But I was betrayed. I was sacrificed. I was buried alive. By God's will, I rose from my grave to punish him. God sent me for this purpose. That is why I am here.
The poor woman's head fell forward. Her arms dropped. Her legs shook, and she fell on her knees.
Forgive me, Edmond. Forgive me for my sake. I still love you.
The dignity of the wife stopped the passion of the lover and the mother. Her forehead almost touched the floor. The Count moved fast and lifted her up. She sat on a chair and looked at him. Grief and hate were still clear on his strong face.
Should I stop now? Should I leave my work unfinished? That is impossible. Impossible.
Edmond, when I call you Edmond, why do you not call me Mercedes?
Mercedes. Yes, you are right. Your name still touches my heart. This is the first time in many years that I have said it so clearly. I said your name in sadness. I said it in pain. I said it in despair. I said it when I was cold and lying on straw in my cell. I said it when I was burning with heat on the stone floor. Mercedes, I must take revenge. I suffered for 14 years. I cried and cursed it for 14 years. Now I tell you, I must take revenge.
The Count feared that her words might change his heart. So he remembered his pain to strengthen his hate.
Then take revenge, Edmond. But let it fall on the guilty. On him. On me. But not on my son.
The Holy Book says that the sins of fathers fall on their children. These words came from God. Why should I think I am better than God?
Edmond, since I first knew you, I loved your name. I respected your memory. Do not force me to change the pure image I hold in my heart. I prayed for you when I thought you were alive. I prayed when I thought you were dead. I imagined your body lost in a dark place. I cried for you. For 10 years I had the same dream. I saw you try to escape. I saw you take another man's place. I saw you thrown from the prison into the sea. Each night I heard your cry. It woke me in fear and cold. I swear this by my son's life. I also suffered, Edmond. I suffered very much.
Did you see your father die of hunger while you were gone? Did you see the woman you loved marry your enemy? Did this happen while you were dying in a prison?
No. But I see the man I love ready to kill my son.
She spoke with deep pain. Her despair was clear. The Count could not stop his sob. The fierce man grew weak. The man who sought revenge was defeated.
What do you ask from me? He said. Do you ask for your son's life? Then he will live.
Mercedes cried out. Her cry brought tears to Monte Cristo's eyes. The tears came fast, then quickly stopped. To him, they were more precious than the richest jewels.
Oh, she said, holding the Count's hand and lifting it to her lips. Thank you, Edmond. Now you are the man I dreamed of. You are the man I always loved. Now I can say it.
That is good, Monte Cristo replied. Because that poor Edmond will not be loved for long. Death will return to the grave. The shadow will go back into the dark.
What are you saying, Edmond?
I say that since you ask me, Mercedes, I must die.
Die? Why should you die? Who speaks of death? Why do you think this way?
I was shamed in public, he said. It happened before a full theater. Your friends and your son's friends saw it. I was challenged by a young man. He will feel proud of my forgiveness. He will see it as his victory. I cannot wish to live after that. After you, Mercedes, I loved myself most. I loved my honor and my strength. That strength was my life. With one word, you broke it. And now I die.
But the duel will not happen, Edmond. You forgive him.
The duel will happen, said Monte Cristo. But it will not be your son's blood. It will be mine.
Mercedes screamed and rushed toward him. Then she stopped.
Edmond, she said. There is a God above us. You live, and I have seen you again. I trust him with all my heart. Until he helps us, I trust your word. You said my son would live. Is that true?
Yes, madam, said Monte Cristo. Your son will live.
He was surprised. Mercedes accepted his sacrifice without strong emotion.
She held out her hand. Edmond, she said, with tears in her eyes. What you did is noble. It is great and beautiful. You showed kindness to a poor woman. I have grown old from sorrow, not from years. I cannot smile like before. I cannot remind you of the Mercedes you once loved. Believe me, Edmond, I have suffered too. It is sad to live without one happy memory. It is sad to live without hope. But it is not the end. I feel it in my heart. What you did today is wonderful.
You say that now, Mercedes, he answered. But you do not know how great my sacrifice is. If God had stopped his work to save one angel from tears, if he had turned the world back into night, even then, you would not know what I lose today. I give up my life for you.
Mercedes looked at him with surprise and gratitude. Monte Cristo pressed his head into his hands. His thoughts were too heavy.
Edmond, she said. I have one last word.
The Count gave a bitter smile.
My face is pale, she said. My eyes are tired. My beauty is gone. I am not the same Mercedes. But my heart is unchanged. Goodbye, Edmond. I ask nothing more from heaven. I have seen you again. You are still noble and great. Goodbye, Edmond. Thank you.
The Count did not answer. Mercedes opened the door and left. He was lost in deep thought. His wish for revenge had failed. The clock struck 1. The carriage of Madame de Morcerf rolled away. Monte Cristo raised his head.
I was a fool, he said. I should have torn my heart out the day I chose revenge.
Chapter 90. The meeting. After Mercedes left, Monte Cristo fell into deep sadness. Thought seemed to stop around him. Even inside his mind, everything was quiet. His strong mind rested, like a body after great tiredness. What, he said to himself. The lamp and the candles were almost burned out. The servants waited with impatience in the next room. What? This great work, which I have prepared for so long, which I built with care and hard work, will be destroyed by one touch, one word, one breath. Yes, this self, of which I was so proud, which was nothing in the dark prison of the Château d'If, and which I later made so strong, will be only dust tomorrow. Alas, I do not fear the death of the body. Is not death rest? He said that she remembered she had a son, and that he forgot he had a daughter. He shook his head with deep sadness. He spoke softly about poor Haydée. He said she wanted to see him and speak to him. He felt she feared something or guessed the truth. He said he could not leave without saying goodbye to her. He could not die without trusting her to someone. He sat down again and wrote more lines under the others. He wrote that he left 20 million francs to Maximilien Morel. Maximilien was a captain and the son of his old friend, Pierre Morel. Part of the money could be offered to Julie and her husband Emmanuel. This was only if the money would not harm their happiness. The money was hidden in his cave on the island of Monte Cristo. Bertuccio knew this secret. If Maximilien was free in his heart and would marry Haydée, this would fulfill his last wish. He wrote that he loved Haydée like a father. She had loved him with the care of a daughter. He had already made her heir to the rest of his fortune. This fortune included lands, money in other countries, and his houses. Even without the 20 million, it was still very large. He was finishing the last line when he heard a cry behind him. He jumped, and the pen fell from his hand.
Haydée, did you read this?
Oh my lord, why do you write like this so late? Why do you give all your fortune to me? Are you going to leave me?
I am going on a journey, dear child. If something bad should happen to me.
He stopped speaking.
Well?
If something bad happens to me, I want my daughter to be happy.
Do you think about dying, my lord?
A wise man says it is good to think about death.
If you die, give your money to others. If you die, I will need nothing.
She took the paper, tore it into 4 pieces, and threw it on the floor. The effort was too much for her. She fell to the ground and fainted. The Count lifted her in his arms. He looked at her pale face and closed eyes. For the first time, he thought she might love him as more than a daughter.
Alas, I could still have been happy.
He carried Haydée to her room and left her with her attendants. He returned to his study and closed the door quickly. He wrote the will again. As he finished, he heard a carriage arrive. He saw Maximilian and Emmanuel arrive together. He said it was good timing and sealed the will. Soon after, he heard noise in the drawing room. He opened the door himself. Morel was there. He had arrived early.
I may be too early, Count. I did not sleep all night. No one in my house slept. I need to see you strong and calm. This will help me feel strong again.
The Count was deeply moved. He took the young man in his arms.
Morel, this is a happy day for me. I am glad to be loved by a man like you. Good morning, Emmanuel. You will come with me, Maximilian.
Did you ever doubt it?
But if I am wrong?
I watched you during the challenge yesterday. I thought about your calm face all night. I told myself that justice must be with you. If not, then we cannot trust a man's face anymore.
But, Morel, is Albert your friend?
No, sir. He is only someone I know.
You met him on the same day you first met me?
Yes, that is true. I would not have remembered it if you had not said so.
Thank you, Morel.
He rang the bell once. Ali came in at once.
Look. Take this to my lawyer. It is my will, Morel. When I am dead, you must read it.
What? You mean, when you are dead?
Yes. Must I not be ready for everything, my dear friend? But tell me, what did you do after you left me yesterday?
I went to Tortoni's. I found Beecham and Chateaurenaud there. I went there on purpose.
Why? Everything was already decided.
Listen, Count. This matter is serious. It cannot be avoided.
Did you doubt that?
No. The insult was public. Everyone is talking about it.
Well?
I hope to change the weapons. I wanted swords instead of pistols. A pistol cannot choose.
Did you succeed?
No. Your skill with the sword is too well known.
Ah? Who told them?
The man you defeated before.
And you failed?
Yes. They refused.
Morel, have you ever seen me fire a pistol?
Never.
The Count took the pistols in his hands. He fixed a playing card on the iron plate. With 4 shots, he broke all 4 sides. At each shot, Morel turned pale. The bullets were very small.
This is amazing. Look, Emmanuel. Count, I beg you. Please do not kill Albert. He has a mother.
You are right. And I have none.
These words made Morel tremble.
You are the injured one, Count.
Yes. What does that mean?
You will shoot first.
I shoot first?
Yes. I asked for that. They agreed.
At what distance?
20 steps.
A hard smile crossed the Count's face.
Morel, remember what you have just seen.
I do not ask for your trust, my dear friend. I only ask one simple question. Please answer it. That is all I need.
I love a young woman, Count.
Do you love her very much?
More than my life.
Another hope is lost, said the Count. Then he sighed. Poor Haydée, he said in a low voice. To be honest, Count, if I did not know you well, I would think you were less brave than you are.
Because I sigh when I think of someone I must leave. Come, Morel. A soldier should judge courage better. Do I fear death? What is life to me, after 20 years between life and death? Do not worry. This weakness, if it is one, is known only to you. I know life is like a polite room. We must leave it with respect. We bow, and we pay our debts of honor.
That is fair. Have you brought your weapons?
Me? Why should I? I hope these gentlemen have theirs.
I will ask, said Morrel. Please do. But make no agreement. You understand me.
You need not fear.
Morrel walked toward Beecham and Châteaurenaud. They came to meet him. The three young men bowed with polite respect. Please excuse me, gentlemen, said Morrel. I do not see Monsieur de Morcerf.
He sent word this morning, said Châteaurenaud. He said he would meet us here.
Ah, said Morrel. Beecham took out his watch. It is 5 minutes past 8, he said. There is still time. I did not mean it that way, Morrel replied. There is a carriage coming, said Châteaurenaud. It came fast along the path toward them. You have pistols, gentlemen? Monsieur de Monte Cristo gives up his right to use his own.
We expected this kindness, said Beecham. I brought pistols I bought days ago. I thought I might need them. They are new and unused. Please examine them.
If you tell me Morcerf does not know these pistols, said Morrel. Your word is enough for me.
Gentlemen, said Châteaurenaud. That carriage is not Morcerf. It is Franz and Debray.
The two young men were coming closer. What brings you here? Asked Châteaurenaud. He shook hands with them. Albert asked us to come, said Debray. The others looked at each other in surprise. I think I know why, said Morrel. Why? Yesterday, Morcerf asked me to go to the opera, said Beecham. Me too, said Debray. And me, said Franz. Us as well, added the others. He wanted us to see the challenge. Now he wants us to see the fight. That is true, they said. But after all this, said Châteaurenaud, he still has not come. He is late. There he is, said Beecham. He is riding fast, with a servant behind him. That is careless, said Châteaurenaud. To come on a horse to a pistol duel. After all my advice. And look at his clothes, said Beecham. An open coat and white waistcoat. He shows his chest too clearly. Albert stopped near the group. He jumped from his horse. He gave the reins to his servant. He was pale. His eyes were red. He had not slept. A sad seriousness was on his face. Thank you, gentlemen, he said. I am grateful for your friendship. Morrel stepped back. And thank you too, Monsieur Morrel. The more people here, the better. Sir, said Maximilian. You may not know that I am a friend of Monsieur de Monte Cristo. I was not sure, Albert said. That is good. The more honorable men here, the better. Monsieur Morrel, said Châteaurenaud. Please tell the Count that Morcerf has arrived. We are ready. Morrel was about to go. Beecham took the pistol box from the carriage. Stop, said Albert. I have 2 words for the Count of Monte Cristo. In private, asked Morrel. No, said Albert. I will speak before everyone. The witnesses looked at each other. Franz and Debray spoke in low voices. Morrel felt glad about this sudden moment. He went to find the Count. The Count was walking on a quiet path with Emmanuel.
What does he want with me?
I do not know. But he wishes to speak to you.
Huh? I hope he does not plan to insult me again.
I do not think that is his plan.
The Count walked forward with Maximilian and Emmanuel. His face was calm and peaceful. This was very different from Albert's face, which showed deep pain. Albert also came forward, followed by 4 other young men. When they were close, Albert and the Count stopped.
Please come closer, gentlemen. I want you to hear every word I say to the Count of Monte Cristo. You must repeat it to others, even if it sounds strange.
Please continue, sir.
Sir, I once blamed you for showing my father's crimes. I knew he was guilty, but I thought you had no right to punish him. Now I know you did have that right. I forgive you, not only for what he did in Epirus. I forgive you for what he did to you long ago. That betrayal caused you great pain. I say this in public. You were right to act against my father. I thank you for not being even harsher.
The people watching were shocked. This scene surprised them more than a loud storm. The Count lifted his eyes to the sky. His face showed deep thanks. He did not understand how Albert's proud spirit had bowed so low. He felt the quiet influence of Mercedes. He knew she had made this hard choice for her son.
Now, sir, if my words are enough, please take my hand. I respect those who admit their faults. This confession is mine alone. I acted as a man should. You acted better than a man. Only an angel could save one of us from death. That angel came from heaven. We cannot be friends. But we can respect each other.
The Count took Albert's hand. His eyes were wet. His chest rose with strong feeling.
Gentlemen, the Count of Monte Cristo accepts my apology. I acted too quickly. Quick actions are often wrong. Now my mistake is repaired. I hope people will not call me weak. I followed my conscience. If anyone judges me wrongly, I will correct them.
What happened last night? We look foolish standing here. What Albert did is either very shameful or very noble. I do not understand it. The Count harms M. de Morcerf. Yet his son defends him. If I had such shame in my family, I would still fight.
The Count lowered his head. His arms fell weak at his sides. He felt the weight of many years. He did not think of the young men. He thought of a brave woman. She had begged for her son's life. She had saved it by telling a painful family truth. This truth broke the son's heart.
Providence still guides me. Now I know I act for God.
The Count bowed to the 5 young men. He smiled with quiet sadness. He entered his carriage with Maximilian and Emmanuel. Albert stayed behind with Beauchamp and Château-Renaud. Albert looked at them. He waited for their judgment.
My dear friend, let me congratulate you. This is a better end than we hoped for. The matter was painful.
Albert stayed silent. He was lost in thought. Château-Renaud tapped his boot with his cane. The silence felt heavy.
Shall we go now? If you please, replied Beauchamp. Allow me to praise Monsieur de Morcerf. Today he showed rare courage and great control. Oh yes, said Château-Renaud. It is wonderful, Beauchamp went on. To control oneself so well. Yes, said Château-Renaud calmly. For me, it would have been impossible.
Gentlemen, Albert interrupted. You did not understand that something very serious happened between the Count of Monte Cristo and me.
Perhaps, said Beauchamp at once. But many people will not understand your brave act. Sooner or later, they may force you to explain it in a dangerous way. May I give friendly advice? Travel to Naples, to The Hague, or to St. Petersburg. These are calmer places. There, honor is better understood than in hot Paris. Live quietly and stay out of sight. After some years, you can return to France in peace. Am I right, Monsieur de Château-Renaud? That is also my opinion, he said. Nothing leads to serious duels more than a duel that does not happen.
Thank you, gentlemen, Albert replied with a cold smile. I will follow your advice. Not because you give it, but because I already plan to leave France. I thank you for helping me today. I will always remember it.
Chateau Renaud and Beecham looked at each other. They felt the same thing. Albert's voice was firm and final. If they spoke more, the moment would become uncomfortable.
"Goodbye, Albert," said Beecham.
He held out his hand in a careless way. Albert did not see it. He stayed still and did not move.
"Goodbye," said Chateau Renaud.
Albert softly said goodbye. His eyes showed more than his words. They showed held anger, proud distance, and deep pain. He stayed still for a long time. His friends drove away. Then Albert untied his horse. He mounted and rode fast toward Paris. After 15 minutes, he reached his house in the Rue du Helder. As he got down, he thought he saw his father's pale face behind a curtain. Albert turned his head away and sighed. He went to his own rooms. He looked around one last time. All these fine things had made his life easy since childhood. The pictures seemed to smile. The landscapes looked bright. He took his mother's portrait from its wooden frame. The gold frame stayed empty and dark. He placed his fine weapons in order. He checked his guns and his valuable objects. He locked the cupboards and kept the keys. He put his money and small jewels into a drawer. He left the drawer open. He wrote a clear list of everything. He placed it on the table.
"What do you want?" Albert asked his servant. "Forgive me, sir," said the valet. "You told me not to disturb you. But the Count of Morcerf sent for me."
Well, said Albert.
"I did not wish to go to him before speaking to you."
Why?
"Because the Count knows I went with you this morning."
That is likely, said Albert. He will ask what happened. What should I say?
"Tell the truth." "Then I should say the duel did not happen."
Say that I apologize to the Count of Monte Cristo. Go.
The servant bowed and left. Albert returned to his list. Soon he heard horses in the yard. A carriage shook his window. He looked out and saw his father leave. When the door closed, Albert went to his mother's room. No one announced him. He stopped at the door, troubled by what he saw and feared. It seemed that the same thought moved both mother and son. Mercedes was doing in her rooms what Albert had just done in his. Everything was ready. Her dresses, jewels, linen, and money were all placed in order. She carefully gathered the keys. Albert saw these signs and understood them at once. He cried out, "My mother!" and put his arms around her neck. If an artist had painted their faces at that moment, it would have been a beautiful picture. Albert did not fear strong decisions for himself. But he feared them for his mother. "What are you doing?" he asked. "What were you doing?" she answered.
Oh, my mother, Albert said. He was so moved that he could hardly speak. It is not the same for you and me. You cannot have made the same choice as I have. I came to warn you that I must leave this house, and leave you.
I also am going, Mercedes replied. I believed you would go with me. Was I wrong?
Mother, Albert said firmly. I cannot ask you to share the life I have chosen. I must now live without title or money. To begin this hard life, I must ask a friend for the bread I will eat. I will go at once to France. I will ask him for a small sum to meet my needs.
You, my poor child, suffer want and hunger. Oh, do not say that. It will break my resolve.
But not mine, mother, Albert answered. I am young and strong. I believe I am brave. Since yesterday, I have learned the strength of will. Others have suffered far more and still lived. They lost everything and yet built a new life. I have seen people rise again from deep misery. They became strong and even ruled those who hurt them. So, mother, I leave the past behind. I accept nothing from it, not even a name. Your son cannot keep the name of a man who should feel shame.
Albert, my child, Mercedes said. If my heart were stronger, I would have given you the same advice. Your conscience speaks when my voice is too weak. Listen to it. You had friends. Leave them behind. But do not lose hope. You are still very young. You are not yet 22. A pure heart needs a clean name. Take my father's name. It was Herrera. I am sure you will honor it. One day you will return to the world, brighter after sorrow. If I am wrong, still let me hope. I have no future of my own. For me, life ends when I leave this house.
I will do all you wish, my dear mother, the young man said. I share your hopes. Heaven will not be against us. You are pure, and I am innocent. Our choice is made. We must act at once. Monsieur de Morcerf left half an hour ago. This is the best time to go without words.
I am ready, my son, Mercedes said.
Albert ran to find a carriage. He remembered a small furnished house in the Rue des Saints-Pérez. There, his mother would have a simple but decent home. He planned to take her there. As the carriage stopped at the door, Albert stepped down. A man came close and gave him a letter.
From the Count, said Bertuccio.
Albert took the letter and read it. He looked around for Bertuccio, but the man was gone. Albert returned to his mother. Tears filled his eyes, and his chest shook. He said nothing. He only gave her the letter. Mercedes read the letter in a low, steady voice.
Albert, I see that I have learned your plans. I also wish to show you my care and respect. You are free. You leave the Count's house. You take your mother to your own home. But think well, Albert. You owe her more than your kind heart can ever repay. Keep the pain for yourself. Carry all the suffering alone. Do not let her feel the fear of poverty that will come at first. She does not deserve even the smallest part of today's misfortune. The innocent should not suffer for the guilty. I know you will leave the Rue du Helder with nothing. Do not ask how I know this. I know, and that is enough. Now listen, Albert. 24 years ago, I returned home full of pride and joy. I had a promised wife. She was kind and beautiful, and I loved her deeply. I brought with me 150 louis. I earned this money with long and hard work. It was for her alone. Because the sea is cruel, I hid the money. I buried it in the small garden of my father's house in Marseilles. Your mother knows that poor house very well. Not long ago, I passed through Marseilles. I visited the old place. It brought back many painful memories. That evening I took a spade. I dug in the corner of the garden. The iron box was still there. No one had touched it. It lay under a fig tree my father planted on the day I was born. Albert, this money once meant to bring peace to the woman I loved. Now, by a strange turn of fate, it can serve the same purpose. Feel for me. I could give millions to that poor woman. Yet I return only the dark bread left under my roof. It has been there since the day I was torn away from her. You are generous, Albert. But pride or anger may blind you. If you refuse me, if you ask another for what I have the right to give, I will say you act without kindness. You would refuse the life of your mother. You would refuse it from the son of a man who died in poverty. He died because your father allowed it.
Albert stood pale and still. He waited to hear his mother's choice. Mercedes raised her eyes to the sky.
I accept it. He has the right to pay this gift. I will take it with me to a convent.
She placed the letter in her dress. She took her son's arm. With a firm step, stronger than she expected, she went downstairs. Chapter 92. The Suicide. At the same time, Monte Cristo returned to the city. He was with Emmanuel and Maximilian. Their return was happy. Emmanuel did not hide his joy. He spoke loudly of the peaceful end of the affair. Morel sat quietly in one corner of the carriage. He let his brother-in-law speak. Inside, he felt the same joy. It showed only on his face. At the Barrière du Trône they met Bertuccio. He waited there, still as a guard. Monte Cristo leaned out of the window. He spoke to him in a low voice. Bertuccio then walked away.
Count, leave me at my door. My wife should not worry for one moment. Not for me, and not for you.
If it were not foolish to show our success, I would invite the Count to our home. But he has another heart to comfort. So let us leave him. He should go home at once.
Wait a moment. Do not let me lose both my friends. Emmanuel, return to your kind wife. Give her my best wishes. Morel, come with me to the Champs-Élysées.
Gladly. I also have business there.
Shall we wait breakfast for you?
No.
The door closed. The carriage moved on.
See what good fortune I brought you. Did you not think so?
Yes. That is why I wished you to stay near me.
It is a miracle.
What is a miracle?
What just happened today?
You are right. It is a miracle.
Albert is brave. Very brave.
Yes. I have seen him sleep with danger close above him.
I also know he has fought 2 duels. How do you explain his actions this morning?
It is because of your influence.
It is good for Albert that he is not a soldier.
Why?
An apology on the ground, said the young captain, shaking his head.
Come, said the Count softly. Do not keep the hard ideas of common men, Morel. Say this. If Albert is brave, he cannot be weak. He must have had a reason for what he did this morning. You must admit his act was brave, not shameful.
Yes, yes, said Morel. But I will say, like the Spaniard, he was not as brave today as he was yesterday.
You will have breakfast with me, will you not, Morel? Said the Count. To change the subject.
No. I must leave you at 10 o'clock.
Then your meeting was for breakfast.
Morel smiled. He shook his head.
Still, you must eat somewhere.
But what if I am not hungry?
I only know 2 things that take away hunger, said the Count. Sadness and love. You look very happy. So it is not sadness. After what you told me this morning, I may think it is love.
Well, Count, said Morel happily, I will not deny it.
But you will not tell me your secret, Maximilian, said the Count. He spoke with warm interest.
I showed you this morning that I have a heart, did I not, Count?
Monte Cristo answered only by holding out his hand.
Well, he continued, since my heart is no longer with you in the Bois de Vincennes, it is somewhere else. I must go and find it.
Go, said the Count slowly. Go, my dear friend. But promise me this. If you meet a problem, remember that I have some power in this world. I am glad to use it for those I love. And I love you, Morel.
I will remember, said the young man. Like children remember their parents when they need help. When the time comes, I will come to you.
Good. I trust your promise. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Until we meet again.
They arrived in the Champs-Élysées. The Count opened the carriage door. Morel jumped down to the street. Bertuccio waited on the steps. Morel walked away along the Avenue de Marigny. Monte Cristo went to Bertuccio.
"Well? She is going to leave her house," said the steward. "And her son? Florentine, his servant, thinks he will leave too."
"Come with me." Monte Cristo took Bertuccio into his study. He wrote a letter and gave it to him.
"Go," said the Count quickly. "But first, tell Haydée that I am back."
"I am here," said the young woman.
She had run downstairs when she heard the carriage. Her face was bright with joy. Bertuccio left. Haydée felt deep joy. It was like a daughter meeting her father, and a woman meeting the man she loves. She had waited for this moment. Monte Cristo was also happy, but he showed it less. He had suffered for a long time. Such hearts take in joy quietly. Nothing shows on the outside. The Count began to think something new. He thought there might be 2 Mercedes in the world. He thought he might still be happy. He looked at Haydée. Her eyes were wet with tears. Suddenly, the door opened. The Count frowned.
"Mr. de Morcerf," said Baptistin.
The Count's face grew calm.
"Which one? The son or the father?" "The father."
"Oh, is it not finished yet?"
"I do not know if it is finished, my dear child," said Monte Cristo. "But I know this. You have nothing more to fear."
"But that terrible man."
"He cannot harm me," said Monte Cristo. "Only his son was a danger."
"You will never know what I suffered," said the young woman.
Monte Cristo smiled. "By my father's grave," he said. "I swear to you, Haydée. If any trouble comes, it will not touch me."
"I believe you, my lord," she said. "I believe you as if God spoke to me."
She lifted her forehead. Monte Cristo kissed it. 2 hearts beat fast. One openly, the other in silence.
"Oh," he whispered. "May I be allowed to love again? Ask Mr. de Morcerf to wait in the drawing-room," he said to Baptistin.
He led Haydée to a private stair. This visit was expected by Monte Cristo, but it was unexpected for us. While Mercedes was doing the same work as Albert, she made a careful list of her things. She put her jewels in place, closed her drawers, and gathered her keys. She wanted to leave everything in perfect order. She did not see a pale and dark face at a glass door. The glass door gave light to the passage, and from there a person could see and hear everything. The man watched without sound, and no one saw him. He likely saw and heard all that happened in Madame de Morcerf's rooms. From the glass door, the pale man went to the Count's bedroom. With a tight hand, he lifted the curtain of a window that looked onto the courtyard. He stayed there for 10 minutes. He did not move or speak. He listened only to his own heart beating. For him, those 10 minutes felt very long. It was then that Albert came back from his meeting with the Count. His father saw him watching from behind the curtain. Albert noticed this and turned away. The Count's eyes opened wide. He knew Albert had deeply insulted the Count. In any country, such an insult could lead to a deadly duel. Albert returned safely. Then the Count felt he had taken revenge. A strange light of joy crossed that sad face. It was like the last light of the sun before it hides behind dark clouds. Those clouds did not look soft or gentle, but cold like a grave. Still, he waited for his son in vain. Albert did not come to his room to speak of his success. The Count understood why his son did not come before the meeting. Albert had gone to defend his father's honor. But after it was over, why did he not come back? Why did he not fall into his father's arms? When the Count could not see Albert, he called his servant. This servant was allowed to hide nothing from him. 10 minutes later, General Morcerf appeared on the steps. He wore a black coat with a military collar. He also wore black trousers and black gloves. He had clearly given orders before. As he reached the last step, his carriage arrived. The valet placed his military cloak inside. 2 swords were wrapped in the cloak. The valet closed the door and sat beside the driver. The driver leaned down to hear his command.
To the Champs-Élysées. The Count of Monte Cristo's house. Hurry.
The horses rushed forward under the whip. In 5 minutes, they stopped at the Count's door. Monsieur de Morcerf opened the carriage door himself. As the carriage left, he walked up the path. He rang the bell and entered with his servant. Soon after, Baptistin announced the Count of Morcerf. Monte Cristo led Haydée aside. He ordered that Morcerf be shown into the drawing-room. The general walked back and forth. He had crossed the room 3 times. Then he saw Monte Cristo at the door.
Ah, it is Monsieur de Morcerf. I thought I had not heard correctly.
Yes, it is I.
His lips were tight, and he spoke with effort.
May I ask why I have the honor of seeing you so early?
Did you meet my son this morning?
I did.
I know my son had reasons to fight you. He wished to kill you.
Yes, he had reasons. But as you see, he did not kill me. He did not even fight.
He believed you were the cause of his father's shame. The cause of the great ruin of my family.
That is true. I was a second cause, but not the main one.
Then you gave him some apology or explanation.
I explained nothing. He was the one who apologized to me.
Why did he act this way?
Because he understood there was someone more guilty than me.
And who was that?
His father.
That may be so. But guilty men do not like to be judged.
I know. I expected this result.
You expected my son to be a coward.
Monsieur Albert de Morcerf is no coward.
A man who holds a sword and sees his deadly enemy near him and does not fight is a coward. Why is he not here? So I can tell him this to his face.
Sir, I did not expect you to come here to speak about your family problems. Go and tell this to Monsieur Albert. He will know how to answer you.
Oh no. That is not why I came. You are right. I came to tell you that I see you as my enemy. I hate you without knowing why. It feels like I have always known you and always hated you. Since young men today do not fight, we must do it ourselves. Do you agree, sir?
Yes. And when I said I knew the result, I meant the honor of your visit.
That is good. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We will fight until one of us dies.
Until one of us dies. Let us begin. We do not need witnesses. That is true. We know each other very well.
No. We know very little about each other.
Really? Let us see. Were you not Fernand, the soldier who left before the Battle of Waterloo? Were you not the officer who worked as a guide and spy in Spain? Were you not the man who betrayed and killed Ali? The man who helped you and did all these crimes not make you a general? The Count of Morcerf, a great man of France.
Monster! You throw my shame in my face, when I may soon die. I know you are not a stranger. I know you have looked into my past. you have read every page of my life. But maybe I am more honest in my shame. Then you are behind your riches. You use many names. In Paris, you are the Count of Monte Cristo. In Italy, Sinbad the Sailor. In other places, other names. But I want your real name. I want to speak it. When I fight you. When I drive my sword into your heart.
The Count of Monte Cristo turned pale. His eyes burned with fire. He rushed into a small room. In a moment, he changed his clothes. He put on a sailor's jacket and hat. His long black hair fell free. He came back, strong and terrible. He walked toward the general. The general stepped back in fear. His teeth shook. His legs grew weak. He stopped only when he reached a table.
Fernand. Of my many names, I need to tell you only one. You know it now. You remember it. Even after my pain and suffering. You see my face again. Revenge has made me young. You have seen this face in your dreams. Since you married Mercedes. The woman who was promised to me.
The general stared at him. He could not speak. He moved along the wall until he reached the door. He went out backward. Then he cried in deep pain. Edmond Dantès. He staggered across the yard. He fell into his servant's arms. In a weak voice, he said, "Home. Take me home." The fresh air helped him a little. But as he neared his house, his pain returned. He stopped and got down. The door was open. A coach stood in the yard. This was strange for such a great house. Fear filled him. He ran inside. Two people came down the stairs. He hid in a corner. It was Mercedes, leaning on her son's arm. Leaving the house, they passed close to the unhappy man. He was hidden behind the curtain. He almost felt Mercedes' dress touch him. He felt his son's warm breath as the boy spoke.
Be brave, mother. Come, this is not our home anymore.
The voices faded away. Their steps slowly disappeared. The general stood straight and held the curtain. He gave a deep cry of pain. It was the cry of a father left by his wife and his son. He soon heard the iron step of the coach. Then he heard the driver's voice. The heavy coach moved and shook the windows. He ran to his bedroom. He wanted to see them one last time. But the coach moved on. Neither Mercedes nor her son appeared at the window. They did not look back at the house. They did not look back at the lonely husband and father. At that same moment, when the wheels crossed the gate, a loud sound was heard. Thick smoke came from a window. The glass broke from the blast. Chapter 93. Valentine. It is easy to know where Morel was going. After leaving Monte Cristo, he walked slowly to Villefort's house. He walked slowly because he had time. He had more than half an hour to walk a short distance. But he left Monte Cristo quickly. He wanted to be alone with his thoughts. He knew the hour well. It was the time when Valentine gave breakfast to Noirtier. He knew no one would disturb them. Noirtier and Valentine had allowed him to visit twice a week. He now used that permission. When he arrived, Valentine was waiting for him.
She took his hand at once. She was nervous and very worried. She led him quickly to her grandfather.
Her fear came from news that spread everywhere. People spoke about Morcerf's trouble at the opera. Everyone at Villefort's thought a duel would follow. Valentine guessed that Morel would help Monte Cristo. She knew Morel was brave. She knew he loved the Count. She feared he would put himself in danger. She asked many questions. Moral answered them all. When she learned the affair ended well, joy filled her eyes.
Now, she said, sit near my grandfather. Let us talk about our own lives. You know, Maximilian, my grandfather once wanted to leave this house. He wanted to live away from Monsieur de Villefort.
Yes, said Maximilian. I remember that plan. I thought it was a good idea.
Well, said Valentine. You may like it again. Grandfather is thinking of it once more.
Good, said Maximilian.
Do you know the reason? She asked.
Noirtier looked at Valentine. He wanted her to stop.
But she did not see him. Her eyes and smile were only for Moral.
Whatever his reason is, said Moral, I am sure it is a good one.
A very good one, said Valentine. He says the air here is not good for me.
That may be true, said Moral. You have not seemed well for 2 weeks.
Not very well, said Valentine. Grandfather is now my doctor. I trust him because he knows a lot.
Do you really feel ill? He asked quickly.
It is not great pain, she said. I feel uneasy inside. I do not feel hungry. My stomach feels strange.
Noirtier listened to every word.
And what do you do for this problem?
Something simple, said Valentine. Every morning I take a spoon of my grandfather's medicine. At first I took 1 spoon. Now I take 4. Grandfather says it cures everything.
Valentine smiled. But it was clear she was not well. Maximilian looked at her in silence. She was very beautiful. Her face was paler than before. Her eyes shone brightly. Her hands were white like wax. They had a yellow shade. Maximilian then looked at Noirtier. The old man watched Valentine closely. He saw her hidden pain. Only the grandfather and the lover could see it. But, said Moral, I thought this drink was made for Monsieur Noirtier.
I know it is very bitter, said Valentine. It is so bitter that everything I drink after tastes the same.
Noirtier looked at his granddaughter with questions in his eyes.
Yes, grandpapa, said Valentine. It is true. Before I came here, I drank a glass of sugar water. I left half of it, because it tasted bitter.
Noirtier turned pale and made a sign that he wanted to speak. Valentine stood up to get the dictionary. Noirtier watched her with great worry. The blood was already rushing to the young girl's head. Her cheeks were becoming red.
Oh, she cried, still smiling. This is strange. I cannot see. Did the sun shine in my eyes?
She leaned against the window.
The sun is not shining, said Moral.
He was more afraid because of Noirtier's face than because of Valentine's weakness. He ran to her.
Valentine smiled. Be calm, she said to Noirtier. Do not worry, Maximilian. It is nothing. It has already passed. But listen. Do I hear a carriage in the courtyard?
She opened Noirtier's door and ran to a window in the passage. She came back quickly.
Yes, she said. It is Madame Danglars and her daughter. They have come to visit us. Goodbye. I must go. They would send for me. Or rather, goodbye until I see you again. Stay with grandpapa, Maximilian. I promise I will not ask them to stay.
Moral watched her leave the room. He heard her go up the small stairs. They led to Madame de Villefort's rooms and to her own. When she was gone, Noirtier made a sign for Moral to take the dictionary. Moral obeyed. Valentine had taught him how to understand the old man. Still, it took time. He had to repeat many letters and search the dictionary. After 10 minutes, Noirtier's message was clear.
Bring the glass of water and the bottle from Valentine's room.
Morel rang at once for the new servant. Speaking for Noirtier, he gave the order. The servant soon returned. The bottle and the glass were empty. Noirtier made a sign that he wished to speak again.
Why are they empty? Valentine said she drank only half the glass.
This question took 5 more minutes to explain.
I do not know, said the servant. The housemaid is in Mademoiselle Valentine's room. Perhaps she emptied them. Ask her, said Morel.
The servant went out and came back quickly.
Mademoiselle Valentine passed through the room, he said. She was going to Madame de Villefort's. She was thirsty and drank what was left in the glass. The bottle was emptied by Master Edward. He used the water to make a small pond for his ducks.
Noirtier raised his eyes to the sky. He looked like a man who risks everything on one last chance. From that moment, his eyes stayed on the door. He did not look away. It was truly Madame Danglars and her daughter. They had gone to Madame de Villefort's room. She had said she would receive them there. That is why Valentine passed through the room. Edward's room stood between them. The 2 ladies entered with stiff and serious manners. This often comes before formal news. Madame de Villefort welcomed them in the same serious way. Valentine entered then. The polite greetings began again.
My dear friend, said the Baroness. Eugenie and I have come to be the first to tell you something. My daughter will soon marry Prince Cavalcanti.
Danglars always used the title of Prince. He thought it sounded better than Count.
Please accept my warm wishes, replied Madame de Villefort. Prince Cavalcanti seems to be a young man of great quality. Listen, said the Baroness with a smile. Speaking as a friend, I can say the prince has not shown all he is yet. He has a foreign manner. French people often notice this at once. They see it in Italian or German nobles. He is very kind. He is also quick and clever. As for his fortune, Monsieur Danglars says it is very great. Those are his exact words.
And, said Eugenie, while she turned the pages of the album, you have also grown very fond of the young man.
And, said Madame de Villefort, I do not need to ask if you feel the same.
Me, replied Eugenie with her usual honesty. Oh, not at all, madame. My wish was not to stay only with house duties, or follow the changing wishes of any man. I wanted to be an artist, and so be free in my heart, free in my body, and free in my thoughts.
Eugenie spoke with a strong and firm voice. The color rose in Valentine's cheeks. She was shy and gentle. She could not understand this strong nature, which had none of the fears that women often have.
At least, she said, since I must marry, whether I wish it or not, I should thank God. He saved me from my promise to Monsieur Albert de Morcerf. If not, today I would be the wife of a man without honor.
It is true, said the Baroness, simply. If the Morcerf family had not delayed, my daughter would have married Monsieur Albert. The general wanted it very much. He even tried to force Monsieur Danglars. We escaped a great danger.
But, said Valentine softly, must the son carry all the shame of the father? Monsieur Albert seems innocent to me. He had no part in the crime of the general.
Forgive me, said the hard young woman. Monsieur Albert deserves his part. Yesterday he challenged Monsieur de Monte Cristo at the opera. Today he made excuses for it. This is what I hear.
That cannot be true, said Madame de Villefort.
Ah, my dear friend, said Madame Danglars calmly. "It is true. I heard it from Monsieur Debray. He was there when they spoke."
Valentine knew this was true. But she said nothing. One thought filled her mind. Morel was waiting for her in Monsieur Noirtier's room. She fell into deep thought. For a short time, she did not hear the talk around her. Suddenly, Madame Danglars pressed her hand on Valentine's arm. This touch woke her at once.
"What is it?" she asked.
"My dear Valentine," said the Baroness. "You are not well."
"I," said the young girl. She passed her hand over her hot forehead.
"Yes. Look in the glass. You turn pale, then red. This has happened many times in 1 minute."
Indeed, you are very pale, cried Eugenie.
"Do not be afraid," she said. "I have felt like this for many days."
She understood this was a good moment to leave. Madame de Villefort helped her.
"Go and rest, Valentine," she said. "You are not well. The ladies will excuse you. Drink a glass of clean water. It will help you."
Valentine kissed Eugenie. She bowed to Madame Danglars, who was already leaving. Then she went out.
"That poor child," said Madame de Villefort. "She makes me very uneasy. I fear she may be seriously ill."
Valentine walked on, full of strange excitement. She crossed Edward's room. She did not see the child's play. She passed through her own room. Then she reached the small staircase. She was 3 steps from the bottom. She heard Morel's voice. Suddenly, her sight grew dark. Her foot missed the step. Her hands could not hold the rail. She struck the wall and fell to the floor.
Morel ran to the door at once. He opened it and saw Valentine lying at the foot of the stairs. He lifted her quickly and placed her in a chair.
She opened her eyes. "Oh, how clumsy I am," she said quickly. "I forgot there were 3 more steps. I lost my way."
"You may be hurt," said Morel. "What can I do for you, Valentine?"
Valentine looked around. She saw great fear in Noirtier's eyes.
"Do not worry, dear grandpapa," she said. She tried to smile. "It is nothing. I only felt dizzy."
"Another dizzy spell," said Morel. He clasped his hands in fear. "Oh, please listen to me, Valentine. I beg you."
"No. I tell you it is finished. It was nothing. Now listen to my news. Eugenie will marry in 1 week. In 3 days, there will be a great feast. It is the promise feast. We are all invited. My father, Madame de Villefort, and me. At least, I think so."
"When will it be our turn?" "Oh, Valentine. You have much power over your grandfather. Please ask him to say 1 word. Soon."
"Do you want me to push him? Do you want me to wake his slow memory?"
"Yes. Please hurry. While you are not mine. I always fear I may lose you."
"Oh, Maximilian. You are too afraid for a soldier. They say a soldier has no fear. Ha ha ha."
She laughed, but the sound was hard and sad. Her arms became stiff. Her head fell back on the chair. She did not move. The cry of fear stopped on Noirtier's lips. It showed in his eyes. Morel understood at once. He knew he must call for help. He rang the bell with force. The maid from Valentine's room ran in. The new servant came too. Valentine was very pale. She was cold and still. The servants felt fear at once. They ran into the hall and cried for help. Madame Danglars and Eugenie were leaving the house. They heard the noise.
I told you so. Poor child.
At the same moment, Villefort's voice came from his study. What is the matter? Morel looked at Noirtier. Noirtier was calm again. With his eyes, he showed Morel the small room. Morel had hidden there once before. Morel took his hat. He hid inside just in time. Villefort's steps were heard in the hall. Villefort rushed into the room. He ran to Valentine. He lifted her in his arms. A doctor! Quick, a doctor! Monsieur d'Avrigny. No, I will go myself. He ran from the room. At the same time, Morel escaped by the other door. A terrible thought struck his heart. He remembered a talk he had heard. It was between the doctor and Villefort. It was on the night Madame de Saint-Méran died. The signs were the same. They were like those before Barrois died. Then he heard another voice in his mind. It was Monte Cristo. The words were clear. Come to me if you need anything. I have great power. Morel ran faster than thought. He went down Rue Matignon. Then to the Champs-Élysées. At the same time, Villefort reached the doctor's house. He rang the bell very hard. The porter was afraid. Villefort ran upstairs. He did not speak. The porter knew him. He let him pass.
In his study. Monsieur Procureur. In his study.
Villefort pushed the door open.
Ah. It is you.
Yes. It is me. Doctor, my house is cursed.
What? Do you have another sick person?
Yes. Yes.
Who is dying now? Who will speak against you before God?
Valentine. It is Valentine.
Your daughter.
You were wrong. Come and see her. Ask her to forgive you.
Each time you called me, it was too late. Still, I will come. We must hurry. Your enemy gives no time.
This time, you will not blame me. This time, I will find the killer. I will follow him.
First, let us save her. Then we can think of justice. Come.
The same cab took them back very fast. At that moment, Morel knocked on Monte Cristo's door. The Count was in his study. He was reading a paper. His face was angry. Bertuccio had brought it in a hurry. When Morel's name was spoken, the Count stood up at once. He hurried to meet him. "What is the matter, Maximilian?" he asked. "You are very pale, and sweat runs from your forehead." Morel dropped into a chair. "Yes," he said. "I came very fast, because I wish to speak to you."
Is your family well?
The Count spoke with kind care. No one could doubt his feeling.
"Thank you, Count, thank you," said the young man. He looked unsure how to begin. "Yes, my family is well."
That is good, replied the Count. But you still have something to tell me, do you not?
"Yes," said Morel. "I have just left a house where death has entered. I came straight to you."
Have you come from Monsieur de Morcerf's house?
"No," said Morel. "Is someone dead there?"
The general has ended his own life, replied Monte Cristo calmly.
"Oh, how terrible," cried Maximilian.
It is not so for the Countess or for Albert, he said. A dead husband or father is easier to bear than one without honor. Blood removes shame.
"Poor Countess," said Maximilian. "I feel great pity for her. She is a noble woman."
Pity Albert too, said Monte Cristo. He is a good son, like his mother. But now let us speak of you. You came to me in haste. How may I help you?
Maximilian paused.
Yes, I need your help, he said. I know it sounds foolish. But I thought you might help me in a case where only God can help.
Tell me, replied Monte Cristo.
I do not know if I should share this secret, said Morrel. But I feel forced to speak. I must do it, Count.
Do you believe that I care for you?
Yes, said Morrel. You give me courage. Something in my heart tells me I should hide nothing from you.
You are right, said Monte Cristo. God speaks to your heart. Now tell me what it says.
Count, may I send Baptistin to ask about someone you know?
You may, he replied. My servants are at your service.
I cannot live if she is not better.
Shall I call Baptistin?
No, I will speak to him myself.
Morrel went out. He called Baptistin and whispered a few words. The servant ran at once.
Have you sent him? Asked Monte Cristo, as Morrel returned.
Yes, he said. Now I feel more calm.
I am waiting, said Monte Cristo with a smile.
Then I will tell you, said Morrel. One evening I was in a garden. Trees hid me, and no one knew I was there. Two people passed close by me. Please let me hide their names for now. They spoke very softly. But I heard every word.
This sounds dark, said Monte Cristo. You look pale and afraid.
Yes, very dark, my friend, he said. Someone had just died in that house. One speaker was the master of the house. The other was his doctor. The master spoke of his fear. It was the second sudden death in 1 month. It felt as if the house was marked for ruin.
I see, said Monte Cristo quietly.
Yes, continued Morrel. Death had come twice in 1 month.
And what did the doctor say?
He said the death was not natural, Morrel replied. He said it was caused by poison.
Truly, said Monte Cristo. You heard this yourself?
Yes, I did, said Maximilian. The doctor added that if another death happened like this, he would go to the law.
Monte Cristo listened. He seemed very calm. Maximilian spoke in a low and heavy voice.
Well, death has come a third time. Neither the master of the house nor the doctor said anything. Now death may be coming again. Count, what must I do, since I know this secret?
My dear friend, you tell a story we already know. I know a house like this. It has a garden, a master, and a doctor. 3 people have died there, suddenly and without warning. I did not hear this from you. Still, I know it as well as you do. And I do not feel guilt. This does not concern me. You say an angel of death walks in that house. Who says this idea is not true? Do not look at things that others choose not to see. If this is God's justice, not his anger, then turn your face away. Let his justice finish its work.
Morrel trembled. The Count's voice sounded sad, dark, and terrible.
Besides, who says it will happen again?
It has happened again, Count. That is why I came to you so fast.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to speak to the law?
The Count spoke with deep meaning.
You know who I mean, Count. Do you not?
I know very well. I will prove it by naming them. You were walking one evening in Monsieur de Villefort's garden. It was the night Madame de Saint Méran died. You heard Villefort speak with Dr. d'Avrigny. They spoke about 2 deaths. The doctor believed poison caused them. Since then, you have asked your heart what is right. Should you speak or stay silent? We do not live in old times. There are no secret courts now. What do you want from these people? Let them sleep, if they sleep. Let them grow weak, if that is their fate. You should stay in peace. You have nothing to feel sorry for.
Great sadness showed on Morrel's face. He took the Count's hand.
But it is starting again.
Then let it start again. God has judged this family. They must accept their punishment. They will fall one by one. First Saint Mirren. Then his wife. Then Barrois. Today it is old Noirtier. Or young Valentine.
You knew this. You knew and said nothing.
What is it to me? I do not know these people. Must I lose one life to save another? No. I choose neither side.
But I love her.
You love? Whom?
I love her with all my heart. I would give my life to save her pain. I love Valentine de Villefort. She is dying right now. I ask God and you how I can save her.
Unhappy man. You love Valentine. The daughter of a cursed family.
Morel had never seen such fear. The Count's eyes burned with terrible power. Morel stepped back in shock. The Count closed his eyes. Slowly, he controlled himself. His breathing became calm again. After a short silence, he lifted his pale face. "You see, my dear friend," he said, "how God punishes careless and cold men. He shows them terrible scenes so they must look and feel. I was watching with great interest. I watched this sad story like a show. I laughed at the evil acts of bad men who felt safe because no one knew their secrets. The rich and powerful can hide secrets easily. But now I am hurt by the same evil. The snake I watched has bitten me too, and it has bitten my heart."
Morel groaned. Come, come, the Count said. Complaints do not help. Be a man. Be strong. Keep hope. I am here, and I will watch over you. Morel shook his head in sorrow. I tell you to hope. Do you understand me? Cried Monte Cristo. Remember, I never lie, and I am never wrong. It is 12 o'clock, Maximilian. Thank God you came at noon. If you came this evening, or tomorrow morning, it would be too late. Listen, Morel. It is noon. If Valentine is not dead now, she will not die.
"How can that be?" cried Morel. "When I left her, she was dying."
Monte Cristo pressed his hands to his head. What thoughts filled that mind, full of dark secrets? What voices spoke there, good or evil? Only God knew. At last he lifted his head. Now he was calm, like a child waking from sleep.
Maximilian, he said, go home. I order you not to move. Do nothing. Do not show your thoughts on your face. I will send you news. Go.
"Count, your calm frightens me. Do you have power over death? Are you more than a man? Are you an angel?"
The young man, who never feared danger, now felt deep fear. But Monte Cristo looked at him with a sad and gentle smile. Morel felt tears rise in his eyes.
I can do much for you, my friend, said the Count. Go. I must be alone.
Morel felt the strong power Monte Cristo had over all things. He did not try to resist. He pressed the Count's hand and left. At the door, he stopped to look for Baptistin. He saw him running in the Rue Matignon. At the same time, Villefort and Dr. d'Avrigny hurried on. When they arrived, Valentine had not woken from her faint. The doctor examined her with great care. He knew the secret, and this made him even more serious. Villefort watched his face closely. Noirtier also watched. He was very pale and very anxious.
At last the doctor spoke slowly. She is still alive.
Still, cried Villefort. Doctor, that is a terrible word.
Yes, said the doctor. I repeat it. She is still alive. I am surprised by it.
But is she safe? Asked the father.
Yes, because she lives, said the doctor.
The doctor then looked at Noirtier. The old man's eyes shone with deep joy and meaning. This surprised the doctor. He placed Valentine back on the chair. Her lips and face were very white. The doctor stood still and watched Noirtier. Noirtier seemed to agree with all he did.
"Sir," said the doctor to Villefort, "please call Mademoiselle Valentine's maid."
Villefort went himself to find her. The doctor moved closer to Noirtier.
"Do you have something to tell me?" he asked.
The old man blinked his eyes. This was how he said yes.
"In private?"
Yes.
"Very well. I will stay with you."
At that moment, Villefort returned with the maid. Madame de Villefort followed her.
What is wrong with this dear child? She said. She just left me. She said she felt unwell. I did not think it was serious.
With tears in her eyes, she went to Valentine. She took her hand like a loving mother. The doctor kept watching Noirtier. The old man's eyes grew wide. His face turned pale. His cheeks shook. Sweat stood on his forehead.
"Ah," he said softly.
He followed Noirtier's gaze. The old man was looking at Madame de Villefort. She said again,
This poor child should be in bed. Come, Fanny. We will put her to bed.
The doctor agreed. This would let him stay alone with Noirtier. But he ordered that nothing be given to Valentine except what he allowed. They carried Valentine away. She had woken, but she could hardly move or speak. Her body was very weak after the attack. She still had strength to give one last look to her grandfather. When he saw her, he looked as if he was losing his soul. D'avrigny followed the sick girl. He wrote a prescription. He told Villefort to take a carriage. He ordered him to go himself to a chemist. He had to bring back the medicine with his own hands. He also had to wait in his daughter's room. He warned him again not to give Valentine anything. Then the doctor went back down to Noirtier. He closed the doors with care. He made sure no one was listening.
"Do you know anything about your granddaughter's illness?"
Yes.
"We have no time. I will ask questions. You must answer me. Did you expect this accident to happen to Valentine?"
Yes.
"Please forgive me for what I will ask. We must not miss any sign. Did you see poor Benoit die?"
Yes.
"Do you know what caused his death?"
Yes.
"Do you think he died naturally?"
No.
"Do you think he was poisoned?"
Yes.
"Was the poison meant for him?"
No.
"Is the sane hand now trying to kill Valentine?"
Yes.
"Will she die too?"
No.
"Then you still hope?"
Yes.
"Do you hope the person will be judged?"
No.
"Do you hope the poison will not work on Valentine?"
Yes.
Noirtier stared at one place. The doctor followed his eyes. They rested on a bottle. It was the drink Noirtier took every morning.
"You prepared her body to resist poison? You gave her small amounts over time.
Yes.
Then you saved her. Without this, she would be dead. The dose was strong, but she resisted. This time, Valentine will live."
Great joy filled the old man's eyes. He looked up to heaven with thanks. At that moment, Villefort returned. "Doctor, here is what you asked for."
"Was this made while you watched?"
"Yes."
"Did it ever leave your hands?"
"No." The doctor tasted the medicine himself. Then he nodded. They went back to Valentine. D'avrigny gave clear orders. Villefort promised to enforce them. At the same time, an Italian priest arrived. He was calm and serious. He rented the house next to Villefort's. No one knew how the old tenants left. The house was said to be unsafe. Still, the priest moved in that evening. His name was Signor Giacomo Busoni. Workers came at once. That night, people saw repairs begin. In the last chapter, we saw Madame Danglars. She came to announce a marriage. It was between her daughter Eugenie and Andrea Cavalcanti. This formal announcement seemed to show that everyone agreed with what was about to happen. Before this moment, another scene had taken place. We must go back one step. It was the morning of that day full of trouble. We returned to the rich, gold-covered salon. This room was the pride of its owner, Baron Danglars. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. The banker walked up and down the room. He looked worried and uneasy. He watched both doors and listened to every sound. At last, he lost patience and called his valet.
Etienne, go and see why Mademoiselle Eugenie asked me to meet her here. And tell me why she makes me wait so long.
After this burst of anger, the Baron grew more calm. That morning, Mademoiselle Danglars had asked to speak with her father. She had chosen the gilded drawing-room. This choice, and its serious tone, surprised the banker. He went there at once, as she had asked.
Sir, Mademoiselle's maid says she is finishing her dressing. She will be here very soon.
Danglars nodded to show he was satisfied. To the world and to his servants, he acted like a kind man and a gentle father. This was a role he liked to play. In public, he looked pleasant. In private, this kindness often disappeared. Then he became a harsh husband and a strict father.
Why does that foolish girl not come to my study? She says she wants to speak to me. And why does she want to speak to me at all?
He thought this again and again. Then the door opened. Eugenie came in. She wore a black satin dress. Her hair was ready, and she had gloves on. She looked as if she were going to the opera.
Well, Eugenie, what do you want with me? And why do you choose this serious room, when my study is so comfortable?
I understand your questions, sir. You may sit down. Your 2 questions are the reason for our talk. I will answer both. I will begin with the last one, because it is easier. I chose this room to avoid the heavy feeling of a banker's study. The books, the locked drawers, and the piles of papers change a father's mind. They make him forget what is most important. Here, you see portraits of our family. You see calm pictures of the countryside. Such things affect me. I hope they might affect you too.
Very well.
Monsieur Danglars listened calmly. But he did not understand her meaning. His thoughts were busy with his own concerns.
So the second question is answered. Now we return to the first. You ask why I wanted this meeting. I will say it clearly. I will not marry Count Andrea Cavalcanti.
Danglars jumped up from his chair. He lifted his arms and eyes toward the ceiling.
Yes, indeed, sir, Eugenie went on, still calm. You are surprised, I can see. Since this matter began, I have shown no protest at all. But when the right time comes, I always oppose strong plans that are made without me. And things that I do not like. This time, my calm came from another reason. I wished, like an obedient daughter, to practice obedience. A slight smile appeared on the young girl's dark lips.
Well?
Asked Danglars.
Well, sir, Eugenie replied. I tried until the very end. Now that the moment has come, I feel that, despite all my efforts, it is impossible.
Danglars was confused at first. The firm logic and strong will of his daughter pressed on his weak mind.
But what is your reason for refusing, Eugenie? What reason can you give?
My reason, the young girl replied. It is not because the man is more ugly, foolish, or unpleasant than others. Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti may look quite acceptable to those who judge men by their faces. It is also not because my heart cares less for him than for another. That would be a child's reason, and I find it too small for me. I love no one, sir. You know this well. So I do not see why, without true need, I should burden my life with a constant companion. Wise people have said, nothing in excess. And another said, I carry all that I own with me. I learned these sayings in Latin and Greek. One is from Phaedrus, I believe, and the other from Bias. Life is like a shipwreck of hopes. So I throw into the sea what I do not need. I keep only my own will. I choose to live alone. And therefore to live free.
Unhappy girl, Danglars murmured. His face turned pale. He knew from long experience how strong this obstacle was.
Unhappy girl. Eugenie answered. No, sir. That sounds false and dramatic. I am happy. What do I lack? The world calls me beautiful. It is pleasant to be welcomed kindly. I enjoy that. It brightens my face. And makes others seem less unpleasant. I have some wit. And enough feeling to take from life what is good. I take it as one takes food from a shell. I am rich. You have one of the greatest fortunes in France. I am your only daughter. You are not strict like other fathers, who punish their daughters for not giving them grandchildren. The law also protects me. You cannot take everything from me. And you cannot force me to marry one man or another. So, being called beautiful, clever, a little talented, and rich, which people say is happiness. Why do you call me unhappy?
Danglars saw his daughter smiling. She looked proud, almost too proud. He felt his rough anger rise. But it showed only in a short sound. Under her steady and questioning gaze, he turned away. He calmed himself, overcome by her strong mind.
Truly, my daughter, he said with a smile. You are all that you say you are. Except for one thing. I will not tell you at once. I will let you guess it.
Eugenie looked at Danglars. She was surprised that one part of her pride was questioned.
My daughter, the banker continued. You have clearly explained the thoughts of a young woman like you, who has decided not to marry. Now it is my turn. I must explain the reasons of a father like me, who has decided that his daughter will marry.
Eugenie bowed. It was not the bow of an obedient daughter, but of an opponent ready to argue. Danglars spoke again to his daughter. He said that when a father asks his daughter to choose a husband, he always has a reason. Some fathers want to live again through their grandchildren. He said this was not his feeling. Family happiness did not interest him. He said Eugenie was calm and thoughtful, and would understand his cold heart. He asked her not to think of this as a crime.
This is not the point, sir. Let us speak openly. I respect honesty.
Very well. When it is useful, I can be open. I will explain everything. I asked you to marry, not for you. I did not think of you at that moment. You like honesty, so now you have it. I wanted you to marry quickly because it helped my business plans.
Eugenie felt worried when she heard these words.
It is true, I assure you. Do not be angry with me. You asked me to speak. I do not like to explain numbers to an artist like you. You avoid my study because it feels cold and unpleasant to you. Yet you went there yesterday to ask for the money I give you each month. In a banker's study, many useful things can be learned. Even a girl who may never marry can learn them. A banker lives by his credit. Credit is like breath to the body. Without it, he cannot live. Count of Monte Cristo once explained this to me. I never forgot his words. When credit falls, the banker is finished. This will soon happen to me. That is the fate of a banker who is proud to have a clever daughter like you.
Eugenie did not bow her head. She stood straight.
Ruined.
Yes, my daughter. That is exactly what I mean. Ruined.
Ah.
Yes, ruined. The secret is now clear. It is dark and frightening. Now listen. I will tell you how you can reduce this trouble, at least for yourself.
You judge me badly if you think I fear this for myself. I ruined. What does that matter to me? I still have my talent. Can I not earn my own living? Other women have done so before me. I can earn money by myself. I will owe nothing to anyone. I will not receive it with cold looks and complaints. I will receive praise, applause, and flowers. If I do not have great talent, which you seem to doubt, I still have my love of freedom. That love is more important to me than wealth. I am not afraid. I will always find a way. My books, my drawings, and my piano will stay with me. They cost little. I can always obtain them. Do you think I feel sorry for Madame Danglars? You are wrong again. I believe she has protected herself. This trouble will not harm her. She has cared more for her own plans than for me. She allowed my wish for freedom. She helped me become independent. Since childhood, I have seen too much. I have understood too much. Bad fortune does not control me. No one loved me. That made me strong. Now you know what I believe.
Then you continue on this path? You wish to bring my ruin closer.
Your ruin? I cause your ruin. What do you mean? I do not understand.
That is good. Then I still have hope. Listen to me.
I am listening.
She looked at her father closely. Her steady gaze was hard for him to face. Danglars continued to speak. He talked in a calm but firm way.
Monsieur Cavalcanti is going to marry you. He will place his fortune in my hands. It is worth 3 million livres.
That is wonderful, said Eugenie. Her voice was cold. She slowly smoothed one glove over the other.
You think you will take those 3 millions away from me? Do not worry. They are meant to grow. They will become 10 million at least. I work with another banker. We have a railway project. This kind of work brings profit today. People once believed in false dreams. This time the profit is real. In 1 week, I must pay 4 million for my share. Those 4 million will bring 10 or 12 million.
But 2 days ago, sir, replied Eugenie, I saw you preparing a deposit. It was 5.5 million. You showed me papers from the treasury. You were surprised that they did not impress me.
Yes, but that money is not mine. It belongs to charity groups. They trust me. At another time, I might have used it. But I have had losses. People know this. My credit is weak. If I use that money, I risk shame. I do not fear bankruptcies. But they must bring gain, not ruin. If you marry Monsieur Cavalcanti, and I receive the 3 million, or even if people believe I will, my credit will return. My fortune will rise again. Do you understand me?
Yes. You use my name for 3 million, do you not?
The greater the sum, the greater the honor. It shows your value.
Thank you. One more thing, sir. Do you promise to use the report of his fortune only? You must not touch the money. This is not selfish. It is careful. I wish to help you. But I will not help ruin others.
But I tell you, with those 3 million.
Can you recover your place, sir? Without using that money?
I hope so. The marriage will restore my credit.
Will you pay Monsieur Cavalcanti the 500,000 francs for my dowry?
He will receive it when he returns from the mayor.
Very well.
What more do you want?
I wish to know one thing. When I sign, am I free as a person?
Yes. Completely free.
Then, as I said before, I am ready to marry Monsieur Cavalcanti.
What are you planning?
That is my concern. You know my secret. Why should I tell you mine?
Danglars pressed his lips together.
Then you will make the required visits.
Yes. And I will sign the contract in 3 days.
Then I also say, very well.
Danglars took his daughter's hand. He did not thank her. She did not smile. Eugenie stood up. She asked if the meeting was over. Danglars said nothing more. Soon, the piano began to play. Mademoiselle d'Armilly touched the keys. Eugenie sang a sad song. At the end, Etienne entered.
The horses are ready, he said. The Baroness is waiting for you.
Eugenie left to make her visits. They went on their way. 3 days after the event we have just told, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This was the day chosen to sign the contract between Mademoiselle Eugenie Danglars and Andrea Cavalcanti. A light wind moved the leaves in the small garden before the house of the Count of Monte Cristo. The Count was ready to go out. His horses were restless and struck the ground with their feet. The coachman had waited on his seat for a long time. At that moment, a fine phaeton turned quickly through the gate. Andrea Cavalcanti stepped down at the door. He was dressed in bright clothes and looked very pleased, as if he were going to marry a princess. He asked for the Count in his usual easy way. He ran up the stairs and met him at the top. The Count stopped when he saw the young man. Andrea, once started, never stopped speaking.
Ah, good morning, my dear Count.
Ah, Monsieur Andrea, how are you?
Very well, as you can see. I have come to speak to you about many things. But first, tell me, were you going out or had you just come back?
I was going out.
Then, so I do not stop you, I will go with you in your carriage. My servant can follow with my phaeton.
No. I prefer to listen to you here. We can speak better inside. No coachman will hear us.
The Count went back into a small room on the first floor. He sat down and crossed his legs. He showed Andrea a chair. Andrea sat down and smiled in a cheerful way.
You know, my dear Count, the ceremony will be this evening. At 9 o'clock the contract will be signed at my future father-in-law's house.
Ah, is that so?
Is this news to you? Did Monsieur Danglars not tell you?
Yes, he wrote to me yesterday. But I do not think he named the hour.
Perhaps he thought everyone already knew.
You are lucky, Monsieur Cavalcanti. This marriage is very suitable. Mademoiselle Danglars is a pretty young woman.
Yes, she is indeed.
Above all, she is very rich. At least, that is what people say.
Very rich, do you think?
Yes. People say Monsieur Danglars hides half of his money.
And he admits having 15 or 20 million.
That is not all. He is about to begin a new business. It is already common in America and England. It is new in France.
Yes, I understand. You mean the railway. He has the right to build it.
Exactly. People think he will earn 10 million from it.
10 million. That is wonderful.
All his money will one day be yours. Mademoiselle Danglars is his only child. Your own fortune, as your father told me, is almost as large. But let us stop speaking of money. I think you have handled this matter very well.
Yes, not badly. I was born to be a diplomat.
Then you should be one. True diplomacy comes from instinct. Tell me, have you fallen in love?
I am afraid I have.
Is your love returned?
I think so, said Andrea with a proud smile. She has accepted me. But I must not forget one great point.
Which one?
That I had special help.
That is not true.
It is true.
By chance.
No. By you.
By me? Not at all, Prince, said Monte Cristo, stressing the title. What have I done for you? Is your name, your position, and your merit not enough?
No, said Andrea. It is useless to say that, Count. I believe your position helped me more than my name, my position, or my merit.
You are wrong, sir, said Monte Cristo calmly. You gained my support only after your father's power and wealth were clear. I had never seen you or your father before. Two friends, Lord Wilmore and Abbé Busoni, brought you to me. What made me support you was your father's name, well known and respected in Italy. As for you, I do not know you.
This calm voice and easy manner made Andrea feel held back by a stronger hand. He felt he could not push forward.
Oh, then my father truly has a very large fortune, Count.
It seems so, sir, replied Monte Cristo. Do you know if the marriage gift he promised me has arrived?
I have heard that it has.
And the 3 million?
The 3 million is likely on the way.
Then I will truly receive it. Well, said the Count, I do not think you have ever lacked money.
Andrea was very surprised and thought in silence for a moment.
Now, sir, I have one request. You will understand it, even if it displeases you.
Go on, said Monte Cristo.
I know many important people now, and I have many friends. But I will marry before all Paris. I need a great name to support me. Since my father cannot come, someone strong should lead me to the altar. My father is not coming to Paris, is he?
He is old, wounded, and suffers greatly when he travels, he says.
I see. Then I have come to ask you a favor.
Of me?
Yes, of you.
And what is it?
To take my father's place.
Ah, my dear sir. After all that has passed between us, do you know me so little? Ask me for a large sum of money, and you would trouble me less. I have strong beliefs in moral matters. I would never lead a wedding ceremony. Never.
Then you refuse me?
Yes. And if you were my son or my brother, I would still refuse.
Then what can be done, said Andrea sadly. You said you had many friends.
That is true. But you introduced me to Monsieur Danglars.
No, not at all.
Let us be exact. I met him at dinner at your house. I introduced myself at his house. That is very different.
Still, my marriage helped that.
Not at all, he said. Remember what I told you. I never arrange marriages. It is my firm rule.
Andrea bit his lips.
But at least, you will be there.
Will all Paris be there?
Yes, of course.
Then, like all Paris, I will be there too, said the Count.
And will you sign the contract?
I see no problem with that. My doubts do not go that far.
Well, since you give me no more, I must accept what you offer. But one more word, Count.
What is it?
Advice.
Be careful. Advice is sometimes worse than help.
Oh, you can give this without causing trouble for yourself.
Tell me.
Is my wife's fortune 500,000 livres?
That is the sum that Monsieur Danglars himself named.
Must I take the money, or leave it with the notary?
This is how such matters are usually done when people want to act with style. Your lawyers meet and sign the contract. The next day, or the day after, they exchange the two fortunes and give receipts. After the marriage, the money is placed at your control as the head of the family.
Because, said Andrea, feeling uneasy, I thought I heard my future father-in-law say he planned to invest our money in that famous railway project you spoke of.
Well, replied Monte Cristo, everyone says it will triple your fortune in 1 year. Baron Danglars is a good father. He knows how to count.
In that case, everything is fine, said Andrea. Only your refusal still makes me sad.
You must see it as a natural caution in such a case.
Very well, said Andrea. As you wish. This evening, then, at 9 o'clock.
Goodbye until then.
Monte Cristo showed slight resistance. His lips turned pale, but he kept his polite smile. Andrea took the Count's hand and pressed it. He jumped into his carriage and disappeared. Andrea spent the next few hours riding and paying visits. He wished to bring many people to the banker's house. He spoke of exciting plans and promised shares in new projects. These plans soon filled many minds. Danglars was just beginning them. By 8:30, the large salon, the gallery, and the other rooms were full. A scented crowd filled the space. Most came not from care, but from love of new sights. They liked to be present wherever something new appeared. The rooms were brightly lit. Light shone on gold walls and silk curtains. The decorations were rich, though not tasteful. Mademoiselle Eugénie wore a simple white silk dress. A single white rose lay in her black hair. She wore no jewels. Yet her eye showed strong confidence. Madame Danglars spoke nearby with Debray, Beauchamp, and Châteaurenaud. Debray was present like all others, with no special place. Monsieur Danglars stood with deputies and officials. He explained a new tax idea. He hoped to use it one day in government. Andrea stood with a fashionable man from the opera. He spoke boldly of his future plans. He described new luxuries he would bring to Paris. He spoke of his large yearly income. The crowd moved like waves of bright stones. The oldest women wore the most decoration. The plainest were often the most noticed. True beauty was hidden in corners. From time to time, the doorkeeper announced famous names. Some were known in finance, the army, or books. The crowd answered with slight movement. Yet many guests were met with cold looks. Only a few had the power to stir the whole room. When the great clock showed 9, it struck 9 times. The name of the Count of Monte Cristo was announced. At once, everyone turned and looked at the door. The Count wore black clothes, simple as always. His white waistcoat showed his strong chest. His black neckcloth stood out against his very pale face. He wore only one piece of jewelry. It was a fine gold chain, almost unseen on the white cloth. A circle quickly formed near the door. The Count looked around and saw Madame Danglars at one end of the room. He saw M. Danglars at the other end. He saw Eugénie standing in front of him. He first walked to the Baroness. She was speaking with Madame de Villefort. Madame de Villefort had come alone, as Valentine was still ill. The way was clear, and the Count walked straight on. He then went to Eugénie. He praised her with quick and careful words. The proud young artist was surprised by his manner.
Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly thanked the Count. She thanked him for the letters he had given her. She said she would use them soon for her trip to Italy.
After leaving the ladies, the Count met Danglars. Danglars had come forward to greet him. After these duties, the Count stopped. He looked around as if to say his part was done. Andrea was in the next room. He also felt the excitement caused by the Count's arrival. He came in to greet Monte Cristo. The Count was surrounded by people. Everyone wanted to speak to him. The notaries arrived at this moment. They placed their papers on a velvet cloth with gold thread. The table was gold and stood on carved lion's feet. One notary sat down. The other stood. They were ready to read the contract. Many people from Paris had come to witness it. The ladies stood in a circle. The gentlemen spoke quietly among themselves. They spoke of Andrea's nervous manner. They noticed Danglars' deep attention. They saw Eugénie's calm face. They also noted the light way the Baroness treated the event. The contract was read in deep silence. When it ended, the noise in the rooms grew loud again. People spoke of the great sums of money. They spoke of the many millions for the young couple. The jewels and wedding gifts amazed everyone. The young men admired Mademoiselle Danglars even more. To them, she seemed to shine like the sun. The ladies also wanted the wealth. But they told themselves they did not need it. They believed they were beautiful enough already. Andrea stood among his friends. They praised him and spoke kindly to him. He began to believe his dream was real. He felt almost confused. The notary raised his pen and spoke. "Gentlemen, we are about to sign the contract." The Baron was to sign first. Then came the representative of M. Cavalcanti. After that, the Baroness. Last were the young man and woman. The Baron signed. The representative signed next. The Baroness came forward. She leaned on Madame de Villefort's arm.
My dear, is it not annoying? An unexpected event has happened. It concerns a crime at the Count of Monte Cristo's house. He was nearly harmed. Because of this, we cannot see M. de Villefort today.
Indeed?
The Count stepped closer.
I fear I am the reason he is absent.
You, Count. If that is true, be careful. I would not forgive you.
Andrea listened closely.
But it is not my fault. I will try to explain.
Everyone listened with care. The Count rarely spoke. Now he was about to speak.
You remember the poor man who tried to rob me? He died in my house. People believe his partner stabbed him. This happened as they tried to escape. Yes.
To check his wounds, the men took off his clothes. They threw the clothes into a corner. The police picked them up, but they did not see the waistcoat. Andrea turned very pale. He moved closer to the door. He felt danger coming, like a storm in the sky.
This waistcoat was found today. It was covered in blood. There was a hole over the heart.
The lady screamed. 2 or 3 almost fainted.
The waistcoat was brought to me. No one knew what this dirty cloth was. I alone thought it was the waistcoat of the dead man. My servant searched the pocket and felt some paper. He took it out. It was a letter for you, Baron. To me? Yes, to you. I could read your name under the blood.
Everyone cried out in shock.
But how could this stop Monsieur de Villefort?
It is very simple, madam. The waistcoat and the letter were signs of a crime. I sent them to the king's lawyer. Law is the safest way in such cases. Perhaps someone wanted to harm you, Baron.
Andrea stared at Monte Cristo. Then he slipped into the next room.
Maybe. Was this dead man an old prisoner? Yes. His name was Caderousse.
Danglars turned pale. Andrea reached the next room.
Please go on signing. My story has upset everyone. I am sorry, Baroness and Mademoiselle Danglars.
The Baroness gave the pen back to the notary. Prince Cavalcanti, where are you?
Andrea.
Call the prince. Tell him to sign.
At that moment, guests ran into the main room. They were scared and screamed. An officer placed soldiers at the doors. A police officer walked toward Danglars.
Madame Danglars screamed and fainted.
Danglars looked full of fear.
What is happening, sir?
Which man here is named Andrea Cavalcanti? Everyone cried out. They looked around.
Who is Andrea Cavalcanti?
A prisoner who escaped from Toulon.
What crime did he commit?
He is accused of killing Caderousse. Caderousse was his old prison companion. The crime happened during an escape. Monte Cristo looked around. Andrea was gone. A few minutes later, the house was empty. Guests left fast, like people running from illness. No one stayed to give comfort. Only Danglars stayed. He spoke to the officer in his study. Madame Danglars hid in her room, shaking. Eugénie went to her room with her close friend. The servants gathered in groups. They were angry and upset. That night, no one worked as usual. In this large household, only two people are important to us. They are Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars and Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly. Eugénie left the room with pride and cold anger. She looked like a queen who had been deeply hurt. Louise followed her. Louise was pale and very upset. When they reached Eugénie's room, Eugénie locked the door. Louise fell into a chair.
Ah, what a terrible thing. Who could have guessed it? Mr. Andrea Cavalcanti is a killer. He escaped from prison. He is a criminal.
Eugénie smiled with cold irony.
It seems this was my fate. I escaped one bad marriage, only to fall into another.
Please do not compare the two, Eugénie.
Be quiet. All men are dishonest. Now I can do more than hate them. I despise them.
What shall we do? What can we do now?
The same thing we planned 3 days ago. We will leave.
What? Even now, when you are not getting married?
Listen, Louise. I hate this rich and empty life. Everything here is controlled, like lines on music paper. I want the life of an artist. I want to be free and independent. I want to depend only on myself. If I stay here, they will try to marry me again. To whom? Perhaps to Mr. Debray. No, Louise. This event gives me a good excuse. I did not ask for it. God sent it to me, and I accept it with joy.
You are so strong and brave.
You did not know that already. Come, Louise. Let us speak about our plans. The travel carriage.
We bought it 3 days ago.
Did you send it to the place where we will collect it?
Yes.
And our passport?
Here it is.
Eugénie opened a paper and read it aloud.
Mr. Léon d'Armilly. 20 years old. Artist. Black hair and black eyes. Traveling with his sister.
Perfect. How did you get this passport?
I asked the Count of Monte Cristo for letters. I told him I was afraid to travel as a woman. He understood me. He got me a man's passport. I added the words about the sister myself. So now we only need to pack. We will leave on the evening of the contract signing. Not the wedding evening.
Please think carefully, Eugénie.
I am tired of thinking. I am tired of money talk. I want air and freedom. I want birds, music, and travel. How much money do we have?
Louise opened a small locked case. She counted the money.
23,000 francs.
And the same value in jewels. We are rich. We can live well for years. Soon, we will earn even more. You keep the money. I will keep the jewels. Now, the trunk. Let us hurry.
Wait. I want to listen at the door.
What are you afraid of?
That someone will find us.
The door is locked.
They may ask us to open it.
They can ask. We will not open it.
You are very brave, Eugenie.
The two young women packed their things quickly.
Now, while I change my clothes, lock the trunk.
I cannot. I am not strong enough. You must do it.
You are right. I forgot my own strength.
Eugenie pressed the trunk shut. Louise locked it. Then Eugenie took out a soft silk travel cloak. Here, she said, you see, I have thought of everything. With this cloak you will not be cold.
But you?
Oh, I am never cold, you know. Besides, with these men's clothes.
Will you dress here?
Yes, of course.
Will you have time?
Do not worry, you little coward. All the servants are busy, talking about the great event. And is it strange, when I should be so sad, that I stay alone? Tell me.
No, truly, you calm me.
Come and help me.
From the same drawer she took a full set of men's clothes, from boots to coat. She also took clean linen, with nothing extra, only what was needed. She moved fast, as if she had done this before. Eugenie put on the boots and trousers. She tied her neckcloth, closed her waistcoat to the neck, and put on the coat. The coat fit her fine shape very well.
Oh, that is very good, truly very good. But your beautiful black hair, those long braids that made all the ladies jealous. Will they fit under a man's hat like that one down there?
You will see.
With her left hand she held the thick hair. With her right hand she took long scissors. Soon the blades cut through the rich hair. The hair fell to the floor as she leaned back to save her coat. She then cut the hair in front. She showed no regret. Her eyes shone with more joy than before.
Oh, the beautiful hair.
Am I not much better like this? Do you not think I look more handsome now?
Oh, you are beautiful, always beautiful. Now, where are you going?
To Brussels, if you like. It is the nearest border. From there we can go to other cities. Then we will travel through Switzerland and into Italy. Is that good?
Yes.
What are you looking at?
I am looking at you. You are lovely like this. It feels like you are carrying me away.
And that is true.
Oh, Eugenie, I think you used a strong word.
The two young women began to laugh. Others would have thought they were very sad. They quickly cleared away all signs of their work. They put out the lights. Then they listened and looked around. They opened a door that led to a side stair. Eugenie went first, holding the case. Louise helped, though it was heavy for her. The yard was empty. The clock struck 12. The porter was asleep in his chair. Eugenie moved softly and saw him sleeping. She hid Louise in a dark corner. She stepped into the lamplight.
Gate.
The porter woke and came forward. He saw what looked like a young man. He opened the gate at once. Louise slipped through quickly. Eugenie followed, calm on the outside. They gave the case to another porter. They walked behind him. His presence made Louise feel safe. Eugenie was strong and brave. They reached the address. Eugenie paid the man and sent him away. She knocked on the shutter. A small washerwoman, ready and awake, opened the door.
Mademoiselle, said Eugenie, let the porter bring the post-chaise from the coach house. Tell him to get fresh horses from the hotel. Here are 5 francs for his work. Indeed, said Louise, I admire you. I almost respect you.
The laundress watched in surprise. But she had been promised 20 gold coins, so she said nothing. After 15 minutes, the porter came back with a postboy and horses. They were quickly harnessed to the post-chaise. The porter tied the travel bag with a cord and a strap.
Here is the passport, said the postilion. Where are we going, young gentleman?
To Fontainebleau, replied Eugenie in a firm, almost male voice. What do you mean? Asked Louise. I am escaping from them, said Eugenie. This woman may betray us for more money. We will soon change our direction.
The young woman jumped into the carriage. It was well made for sleeping, and she hardly touched the step.
You are always right, said the music teacher, as she sat beside her friend.
After another 15 minutes, the postilion guided the horses onto the correct road. With a crack of his whip, they passed through the gate of the Barrier Saint-Martin.
Ah, said Louise, breathing freely, we are out of Paris at last. Yes, my dear, replied Eugenie. The escape is complete. Yes, and without force, said Louise. I will say that in our favor, replied Eugenie.
Her words were lost in the loud noise of the carriage on the stone road. Mr. Danglars no longer had a daughter. Chapter 98. The Bell and Bottle Tavern. Now let us leave Mademoiselle Danglars and her friend on the road to Brussels. Let us return to poor Andrea Cavalcanti. His rise to fortune was suddenly stopped. Even though he was young, Andrea was clever and quick. At the first sign of trouble, he moved toward the door. He crossed several rooms and then disappeared. But we forgot one important detail. In one room, the bride's gifts were on display. There were jewels, fine shawls, lace, and veils. All these beautiful things were meant to bring joy. As Andrea passed through, he showed not only skill but also care for himself. He took the most valuable items he could find. With these stolen items, Andrea jumped out of a window. His heart felt lighter as he ran. He wanted to escape before the guards could catch him. He was tall, strong, and well-built. He walked for 15 minutes without knowing where to go. He only knew he must get far away. He passed through one street after another. By instinct, he chose the safest paths. At last, he reached the end of Rue Lafayette. There he stopped, breathing hard. He was alone. On one side lay the dark fields near Saint-Lazare. On the other side, Paris slept under the night sky.
Will they catch me? He cried. No, not if I am faster than them. My safety now depends on speed.
At that moment, he saw a cab at the top of the street. The tired driver was smoking his pipe. He was slowly moving toward his usual stop.
Hey, my friend, called Benedetto.
What do you want, sir? Asked the driver.
Is your horse tired?
Tired? Oh yes, very tired. He has done almost nothing all day. I had 4 poor rides. I earned only 7 francs. I should give 10 to the owner.
Will you add these 20 francs to the 7 you have?
With pleasure, sir. 20 francs are worth a lot. Tell me what I must do.
It is very easy, if your horse is not too tired.
I tell you he will run fast. Just tell me where to go.
Towards Louvres.
Ah, I know the way. You can get good sweet rum there.
Yes. I want to catch a friend. We will hunt together tomorrow. He should have waited here with a cab. It is now 12. He must have gone on.
That is likely.
Will you try to catch him?
Nothing would please me more.
If you catch him before Boucher, you get 20 francs. If before Louvres, 30.
And if we do catch him?
40.
Good. Get in. We are off.
Andrea got into the cab. It moved fast through the streets. They passed many roads and villages. They did not catch the friend. Andrea asked many people. Everyone said they had just seen the cab. But it was never the right one. A fast carriage passed them. Andrea watched it with deep regret. Inside were two young women.
Hurry. We must catch him soon.
The poor horse ran as fast as it could. At Louvres it stopped, breathing hard.
I will not catch my friend. I do not want to harm your horse. Here are 30 francs. I will stay at the Red Horse Inn. Good night.
Andrea gave the money and stepped down. The driver happily returned to Paris. Andrea waited until the sound was gone. Then he walked fast into the night. He stopped near Chapelier-en-Serval. He sat and thought. After 10 minutes, he decided. He changed his coat. Then he knocked at the only inn.
Yes?
My friend, I fell from my horse. I must reach Compiègne tonight. My family is waiting. Can I hire a horse?
The innkeeper had a horse. He called the boy to prepare it. He sent his young son to guide Andrea. Andrea paid 20 francs. A card fell from his pocket. The innkeeper believed he served a noble count. Leblanc was not a fast horse, but he moved in a calm and steady way. In 3.5 hours, Andrea travelled the 9 leagues to Compiègne. At 4 o'clock, he reached the place where the coaches stopped. There is a very good tavern in Compiègne. Many travellers remember it well. Andrea had stayed there before when he rode near Paris. He remembered the Bell and Bottle Inn. He turned around and saw the sign by the light of a lamp. He sent the child away and gave him all his small coins. Then he knocked at the door. He thought it was wise to sleep well and eat a good meal before the next day. A waiter opened the door.
My friend, I had dinner at St. Jean Auxiliary Boys. I hoped to catch the midnight coach. But I lost my way and walked in the forest for 4 hours. Please show me one of the small rooms that look onto the yard. Bring me a cold chicken and a bottle of Bordeaux.
The waiter felt no doubt about him. Andrea spoke calmly. He had a cigar in his mouth and his hands in his coat pockets. His clothes were fine and clean. His boots were perfect. He only looked like a man who had stayed out late. While the waiter prepared the room, the hostess came downstairs. Andrea smiled and asked for room number 3. He had stayed in that room before. Sadly, room number 3 was already taken. A young man was staying there with his sister. Andrea looked upset at first. But he felt better when the hostess told him that room number 7 was the same. He warmed his feet by the fire. He spoke about the last horse races at Chantilly. He waited until his room was ready. The rooms that looked onto the yard were very pretty. The inn had 3 galleries like a theatre. Flowers climbed around the light columns. It was one of the most beautiful in entrances. The chicken was soft and well cooked. The wine was old and good. The fire was bright and warm. Andrea was surprised by his strong hunger. He ate as if nothing bad had happened. After supper, he went to bed. He fell asleep almost at once. Young men often sleep deeply, even when they should feel regret. Andrea should have felt regret. But he did not. This plan seemed safe to him. Before sunrise, he would leave the inn. He would pay his bill in full. Then he would go into the forest. He would pretend to be an art student. He would ask peasants for help. He planned to get the clothes of a woodcutter and a small axe. He would change his look. He would dirty his hands and darken his hair. He would make his skin look brown. He had learned this trick from an old friend. He planned to walk through forests at night. He would sleep during the day in woods or old quarries. He would enter villages only to buy bread. In this way, he hoped to reach the nearest border. After crossing the border, he would sell his diamonds. He also carried 10 bank notes for safety. Together, he would have about 50,000 livres. He thought this was not so bad. He also trusted Danglars to keep quiet about their troubles. These thoughts, and his tired body, made him sleep deeply. He did not close the window shutters. He wanted to wake early. He locked the door. He put a long, sharp knife on the table. He always carried this knife. At about 7 in the morning, sunlight touched his face. The light was warm and bright. When people wake, their strongest thought comes first. Andrea opened his eyes. At once, he knew he had slept too long. He jumped out of bed and ran to the window. A gendarme was walking across the yard. Even calm men notice a gendarme. For a man with fear in his heart, the uniform is very frightening.
Why is that gendarme here?
At once, Andrea answered himself with calm logic. He said there was nothing strange about seeing a gendarme at an inn. He decided to dress first instead of feeling fear. He dressed quickly and easily. His time in Paris had not taken away this skill.
Now, I will wait until he leaves. Then I will slip away.
When he had his boots and tie on, Andrea moved softly to the window. He lifted the thin curtain again. The first gendarme was still there. He now saw a second gendarme at the foot of the stairs. This was the only way down. A third gendarme sat on a horse at the main door. He held a gun and stood guard. A crowd stood in front of the door and blocked the way out.
They are looking for me. Oh no.
Andrea's face turned white. He looked around the room with fear. Like the other rooms on the floor, his room had only one way out. That way was open to everyone's eyes. He thought that he was lost. For a man like Andrea, arrest meant trial and death. There would be no mercy and no delay. He held his head in his hands. For a short time, fear almost drove him mad. Then a small hope came to him. A weak smile touched his pale face. He looked around and saw what he needed on the shelf. There was a pen, ink, and paper. Trying to stay calm, he dipped the pen into the ink. He wrote a short note.
I have no money to pay my bill. But I am not dishonest. I leave this pin as payment. It is worth much more than the cost. Please forgive me for leaving early. I was ashamed.
He took the pin from his tie and placed it on the paper. He then opened the door bolts. He even left the door slightly open. It looked as if he had gone and forgotten to close it. Instead, he climbed into the chimney. He moved like a man used to such actions. He put the cover back in place. The cover showed a picture of a man and a woman. He wiped away all marks from the ashes. Then he climbed up the dark chimney. This was his last way to escape. At that same moment, the first gendarme went upstairs. The police officer went with him. The second gendarme joined them. The guard from the door followed as well. This visit happened for clear reasons. At daybreak, messages were sent everywhere. The police worked hard to catch the man who killed Caderousse. The town of Compiègne had many officers and guards. They acted as soon as the message arrived. The Bell and Bottle was the best-known hotel. So they began their search there. Guards at the nearby town hall had shared reports. Others said that travelers arrived during the night. One guard remembered a clear detail. Just after 4 in the morning, a young man arrived on horseback. A small boy sat in front of him. The young man sent the boy and horse away. He knocked on the hotel door. The door opened and closed again. This late arrival caused suspicion. The young man was Andrea. The officers went to his room. They found the door open. Oh. This is a bad sign. An open door is never good. I would rather see it locked tight. The note and the pin on the table confirmed the truth. Andrea had escaped. The officer did not trust only one sign. He searched the room with care. He looked in the bed. He shook the curtains. He opened the cupboards. At last, he stopped at the chimney. There were no marks in the ashes. Still, the chimney was a possible exit. It could not be ignored. The brigadier asked for sticks and straw. He filled the chimney and set it on fire. The fire cracked, and thick smoke went up like dark cloud. But no prisoner fell down, as they hoped. Andrea was ready for this plan. He had lived against society since he was young. He was clever and careful. Before the fire, he climbed onto the roof. He lay low near the chimney pots and stayed still. He is not here. For a moment, Andrea thought he was safe. But when he looked again, the gendarmes did not leave. They watched the roof even more closely. Andrea looked around him. The Hôtel de Ville stood on his right. It was a large old stone building. From the tower, men could come out and search the roof. Andrea expected to see a gendarme's head at any moment. If they saw him, he knew he was lost. The roof gave him no way to escape. So he chose another plan. He decided to go down a different chimney. He searched for a chimney with no smoke. When he found one, he slipped inside. No one saw him. At that same moment, a small window opened. A gendarme's head appeared. It stayed still, like stone. Then, after a long sad breath, it went back inside. The brigadier walked through the crowd. He did not answer their many questions. He went back into the hotel.
Well?
Well, my boys. The criminal must have escaped early this morning. We will send men to the roads and search the forest. We will catch him, no doubt. He had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. A bell rang hard and fast. The sound filled the hotel yard. What is that?
Some traveler is in a hurry. Which room rang? Number 3.
Run, waiter! The screams and the bell grew louder. Stop! This person wants more than a waiter. We will go with a gendarme. Who is in number 3?
A small man who arrived last night. He came with his sister. He asked for 2 beds.
The bell rang again, with another scream. Follow me, Mr. Commissary. Stay close.
Wait. Room 3 has 2 staircases. One inside and one outside.
Good. I take the inside. Are the guns ready?
Yes, Brigadier.
Guard the outside. If he tries to run, fire. He must be dangerous. The brigadier went up the inside stairs. The commissary followed. The crowd whispered behind them. This is what had happened. Andrea climbed down the chimney. He came most of the way. Then his foot slipped. He fell into the room with loud noise. The room was not empty. 2 women slept in one bed. The noise woke them. They looked up and saw a man. The fair woman screamed in fear. The other ran to the bell. She rang it with all her strength.
Please, have mercy. Do not call anyone. Save me. I will not hurt you.
Andrea, the killer.
Eugenie. Mademoiselle Danglars.
Help, help.
Save me. They are chasing me. Please, do not give me up.
It is too late. They are coming.
Well, hide me somewhere, he said. You can say you were afraid for no reason. You can change their thoughts and save my life. The 2 young women stood close together. They pulled the bed covers tight around them. They did not answer his begging voice. Fear and dislike filled their minds.
Then it is so, said Eugenie. Go back the same way you came. We will say nothing about you, poor man.
Here he is, cried a voice from the stairs. Here he is, I see him. The brigadier looked through the keyhole. He saw Andrea kneeling and begging. A hard blow from a gun broke the lock. 2 more blows broke the bolts. The door fell to the ground. Andrea ran to the other door that led to the gallery. He was stopped at once. He stood pale, his body leaning back. The knife in his hand was useless.
Run, cried Mademoiselle d'Armilly. Run away.
Or end your own life, said Eugenie.
Andrea shook with fear. He looked at the young woman. His face showed that he did not understand her words.
End my life, he cried. Why should I do that?
Because you said, answered Eugenie, that you would be judged and die like a great criminal.
Bah, said Cavalcanti. A man has friends.
The brigadier stepped forward with his sword.
Come, come, said Andrea. Put away your sword. There is no need for trouble. I give myself up.
He held out his hands to be tied. The 2 young women watched in horror. The proud man now looked like a criminal.
He turned to them and smiled. Do you have a message for your father, Mademoiselle Danglars? I may return to Paris.
Eugenie covered her face with her hands.
You do not need to feel shame, he said. You followed me, did you not? Was I not almost your husband?
With these cruel words, Andrea went away. The 2 young women were left alone. They felt shame and pain. The crowd whispered about them. 1 hour later, they entered their carriage. They now wore women's clothes. The gate was closed to hide them. But when the door opened, they had to pass a crowd. Many eyes watched them. Many voices whispered.
Eugenie closed her eyes. She could still hear the cruel words. Why is the world not empty? She cried.
She fell into the arms of Mademoiselle d'Armilly.
The next day, they stopped at a hotel in Brussels. That same evening, Andrea was locked in prison. Chapter 99. The Law. We have seen how quietly Eugenie and Mademoiselle d'Armilly escaped. People were busy with their own problems. No one thought much about the 2 young women. We will leave the banker. He now looked at his great debts. He feared ruin. We will follow the Baroness instead. The Baroness felt crushed by what had happened. After a short time, she went to her usual adviser. His name was Lucien Debray. The Baroness had hoped this marriage would help her. She wanted freedom from watching her daughter. Eugenie was strong and independent. To guide her was not easy. A mother must appear wise and perfect. This helps her keep power in the family. Madame Danglars feared her daughter's sharp mind. She also feared the influence of Mademoiselle d'Armilly. She had seen how Eugenie looked at Debray with cold eyes. This look showed deep dislike. It seemed that Eugenie understood her mother's secrets. Eugenie hated Debray. He brought trouble and shame into the home. She did not see him as a good man. To her, he was not worthy of respect. In this world, each person sees life in a different way. Because of this, people do not always understand each other. Madame Danglars was very sad that Eugenie's marriage did not happen. She felt this not only because the match was good and could bring happiness to her child, but also because it would have made her own life free again. So she hurried to see Debray. Like many people in Paris, he had seen the signing of the contract and the public scandal. After this, he left quickly and went to his club. There, he talked with friends about the event that most of the city was discussing. At the same time, Madame Danglars was climbing the stairs to Debray's rooms. She wore black clothes and hid her face under a long veil. The concierge told her that Debray was not at home. But she still went up. Inside the club, Debray was answering a friend. The friend said that after the terrible scene, Debray should marry Mademoiselle Danglars and her great fortune. Debray did not argue strongly. The idea had sometimes come into his mind. But when he thought of Eugenie's proud and independent nature, he rejected the idea as impossible. Still, the thought returned again and stayed in his heart. The tea, the card games, and the talk continued until 1 in the morning. Meanwhile, Madame Danglars waited for Debray. She sat, nervous and hidden by her veil, in the small green room. She sat between 2 baskets of flowers. She had sent them that morning. Debray himself had arranged and watered them with great care. This softened her anger and made his absence easier to accept. At 20 minutes before 12, she grew tired of waiting. She returned home. Women of her social class rarely return after midnight. The Baroness came back to the house with great care. She moved as quietly as Eugenie had done when leaving earlier. With a heavy heart, she entered her room next to Eugenie's. She did not want to wake anyone. She fully trusted her daughter's honesty. She listened at Eugenie's door. Hearing no sound, she tried to open it. The door was locked. Madame Danglars thought that Eugenie was tired from the shock of the evening. She believed her daughter had gone to bed and fallen asleep. She called the maid and asked her questions.
Mademoiselle Eugenie went to her room with Mademoiselle d'Armilly. They drank tea together. After that, they told me to leave. They said they did not need me anymore.
The maid had stayed downstairs since then. Like everyone else, she believed the young ladies were still in their room. So Madame Danglars went to bed without any doubt. She began to think deeply about the evening. Little by little, her thoughts became clearer. She saw the events as they truly were. What she first thought was confusion was really chaos. What she thought was only pain was actually shame. She then remembered that she had felt no pity for poor Mercedes, who had suffered greatly because of her husband and her son. She said to herself that Eugenie was lost, and so were they all. She feared the story would spread and cover them with shame. In their society, cruel words leave deep wounds that never heal. She then thought how lucky it was that Eugenie had such a strange and strong nature. This same nature had often made her afraid. She lifted her eyes to the sky. She thought of the hidden power that guides all things. She believed that even from a mistake or a moral wrong, something good can sometimes grow. Then her thoughts flew far away and rested on Cavalcanti. This Andrea was a cruel and dangerous man. Yet his manners showed that he had some education. He had entered society with a look of great wealth, and with a respected name. Madame Danglars felt lost in this difficult situation. She asked herself who could help her now. She had run first to Debray, guided by a woman's instinct toward the man she loved. But he had also failed her. He could only give advice. She needed help from someone more powerful. Then she thought of Monsieur de Villefort. It was Villefort who had coldly brought disaster to her family, as if they meant nothing to him at all. But after thinking more, the procureur was not a cruel man. He did not act like a cold judge who only followed the law. He acted like a loyal friend. He cut Romine's corruption with strong but honest care, like a surgeon, not an executioner. He wanted to protect the honor of Danglars. He did not want that honor to stay linked to the shame of the young man they had shown to the world as their future son-in-law. Because Villefort was known as the friend of Danglars, his actions seemed clean. No one could believe that he knew about Andrea's plans before. No one could think that he helped Andrea in any secret way. So, after calm thought, Villefort's behavior seemed helpful to both families. Still, the Baroness believed that the procureur's strict duty should end there. She decided to see him the next day. If she could not change his duty as a judge, she would ask for all the kindness he could give. She planned to speak of the past. She would remind him of old memories, of days that were wrong, yet happy. She believed M. de Villefort would silence the case. He only had to look away for a moment. Andrea could then escape, and the crime would fade under quiet blame. After these thoughts, the Baroness slept easily. At 9 o'clock the next morning, she rose. She did not ring for her maid. She made no noise. She dressed herself simply, just as she had the night before. Then she ran downstairs, left the hotel, walked to the Rue de Provence, called a cab, and drove to Emma de Villefort's house. For the last month, this unhappy house looked like a place of sickness and death. Many rooms were closed tight. The shutters opened only for a short breath of air. A scared servant would appear for a moment, then close the window again. It was like a heavy stone falling on a grave. The neighbors whispered to each other, asking if there would be another funeral that day. Madame Danglars felt a cold fear at the sad sight of the house. She stepped out of the cab with shaking knees. She walked to the door and rang the bell. The bell rang 3 times. Its dull sound seemed to share the sadness of the place.
Who is there?
The door opened only a little. The concierge looked out. He saw a well-dressed lady. Still, he kept the door almost closed.
Do you plan to open the door?
First, madam, who are you?
Who am I? You know me very well.
We know no one now, madam.
You must be mad. Where do you come from?
This is too much. Madam, these are my orders. Please forgive me. Your name?
The Baroness Danglars. You have seen me many times.
Perhaps, madam. What do you want?
This is strange. I will complain to M. de Villefort about his rude servants.
Madam, this is care, not rudeness. No one enters without an order from the doctor, or without speaking to the procureur.
Then I have business with the procureur.
Is it urgent?
Of course it is. I did not even bring my carriage. Take my card to your master.
Will you wait here, madam?
Yes. Go.
The concierge closed the door. Madame Danglars waited outside. Soon the door opened again, just enough to let her in. It closed behind her at once. The concierge watched her closely. As they crossed the yard, he blew a small whistle.
You must excuse him, madam. His orders are strict. M. de Villefort asked me to tell you he could not act differently.
A tradesman stood in the yard, showing his goods. He had entered with the same care. The Baroness went up the steps. The sadness of the house pressed on her heart. The servant stayed close and never left her side. At last, she was shown into the procurer's study. Madame Danglars had thought only of her goal. But the rude treatment from the servants hurt her pride. She began to complain. Then Villefort lifted his head. His face showed deep sorrow. He gave her a sad smile. At once, her words died on her lips. He asked her to forgive his servants. He said they were afraid, and he could not blame them. They had been watched for a long time, and now they feared everyone. Madame Danglars had often heard of this fear. Still, she could not believe it was so strong until she saw it herself.
You are unhappy too, then?
Yes, madam.
Then you feel sorry for me.
I truly do, madam.
And you know why I came here.
You wish to speak about what just happened?
Yes, sir. A terrible event.
I would call it an accident.
An accident?
I only call something a true misfortune when it cannot be repaired.
Do you think people will forget this?
Yes, madam. Everything will be forgotten. Your daughter will marry very soon. It may be today, tomorrow, or next week. And I believe you respect the man she will marry. Madame Danglars looked at Villefort in shock. She could not believe how calm he was.
Have I come to a friend?
You know that you have, madam. His pale face grew a little red as he spoke. Her words brought back memories from his past.
Then be kinder, my dear Villefort. Speak to me as a friend, not as a judge. When I am in deep pain, do not tell me to be cheerful.
Villefort bowed his head. When I hear the word misfortune, madam, I think of my own. I have had many losses in the last months. Because of this, your troubles seem smaller to me. That is why my words may sound cold. But this upsets you, so let us change the subject.
I came to ask you what will happen to that false man.
False man? You are gentle in some cases, madam, and too soft in others. Andrea Cavalcanti, or Benedetto, is not only a liar. He is a killer.
I do not deny your words. But the harder you act against him, the more you hurt our family. Please forget him for a moment. Do not chase him. Let him go.
It is too late. The orders are already given.
If they arrest him, do you think they really will?
I hope so.
If he is arrested, and if he stays in prison, will you keep him there? At least until my daughter is married.
That is not possible. The law has its rules.
Even for me.
For everyone. Even for myself. The Baroness gave a quiet cry. She did not say what she was thinking. Villefort looked at her closely. His eyes seemed to read her thoughts. I know what you mean. You think of the dark stories people whisper. They say the deaths in my house were not natural. I have been in mourning for 3 months. My daughter Valentine only lived by a miracle.
I was not thinking of that.
Yes, you were. And you were right. You asked yourself how crimes could go unpunished in my own home. Madame Danglars turned pale. You were saying this, were you not?
Yes, I said it.
I will answer you. Villefort moved his chair closer to Madame Danglars. He put both hands on his desk and spoke in a deep, cold voice. Some crimes stay unpunished because we do not know the criminal. If we punish the wrong person, that is a great danger. But when the guilty person is found, I swear, by all that is holy to me, that whoever he is, he will die. After this promise, madam, do you still ask for mercy for this man?
But sir, are you sure he is guilty?
Listen. His name is Benedetto. At 16, he was sent to prison for forgery. After that, he ran away. Now he is a killer.
Who is this man?
No one knows. He is a wanderer from Corsica.
Does no one claim him?
No. His parents are unknown.
Who brought him from Lucca?
Another criminal. Maybe his partner. Madame Danglars clasped her hands. She spoke softly and with great care.
Villefort, please.
Do not ask me to forgive a guilty man. I am the law. The law does not see tears or hear soft voices. The law does not remember the past. When the law orders, it strikes. People have shown me no mercy. They hurt me again and again. I have my own faults. But I always search for the faults of others. I always find them. All people are bad in some way. So we must strike evil.
But sir, this young man is alone. He has no family.
That is his fate. No one will cry for him.
You are crushing the weak.
The weakness of a murderer.
His shame touches us all.
Is there not death in my house?
Then others will show you no mercy.
So be it.
At least delay the trial. Wait 6 months.
No. Orders are given. 5 days are enough. Work helps me forget my pain.
But he has escaped. Let him go.
It is too late. The telegraph was used this morning.
Sir, a soldier has brought this letter from the minister.
Arrested. He was caught at Campine. It is finished.
Madame Danglars stood up. She was pale and cold.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, madam.
Now I have a forgery, 3 robberies, 2 fires, and a murder. It will be a great session.
Chapter 100. The Apparition. As Villefort had said, Valentine was still very ill. She was very tired and weak, so she stayed in her bed. She was in her own room. From Madame de Villefort, she heard about all the strange events. She learned about Eugenie running away. She also heard about the arrest of Andrea Cavalcanti, who was really Benedetto. They accused him of murder. But Valentine was so weak that these stories did not affect her much. Her mind was not clear. Her thoughts were confused. Strange images and ideas filled her head. During the day, Valentine could think more clearly. This was because Monsieur Noirtier was always with her. He was carried into her room and watched her with great love. Villefort also came home from the courts. He often stayed for 1 or 2 hours with his father and his daughter. At 6 o'clock, Villefort went to his study. At 8, Dr. d'Avrigny arrived. He brought the night drink for the young girl. Then Monsieur Noirtier was taken away. A nurse chosen by the doctor took their place. She stayed until 10 or 11 o'clock. She left only after Valentine fell asleep. Before leaving, the nurse gave the keys of the room to Monsieur de Villefort. This way, no one could enter Valentine's room. They had to pass through Madame de Villefort's room and little Edward's room first. Every morning, Morel came to see Monsieur Noirtier. He asked for news about Valentine. Strangely, each day he felt less afraid. Valentine still suffered from strong nervous feelings. But she was getting better. Monte Cristo had told him something important. He said that if she lived for 2 hours, she would be saved. Now 4 days had passed. Valentine was still alive. The nervous excitement followed Valentine even in her sleep. It was more like a half-sleep after she was awake. At night, the room was quiet. The soft light of the lamp shone near the fireplace. In this light, she saw shadows move near her bed. They seemed to make her fever worse. First, she thought she saw her stepmother threatening her. Then she saw Morel reaching his arms toward her. Sometimes strangers came to her. Even the Count of Monte Cristo appeared. In her fever, the furniture also seemed to move. This strange state lasted until about 3 in the morning. Then she fell into a deep sleep. She did not wake until daylight. One evening, Valentine thought again about what she had heard. She remembered Eugenie running away. She remembered the arrest of Benedetto. Villefort, Noirtier, and Dr. d'Avrigny had all left. Her thoughts moved in a confused way. She thought about her own danger and the strange news. 11 o'clock struck. The nurse placed the drink near Valentine's bed. She locked the door and went downstairs. In the kitchen, she listened with fear. The servants told dark and frightening stories. These stories had spread through the house for many months. At the same time, something unexpected happened upstairs. The room was locked with care. 10 minutes passed after the nurse left. Valentine's fever returned, as it did every night. She could not control her thoughts. The same images came again and again. The night lamp sent light across the room. Each ray became a strange shape in her mind. Suddenly, she thought she saw the door of her small library open. The door was near the fireplace. It opened slowly. She listened, but she heard no sound from the hinges. At another time, she would have pulled the bell to call for help. But now, nothing surprised her. She believed these sights were only in her mind. In the morning, all these visions always disappeared. This made her feel calm. A human figure appeared from behind the door. Valentine was used to such visions. She was not afraid. She looked closely and hoped to see Morel. The figure came closer to the bed. It seemed to listen very carefully. A light fell across the visitor's face.
It is not he.
She whispered the words. She waited calmly. She believed it was only a dream. She expected the man to fade away or change his form. She felt her pulse and saw it beat very fast. This made her think again. She remembered that drinking often helped her feel better. The drink from the doctor usually calmed her head for a short time. So she reached her hand toward the glass. But when her shaking arm left the bed, the shape came closer. It moved fast and stood very near her. She thought she could hear his breath. She felt his hand touch her. This was stronger than anything she had felt before. She now believed she was awake and alive. This thought made her shake with fear. The hand seemed to stop her arm. She slowly pulled it back. The figure took the glass. He walked to the small night light. He held the glass up to see it better. Then he poured a little into another glass. He drank it himself. He moved so softly that she heard no sound. Valentine watched in great surprise. She expected him to vanish at any moment. But he did not fade away. He came back to her and spoke in a shaken voice.
Now you may drink.
Valentine trembled. It was the first time one of these visions had spoken to her. She was about to cry out. The man placed his finger on her lips.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
She now had no doubt that this was real. Her eyes were wide with fear. Her hands shook. She pulled the covers closer around her. Still, his strange way of entering the room confused her.
Do not call anyone. Do not be afraid. Please stay calm. The man before you is no ghost. I am a caring father and a respectful friend.
Valentine could not answer. The sound of his voice frightened her. She was afraid to speak. But her eyes seemed to ask why he was there.
Look at me. See my pale face. See my tired eyes. I have not slept for 4 days. I have watched you to keep you safe. I did this for Maximilian.
Color rushed to Valentine's face. The name chased away her fear.
Maximilian. Has he told you everything?
Yes. He told me his life belongs to you. I promised him that you will live.
You promised that I will live.
Yes.
You spoke of watching me. Are you a doctor?
Yes. Trust me. I am the best one for you now.
Where were you watching from? I did not see you.
I was behind the library door. It leads to the next house. I rented that house.
Valentine turned away. Her face showed pride and fear.
Sir, this is a great intrusion. Your protection feels like an insult.
I only watched who visited you. I watched what food and drink you received. When a drink seemed dangerous, I came in. I replaced it with a safe one. This saved your life.
Poison. Death? What are you saying?
Be quiet, my child. Yes, I mean poison and death. Now drink this. Drink this, and then take nothing more tonight.
Valentine stretched out her hand. But when she touched the glass, she pulled back in fear. Monte Cristo took the glass. He drank half of it. Then he gave it to Valentine. She smiled and drank the rest.
Oh yes. I know this taste. It is the drink I had at night. It helped me sleep. It eased the pain in my head. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is how you have lived for 4 nights, Valentine. But my time was full of pain. I suffered each hour. I saw poison poured into your glass. I feared you would drink it before I could stop it.
Sir, you say you saw poison in my glass. If you saw that, then you saw the person who poured it.
Yes.
Valentine raised herself in bed. She pulled the cloth close to her chest. Her skin was white with fear. Cold sweat covered her.
You saw the person.
Yes.
This is terrible. You ask me to believe something too awful. Someone tried to kill me. In my father's house. In my room. On my sick bed. Please leave me. You make me doubt heaven. This cannot be true.
Have others not fallen already? Mr. and Madame de Saint Méran are dead. Barrois is dead. Your grandfather would also be dead. But his long treatment stopped the poison.
Oh heaven. Is that why my grandfather made me drink from his cups?
Did they taste bitter? Like dried orange peel?
Yes. Yes.
Your grandfather knows there is a poisoner here. He tried to protect you. Your body grew used to the poison. But 4 days ago, a stronger poison was used. That one often kills.
Who is this murderer?
Let me ask you. Have you seen anyone enter your room at night?
I saw shadows. They came near me. Then they vanished. I thought it was fever dreams. When you came in, I thought I was not awake.
So you do not know who wants you dead?
No. Why would anyone wish this?
You will know soon. You are awake tonight. It is midnight. This is the hour killers choose.
The clock struck midnight. Each sound felt heavy. Valentine wiped sweat from her face.
Be brave. Calm your heart. Make no sound. Pretend to sleep. Then you will see.
Valentine held his hand.
I hear a noise. Please leave me.
Goodbye, for now.
He walked softly to the door. His smile was sad and kind. Before he left, he turned back.
Do not move. Do not speak. Let them think you sleep. Or you may die before I can help.
The door closed without sound. Valentine was alone. Other clocks struck midnight. The house was silent. She listened to the seconds. They moved slower than her heart. She still could not believe it. But one thought filled her mind. Someone wanted her dead. And they would try again. Valentine felt tired and afraid. She thought about the poison that did not work. She feared the person might use a knife instead. What if the Count had no time to save her? What if she was near death and never saw Morel again? These dark thoughts filled her mind. She almost rang the bell to call for help. But then she imagined the bright eye of the Count watching her. The memory filled her with shame. She wondered if she could ever repay his brave kindness. 20 long minutes passed. Then 10 more. At last, the clock struck 1/2 hour. She then heard fingernails softly scratching the library door. This told her the Count was still watching. At the same time, she thought she heard a floor creak near Edward's room. She listened with great care and held her breath. The lock turned, and the door slowly opened. Valentine lifted herself on one arm. She quickly lay back and covered her eyes with her arm. Her body shook with fear. Her heart beat fast as she waited. Someone came close and pulled the bed curtains aside. Valentine forced herself to breathe slowly, like a sleeping person.
Valentine.
The girl shook inside but did not answer.
Valentine.
Valentine stayed silent. She had promised not to wake. All was quiet. She then heard liquid poured into the glass she had emptied. She slowly opened her eyes and looked past her arm. She saw a woman in a white gown pouring liquid from a small bottle. It was Madame de Villefort. Valentine moved slightly. The woman leaned closer to check if she slept. When Valentine knew it was her stepmother, she shuddered. The bed moved. Madame de Villefort stepped back to the wall. She watched closely from the shadows. Valentine remembered the Count's warning. She feared the woman held a long, sharp knife. With great effort, she closed her eyes. This simple act felt very hard. Her need to know fought against her fear. The silence and steady breathing seemed to calm the woman. She poured the rest of the bottle into the glass. Then she left the room very softly. Valentine only saw the woman's arm withdraw. It was the arm of a young woman who spread death around her. Valentine's feelings during this time cannot be described. After a short while, the library door scratched again. This sound woke her from her frozen state. She lifted her head with effort. The door opened without sound. The Count of Monte Cristo came back into the room.
Well, do you still doubt now?
Oh. Have you see?
It is already done, he said. Brucine is not used now, but a simple sleeping drug. I can taste the alcohol where it was mixed. If you had drunk what Madame de Villefort put in your glass, Valentine, you would be lost.
But why am I followed like this?
Why? You are so kind and so trusting. Can you not understand, Valentine?
No, I have never hurt her.
But you are rich, Valentine. You have 200,000 livres each year. Because of you, her son cannot have this money.
How is that? The money does not come from her. I got it from my family.
Yes. That is why Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran died. That is why Monsieur Noirtier was judged the day he made you his heir. And that is why you are meant to die. Your father would then take your money. After him, his only son would have it.
Edward. Poor child. Are all these terrible acts done for him?
So, now you understand?
I pray that this will not hurt him.
Valentine, you are an angel.
But why is my grandfather allowed to live?
They thought that if you died, the money would go to your brother. There was no need to harm your grandfather. It would be our.
And now, my dear child, goodbye for now. I will try to sleep a little, because you are safe.
Go, said Valentine. Whatever happens, I promise I will not be afraid.
Monte Cristo kept his eyes on the young girl for some time. Slowly, she fell asleep. The drink he gave her made her sleep deeply. He then took the glass. He poured most of the liquid into the fire, so it would look like Valentine had drunk it. He put the glass back on the table. After one last look at Valentine, he left. She slept with calm trust, like a pure and peaceful child. The small night lamp still burned on the shelf. The last drops of oil floated on the water. The glass of the lamp looked red. The flame grew brighter just before it died. It flickered like the last weak movements of life. A dark and sad light fell over the bed and the curtains. The streets outside were silent. The silence felt heavy and frightening. Then the door of Edward's room opened. A face appeared in the mirror. It was Madame de Villefort. She had come to see the result of the drink she had made. She stopped at the door and listened. The only sound was the weak flame of the lamp. She walked to the table to look at Valentine's glass. It was still 1/4 full.
Madame de Villefort poured the rest into the ashes. She moved the ashes so they would soak it up. She washed the glass with care. She wiped it with her handkerchief and put it back.
If someone had seen her then, they would have noticed her fear. She walked slowly to the bed. She stared at Valentine. The weak light, the deep silence, and her own thoughts filled her with fear. She was afraid of what she had done.
At last she gathered her strength. She pulled back the curtain. She leaned over and looked closely at Valentine.
The girl did not breathe. No air passed her lips. Her lips did not move. Her eyes were dull and blue. Her long lashes lay on her pale face. Madame de Villefort lifted the cover. She placed her hand on Valentine's chest. It was cold and still. She felt only her own heartbeat. She pulled back her hand in fear. One arm hung out of the bed. It was beautiful but stiff. The fingers were stretched and hard. The nails were turning blue. Madame de Villefort had no doubt. It was finished. Her terrible work was complete. There was nothing more to do. She left the room quietly. She feared even the sound of her own steps. She still held the curtain for a moment, drawn to the sight before her. Time passed. She could not let the curtain fall. Her thoughts were heavy. Her thoughts were full of regret. The lamp flickered again. The sound made her shake. She dropped the curtain. The light went out. The room fell into deep darkness. The clock struck 4:30. Shaking with fear, she found the door. She reached her room in panic. The darkness lasted 2 more hours. Slowly, cold morning light came through the blinds. At last, it showed the room again. Soon after, the nurse coughed on the stairs. She entered the room with a cup. To her eyes, Valentine only seemed asleep.
Good, she said. She has taken part of her drink. The glass is almost empty.
The nurse lit the fire. She had just left her bed. Still, she felt tired. Seeing Valentine asleep, she sat in a chair. She rested and closed her eyes. The clock struck 8, and it woke her. She was surprised that the sick girl had slept so long. She felt fear when she saw the arm still hanging from the bed. She walked to Valentine and saw her white lips. She tried to lift the arm, but it was stiff and cold. This could not fool a nurse. She screamed loudly. Then she ran to the door.
Help, help.
At that moment, Dr. D'Avrigny was at the foot of the stairs. It was the hour he usually came.
What is the matter?
What is it? Doctor, do you hear them call for help?
Yes. Let us hurry. It is from Valentine's room.
Before the doctor and the father reached the room, the servants came in. They saw Valentine pale and still on the bed. They raised their hands to heaven. They stood still, like people struck by lightning. Call Madame de Villefort. Wake Madame de Villefort. The servants did not move. They watched the doctor. He ran to Valentine and lifted her in his arms.
What, this one too? Where will this end?
Villefort rushed into the room. What are you saying, doctor?
I say that Valentine is dead.
Villefort staggered and hid his face in the bed. The servants ran away in fear. They rushed down the stairs and out of the house. Soon the house was silent. They had all left it. Just then, Madame de Villefort entered. She was putting on her robe. She stopped and looked at everyone. She tried to cry, but no tears came. Suddenly she rushed to the table. She saw the doctor studying the glass. She was sure she had emptied it in the night. But now it was still partly full. The liquid had the same color as before. It was the same drink Valentine had taken. There was proof of a crime. Madame de Villefort stood frozen with fear. Villefort saw nothing. The doctor went to the window. He dipped his finger into the glass and tasted it.
Ah. This is not the same poison. Let me see what it is.
He took a bottle from the cupboard. He dropped a little liquid into the glass. The color turned deep red.
Ah.
Madame de Villefort grew weak. Her eyes lost focus. She moved to the door and vanished. A heavy sound fell in the distance. No one noticed. The nurse watched the test. Villefort was lost in grief. The doctor followed her with his eyes. He looked into the next room. He saw Madame de Villefort lying still on the floor.
Go and help Madame de Villefort. She is ill.
But Mademoiselle de Villefort.
She no longer needs help. She is dead.
Dead. A third voice spoke.
Who said Valentine was dead?
The two men turned. Morel stood at the door. He was pale and afraid. At the usual time, he had come to see Noirtier. The door was open. So he entered. He waited for a moment in the hall and called for a servant. He asked someone to take him to Monsieur Noirtier. No one answered. The servants had left the house. Morel did not feel strong fear at first. Monte Cristo had promised that Valentine would live. Until now, he had always kept his word. Every night, the Count sent news. Every morning, Noirtier confirmed it. Still, the silence felt strange. Morel called again. Then he called a third time. There was still no answer. So he decided to go upstairs. Noirtier's door was open, like all the others. The old man sat in his chair, in his usual place. But his eyes showed fear. His face was very pale.
How are you, sir?
Morel asked the question with fear in his heart.
Well.
The old man closed his eyes. But he looked more worried.
You look worried, sir. You need something. Shall I call a servant?
Yes.
Morel pulled the bell hard. No one came. He pulled again. Still no answer. He turned back to Noirtier. The old man looked more afraid.
Why do they not come? Is someone ill in the house?
Noirtier's eyes opened very wide.
What is wrong? You frighten me. Valentine? Valentine?
Noirtier moved his eyes. He said yes. Morel tried to speak. No words came. He almost fell and held the wall. Then he pointed to the door. Noirtier repeated yes again and again. Morel ran up the small stairs. Noirtier's eyes seemed to say, "Faster, faster." In 1 minute, the young man passed many rooms. At last, he reached Valentine's room. The door was open. He did not need to push it. He heard a sob. That was the only sound. He saw a dark shape on the floor. It knelt beside white sheets. A great fear stopped him. Then he heard a voice.
Valentine is dead. Dead, dead.
Villefort stood up. He felt shame for his strong grief. For 25 years, his hard work had changed him. He was no longer like other men. His eye stopped on Morel. "Who are you, sir? Do you not know how to enter a house of death? Go. Go at once." Morel did not move. He stared at the bed. He stared at the pale body of the young girl. "Go. Do you hear me?"
Please, sir, come with me.
Morel looked once more at the body. He looked around the room. He looked at the two men. He tried to speak. Too many thoughts filled his mind. He left the room and pulled his hair. The others thought he had lost his reason. 5 minutes later, the stairs shook. Morel came back. He carried Noirtier in his chair. He lifted him with great strength. He placed the chair on the floor. He rolled it into Valentine's room. Only strong emotion gave him this power. Noirtier was pushed near the bed. His face showed everything. His eyes spoke for him. His pale face and bright eyes looked ageful. Villefort felt fear.
Look what they have done. Look, my father. Look.
Villefort stepped back. He was shocked. He did not understand why this young man called Noirtier his father. Noirtier's eyes filled with pain. His face turned dark. His body shook. A silent cry came from him.
Quick, help him.
The doctor gave the old man strong help.
They ask who I am. They ask why I am here. You know. Please tell them. Tell them.
Morel cried as he spoke. Noirtier breathed with pain. His chest rose and fell. It seemed as if he was close to death from pain. At last, tears shone in the eyes of Noirtier. He was calmer than the young man, who sobbed but could not cry.
Tell them. Tell them that I am her promised husband. Tell them she was my beloved girl, my noble Valentine. She was my only joy in the world. Tell them. Oh, tell them that this body belongs to me.
The young man fell down on his knees by the bed. He held the bed with shaking hands. His pain was too great. D'avrigny turned away, as he could not watch this sorrow. Villefort stepped closer. He reached out his hand to the young man. But Morel saw nothing. He held Valentine's hand. He could not cry. He made low sounds of pain and bit the sheets. For a long time, the room was full of sobs, cries, and prayers. At last, Villefort spoke. "Sir, you say you loved Valentine. You say you were promised to her. I did not know this. I am her father, and I forgive you. Your sorrow is true and deep. My own pain is too great for anger. The angel you hoped for has left this world. She is now beyond human love. Say your last goodbye. Hold her hand one last time. Then leave her forever. Now Valentine needs only the priest."
You are wrong, sir. Valentine does not need only a priest. She also needs justice. You send for the priest. I will seek justice for her.
"What do you mean, sir? You speak in pain and confusion. The father has mourned enough. Now the officer must do his duty." The eyes of Noirtier shone. D'avrigny stepped closer. Morel looked at them all.
I know what I say. You know it too. Valentine was killed.
Villefort lowered his head. D'avrigny moved nearer. Noirtier answered with his eyes.
Sir, when a young woman dies by force, questions must be asked. This is even more true for Valentine. Now, as officer of the law, you must act. I accuse this crime. You must find who did it.
Morel looked hard at Villefort. Villefort looked from Noirtier to d'Avrigny. He saw no doubt in their eyes.
Yes.
Yes.
"Sir, you are mistaken. No one commits crimes here. This is cruel fate. It is terrible, but no one is guilty." Noirtier's eyes filled with anger. D'avrigny was ready to speak. Morel raised his arm and asked for silence.
Crimes are done here. This is the 4th death in 4 months. Valentine was poisoned before. She lived because Noirtier protected her. This time the poison was stronger. This time it worked. You know this. The doctor warned you.
"You speak wildly."
Then ask the doctor. Ask him about that night in the garden. You thought you were alone. You spoke of that death. The same dark cause killed Valentine.
Villefort and d'Avrigny looked at each other. "Yes, yes," Morel went on. He said that he remembered the moment clearly. He said the words spoken in silence had reached his ears. He said that after seeing how Aimé de Villefort had failed his own family, he should have spoken to the law. He said that if he had done so, he would not now feel guilty of Valentine's death. He called her sweet and beloved. He said that the guilty man would now become the one who seeks revenge. This 4th death was clear to everyone. He swore that if her father left her without help, he himself would hunt the killer. At this moment, Morel could not speak. His strong body shook. His chest rose and fell. The tears he had held back for so long now flowed freely. He fell to his knees beside the bed and cried. Then Dr. d'Avrigny spoke.
"I also ask for justice," he said softly. "My blood burns when I think that my fear helped a murderer."
"Oh, merciful heavens," Villefort whispered. Morel lifted his head. He saw a strange light in the old man's eyes.
Wait, he said. Noirtier wants to speak.
Yes, Noirtier answered with his eyes.
Do you know the killer? Morel asked.
Yes, replied Noirtier.
Will you guide us? Morel cried. Listen, Dr. d'Avrigny, listen.
Noirtier looked at Morel and gave a sad smile. It was the same smile that had once made Valentine happy. He fixed his eyes on Morel. Then he looked toward the door.
Do you want me to leave? Morel asked sadly.
Yes, Noirtier replied.
Please, sir, have pity on me, Morel said.
The old man kept looking at the door.
May I come back later? Morel asked.
Yes.
Must I go alone?
No.
Who should come with me? The prosecutor.
No.
The doctor?
Yes.
You wish to stay alone with M. de Villefort?
Yes.
But can he understand you?
Yes.
Be calm, Villefort said. I understand my father. As he spoke, his teeth shook with fear. The doctor took Morel by the arm and led him out. A deep silence filled the house. After 15 minutes, slow steps were heard. Villefort appeared at the door. Morel was lost in grief, and the doctor in thought. You may come now, he said. They returned to Noirtier. Morel watched Villefort closely. His face was pale. Large drops of sweat ran down his cheeks. He held broken pieces of a pen in his hand. Gentlemen, he said in a rough voice. Give me your word that this terrible secret will stay with us forever. The two men stepped back. I beg you, Villefort continued.
But the killer, Morel said.
Do not fear, Villefort replied. Justice will be done. My father named the guilty person. He wants revenge as much as you do. Yet he asks you to keep this secret. Is that true, father?
Yes, Noirtier answered firmly.
Morel cried out in shock. If my father asks this, Villefort said, holding Morel's arm. It is because he knows Valentine will be strongly avenged. Is it not so, father?
The old man nodded yes.
I have promised him, Villefort said. Within 3 days, I will take revenge for my child. It will be so terrible that even the brave will tremble. He clenched his teeth and held his father's weak hand.
Will this promise be kept? Morel asked Noirtier.
Yes, Noirtier replied with dark joy.
Then swear, said Villefort. Swear to protect my family's honor. Leave my child's revenge to me.
The doctor softly said yes.
Morel pulled his hand away. He rushed to the bed. He kissed Valentine's cold lips. Then he ran out, crying in deep pain. All the servants had already fled. M. de Villefort was therefore forced to ask for help. D'avrigny had to manage all the sad duties that follow a death in a great city. This duty was even harder because the death was strange and unclear. It was painful to see the quiet pain of Noirtier. His tears fell slowly down his cheeks, and he made no sound. Villefort went back to his study. D'avrigny left to call the city doctor, whose work was to examine the dead. This man was known as the doctor of the dead. Noirtier could not be made to leave his grandchild. After 15 minutes, D'avrigny returned with the other doctor. They found the outer gate shut. No servants were left in the house. Villefort himself had to open the door. But he stopped on the stairs. He did not have the strength to enter the room of death again. The two doctors went in alone. Noirtier stood near the bed. He was pale, still, and silent, like the body itself. The city doctor came closer. He showed no feeling, as he was used to the dead. He lifted the cloth from the young girl's face. He gently opened her lips.
Alas, she is truly dead, poor child. Yes.
The doctor let the cloth fall back into place. Noirtier made a rough sound from his throat. His eyes shone with pain. D'avrigny understood that he wished to see the girl's face. He moved closer to the bed. While the other doctor cleaned his fingers, D'Avrigny uncovered the calm, pale face. She looked like a child asleep. A tear filled Noirtier's eye. It was his way of saying thank you. The doctor of the dead placed his paper on the table. His duty was done. D'Avrigny led him away. At the study door, they met Villefort. Villefort thanked the city doctor with a few words. Then he turned to D'Avrigny. And now the priest.
Is there a priest you wish to pray with, Valentine?
No. Call the nearest one.
The nearest is a kind Italian priest. He lives next door. Shall I ask him as I pass?
Please go with this gentleman. Here is the key. You may come and go freely. Bring the priest back. Please lead him to my child's room.
Do you wish to see him?
No. I wish to be alone. You will excuse me. A priest can understand a father's grief. Villefort gave the key to D'Avrigny. He said goodbye and returned to his study. There, he began to work. For some people, work helps them forget their pain. Outside, the doctors saw a man in a priest's robe. He stood at the door of the next house.
This is the priest I told you about. Sir, will you help an unhappy father? He has just lost his daughter. He is M. de Villefort. Yes. I have heard that death has entered that house. Then you know why he needs you. I was coming to offer my help. It is our duty. It is a young girl. I know. The servants told me. Her name is Valentine. I have already prayed for her. Thank you. Please continue your prayers. Stay with the dead. The family will be grateful. I will go. My prayers will be full of care.
D'Avrigny took the priest's hand. They went upstairs without meeting Villefort. They entered Valentine's room. The next night, others would come to prepare the body. Noirtier looked into the priest's eyes. He seemed to read something there. So he stayed. D'Avrigny asked the priest to care for the living as well as the dead. The priest agreed. He would pray for Valentine. He would also watch over Noirtier. When D'Avrigny left, the priest locked the doors. He wished to pray without trouble. The next morning came. The sky was dark and grey. During the night, the men who prepare the dead had done their sad work. They wrapped the body in a burial cloth. This cloth was soft and fine. It was a piece of cambric that the young girl had bought 2 weeks before. In the evening, 2 hired men carried Noirtier from Valentine's room to his own. Against all hope, they had no trouble taking him away from his child. The Abbé Busoni watched until morning. Then he left quietly, without calling anyone. At about 8 o'clock, D'Avrigny returned. He met Villefort on the way to Noirtier's room. They went together to see how the old man had slept. They found him sitting in the large armchair that served as his bed. He was sleeping calmly, with almost a smile. They stopped at the door in great surprise.
See, nature knows how to ease the deepest pain. No one can say that Monsieur Noirtier did not love his child. And yet, he sleeps. Yes, you are right. He really sleeps. This is very strange. The smallest trouble usually keeps him awake all night. Grief has numbed him.
They both returned in silence to the procuror's study.
See, I have not slept. My bed is untouched. Grief does not numb me. I have not been to bed for 2 nights. But look at my desk. See what I have written during these days and nights. I have filled these papers. I have prepared the charge against the killer Benedetto. Oh, work! My passion, my joy. It helps me forget my pain.
He took d'Avrigny's hand with a sudden, tight grip.
Do you need me now? No? Please come back at 11. At 12, Oh heavens! My poor child.
The procureur raised his eyes and gave a deep groan.
Will you be in the reception room? No? A cousin will take care of this sad duty. I will work, doctor. When I work, I forget everything.
As soon as the doctor left, Villefort returned to his work. On the steps outside, d'Avrigny met the cousin. This man was small and unimportant. He was one of those people born to serve others. He arrived on time. He wore black clothes and a dark band on his hat. His face showed the right sadness. He could change it if needed. At 11 o'clock, the morning carriages entered the stone courtyard. The street filled with curious people. They liked to watch both joy and sorrow of the rich. They rushed to a funeral as quickly as to a grand wedding. Soon the reception room filled with guests. Some familiar faces appeared. They were Debray, Châteaurenaud, and Beauchamp. They came with many important men. These men were from law, writing, and the army. Villefort moved in the highest circles of Paris. This was due to his talent more than his rank. The cousin stood at the door and greeted the guests. Some guests felt comforted. He did not demand tears or deep sorrow. A father or lover might have done so. Friends gathered into small groups. One group included Debray, Châteaurenaud, and Beauchamp. "Poor girl," said Debray, like the others, speaking with true sadness. "Poor girl, so young, so rich, so beautiful. Could you have imagined this scene, Châteaurenaud, when we saw her only 3 weeks ago, ready to sign that contract?"
"Indeed, no," said Châteaurenaud. "Did you know her? I spoke to her once or twice at Madame de Morcerf's. She seemed kind to me, but also a little sad. Where is her stepmother? Do you know? She is spending the day with the wife of the good gentleman who is hosting us."
"Who is he?"
"Whom do you mean?"
"The gentleman who hosts us. Is he a deputy?"
"Oh, no," said Beauchamp. "I see those gentlemen every day. But this man is unknown to me. Have you written about this death in your paper?" "Yes, it is mentioned. But the article is not mine. I do not think M. Villefort will like it. It says that if 4 deaths had happened anywhere else, he would have shown more interest." "Still," said Châteaurenaud, "Dr. d'Avrigny, who treats my mother, says he is very troubled by it." "But whom are you looking for, Debray?" "I am looking for the Count of Monte Cristo. I met him on the boulevard on my way here," said Beauchamp. "I think he is about to leave Paris. He was going to his banker." "His banker? Danglars is his banker, is he not?" "I believe so," replied Debray, with slight unease. "But Monte Cristo is not the only one missing. I do not see Morel." "Morel? Do they know him?" "I think he was only introduced to Madame de Villefort." "Still, he should be here," said Debray. "I wonder what people will talk about tonight. This funeral is the news of the day. But hush, here comes our Minister of Justice. He will feel bound to say a few words to the cousin."
The 3 young men stepped closer to listen. Beauchamp spoke the truth. On his way to the funeral, he had met Monte Cristo. The Count was going to the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, to the house of M. Danglars. The banker saw the carriage enter the yard. He came forward with a sad but polite smile.
"Well," said Danglars, holding out his hand. "I see you have come to share my sorrow. Misfortune has entered my house. When I saw you, I asked myself if I had wished harm to the Morcerfs. I answered honestly, no. I wished them no harm. Morcerf was a little proud, perhaps. But we all have faults. People of our age have suffered much this year. The king's lawyer has lost his daughter. Morcerf is ruined and dead. And I myself have been mocked because of Benedetto. And besides...
Besides what? Asked the Count.
Alas, do you not know?
What new trouble?
My daughter,
Mademoiselle Danglars?
Eugenie, has left us.
Good heavens, what are you saying?
It is true, my dear Count. How lucky you are to have no wife and no children.
Do you think so?
Yes, I do.
And Mademoiselle Danglars?
She could not bear the shame brought by that man. She asked to travel. She left 2 nights ago. Not with Madame Danglars, but with a relative. I fear her pride will never let her return to France.
Still, Baron, said Monte Cristo calmly. Deep family pain can be carried more easily by a rich man. Money does not heal all sorrow, but it softens many trials. You are very powerful. You should find comfort.
Danglars looked at him closely. Yes, he said. If wealth brings comfort, then I should be comforted. I am rich.
So rich, said the Count gently, that your fortune is like the pyramids. You could not destroy it even if you wished. And if you could, you would not dare.
Danglars smiled at the Count's light and friendly words. That reminds me, he said. When you came in, I was about to sign 5 small bonds. I have signed 2 already. May I finish the others?
Please do, said the Count.
There was a short silence. The only sound was the banker's pen. Monte Cristo looked at the gold designs on the ceiling. Then he spoke. Are they Spanish, Haitian, or Neapolitan bonds?
No, said Danglars with a smile. They are bonds from the Bank of France. They are paid to the bearer. Wait, Count, he added. You may be called an emperor. I am the king of finance. Do you have many papers like these, each worth 1 million?
Danglars gave the papers to the Count. Monte Cristo read them carefully.
To the governor of the bank. Please pay 1 million from my account. Charge the sum to me. Signed, Baron Danglars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, said Monte Cristo. 5 million. You are very rich.
This is how I do business, said Danglars.
It is amazing, said the Count. Even more if the money is paid at once.
Yes, at once, said Danglars. Only in France can this happen. 5 million on 5 small papers. You must see it to believe it.
You think I doubt it?
Yes. Take my clerk to the bank. You will see him come back with the same amount.
No, said Monte Cristo, folding the papers. I will try it myself. You owe me 6 million. I already took 900,000. You still owe me 5,100,000. I will keep these 5 papers. Here is a receipt for the full 6 million. I need money today.
Monte Cristo put the bonds into his pocket. He held out the receipt with his other hand. Danglars turned pale. He looked very afraid.
What do you mean? He stammered. You will keep the money? Please excuse me. This money is for the charity fund. I promised to pay it this morning.
Very well, said Monte Cristo. Pay me in another way. I only wanted these papers out of curiosity. It would have been interesting to say you paid me at once. Here, take them back.
He held the bonds out. Danglars grabbed them quickly. Then he forced himself to calm down. A nervous smile appeared on his face.
Of course, he said. Your receipt is money.
Yes, said the Count. In Rome, they would pay it at once.
Forgive me, Count.
So I may keep the money?
Yes, said Danglars. Yes, keep it.
Monte Cristo slowly put the notes back into his pocket. He looked as if he might still change his mind.
No, said Danglars. Keep them. Bankers are very careful. I wanted to use those exact bonds. How silly of me. One form of money is the same as another.
He laughed loudly. The laugh sounded forced.
I excuse you, said Monte Cristo. He put the bonds into his wallet.
But there is still 100,000 francs, said Danglars.
It is nothing, said Monte Cristo. Keep it. We are even.
Are you serious?
I never joke with bankers.
He turned toward the door. At that moment, the servant spoke. Monsieur de Beauville, receiver of the charities.
I think I came just in time, said Monte Cristo. Or these signatures might not have been free.
Danglars turned pale again. He hurried to lead the Count out. Monte Cristo bowed politely. M. de Beauville waited in the room next door. He entered Danglars' office just after the Count left. The Count had a serious face. But he smiled a little when he saw the folder in de Beauville's hand. At the door, his carriage waited. It took him at once to the bank. Danglars hid all feeling. He stepped forward to meet the Receiver General. A proud smile sat on his lips.
Good morning, my creditor. I am sure it is a creditor who visits me.
You are right, Baron. I come for the charities. Widows and orphans ask me to receive 5 million francs from you.
And yet people say we should feel sorry for orphans. Poor children.
I am here for them. Did you receive my letter yesterday?
Yes.
I have brought my receipt.
My dear M. de Beauville, your widows and orphans must wait one day. The Count of Monte Cristo has just left. You saw him, I think?
Yes. Why?
He has taken their 5 million francs.
How is that possible?
The Count has full credit with me. This credit comes from Thompson and French of Rome. He asked for 5 million at once. I paid him with bank checks. My money is kept at the bank. If I take 10 million in one day, it will look strange. 2 days is easier.
5 million francs. For the man who just left and bowed to me.
Perhaps he knows you. He knows many people.
5 million.
Here is his receipt. Please read it.
M. de Beauville read the paper. It said the Baron had paid 5,100,000 francs. The money was to be repaid on request by Thompson and French of Rome. It is true. Do you know this firm?
Yes. I worked with them once for a small sum. I have not heard of them since. They are one of the best firms in Europe.
Danglars spoke as if it was nothing. He added that the Count had 3 full credits. One was with him. One was with Rothschild. One was with Laffitte. The Count even left 100,000 francs behind.
This man must be very rich. I must visit him. I will ask him for help for good causes.
You can trust him. He gives 20,000 francs each month to charity.
That is wonderful. I will tell him about Madame de Morcerf and her son.
What did they do?
They gave all their money to hospitals. The father has died. They did not wish to use money gained in a bad way.
How will they live?
The mother will live in the country. The son will join the army.
These are strong moral choices.
I recorded their gift yesterday. They had about 1,300,000 francs. But now, let us return to our millions.
Of course. Do you need the money urgently?
Yes. Our accounts are checked tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Tomorrow? Send for the money at 12.
M. de Beauville nodded. He picked up his folder.
You could do even better. The Count's receipt is like cash. You can take it to Rothschild or Laffitte. They will pay you at once.
Even if it is payable in Rome.
Yes. You will lose only a small fee.
I prefer to wait until tomorrow. That idea is too much.
I thought perhaps you lacked funds.
Not at all.
And if that is true, then it is worth making a small sacrifice. Thank you, no, sir. Then it will be tomorrow. Yes, but without fail. Ah, you are laughing at me. Send it tomorrow at 12, and the bank will be informed. I will come myself. Even better, because I will have the pleasure of seeing you.
They shook hands. By the way, said Monsieur de Beauville, are you not going to the funeral of poor Mademoiselle de Villefort? I met the procession on my way here.
No, said the banker. After the matter with Benedetto, I have looked foolish. So I stay out of sight.
Nonsense. You are not to blame in that matter.
Listen. When a man has a good name, as I do, he feels these things deeply.
Everyone feels sorry for you, sir. Most of all, Mademoiselle Danglars.
Poor Eugenie, said Danglars. Do you know she plans to live a religious life?
No.
Sadly, it is true. The day after the event, she chose to leave Paris with a nun she knows. They have gone to find a very strict convent in Italy or Spain.
Oh, that is terrible. Monsieur de Beauville then left, after showing deep sympathy for the father. But as soon as he was gone, Danglars cried out with sudden anger. Fool! He put Monte Cristo's receipt into a small book and said quietly, "Yes, come at 12. By then, I will be far away." He locked his door twice. He emptied his drawers and gathered about 50,000 francs in bank notes. He burned some papers and left others in clear sight. Then he began to write a letter. On it he wrote, to Madame the Baroness Danglars. "I will place it on her table myself tonight," he said softly. Then he took a passport from his drawer. "Good," he said, "it is still valid for 2 more months." Chapter 105. The Cemetery of Père Lachaise. Monsieur de Beauville had truly met the funeral procession. It was taking Valentine to her final resting place. The sky was dark and heavy. A cold wind shook the last yellow leaves from the trees and threw them among the crowd. Monsieur de Villefort believed that only Père Lachaise was worthy of his family. He felt it was the right place for a Parisian family. He had bought a family vault there. It was soon filled by members of his house. On the front of the tomb were the words, "The families of Saint Méran and Villefort." This had been the last wish of poor Renée, Valentine's mother. The long procession moved from the Faubourg Saint-Honoré toward Père Lachaise. It crossed Paris and passed through the Faubourg du Temple. Then it left the outer streets and reached the cemetery. More than 50 private carriages followed 20 mourning coaches. Behind them walked more than 500 people. Many of them were young people. Valentine's death had shocked them deeply. Even in the cold season, they came to give her their last farewell. She was young, pure, and dearly loved. As they were leaving Paris, a carriage drawn by 4 horses arrived at great speed. Inside was Monte Cristo. He stepped down and joined the people walking behind the coaches. Chateau Renaud saw him and left his own carriage to walk beside him. Beauchamp did the same. The Count looked carefully through the crowd. He was clearly searching for someone. But he did not find the person he sought.
"Where is Morel?" he asked. "Do either of you know where he is?"
We have asked the same question, said Chateau Renaud. None of us has seen him.
The Count said nothing. He continued to look around. At last they reached the cemetery. Monte Cristo looked through the bushes and trees. Soon his worry ended. He saw a shadow moving between the yew trees. He knew it was the man he was seeking. In this great city, one funeral is much like another. Dark figures stand along long white paths. Earth and sky seem silent. The only sounds are breaking branches near the tombs, the low chants of priests, and now and then the quiet cry of a woman hidden behind flowers. A dark shape moved fast behind the tomb of Abelard and Heloise. It went close to the horses of the funeral carriage. It followed the workers and reached the place of burial. Everyone watched the funeral. Monte Cristo saw only this dark shape. No one else noticed it. Twice, the Count stepped out of the crowd. He wanted to see if the man hid a weapon under his coat. When the group stopped, the dark shape was known. It was Morel. His coat was closed to his neck. His face was white. He crushed his hat in his hands. He leaned on a tree above the tomb. From there, he could see everything. The funeral followed the normal way. A few men spoke. Some spoke of the young death. Others spoke of the father's pain. One man spoke of Valentine's kindness to prisoners. At last, they had no more sad words. Monte Cristo heard nothing. He saw only Morel. Morel looked calm. This calm was frightening to those who knew his pain.
"Look," said Beauchamp. "What is he doing up there?" They showed him to Chateau Renaud. "How pale he is," said Chateau Renaud. "He is cold," said Debray. "No," said Chateau Renaud. "He is very shaken. He feels things deeply. He hardly knew her," said Debray. "You said so." "Still, he danced with her," said Chateau Renaud. "Do you remember that ball, Count?" "No, I do not," said Monte Cristo.
He did not know what they spoke about. He watched Morel. Morel held his breath.
"The speech is over. Goodbye, gentlemen," said the Count.
He left at once. No one saw where he went. The funeral ended. The guests went back to Paris. Chateau Renaud looked for Morel. He could not find him. Monte Cristo hid behind a large tomb. He waited. Morel came closer. The Count moved nearer. Morel did not see him. Morel knelt down. The Count watched him closely. Morel touched the stone with his head. He held the metal bars with both hands.
"Oh, Valentine!"
The words cut the Count's heart. He stepped forward.
"I was looking for you, my friend," said Monte Cristo.
"You see, I was praying," said Morel.
The Count looked at him carefully. He felt more at ease.
"Shall I take you to Paris?"
"No, thank you.
"Do you want anything?"
Please leave me. I want to pray."
The Count stepped away. He watched from far. Morel stood up. He brushed his knees. He walked toward Paris. He did not look back. The Count followed him. Later, Morel entered his house. 5 minutes passed. The door opened again. It was for the Count.
"Ah, Count," said Julie.
"Maximilian has returned, has he not?"
"Yes, I think so. Please call Emmanuel."
"I must see Maximilian now. It is very important."
"Go then."
Monte Cristo ran up the stairs from the ground floor to Maximilian's room. When he reached the landing, he stopped and listened. Everything was quiet. The house was old and only one family lived there. The door of the room had glass panels. But the door was locked. Maximilian was inside. A red curtain covered the glass, so nothing could be seen. For a moment, strong fear showed on the Count's face. This color was rare on his calm face. He whispered, "What shall I do?" He thought for a short time. "Shall I ring the bell?" No. The sound of a bell may hurry a dangerous choice. After that, there may be a louder sound. Monte Cristo began to shake. Then he decided at once. He struck one pane of glass with his elbow. The glass broke into many pieces. He pulled back the curtain. Inside, he saw Morel. Morel was sitting at his desk and writing. He jumped up at the sound of the breaking glass.
"I beg you to forgive me," said the Count. "Nothing is wrong. I slipped and broke one of your window panes with my elbow. Since it is open now, I will come in. Please do not move. Please do not trouble yourself."
He put his hand through the broken glass and opened the door. Morel looked upset. He came forward, not to welcome the Count, but to stop him.
"It is my fault," said Monte Cristo, rubbing his elbow. "Your servant has polished the stairs too much. They are like glass." "Are you hurt, sir?" asked Morel coldly. "I do not think so," said the Count. "But what were you doing?" "You were writing." "I?" "Your fingers are marked with ink." "Yes, that is true," said Morel. "I was writing. Even a soldier writes sometimes."
Monte Cristo walked farther into the room. Maximilian had to let him pass. He followed him closely.
"You were writing," said Monte Cristo, looking at him closely. "I already told you that I was," said Morel.
The Count looked around the room. 2 pistols were on the table near the desk.
"Your pistols are beside your desk," said Monte Cristo. "I am about to go on a journey," replied Morel. "My friend," said Monte Cristo softly. "My dear Maximilian, please do not make a quick decision. I beg you." "A quick decision," said Morel. "Is there anything strange in taking a journey?" "Maximilian," said the Count. "Let us stop pretending. Your calm face does not fool me. My light words do not fool you. You understand why I broke the glass. You understand why I came into your room. I did this because I was very worried. No, because I was sure of something terrible. Morel, you are going to harm yourself." "Count," said Morel, shaking. "Why do you think this?" "I tell you again," said the Count. "You are about to harm yourself. And I can prove it."
He walked to the desk. He lifted a sheet of paper. Under it was a letter. He took the letter in his hand. Morel rushed forward to take it back. But Monte Cristo saw him. He caught Morel's wrist with a strong grip. Meanwhile, Emmanuel spoke with a broken voice.
"Oh, Count, how could you do this? You heard us speak many times about our unknown helper. You saw how much we thanked and loved his memory. How could you hide the truth from us for so long? It was cruel to us, and, if I may say it, cruel to you too."
"Listen, my friends. I may call you friends, because we have truly been friends for 11 years. This secret came to light because of a great event. You must never know this event. I wish to keep it in my heart all my life. But your brother Maximilian forced it from me. He used force, and I am sure he is sorry for it now." The Count then turned around. He saw that Morel was no longer on his knees. He had fallen into an armchair. "Watch over him."
"Why?" "I am surprised."
"I cannot explain. But watch over him." Emmanuel looked around the room. He saw the pistols. He pointed at them. The Count bent his head. Emmanuel moved toward the pistols. "Leave them." The Count went to Morel and took his hand. The young man slowly became very still. Julie returned, holding the silk purse. Tears of joy ran down her face.
Here is the relic. Now that we know our helper, it is even more dear to us.
My child, please give me back that purse. Now you know who I am. I wish you to remember me only through your affection.
No, no, I beg you. Do not take it. One day you will leave us, will you not?
You are right, madam. In 1 week I will leave this country. Here, many people lived happily. They deserved punishment. My father died from hunger and sorrow. As he spoke, the Count looked at Morel. The words did not wake him. The Count knew he must fight again for his friend. He took Emmanuel and Julie by the hands. My dear friends, leave me alone with Maximilian. Julie took the chance to keep the relic. She led her husband to the door.
Let us leave them.
The Count was now alone with Morel. Morel did not move. Come. Are you a man again, Maximilian?
Yes. Because I feel pain again.
The Count frowned. Maximilian. These thoughts are not right for a Christian.
Do not fear, my friend. I will not try to end my life.
No more pistols? No more despair?
No. I found another cure for my pain. I mean what I call love. You see, I have been a soldier since I became a man. I reached the age of 29 without loving anyone. Before that time, my feelings were not true love. Then, at 29, I saw Valentine. For 2 years, I have loved her. For 2 years, I have read her heart like a book. I saw in her all the good qualities of a daughter and a wife. Count, to have Valentine would have been perfect happiness. It would have been too great and too pure for this world. That happiness was taken from me. Now, without Valentine, the world feels empty.
I told you to hope. Be careful. You try to make me believe. If I believe you, I may lose my reason. Then I would hope to see Valentine again.
The Count smiled.
My friend, my father. Be careful, I say it again. The power you have over me frightens me. Think before you speak. My eyes are brighter now. My heart beats fast. If you are not careful, you will make me believe in miracles. I would obey you. I would do anything you ask.
Hope, my friend.
Ah. You are playing with me. You speak like kind mothers who calm children with sweet words. They do it because the crying troubles them. No, my friend. I was wrong to warn you. I will hide my pain deep in my heart. I will hide it so well that you will not feel sorry for me. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye.
No. From now on, you must live with me. You must not leave me. In 1 week, we will leave France.
And you still tell me to hope.
I tell you to hope. I have a way to heal you.
Count, you make me more sad. You think my pain is simple. You think a simple change will cure it. You think travel is the answer. That cannot help me.
Morel lowered his head and showed no belief.
What more can I say? I trust the cure I offer. Let me prove that it will work.
Count, you make my pain last longer.
Then you will not give me a chance? Do you know what I can do? Do you know my power? Wait for the act I will perform. Or be careful. Or I may call you ungrateful.
Please have pity on me.
I feel deep pity for you. Listen carefully. If I do not heal you in 1 month, to the exact hour, I will place before you a sure and final choice.
Will you promise me?
Yes. I am a man. I have suffered like you. I once wished for endless rest myself.
You truly promise?
I promise. I swear it.
In 1 month, if I am not better, you will let me choose. You will not blame me.
In 1 month, to the day and the hour. Remember this date. It is the 5th of September. 10 years ago today, I saved your father.
Morel took the Count's hand and kissed it. The Count allowed this sign of respect.
In 1 month, you will see the proof. Until then, you must promise not to harm yourself.
I swear it.
The Count drew the young man close and held him.
Now you will live with me. You will stay in Hades' rooms. My son will replace my daughter.
Heidi? Where is she?
She left last night.
She left you?
She waits for me. Be ready to meet me at the Champs-Élysées. Help me leave this house unseen.
Maximilian lowered his head. He obeyed with quiet respect. Chapter 106. Dividing the proceeds. The apartment on the first floor in the Rue Saint-Germain-des-Prés was rented by a very mysterious person. This was a man whose face the concierge had never seen. In winter, his chin was hidden in a large red scarf. Coachmen often wore such scarves on cold nights. In summer, he always blew his nose as he reached the door. Unlike other visitors, this man was never watched. People said he was of high rank. They said he did not allow rude attention. So everyone respected his wish to remain unknown. His visits were quite regular. Sometimes he came a little early or a little late. Most days, in summer and winter, he arrived at 4 o'clock. He stayed in his rooms but never slept there. In winter, the fire was lit at 3:30. A careful servant prepared the room. In summer, iced drinks were placed on the table at the same time. At 4 o'clock, the mysterious man arrived. 20 minutes later, a carriage stopped outside. A lady stepped out. She wore a black or dark blue dress. Her face was hidden by a thick veil. She moved like a shadow through the lodge. She ran upstairs without a sound. No one ever asked where she was going. So her face was unknown, like the gentleman's. The two concierges were famous for their silence. She always stopped on the first floor. She knocked at the door in a special way. The door opened to let her in. It was locked again at once. Curiosity went no further. They left the house with the same care. The lady always left first. As soon as she entered her carriage, it drove away. Sometimes it went right, sometimes left. About 20 minutes later, the gentleman left. His face was still hidden by his scarf or handkerchief. The day after Monte Cristo visited Danglars, something changed. The mysterious lodger arrived at 10 in the morning. This was not his usual time. Soon after, without the usual wait, a cab arrived. The veiled lady ran upstairs in great haste. The door opened. Before it closed, the lady cried out,
"Oh, Lucien, oh, my friend."
The concierge then learned the man's name was Lucien. Still, being a perfect doorkeeper, he decided not to tell his wife.
What is the matter, my dear? Tell me what troubles you.
"Oh, Lucien, can I trust you?"
Of course you can. You know that. But what has happened? Your note this morning confused me. This haste and this strange meeting worry me. Please calm my fears, or frighten me at once.
"Lucien, something very important has happened. Mr. Danglars left last night."
Left? Mr. Danglars left? Where has he gone?
"I do not know."
What do you mean? Has he gone and does not plan to return?
"Yes. At 10 last night, his horses took him to the Charenton gate. A travel carriage was waiting there. He entered it with his servant. He said he was going to Fontainebleau."
Then what did you mean?
"Wait. He left a letter for me.
A letter?
Yes. Please read it.
The Baroness took a letter from her pocket. She gave it to Debris. He paused for a moment. He seemed to guess what it might say. He then made his decision. After a short time, he began to read.
Madam, my most faithful wife.
Debris stopped and looked at the Baroness. Her face turned red.
Please read on.
Debris went on reading the letter aloud.
When you receive this letter, you will no longer have a husband. Do not be afraid. You have lost me as you lost your daughter. I will be traveling on one of the many roads that leave France. I owe you an explanation, and I will give it. You are a woman who can understand me, so listen. This morning I received 5 million francs, and I paid them at once. Soon after, another person asked me for the same sum. I asked this person to wait until tomorrow. But I plan to leave today, to escape that tomorrow. That day would be too hard for me to face. You understand this, do you not, my dear wife? You know my affairs as well as I do, maybe even better. I do not know where a large part of my fortune has gone. But I am sure that you know very well. Women have strong instincts. They can explain great wonders with simple numbers. I only know that one day my figures failed me. Did you admire how fast I fell? Were you amazed when my gold melted so quickly? I saw only the fire. I hope you found some gold in the ashes. With this hope, I leave you. I feel no guilt in leaving you. You still have friends. You still have what is left of our fortune. Above all, you now have your freedom. I must add one more thing. While I believed you worked for our home and our daughter, I said nothing. But you turned that home into ruins. I will not help to build another man's fortune. You were rich when I married you, but not much respected. Forgive my honesty. This letter is only for us. I made our fortune grow for 15 years. Then sudden disasters destroyed it. This was not my fault. You only worked for your own wealth. I believe you have succeeded. So I leave you as I found you. Rich, but not much respected. Goodbye. From now on, I will work only for myself. Thank you for the example you gave me. I will follow it. Your devoted husband, Baron Danglars.
The Baroness watched Debris as he read the long and painful letter. She saw his face change color more than once. When he finished, he folded the letter. He sat still and looked lost in thought.
Well?
Well, madam. What do you think about this letter?
It is clear enough. It tells me that Monsieur Danglars has left in a strange way.
Yes. But is that all you wish to say?
I do not understand you. He is gone. Gone forever.
Oh, madam, do not think that.
I know him. He never changes his plans when they help him. If I were useful to him, he would have taken me. He leaves me in Paris because it helps him. So he is gone. And I am free forever.
Debris did not answer at once. She waited, tense and unsure.
Well? Will you not answer me?
I have only one question. What do you plan to do now?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
So you want my advice?
Yes. I want your advice.
Then I advise you to travel.
To travel?
Certainly. As Monsieur Danglars says, you are rich and fully free. In my view, you must leave Paris after these two sad events. The broken marriage of your daughter and the disappearance of Monsieur Danglars have shocked everyone. The world will think you are left alone and without money. A wife of a ruined man cannot show a rich life. People would never forgive that. You should stay in Paris for 2 weeks. Tell people that your husband left you. Share the story with close friends. They will soon tell others. Then you can leave your house. Leave your jewels behind. Give up your income. Everyone will praise your honesty. They will believe you are alone and poor. Only I know your true money position. I am ready to give up my accounts as an honest partner.
The Baroness listened in fear. She stood pale and still. Debray spoke with cold calm.
Deserted? Yes. I am truly deserted. You are right, sir. No one can doubt my state.
These were the only words the proud woman could say. Her love was strong. Her pain was deep.
But you are rich. Very rich. Debray took papers from his pocket. He spread them on the table.
Madame Danglars did not look at the papers. She tried to calm her heart. She held back her tears. At last, her pride helped her. No tear fell.
Madam, we have worked together for almost 6 months. You gave 100,000 francs. We began in April. In May, we earned 450,000 francs. In June, we earned 900,000. In July, we earned 1,700,000 francs. That was the month of Spanish bonds. In August, we lost 300,000 at first. But on the 13th day, we gained it back. When I closed the accounts yesterday, we had 2,400,000 francs. That is 1,200,000 for each of us. There is also 80,000 francs of interest. This money is still with me.
But I thought you never put the money to interest.
Excuse me, madam. You gave me permission. I used it. Your share of the interest is 40,000 francs. Add this to your first 100,000. Your total is 1,340,000 francs. I withdrew your money the day before yesterday. I expected you might ask for it. Here is your money. Half is in notes. Half is in checks. I kept it hidden for safety. You cannot legally own property apart from your husband. So I hid it in a chest under the closet. I placed it there myself. Now, madam, look. Here are 800 notes of 1,000 francs. They look like a large iron book. Here is also a bond of 25,000 francs. For the rest, about 110,000 francs, here is a check. My banker will pay it. You can be sure of that.
Madame Danglars took the check, the bond, and the notes. The great fortune did not look large on the table. Her eyes were dry. Her chest rose with hidden feeling. She put the notes into her bag. She placed the papers in her book. She stood pale and silent. She waited for one kind word. No word came. Now, madam, said Debray, you have a large fortune. You earn about 60,000 livres a year. This is a very great sum. You cannot live here for a full year. You will be free to enjoy your wishes. If one day this money is not enough, you may use mine. I offer you all I have, as a loan.
Thank you, sir, thank you, replied the Baroness. You forget that the money you just gave me is more than enough. I am a woman who plans to leave society for some time.
Debray was surprised for a short moment. He soon recovered. He bowed in a calm way, as if to say, as you wish, madam. Madame Danglars had hoped for something more. When she saw Debray's careless bow and his cold look, she understood. He said nothing more. She raised her head. Without anger or delay, she went down the stairs. She did not say a last goodbye.
Bah, said Debray after she left. These are fine plans. She will stay at home, read novels, and play cards. She cannot trade at the market anymore.
He took his account book. He carefully crossed out every sum he had paid.
I still have 1,060,000 francs, he said. What a pity that Mademoiselle de Villefort is dead. She suited me well. I would have married her.
He waited calmly for 20 minutes. Only then did he leave the house. During this time, he worked with numbers. His watch lay beside him. If a dark spirit could lift the roof of the small house, it would see a strange scene. Debris sat below, counting his money. Above him was another room. People there had an important place in this story. Mercedes and Albert were in that room. Mercedes had changed greatly in the last few days. She had never loved rich clothes. She also did not look poor in her dress. Her change was inside. Her eyes no longer shone. Her lips no longer smiled. She now spoke with doubt, not ease. Poverty had not broken her courage. It was not fear that hurt her. She felt lost in her new life. She was like a queen who fell from her palace. She could not accept her small room or simple bed. The walls were grey and plain. The floor had no carpet. The furniture showed poor taste. Everything hurt eyes used to beauty. Madame de Morcerf lived there after leaving her home. The silence pressed on her heart. Albert watched her face each day. So she forced a small smile. It had no warmth. Albert was also uneasy. The last signs of luxury troubled him. If he went out without gloves, his hands looked too white. If he walked in town, his boots looked too fine. These two kind and clever people, a mother and her son, understood each other without many words. They saved what little they had. Albert was able to say to his mother, without making her face change,
"Mother, we have no more money."
Mercedes had never known true misery before. When she was young, she spoke of poverty, but she never really lacked what she needed. Among the Catalans, she wished for many things, but she always had enough. When the nets were good, they caught fish. When they sold the fish, they could buy new nets. She lived a simple life and thought only of herself. She lived as well as she could on what she earned. Now there were two people to care for, and nothing to live on. Winter was coming. Mercedes had no fire in the cold, bare room. Before, she had lived in warm rooms with fine furniture. She did not even have one small flower. Before, her rooms were full of rare plants. But she still had her son. At first, the strong feeling of duty gave them strength. Strong feelings can make us forget daily needs. But this feeling slowly faded. They had to leave dreams and face real life. After dreaming, they now had to speak of facts.
"Mother, let us count our riches, please. I need something to build my plans on."
Riches, nothing. No, my child, nothing at all.
"No, mother, we have capital. 3,000 francs. I believe we can live very well on these 3,000 francs.
My child.
Dear mother, I have spent enough of your money to know its value. These 3,000 francs are a great sum. I will use them to build a safe future."
You say this, my dear boy. But should we accept these 3,000 francs?
I think we should. We do not even have the money here. You know it is buried in the garden of the small house in Marseilles. With 200 francs, we can travel to Marseilles.
With 200 francs. Are you sure, Albert?
Yes. I asked about the coaches and boats. I made all the calculations. You will travel in the coupe to Chalons. You see, mother, I take good care of you for 35 francs.
Albert then took a pen and wrote down the costs. The coupe to Chalons cost 35 francs. The boat from Chalons to Lyons cost 6 francs. The boat from Lyons to Avignon cost 16 francs. The trip from Avignon to Marseilles cost 7 francs. Food and other costs on the road were about 50 francs. The total was 114 francs.
Let us say 120.
Albert smiled and looked at his mother.
You see, I am generous, am I not, mother?
But what about you, my poor child?
Me? Do you not see that I keep 80 francs for myself? A young man does not need fine things. Also, I know how to travel.
With a carriage and a servant.
In any way, mother.
Well, let it be so. But these 200 francs.
Here they are, and 200 more. I sold my watch for 100 francs. I sold the chain and seals for 300. It is lucky they were worth more than the watch. Again, it is the same story of extra things. Now I think we are rich. We need 114 francs for the journey. But we have 250.
But do we owe money in this house?
30 francs. I will pay that from my 150 francs. That is clear. I need only 80 francs for my journey. You see, I live in great comfort. But that is not all. What do you say to this, mother?
Albert took out a small pocket book with gold clasps. It was one of his old fancy items, or maybe a sweet memory. From it, he took out a note of 1,000 francs.
What is this?
1,000 francs.
Where did you get this money?
Listen to me, mother. Please stay calm.
Albert stood up and kissed his mother on both cheeks. He looked at her with love.
Mother, you cannot know how beautiful you are to me. You are the most noble and beautiful woman I have ever seen.
Dear child. Only trouble could change my love into such deep respect. I am not unhappy while I still have my son.
Yes, mother. Now the hard part begins. Do you know what we have decided?
Have we decided anything?
Yes. You will live in Marseilles. I will go to Africa. There, I will earn the right to use my name again.
Mercedes sighed softly.
Yesterday, I joined the Spahis as a substitute. I took the place of another man. I thought my body was my own. I sold my service. I was paid 2,000 francs.
Then this 1,000 francs.
It is half of the money, mother. The rest will come in 1 year.
He spoke with great sadness. Albert understood the true meaning of his words. His heart began to beat fast. He took his mother's hand gently.
Yes. You will live.
I shall live. Then you will not leave me, Albert.
Mother, I must go. You love me too much to want me to stay here and do nothing. Also, I have already signed.
You will follow your own wish and the will of heaven.
Not my own wish, mother, but reason and need. Are we not both full of despair? What is life to you? Almost nothing. What is life to me? Very little without you. Believe me, without you I would not have lived after I doubted my father and gave up his name. But I will live, if you promise to hope. If you let me care for your future, you will give me strength. I will go to the governor of Algeria. He is kind and brave. I will tell him my sad story. I will ask him to remember me. If he helps me, in 6 months I will be an officer, or I will be dead. If I become an officer, our future is safe. I will earn enough money for us both. We will have a name we can be proud of. If I die, then you can also die, mother. Our troubles will end.
You are right, my love. Let us show those who watch us that we deserve kindness.
Let us not give in to dark thoughts. I am sure we will be happy. You are strong and patient. I now live simply and without strong desires. Once I serve, I will earn money. Once you are in Monsieur Dantès' house, you will be at peace. Please, let us try to be cheerful.
Yes. Let us try. You must live, Albert. You must be happy.
So our plans are made, Mother. We can part now. Come. I will pay for your journey.
And you, my dear boy.
I will stay here a few more days. We must learn to be apart. I need letters and information about Africa. I will join you later in Marseilles.
They agreed to part. Mercedes wrapped her only shawl around her shoulders. It was a fine black shawl. Albert quickly gathered his papers. He rang the bell and paid the landlord 30 francs. He offered his arm to his mother. Together, they went down the stairs. Someone was walking before them. The person heard the sound of a silk dress and turned around.
Debray.
You, Morcerf?
Curiosity had won over his wish to stay hidden. It was strange to meet Albert here. His troubles were well known in Paris.
Morcerf. Pardon me. I will leave you, Albert.
Mother, this is Monsieur Debray. He is secretary to the minister. He was once my friend.
Once? What do you mean?
I have no friends now. I should not have any. Thank you for knowing me, sir.
Dear Albert. I feel great sorrow for you. If I can help you in any way, I will.
Thank you. Even in our troubles, we have enough. We do not need help. We are leaving Paris. After our journey, we will still have 5,000 francs.
Debray felt the blood rise to his face. He carried great wealth with him. He thought of another woman who had left rich but dishonored. Mercedes was poor, yet strong and noble in her pain. This thought shook him. He spoke a few polite words. Then he hurried down the stairs. That day, many people suffered from his bad mood. That same night, he became owner of a fine house. He also gained a large yearly income. The next day, at about 5 in the afternoon, Debray was signing the paper. At the same time, Madame de Morcerf kissed her son with love. Then she entered the small coach of the carriage. The door closed behind her. A man was hidden inside Lafitte's bank. He stood behind a small high window. From there, he saw Mercedes enter the carriage. He also saw Albert walk away. The man passed his hand across his forehead. His face was full of doubt.
Alas, how can I give back the happiness I have taken from these poor, innocent people? God, please help me.
Chapter 107. The Lion's Den. One part of the prison called La Force holds the most dangerous prisoners. This part is named the Court of St. Bernard. The prisoners call it the Lion's Den. They use this name because the men inside are fierce. They bite the iron bars with anger. Sometimes they even attack the guards. This place is a prison inside another prison. The walls are very thick, much thicker than the others. The iron bars are checked every day. The guards are very strong. Their faces are cold and without pity. They were chosen because they are hard and alert. The yard of this prison is closed by huge walls. The sun only touches it for a short time. It feels like a dark pit of body and soul. On the stone ground, men walk back and forth all day. They look pale and tired. They seem like shadows. These are men waiting for judgment. Justice holds them while it prepares their fate. Sometimes they sit near the warm wall. They talk to each other. More often, they sit alone. They watch the door closely. Now and then, it opens. It may call one man out. Or it may throw another man inside. The court of St. Bernard has a special room for visitors. It is long and narrow. 2 iron fences stand 3 feet apart. This space stops visitors from touching prisoners. Nothing can be passed through. The place is wet and miserable. It is even frightening. Many painful talks have happened there. Still, this place seems like a kind of heaven to some men. They almost never leave the lion's den. If they do, it is for hard labor or long isolation. In this damp yard, a young man was walking. His hands were in his pockets. The other prisoners watched him with interest. His clothes were well cut. They would look elegant if they were not torn. Still, the cloth was fine and not old. He tried to make his coat look new. He smoothed it with great care. He did the same with his shirt. Its color had faded in prison. He shined his boots with a corner of his handkerchief. The handkerchief had letters and a small crown on it.
Look, the prince is making himself pretty. He is a handsome man. If he had a comb and some oil, he would beat the rich men outside. His coat looks almost new. His boots shine. It is nice to have such a well-dressed brother. The guards were cruel. They tore such fine clothes. He looks important. He dresses like a rich man. And he is here so young. What a strange life.
The young man then walked to the small gate. A guard was leaning there.
Please, sir, lend me 20 francs. You will get it back soon. You take no risk with me. I have rich family members. They have more money than you can count. Please, lend me the money. I want to buy a robe. I cannot always stay in boots and a coat. And look at this coat. Is this right for a Prince of Cavalcanti?
The guard turned his back. He lifted his shoulders. He did not laugh. He had heard such words many times before.
Come on. You have no kindness. I will have you removed.
The guard turned around. He laughed loudly. The prisoners moved closer. They formed a circle around the young man. Andrea spoke again and sounded upset. He said that with that small and poor amount of money, he could at least buy a coat. He said he could also rent a room. In that room, he could meet an important visitor who he expected every day.
Of course. Anyone can see that he is a gentleman.
Then lend him the 20 francs. Surely you will not refuse a man like you.
I am no friend of these people. You have no right to speak to me like that.
The thieves looked at each other and spoke in low voices. Anger grew around Andrea. This anger came not only from his words, but also from the keeper's tone. The keeper felt sure he could stop them if things went too far. So he let the anger grow for a while. He wanted to punish Andrea and also to amuse himself during the long day. The thieves moved closer to Andrea. Some shouted cruel threats. Others suggested painful games meant to hurt him. Some said they should beat the fine gentleman. Andrea then turned to them. He made small signs with his face. He moved his eyes and lips in a special way. These signs said many things without words. It was a secret sign that Caderousse had taught him. At once, the thieves understood. They saw he was one of them. They stepped back. The dangerous objects were dropped. Calm slowly returned. Some said the gentleman was right. They said he meant no harm. The group then moved away. The keeper was shocked by what he saw. He took Andrea's hands and searched him. He thought there must be some hidden reason for this sudden obedience. Andrea did not resist, but he protested. Suddenly, a voice called from the door. "Benedetto!" The keeper let go of Andrea.
I am being called.
To the visitor's room.
You see, someone has come to visit me. You will see that a Cavalcanti is not treated like an ordinary man.
Andrea moved quickly across the yard. He slipped through the door like a dark shadow. He left the prisoners and even the keeper in surprise. The visit shocked them all. It also surprised Andrea. He had kept silent since he came to the prison. He had waited and said nothing.
Everything shows that a powerful person protects me. I had sudden wealth. I passed many problems with ease. I received a family and a great name. Gold came to me. Great marriages were planned for me. Bad luck and the absence of my protector have hurt me. But it is not forever. The hand that left me will return. It will save me when I feel lost. I must not act too fast. I could anger my protector. He has two ways to save me. One is a secret escape. The other is paying the judges. I will stay silent. I will wait until I am sure he has left me.
Andrea had made a careful plan. He was brave when he attacked. He was rough when he defended himself. He endured prison and many hardships. But little by little, his body suffered. He was dirty, hungry, and cold. At that hard moment, the inspector called him. Andrea felt joy in his heart. It was too early for a judge. It was too late for the doctor or the director. So it had to be the visitor he hoped for. Behind the bars, Andrea saw a dark and sharp face. It was Monsieur Bertuccio. Bertuccio looked with sad surprise at the bars and doors.
Ah.
Good morning, Benedetto.
You.
Do you not know me, unhappy child?
Silence, be silent, said Andrea. These walls hear very well. Please, do not speak so loud.
You wish to speak with me alone, do you not? Said Bertuccio. Oh yes. That is good.
Bertuccio put his hand into his pocket. He made a sign to a keeper he saw through the small window.
Read, he said.
What is that? Asked Andrea.
It is an order, he said. They will take you to a room. They will leave you there to talk with me.
Oh, cried Andrea with joy.
In his mind he thought that his secret helper still watched him. He believed he was not forgotten. He thought Bertuccio was sent by this hidden protector. The keeper spoke for a short time with another officer. Then he opened the iron gate. He led Andrea to a room on the first floor. The walls were white, as in all prisons. But to Andrea, the room looked bright. There was a stove, a bed, a chair, and a table. Bertuccio sat on the chair. Andrea threw himself on the bed. The keeper left the room.
Now, said the steward, what do you have to tell me?
And you, said Andrea. You speak first.
No, he said. You came to see me. You must have much to say. Very well, he continued. You have kept on a bad path. You have stolen. You have killed.
Of course, said Andrea. If you brought me here only to say this, you did not need to come. I know all that. But there are things I do not know. Let us speak of those. Who sent you?
You speak very fast, Monsieur Benedetto.
Yes, and straight to the point. No useless words. Who sent you?
No one.
Then how did you know I was in prison?
I knew you, he said. I saw you before. You were the proud young man riding in the Champs-Élysées.
Ah, the Champs-Élysées, he said. Yes, I remember. But let us speak of my father.
Who do you think I am?
You are my adopted father, said Andrea. But you did not give me great sums of money. You did not make a fine false name for my father. You did not bring me into high society. You did not save me when my secret was found. So speak, my good Corsican. Speak.
What do you want me to say?
I will help you, said Andrea. You spoke of the Champs-Élysées. There lives a very rich man there.
At whose house you stole and killed?
I think so, he answered.
The Count of Monte Cristo.
You said the name, not I, he replied. Should I run to him and cry, my father?
Do not joke, said Bertuccio. Do not speak that name in that way.
Why not? He asked, less sure now.
Because that man is too good, he said. He cannot be the father of someone like you.
Fine words, said Andrea.
There will be strong actions too, if you are not careful.
Threats do not scare me, he said.
You are not dealing with small people, said Bertuccio calmly. You are in very dangerous hands. They can help you. But they can also destroy you. Do not test them.
I will know who my father is, said the young man. Even if I die, I will know. I have nothing to lose. No name. No honor. So tell me. Who is my father?
I came to tell you, he said.
Ah, cried Benedetto, his eyes shining with joy.
Just then, the door opened. The jailer spoke to Bertuccio. Excuse me, sir. The examining magistrate is waiting for the prisoner.
So this meeting is over. I wish this trouble was far away.
I will come back tomorrow. Good. Gendarmes, I am ready. Please leave some coins for me at the gate. I need to buy a few things. It will be done.
Andrea held out his hand. Bertuccio kept his hand in his pocket. He only shook a few coins so they made a sound.
That is what I mean.
Andrea tried to smile. But he felt uneasy because Bertuccio was so calm. He stepped into the long, closed carriage. People called it the salad basket.
Am I wrong? Never mind. We will see. Until tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Chapter 108. The Judge. We remember that Abbé Busoni stayed alone with Noirtier. They were in the room where the young girl had died. The old man and the priest watched over her body. The priest spoke with kindness. His calm words gave Noirtier new strength. The old man was no longer wild with pain. He became quiet and patient. This surprised everyone. They knew how much he loved Valentine. Monsieur de Villefort had not seen his father since the morning of the death. The house had changed. New servants worked there. Even the guards and drivers were new. The family felt more divided than before. The court sessions were about to begin. Villefort stayed alone in his room. He worked day and night. He prepared the case against the man accused of killing Caderousse. This case caused much talk in Paris. The proof was weak. It came from the last words of a dying prisoner. The man might have spoken from hate. Still, Villefort was sure. He believed Benedetto was guilty. Villefort trusted his own skill. Success was the last thing that mattered to him. He worked without rest. He wanted this case to be the first at the court. Many people asked him for tickets to the trial. He avoided them all. Valentine had died only a short time before. The house was still dark with sorrow. No one wondered that he hid in his work. Villefort saw his father only once. It was the day after Bertuccio visited Benedetto again. That was the day Benedetto learned his father's name. Villefort was tired and tense. He walked into the garden. He struck the dying rose branches with his cane. The flowers looked like pale shadows of the past. He walked again and again on the same path. At last, he looked toward the house. He heard his young son playing. The boy had come home from school for the weekend. Villefort then saw Noirtier at an open window. The old man sat in the warm evening light. The sun shone on red leaves and fading flowers. Noirtier stared at one spot. His eyes were full of hate and hard anger. Villefort felt a chill. He turned away from his path. He wanted to see who the old man was watching. Then he saw Madame de Villefort under a group of linden trees. The trees had almost no leaves. She sat with a book in her hand. She often stopped reading to smile at her son. Sometimes she threw back his ball. The boy kept throwing the ball from the room into the garden. Villefort became pale. He now understood the meaning of the old man. Noirtier still looked at the same place. Then his eyes moved from the wife to the husband. Villefort felt the full power of that look. The eyes were strong and threatening. They had lost no force. Madame de Villefort knew nothing of this silent fight. She held her son's ball. She made signs for him to come and take it with a kiss. Edward asked for a long time. The kiss did not seem enough for the effort. At last he jumped out of the window. He ran through flowers to his mother. His face was wet with sweat. Madame de Villefort wiped his face. She kissed his forehead. She sent him back with the ball. She also gave him some sweets. Villefort felt drawn toward the house. It was like a bird moving toward danger. As he walked, Noirtier's eyes followed him. The look felt like fire. Villefort felt it deep in his heart. In that look were blame and a dark warning. Noirtier then raised his eyes to the sky. It was as if he reminded his son of a promise.
It is well, sir. Have patience for one more day. I will do what I promised.
Noirtier seemed calm after these words. He turned his eyes away. Villefort opened his coat with force. It felt as if it was choking him. He passed his cold hand over his forehead. Then he went into his study. The night was cold and quiet. Everyone slept except Villefort. He worked until 5 in the morning. He read questions from the night before. He arranged the words of the witnesses. He finished the final accusation. It was one of his strongest works. The next day was Monday. It was the first day of the court. The morning was dark and sad. Grey light fell on the red ink lines. Villefort had slept only a little. The lamp flickered and woke him. His fingers were cold and dark. He opened the window. A yellow line of light crossed the sky. It cut the dark trees in two. Far away, a bird sang in the morning. The wet air touched Villefort's head. It helped him think clearly.
Today I must act. The hand of justice must strike guilt.
His eyes moved to Noirtier's window. The curtain was closed. Still, he saw his father in his mind. He spoke as if the window were open.
Yes. Be satisfied.
His head fell forward. He walked slowly in the room. Then he lay down on the sofa. He did not sleep. He only rested his tired body. Soon the house woke up. Villefort heard doors open and close. He heard Madame de Villefort ring for help. The child laughed and shouted with joy. Villefort rang his bell. A new servant came in. He brought papers and a cup of chocolate.
What are you bringing me? A cup of chocolate. I did not ask for it. Who sent this? My lady sent it, sir. She said you must speak a lot today. She wanted to keep your strength.
The servant put the cup on the table. Then he left the room. Villefort looked at the cup. His face was dark. Suddenly he took it. He drank it all at once. Some people might think he hoped the drink would kill him. They might think he wanted death to free him from a duty he hated. He stood up and walked around the room. There was a strange smile on his face. It would have been frightening to see. The chocolate caused no harm. Monsieur de Villefort felt nothing. Breakfast time came. But Monsieur de Villefort did not go to the table.
Madame de Villefort asks me to remind you, sir. It is 11 o'clock. The trial begins at 12.
Well. And what of that?
Madame de Villefort is dressed. She is ready. She asks if she should go with you, sir.
Go where?
To the Palais.
For what reason?
My mistress wishes to be at the trial.
Ah. She wishes that?
If you wish to go alone, sir, I will tell her.
Tell your mistress I wish to speak with her. Please ask her to wait in her room.
Yes, sir.
Now come and dress me.
At once, sir.
The servant returned very quickly. He shaved his master. He helped him dress all in black. When he finished, he spoke again.
My mistress waits for you, sir.
I am going to her now. Villefort took his papers and his hat. He walked to his wife's room. At the door, he stopped. He wiped his wet and pale forehead. Then he went inside. Madame de Villefort sat on a low seat. She turned pages of newspapers. Young Edward tore them into pieces. She could not read in peace. She was dressed to go out. Her bonnet lay on a chair. Her gloves were on her hands.
Ah, here you are, monsieur. You look very pale. Did you work all night? Why did you not come to breakfast? Will you take me, or shall I take Edward?
She asked many questions. She hoped for one answer. Villefort said nothing. He stood cold and still. Edward. Go and play in the other room. I need to speak with your mother. Madame de Villefort felt fear. His face was cold. His voice was firm. The moment felt wrong. Edward looked at his mother. She did not answer. So he stayed and played on the floor. Edward. Did you hear me? Go. The child stood up at once. He was pale and shaking. It was hard to know if he felt fear or anger. His father lifted him. He kissed his forehead. Go, my child. Edward ran out. Villefort closed the door. He locked it.
My dear. What is the matter?
Madam. Where do you keep the poison you use? He stood between her and the door. She felt trapped. Her face turned white. A broken sound left her lips.
Monsieur. I do not understand.
She tried to stand. Then she fell back onto the cushions. I ask again. Where is the poison? You used it to cause the deaths of my wife's parents. You used it on Barrois. You used it on my daughter Valentine.
Sir. What are you saying?
You must not ask. You must answer.
Do you speak as a judge? Or as my husband?
As the judge. Her body shook. Her eyes showed pain and fear. She could not speak. You give no answer. So it is true. You do not deny it. Villefort spoke with strong anger. He reached out his hand toward her, as if to arrest her in the name of the law. He said she could not deny her actions. He said she had done many crimes and hid them well. Only those who loved her did not see the truth. Since the death of Madame de Saint-Méran, he knew a poison user lived in his house. Monsieur d'Avrigny had warned him. After the death of Barrois, his fear turned to someone who looked kind. After Valentine's death, he had no doubt. Others also suspected her? He said the truth would soon be known. He told her she now spoke to a judge, not to a husband.
The young woman covered her face with her hands. She begged him not to trust what he saw.
Villefort called her weak. He said poison users are always weak. He asked how she could watch two old men and a young girl die.
She cried out his name in despair.
He spoke faster and louder. He said she counted every minute of their suffering. He said she planned everything with great care. He asked if she forgot where her crimes would lead. He said she must have kept a stronger poison to escape punishment. Madame de Villefort fell to her knees and reached out her hands. Villefort said this meant she confessed. He said a late confession would not reduce punishment.
She asked what punishment he meant. She said he spoke that word twice.
He said punishment was certain. He said her crimes did not protect her. He said even his own wife would not escape justice. He said death waited for the poison user. He added that only poison could save such a person.
She screamed in wild terror.
Villefort told her not to fear public death. He said he would not shame his own name. He said she would not die in public.
She said she did not understand him.
He said he would protect his name and his child. He said she must not shame them.
She cried and begged him to stop.
He said her action would be praised. She asked what he meant. She said her mind was breaking. She cried out to God. She stood up with wild hair and foam on her lips. He asked her where she kept the poison.
She raised her arms and struck her hands together. She said he could not want this.
He said he did not want her to die in public. He asked if she understood. He said his duty was to punish. He said any other woman would be sent to death. He said he was showing mercy. He asked again if she kept strong poison.
She begged him to forgive her. She begged him to let her live.
He said she was weak. She reminded him she was his wife. He said she was a poison user. She begged him for mercy. He refused. She spoke of his past love. He refused again. She begged for their child. He said if she lived, she might kill the child too.
She cried that she would never harm her son. She laughed in madness. The sound broke into a harsh noise. She fell at her husband's feet.
He stepped closer to her. Think of it, madam, he said. If, when I come back, justice is not done, I will speak against you myself. I will accuse you with my own voice, and I will arrest you with my own hands. Do you understand me? He said. I am going down now to give a sentence of death to a murderer. If I come back and you are still alive, you will sleep tonight in the conciergerie. She listened and breathed fast. She felt crushed and powerless. Only her eyes moved, and they looked wild and full of fear. Madame de Villefort sighed. Her strength failed her, and she fell onto the carpet. The king's attorney felt a moment of pity. He looked at her more gently. He bowed and spoke slowly. Farewell, madam. Farewell. Those words struck Madame de Villefort like a sharp blade. She lost consciousness. The procureur went out. He locked the door twice behind him. Chapter 109. The Assizes. The Benedetto affair caused great excitement. People spoke of it at the Palais and everywhere else. During his short time of luxury, the false Cavalcanti had met many people. He was often seen at cafes, on the boulevard, and in the park, The newspapers told stories about his life. They spoke of him as a rich man and as a prisoner. Everyone who had known Prince Andrea Cavalcanti felt curious. They wanted to see what would happen to him. So they all tried to attend the trial of Benedetto, accused of killing his prison companion. To many people, Benedetto seemed less a criminal and more a sign that the law can fail. His father, M. Cavalcanti, had been seen in Paris. People expected him to return and claim his son. Some people did not know why the old man had left Paris. They were impressed by his calm manner and noble appearance. He looked like a true gentleman. He played the role well, as long as he stayed silent and avoided numbers. Many also remembered the accused himself. They recalled him as kind, handsome, and generous. They preferred to believe he was the victim of a secret plot. In their minds, rich men often attract envy and hidden enemies. So everyone hurried to the court. Some came to watch. Others came to talk about it. From 7 in the morning, a crowd waited at the iron gates. An hour before the trial began, the hall was already full. Before the judges entered, the court felt like a social room. People recognized each other. They spoke quietly if they could. If they were too far apart, they spoke with signs. It was a beautiful day in autumn. The short summer was forgotten. The clouds seen at sunrise were gone. September shone bright and calm. Beauchamp, a powerful man of the press, looked at everyone through his monocle. He saw Chateau Renaud and Debris. They had pleased a guard and stood in front instead of behind. The guard knew the minister's secretary and the rich man. To be kind, he kept their places. He let them go and speak to Beauchamp.
"Well," said Beauchamp, "we shall see our friend." "Yes, indeed," replied Debris. "That fine prince. Those Italian princes are trouble." "A man who claimed Dante as his ancestor," he added. "He said his family went back to the Divine Comedy." "A nobility of the rope," said Chateau Renaud calmly. "He will be condemned, won't he?" asked Debris.
The 3 young men stood together and spoke in low voices.
"My dear friend, we should ask you that question. You know news like this better than we do. Did you see the president at the minister's house last night?"
Yes.
"What did he say?"
Something that will surprise you.
"Oh, then tell me quickly. It has been a long time since that happened."
Well, he told me that Benedetto is not clever at all. People think he is smart and dangerous. But the president said he is only a foolish and common man. He said Benedetto is not worth serious study, even after his death.
"Bah! He played the part of a prince very well."
Yes, for you, Beauchamp. You hate unhappy princes. You are always happy to find faults in them. But not for me. I can feel when a man is a gentleman. I can sense a noble family at once.
"So you never believed in the principality?"
Yes, I believed in the principality. But I did not believe in the prince.
"That is not so bad. Still, many people believed him. I saw him at ministers' houses."
Ah, yes. As if ministers understand anything about princes.
"There is some truth in that. But if you spoke to the president, then you must have spoken to the procureur."
That was impossible. For the last week, Monsieur de Villefort has stayed alone. This is easy to understand. He has had many family troubles. And then came the strange death of his daughter.
"Strange? What do you mean? Do you really think no one noticed this at the minister's house? My dear sir, you do not use that eyeglass very well."
Debris uses it much better. Let him show you how.
"Wait. I am not mistaken.
What is it?"
It is she.
Who do you mean?
They said she had gone away."
Mademoiselle Lucchini? Has she returned?
"No. But her mother.
Madame Danglars? Impossible. Only 10 days after her daughter fled. And only 3 days after her husband lost his money.
Come. It is only a woman with a veil. Perhaps she is a foreign princess. Maybe she is Cavalcanti's mother. But you were speaking of something important.
I was?
Yes. You were telling us about Valentine's strange death.
Ah, yes. But why is Madame de Villefort not here?
Poor woman. She is likely busy helping hospitals. Or she is making beauty creams for herself and friends. She spends a lot of money on this. I am surprised she is not here. I like her very much.
And I hate her.
Why?
I do not know. We love without reason. We hate the same way. I dislike her by instinct.
Perhaps so. But let us return to the story.
Do you know why so many people die at Monsieur de Villefort's house?
The word is a good one.
But the fact is real. Now let us speak clearly.
Madame asked me about that house. It has been covered in black for 3 months.
Which madam?
The minister's wife.
Oh, forgive me. I never visit ministers. I leave that to princes.
You were clever before. Now you are shining. Please be kind to us.
I will stop speaking. Please do not judge every word I say.
Come. Let us finish the story. You promised to explain.
Very well. The reason so many people die in that house is simple. There is a murderer inside.
The two young men felt a chill. The same thought had already crossed their minds. They spoke together. Who is the murderer? Young Edward. The people listening burst into laughter. The speaker did not feel troubled. He went on speaking. Yes, gentlemen. Edward, the strange child. Who is very skilled at killing.
You are joking.
Not at all. Yesterday, I hired a servant. He had just left Monsieur de Villefort. I will send him away tomorrow. He eats far too much now. He says it is because he was so afraid in that house. Now listen carefully.
We are listening.
It seems the child found a bottle. It had a strong liquid inside. He used it on people who made him angry. First, Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran upset him. He poured 3 drops for them. 3 drops were enough. Then there was Barrois. He was the old servant of Monsieur Noirtier. Sometimes he spoke sharply to the child. So he received the same 3 drops. Then came Valentine. The child was jealous of her. He gave her the same amount. After that, all was finished for them all.
What nonsense are you telling us?
Yes, it is a very strange story. Is it not?
It is absurd.
Ah, you doubt me? You can ask my servant. Or rather, the man who will leave me tomorrow. Everyone in the house spoke of it.
And this liquid, where is it? What is it?
The child hides it.
But where did he get it?
In his mother's workroom.
Does his mother keep poisons there?
How should I know? You question me like a lawyer. I only repeat what I was told. The poor man was so afraid he would not eat.
It is impossible.
No, my friend. It is not impossible. You remember that child last year. He hurt his brothers and sisters while they slept. Children today grow clever too fast.
Come, Beecham. I will bet you do not believe your own story. But I do not see the Count of Monte Cristo here.
He is very tired. Also, he cannot appear in public. The Cavalcanti tricked him. They used false letters. They took 100,000 francs from him.
By the way, how is Moral?
I visited 3 times. I did not see him once. His sister was calm. She said she was sure he was well.
Now I remember. The Count cannot be here. He is part of this case.
Why?
Because they tried to kill him. You know Caderousse was killed. His body was found after leaving the Count's house. A blood-stained waistcoat was found. It held an important letter. It lies on the desk as proof.
Very well.
Suddenly, a noise filled the hall. The guard cleared his throat loudly. The doorkeeper appeared. He cried in a sharp voice, "The court, gentlemen!" The judges took their seats. The room became silent. The jury also sat down. All eyes turned to Monsieur de Villefort. He sat calmly in his chair. His face was serious and cold. It showed no pain. It made people feel uneasy. "Gendarmes," said the president. "Bring in the accused." Everyone looked at the door. The door opened. Benedetto entered. His face showed no fear. His hands were steady. His eyes were calm and bright. He looked around the room. He stared longest at the president. Then he fixed his eyes on the king's attorney. By Andrea stood the lawyer for his defense. The court had chosen this lawyer. Andrea did not care about such details. He seemed to think they were not important. The lawyer was young and fair-haired. His face showed much feeling. It showed far more feeling than the face of the prisoner. The president ordered the reading of the charge. Villefort had written it with great skill and no mercy. The reading was long. Many people watched Andrea instead of listening. Andrea stayed calm and showed no fear. Villefort spoke clearly and with strong words. He described the crime in bright and painful detail. He spoke of the prisoner's past life. He told how the man had changed over time. He reviewed his whole life from childhood. The crowd judged Benedetto guilty in their minds. This happened before the law could give its sentence. Andrea did not listen to the many charges. Villefort watched him closely. He tried to make Andrea lower his eyes. But Andrea did not look away. At last the reading ended. "Accused, what is your name and family name?"
Andrea stood up. "Excuse me, Mr. President," he said. "I see you will ask questions in a way I cannot follow. I have an idea I will explain later. Please let me answer in a different order. If not, I will not answer at all."
The president looked at the jury. The jury looked at Villefort. Everyone was surprised. Andrea stayed calm. "Your age," said the president. "Will you answer that?"
"I will answer it," Andrea said. "But only in its turn."
"Your age," the president asked again.
"I am 21 years old," he replied. "In a few days I will be 22. I was born on the night of September 27, 1817.
Villefort lifted his head when he heard the date. "Where were you born?"
"At Auteuil, near Paris."
Villefort looked at Benedetto with horror. His face lost its color. Benedetto calmly wiped his lips with a fine handkerchief. "Your work or trade?"
"First I changed papers by crime," he said calmly. "Then I stole. Later, I killed."
A loud cry of anger rose in the room. The judges were shocked. The jury showed deep dislike. They did not expect such cold words. Villefort pressed his hand to his head. His face turned red and hot. He stood up, looking lost, as if he needed air.
"Are you looking for something, Mr. Prosecutor?" he asked with a soft smile.
Villefort did not answer. He fell back into his chair. "Now, Prisoner, said the president. Will you tell us your name? Your way of speaking of your crimes is cruel and wrong. The court must correct you. You seem proud of this. That may be why you waited to say your name.
You understand me very well, Mr. President, he said politely. That is why I asked to change the order.
The shock in the room grew stronger. The prisoner no longer joked or acted. Everyone felt that something terrible was coming. Your name?
I cannot tell you my name. I do not know it. But I know my father's name. I can tell you that.
Villefort felt dizzy. Heavy sweat fell onto his papers. Say your father's name, said the president. The room was silent. No one moved or spoke.
My father is the king's attorney, Andrea said calmly.
The king's attorney, the president repeated in shock. Someone said the words. The king's attorney.
Yes, and if you wish to know his name, I will tell it. His name is Villefort.
The feeling in the room could not be held back any longer. It broke out like loud thunder. The judges did not try to stop the crowd. People shouted and insulted Benedetto. He stayed calm and did not react. The crowd moved and waved their arms. The guard stepped forward. Some rude people laughed and made cruel faces. This noise lasted 5 minutes. At last, the guards and judges brought silence back to the hall. Are you mocking justice, accused? Do you dare show such bad behavior to the people? Even in these hard times, this has never happened before. Several people rushed to Monsieur de Villefort. He sat bent forward in his chair. They tried to comfort him and show support. Slowly, order returned to the hall. A few people still whispered. Someone said a lady had fainted. They helped her with a bottle, and she woke up. During the noise, Andrea turned and smiled at the crowd. He leaned on the wooden rail in front of him. He stood in a calm and proud way.
Gentlemen, I promise I did not wish to insult the court. I did not want to cause trouble in this honorable place. You ask my age, and I answer. You ask where I was born, and I answer. You ask my name. I cannot give it, because my parents left me. I have no family name. But I can tell you my father's name. My father is Monsieur de Villefort. I am ready to prove this.
The young man spoke with strength and belief. His words sounded honest. The noise stopped at once. Everyone looked at the prosecutor. He did not move at all. He looked like a man struck by lightning.
Gentlemen, I owe you proof and a clear explanation.
But you called yourself Benedetto. You said you were an orphan. You said you came from Corsica.
I said what I wished. I did this so I could make the statement I have made today. If I had not done this, I would not be heard. I now repeat my words. I was born in Auteuil on the night of the 27th of September, 1817. I am the son of the prosecutor, Monsieur de Villefort. Do you want more details? I will give them. I was born at number 28, Rue de la Fontaine. The room had red cloth on the walls. My father held me in his arms. He told my mother that I was dead. He wrapped me in a cloth with the letters H and N. He carried me into the garden. There, he buried me.
A cold fear passed through the crowd. They saw that the prisoner grew more confident. At the same time, Monsieur de Villefort looked more afraid. How do you know all these details?
I will tell you, Mr. President. A man hated my father and wanted revenge. He had waited a long time for his chance. That night, he hid in the garden. He saw my father bury something. He attacked him. Then he dug in the ground. He thought he might find treasure. Instead, he found me alive. The man took me to a home for lost children. They gave me the number 37. 3 months later, a woman came from Rogliano. She said I was her son. She took me away. So, although I was born in Paris, I grew up in Corsica.
There was deep silence. It felt as if the hall were empty. Proceed. He said that he could have lived a happy life with the kind people who loved him. But his bad nature was stronger than the good lessons his adopted mother tried to teach him. He became worse each year until he committed a crime. One day he cursed God for making him evil and giving him such a hard fate. His adopted father then spoke to him.
Do not speak against God, unhappy child. The crime is your father's, not yours. Your father sent you to a life of pain if you lived. He sent you to darkness if you died.
After that, the young man stopped speaking against God. But he began to curse his real father. He said this was why he had spoken such terrible words. This was why he had filled the room with fear. He asked the court to punish him if he had done another crime. But if they agreed that his life had been sad from birth, he asked them to pity him. But your mother?
My mother thought I was dead. She is not guilty. I did not wish to know her name. I still do not know it.
Suddenly, a sharp cry rose from the middle of the crowd. It ended in loud sobbing. The people around a lady tried to help her. She had fainted before and now fell into a wild fit of distress. They carried her out of the hall. Her thick veil fell from her face. Everyone saw that she was Madame Danglars. Villefort stood up when he saw her, though his body shook and his mind felt broken. The proofs, the proofs. These horrors must be supported by clear proofs.
The proofs? Do you want proofs?
Yes.
Then look at Monsieur de Villefort. After that, ask me for proofs.
All eyes turned toward the procureur. He could not bear the stare of the crowd. He walked forward, shaking. His hair was in disorder. Marks from his own nails showed on his face. A long sound of shock passed through the room.
Father, I am asked for proofs. Do you wish me to give them?
No, no, it is useless. It is useless.
What do you mean?
I cannot fight this heavy truth. It crushes me. I know I am in the hands of a judging God. We need no proofs. Everything about this young man is true.
A dark silence filled the room. It felt like the moment before a great storm. The people shook with fear. Do you give into a false vision? Have you lost control of your mind? This charge is sudden and terrible. Calm yourself.
I am in full control of my mind. Only my body suffers. I admit all that this young man has said. From this hour, I place myself under the law.
He spoke in a broken voice. He walked toward the door. The guard opened it without a word. The crowd stood silent in shock. No one had expected such an end.
Now they cannot.
Some moments in life are felt by the heart, not explained by the mind. In such moments, a true cry of pain can say more than many words. When people hear this honest cry, they feel its power. If the pain is real, they feel respect and deep emotion. It is hard to describe the shocked state in which Villefort left the palace. His heart beat fast, and his body shook with pain. Every part of him seemed to suffer alone, making his pain feel much worse. He walked through the halls by habit, not by thought. He threw off his judge's robe, not for manners, but because it felt too heavy to bear. He reached the street and saw his carriage. He opened the door himself and woke the sleeping driver. He fell onto the seat and pointed the way home. The carriage moved at once. The fall of his fortune pressed on him like a great weight. He could not see the future clearly. He was not calm like a hard criminal used to danger. Faith still lived in his heart. He whispered the name of God without knowing why. He felt that God's hand stood behind the terrible event. The carriage rolled on quickly. As he moved on the seat, he felt something touch him. He reached out and found a fan. It was his wife's fan, left in the carriage. This small object struck his mind like lightning. He thought of his wife.
Oh.
It felt as if fire pierced his heart. For 1 hour, he had thought only of his own crime. Now a new and fearful thought appeared. He thought of his wife. He had judged her without mercy. He had told her she must die. She was weak, alone, and full of fear. She had no power to fight his strong will. At that very moment, she might be preparing for death. An hour had passed since his judgment. She was surely thinking of her sins. She was asking for forgiveness. Perhaps she was writing him a last letter. Perhaps she hoped to buy his pardon with her life.
That woman became a criminal because of me. I carried evil with me, and she caught it from my life. Yet I judged her. I told her to repent and die. No, she must not die. She must live, and live with me. We will leave Paris. We will go as far as we can. I will tell her my crimes. I will tell her the truth every day. She must live so that my shame may seem less.
Villefort pushed open the carriage window.
Faster, faster.
The driver felt fear and drove the horses hard. The carriage rushed toward the house.
Yes, she must live. She must care for my son. He is the only one left to me. She loves him. She did these acts for him. A mother's heart can still change. She will repent. People will forget these events in time. If they do not, I will bear more blame. What is one more crime? My wife and child will escape. She may still find happiness. My heart will feel lighter.
For the first time in many hours, Villefort breathed more freely. The carriage stopped at the door. Villefort jumped out at once. His servants looked surprised at his early return. He saw no other feeling on their faces. Neither of them spoke to him. They only stepped aside and let him pass, as always. When he passed Monsieur Noirtier's room, he saw 2 people through the half-open door. But he did not stop to look. Worry pushed him forward. As he went up the stairs to his wife's room, he said, "Nothing has changed here." He closed the door at the top of the stairs. "No one must disturb us," he said. "I must speak freely to her and blame myself." He touched the crystal handle. It opened under his hand. "Not locked," he said. "That is good." He entered the small room where Edward slept. The child went to school during the day. But his mother always kept him near her at night. Villefort looked around the room. "He is not here," he said. "She must be in her bedroom." He hurried to the next door. It was locked. He stopped and shook with fear.
Heloise.
He thought he heard furniture being moved.
Heloise.
Who is there?
Her voice sounded weak.
Open the door. It is me.
The door did not open. He struck it hard and forced it open. Madame de Villefort stood inside. She was pale and stiff. Her eyes were wide and fixed.
Heloise. What is wrong? Speak to me.
It is finished, monsieur. What more do you want?
She fell to the floor. Villefort ran to her. Her hand held a small crystal bottle. It had a gold top. Madame de Villefort was dead. Villefort stepped back in horror. He stared at her body.
My son. Where is my son? Edward. Edward.
He ran from the room. The servants hurried up.
Where is my son? Take him away so he does not see this.
Master Edward is not downstairs, sir.
Then he is in the garden. Go and look.
No, sir. Madam sent for him half an hour ago. He went to her room and has not returned.
Cold sweat covered Villefort's face. His legs shook. His thoughts were wild and confused. He walked back slowly. He held the wall for support. He feared the silent room. He tried to speak. His voice failed.
Edward. Edward.
The child did not answer. He stepped forward. The body of Madame de Villefort lay across the doorway. Beyond it, he saw the small room. A blue couch stood near a piano. Edward lay on the couch. He looked asleep. Hope flashed in Villefort's heart. He jumped over the body. He took the child in his arms. He shook him and called his name. The child did not move. His skin was cold. His heart did not beat. Edward was dead. A paper fell from the child's chest. Villefort fell to his knees. The child slipped from his arms. He lay on the floor beside his mother. He picked up the paper. He saw his wife writing and read it very fast. The note said,
You know I was a good mother. I became a criminal for my son. A good mother cannot leave without her child.
Villefort could not believe his eyes. He could not believe his mind. He moved to the child's body and looked at it in shock. A sharp cry came from his chest. It is still the hand of God. The two dead bodies scared him. He could not stay alone with them. Before, anger and despair gave him strength. Now his head fell with grief. His hair was wet and wild. He had never felt pity for anyone. Now he wanted his father, so he could speak and cry. He went down the small stairs and entered Noirtier's room. The old man listened with care to Abbé Busoni. The abbé looked calm and cold. When Villefort saw him, he wiped his brow. Strong memories came back to him. He remembered past visits. You here, sir? Do you come only when death is near?
I came to pray for your daughter.
And why are you here now?
You have paid your debt. From now on, I forgive you. I will pray for God to forgive you too.
That is not the voice of Abbé Busoni.
No. This is the face of the Count of Monte Cristo.
You are the Count of Monte Cristo.
You must think further back.
That voice. Where did I hear it first?
You heard it in Marseilles. It was the day of your wedding. Look at your old papers.
Who are you? You must hate me. I hurt you long ago.
Yes. Search your past.
What did I do to you? Tell me.
You sent me to a slow death. You killed my father. You took my freedom and my happiness.
Who are you?
I am Edmond Dantès.
Villefort grabbed him and pulled him upstairs. Monte Cristo followed in shock. Villefort pointed to the bodies. Look! Are you happy now? Monte Cristo turned pale. He felt his revenge had gone too far. He checked the child and rushed away. He locked the door. He takes my child. Curse you! Villefort tried to follow. He could not move. His eyes burned. His body shook with pain. This went on for several minutes. Then his reason fully broke. He gave a loud cry. After that, he burst into wild laughter. He ran down the stairs. A quarter of an hour later, the door of Valentine's room opened. Monte Cristo came back. His face was pale. His eyes looked dull. His heart was heavy. The calm and noble look of his face was gone. Deep grief covered it. He held the child in his arms. No skill had been able to bring the child back to life. He bent down on one knee. With great care, he placed the child beside its mother. The child's head rested on her breast. Then he stood up. He left the room. On the stairs, he met a servant. He asked him a question.
Where is Monsieur de Villefort?
The servant did not answer. He only pointed toward the garden. Monte Cristo ran down the steps. He went to the place shown. There he saw Villefort. Villefort stood among his servants. He held a spade in his hand. He was digging the earth with rage.
It is not here. It is not here.
Then he moved farther away. He began to dig again. Monte Cristo went closer. He spoke in a low voice. His face looked almost humble.
Sir, you have truly lost a son. But
I will find him. You may say he is not here. But I will find him. I will dig forever if I must.
Monte Cristo stepped back in fear. He spoke to himself.
He is mad.
He feared the cursed house would fall around him. He rushed into the street. For the first time, he doubted his own actions.
Enough of this. Enough. Let me save the last one.
When he entered his house, he met Morel. Morel walked like a ghost. He waited as if for an order to return to the grave.
Prepare yourself, Maximilian. We leave Paris tomorrow.
Have you nothing more to do there?
No. May God grant that I have not done too much already.
The next day, they left. Only Baptistin went with them. Haydée had taken Ali away. Bertuccio stayed with Noirtier. Chapter 112. The departure. The recent events were the main talk in all of Paris. Emmanuel and his wife spoke with shock. They sat in their small flat in the Rue Meslay. They spoke of the sudden falls of Morcerf, Danglars, and Villefort. Maximilian visited them. He heard their words. Yet he seemed far away. He sat in his usual deep sadness.
It almost feels unreal, Emmanuel. These people were rich and happy yesterday. Maybe they forgot something. Maybe an evil force watched them. It came back to punish them.
What a terrible fate.
What deep suffering.
If God sent this blow, then he must have seen no reason to soften it.
Do you judge too fast, Emmanuel? My father once wanted to end his life. Would anyone then say he deserved his pain?
But your father was saved. Someone stopped his hand.
Just then, the bell rang. It was the sign of a visitor. The door opened at once. The Count of Monte Cristo appeared. The young people cried with joy. Maximilian lifted his head. Then he lowered it again.
Maximilian, I have come to get you.
To get me?
Yes. We agreed that you would come with me. I told you yesterday to prepare.
I am ready. I came to say goodbye.
Where are you going, Count?
First, to Marseilles.
To Marseilles.
Yes. Your brother comes with me.
Will you bring him back happy?
Morel turned away. He hid his face.
You see that he is not happy.
Yes, replied the young woman. I fear he may find our home quiet and dull.
I will try to amuse him, replied the Count.
I am ready to go with you, sir, said Maximilian. Farewell, my kind friends. Emmanuel, Julie, farewell.
Farewell, she cried. Do you leave us like this, so suddenly? You have no plans for the journey, not even a passport.
Long delays only make parting more painful, said Monte Cristo. Maximilian has surely prepared everything. I advised him to do so.
I have a passport, and my clothes are packed, said Morrel.
Good, said Monte Cristo, smiling. These quick plans show the order of a trained soldier.
And you leave us with no warning. Not a day, not even an hour.
My carriage is at the door, madam. I must be in Rome in 5 days. But does Maximilian go to Rome? Asked Emmanuel.
I will go wherever the Count wishes, said Morrel. I am under his orders for the next month.
How strangely he speaks, Count, said Julie.
Maximilian goes with me, said the Count kindly. Do not worry about your brother.
Once more farewell, my dear sister. Emmanuel, farewell.
Julie felt his calm manner hurt her heart. She felt he was hiding something.
You will see him return happy and smiling, said Monte Cristo.
Maximilian looked at the Count with anger. We must leave you now, said Monte Cristo.
Before you go, Count, may we thank you for all you did, said Julie.
Madam, your eyes say more than words. I understand your hearts. I wish to leave quietly, but I am weak. I like kind and thankful looks. Before I go, I ask you not to forget me. You may never see me again. Never see you again, cried Emmanuel. Julie wept. You seem like an angel who came to do good and now returns to heaven. Do not say that, replied Monte Cristo. Angels do not fail. I am only a man.
He kissed Julie's hand. She embraced him. He took Emmanuel's hand and left. Maximilian followed him in silence.
Bring my brother back to peace, she whispered.
You still trust Sinbad the sailor? He asked with a smile.
Yes, she answered.
Then sleep in peace and trust in the Lord.
The carriage was waiting. The horses stamped the ground. Ali stood near the steps, tired and sweating.
Have you seen the old man? Asked the Count.
Ali nodded.
Did you place the letter before him?
Ali showed that he had.
What did he say?
Ali closed his eyes to show yes.
Good, he agrees. Now let us go.
The carriage moved at once. Sparks flew from the stones. Maximilian sat silent. After half an hour, the carriage stopped. The Count had pulled the cord. The Nubian came down at once and opened the carriage door. It was a beautiful night, full of stars. They had reached the top of the hill at Villejuif. From there, Paris looked like a dark sea full of light. The city lights moved like bright waves. They were loud, restless, and always changing. They never rested, and they pulled everything into them. The Count stood alone. He made a small sign with his hand. The carriage moved on a short distance. With his arms folded, he looked at the great city for a long time. His eyes were sharp and deep. He looked at this modern Babylon, which draws all kinds of people.
Great city. Less than 6 months have passed since I first came to you. I believe God led my steps to you. I believe He now lets me leave you in peace. The true reason for my stay here is known only to Him. Only He could read my heart. God knows I leave without pride or hate. But I do not leave without regret. He knows that the power given to me was never used for myself. I did not use it for useless reasons. Great city, I found here what I was looking for. Like a patient worker, I searched deep inside you. I tried to remove the evil I found. Now my work is finished. My task is done. You can no longer give me pain or joy. Farewell, Paris, farewell.
His eyes moved over the wide plain like a spirit of the night. He passed his hand across his brow. He got back into the carriage. The door closed. The carriage rushed down the other side of the hill. Dust and noise followed it. They traveled many leagues without a single word. Moral was lost in thought. Monte Cristo watched him in silence.
Moral. Do you regret coming with me?
No, Count. But to leave Paris.
If I thought happiness waited for you in Paris, I would have left you there.
Valentine rests inside Paris. To leave Paris is like losing her again.
Maximilian. Those we lose do not rest in the ground. They live deep inside our hearts. This is so they may always stay with us. I have two friends who never leave me. One gave me life. The other gave me knowledge. Their spirits live in me. I listen to them when I am unsure. If I ever do good, it is because of them. Listen to your heart, Moral. Ask it if you should stay so sad with me.
My friend. My heart is full of sorrow. It promises me nothing but trouble.
Weak minds see everything under a dark cloud. The soul creates its own view of the future. Your soul is sad. So the future looks dark to you.
That may be true, said Maximilian. He fell again into deep thought. The journey went on with great speed. The Count always had such power. Towns passed like shadows. Trees shaken by autumn wind looked like running giants. They rushed toward the carriage and fell back at once. The next morning they reached Chalons. The Count's steamboat waited there. They lost no time. The carriage was placed on the boat. The two men boarded at once. The boat was built for speed. Its wheels moved like wings. It flew over the water like a bird. Moral felt a light joy as they moved so fast. The wind lifted his hair. For a moment, it seemed to clear his sad thoughts. As Paris grew farther away, a deep calm surrounded the Count. He looked like a man returning home after exile. Soon, Marseilles came into view. Marseilles was white and full of life. She was old, yet always young. Strong memories rose in them. They saw the Round Tower and Fort St. Nicholas. They saw the City Hall and the busy port. They remembered playing there as children. Together, they stopped on the Canebier. A ship was ready to sail for Algiers. The deck was full of noise and movement. Passengers stood with their families and friends. Some people cried softly. Others cried loud with pain. It was a sad sight, even for those who saw it every day. But Maximilian did not notice the crowd. From the moment he stepped onto the wide stones of the port, his mind was far away.
Here is the place where my father stopped when the ship Pharaon came into the port. It was here that the good old man threw himself into my arms. You saved him from death and shame. I still feel his warm tears on my face. Many people saw us and cried with us.
Monte Cristo smiled gently. I was there, he said. He pointed to the corner of a street. At that moment, from the same direction, a deep cry of pain was heard. A woman stood there. She waved her hand to someone on the ship. Monte Cristo looked at her with strong feeling. Moral did not see this, because he was watching the ship.
Oh heavens! I am not wrong. That young man waving his hat. That officer in uniform. It is Albert de Morcerf. Yes. I know him. How? You were looking the other way.
The Count smiled. He often smiled like this when he did not wish to answer. He looked again at the woman. Soon she turned the corner and disappeared.
Dear Maximilian, do you have nothing to do here? I must cry at my father's grave. Then go there. Wait for me. I will come soon. You are leaving me? Yes. I also must make a quiet visit.
Morrel took the Count's hand. He bowed his head with deep sadness. Then he walked toward the east of the city. Monte Cristo stayed where he was. He watched until Maximilian was gone. Then he walked slowly toward the Allées de Mailhan. He went to find the small house known from the start of this story. The house was still there. It stood under tall lime trees. Many people walked there to pass the time. A large old vine covered the front wall. The sun had turned the stones yellow. 2 stone steps led to the door. Many feet had worn them down. The door was made of 3 wooden boards. It had never been painted. In dry weather, wide cracks opened in the wood. When the rain came, they closed again. The house looked old and poor. But it was bright and pleasant. It was the same house where old Dantès once lived. Before, he lived only in the small room at the top. Now the whole house belonged to Mercedes. The Count had given it to her. The woman who cried at the ship came into this house. She closed the door. At that same moment, Monte Cristo appeared at the street corner. He saw her and lost her again almost at once. The old steps were known to him. He knew how to open the door with the large nail. He went inside without knocking. He entered as if he belonged there. At the end of the brick passage was a small garden. The sun filled it with warm light. Here, long ago, Mercedes had found the money the Count spoke of. The garden trees could be seen from the street. As Monte Cristo stepped inside, he heard a sigh. It was almost a sob. He looked toward the sound. Under a green arbor, he saw Mercedes. She sat with her head down. She was crying. Her veil was lifted. Her face was hidden in her hands. She let her tears fall freely now that her son was gone. Monte Cristo walked a few steps forward. The gravel made a sound. Mercedes lifted her head. She saw a man before her. She cried out in fear. The Count spoke to her in a gentle voice.
Madam, I cannot bring happiness back to you. But I can offer you comfort. Will you accept it from a friend?
I am very unhappy. I am alone in the world. I had only my son, and now he has left me.
Your son has a good and noble heart. He has done the right thing. Every man must give something to his country. Some give skill, some give hard work. Others give their strength and their lives. If he had stayed with you, his life would have been heavy and sad. He could not have shared your pain. By facing hard times, he will grow stronger and more honored. He will turn trouble into success. Let him build a future for you. I believe your future is safe with him.
Oh, the success you speak of, and which I pray God will give him, I will never enjoy. I have suffered all my life. I feel that death is not far away. You were kind to bring me back to this place. I was once very happy here. I should meet death where happiness once belonged to me.
Your words hurt my heart. They hurt me even more because you have reason to hate me. I caused your suffering. Why do you pity me instead of blaming me? You make me more unhappy.
Hate you. Blame you. You, Edmond. The man who saved my son's life. You once planned to destroy him. But you did not. Look at me. You will not see blame or hate in my face.
The Count looked at Mercedes. She rose a little from her seat. She reached both hands toward him.
Look at me. My eyes no longer shine. Long ago, I smiled at Edmond Dantès. He watched for me from a small window. His old father lived there. Many years of sorrow stand between that time and now. I do not blame you. I do not hate you. I blame myself. I hate myself. I am a miserable woman. Once I had faith, innocence, and love. These bring happiness. Now, what am I?
Monte Cristo came closer. He took her hand without speaking.
No, my friend. Please do not touch me. You spared me. But I am the most guilty of all. Others acted from hate or selfish desire. I acted from fear. I knew what was right, but I did not do it. Do not hold my hand. You wish to comfort me. Save your kind words for better people. Look at my face. Sadness has turned my hair gray. My eyes are dark from many tears. My face is lined with pain. You are still young and strong. You trusted God, and God helped you. I was weak. I turned away from God. And I feel that He left me.
Mercedes began to cry. Her heart broke under the weight of her memories. Monte Cristo kissed her hand. But the kiss felt cold. It was like a kiss on a stone statue. She went on speaking, with deep pain in her voice.
Often, one first mistake can ruin a whole life. I thought you were dead. Why did I live after you? What good did it bring me to cry for you for so many years, alone in my heart? It only made me grow old before my time. When I saw you again, I was the only one who knew you. Why could I save only my son? Should I not have tried to save the man I once accepted as my husband, even if he was guilty? Yet I let him die. Oh, heaven forgive me. Was I not part of his death, because I felt nothing for him, because I did not want to remember that he became bad for my sake? What good is it that I walked so far with my son, if I now leave him and let him go alone to the dangerous land of Africa? I have been weak and afraid. I turned away from love, and like people who change their faith, I bring harm to those near me.
No, Mercedes. You judge yourself too hard. You are a good and noble woman. Your sorrow stopped my anger. I was only a tool, led by a higher power that was angry. God did not stop the final blow I was meant to give. I swear before God, to whom I have prayed every day for 10 years, that I would have given my life for you. I would have given up all my plans as well. But God needed me, and so I lived. Look at the past and the present, and think of the future. Then ask if I am not a tool of God. I suffered terrible pain when I was young. I lost everyone who loved me. I was hurt by those who did not know me. Then, suddenly, I was freed from prison and darkness. I gained light, freedom, and great wealth. It was so great that I knew it came from God. I believed this fortune was given to me for a purpose. I never thought of a calm life, even though you once could have made me happy. I felt pushed forward, like an angel sent to destroy evil. I prepared myself like a man going to war. I trained my body and my mind. I learned to see pain without turning away. I learned to hide my feelings. I was once kind and forgiving. I became hard, careful, and fixed like fate. I walked the path before me. I beat every barrier. I reached my goal. But sorrow came to those who stood in my way.
Enough. Enough, Edmond. Believe me. The woman who knew you was the only one who understood you. Even if you had crushed her, she would still have admired you. There is a deep space between you and other men. This thought will always hurt me. No one in this world is like you in value and goodness. But we must say goodbye, Edmond. We must part now.
Before I leave you, Mercedes, do you ask anything of me?
I ask only one thing. The happiness of my son.
Pray to God to save his life. I will do all I can to make him happy.
Thank you, Edmond.
And do you ask nothing for yourself?
I want nothing for myself. I live between two graves. One is for Edmond Dantès, lost to me long ago. He had my love. I cannot speak that word easily now, but the memory is dear to me. I would not trade it for the whole world. The other grave is for the man who died by Edmond Dantès' hand. I agree with what was done, but I must still pray for the dead.
Your son will be happy, Mercedes. Then I will know as much peace as this world can give.
What will you do now?
Mercedes smiled, but her smile was full of sadness.
I cannot say that I will live here like I did long ago. I will not earn my bread by work, and you would not believe me if I said so. I no longer have the strength to do anything. I will spend my days in prayer. But I will not need to work. The small sum of money you buried, and which I found where you told me, is enough for me. People may talk about me, about my life, and about what I do. That does not matter. Only God, you, and I matter.
Mercedes, I do not say this to blame you. But you made a sacrifice you did not need to make. You gave up all the money of Monsieur de Morcerf. At least half of it was yours by right. You saved it with care and hard work.
I see what you wish to offer me. But I cannot accept it, Edmond. My son would not allow it.
Nothing will be done without Albert de Morcerf agreeing. I will speak with him and learn his wishes. I will follow his decision. But if he accepts my offer, will you refuse it?
You know, Edmond, that I no longer think or decide like before. I have no will, except the wish never to choose. Too many troubles have fallen on me. I am now passive in the hands of God. I am like a small bird held by a great bird. I live because it is not time for me to die. If help is sent to me, I will accept it.
Madam, you should not speak like this. This is not true resignation. We are all free to act.
Alas! If I had free will, but no power to act on it, I would fall into despair.
Monte Cristo lowered his head. He stepped back from the strength of her grief.
Will you not even say that you will see me again?
No, we shall meet again. I say this to show you that I still have hope.
She pressed her shaking hand into the hand of the Count. Then she ran up the stairs and disappeared. Monte Cristo left the house slowly and walked toward the quay. Mercedes did not see him go. She sat at the small window of the room that once belonged to old Dantès. Her eyes searched the sea for the ship that carried her son away. Softly, without meaning to, she whispered his name.
Edmond. Edmond. Edmond.
Chapter 113. The Past. The Count left the house with a sad heart. He had left Mercedes there, and he would likely never see her again. Since the death of little Edward, he had greatly changed. After reaching the end of his revenge, he now felt doubt. A deep emptiness opened before him. The words of Mercedes had awakened many memories. He felt he must struggle against them. A man like Monte Cristo could not stay long in common sadness. Such sadness destroys strong minds. He wondered if he had made a mistake. He asked himself if his plans were wrong. He told himself that he could not be mistaken. He thought the past must look unclear to him now. The past fades as we move forward, like a road behind us. He felt like a man hurt in a dream. The pain was real, but the moment was lost. He told himself to look again at his old life. He must return to the places of hunger and sorrow. He must hide his riches and forget his power. He must remember the prison and the despair. Only then could he truly see the truth. While thinking this, he walked down the Rue de la Caisserie. 24 years before, guards had led him there in silence at night. Now the houses were bright and full of life. That night long ago, they had been dark and closed. And yet they were the same, murmured Monte Cristo. Only now it is full day instead of night. The sun lights the place and makes it look happy. He walked towards the quay by the Rue Saint-Laurent. He went on to the consigne. This was the place where he had once boarded a boat. A pleasure boat with a striped cover passed by. Monte Cristo called to the owner. The man rowed to him at once, hoping for good pay. The weather was beautiful. The trip promised joy. The red sun was slowly sinking into the sea. The water was clear and calm like glass. Fish jumped from the sea as they fled from danger. Far away, small fishing boats lay on the edge of the sky. They looked white and light like sea birds. Large ships sailed towards Corsica or Spain. But the Count of Monte Cristo saw none of this beauty. Wrapped in his cloak, he thought only of the terrible journey of the past. Each memory returned, one after another. He saw the lonely light at the Catalans. He saw the Château d'If for the first time. He knew then where they were taking him. He remembered his fight with the guards. He tried to jump into the sea. He remembered his defeat and his despair. He felt again the cold touch of the gun on his forehead. Like dry riverbeds that slowly fill after storms, his heart filled again with pain. This pain had once almost destroyed Edmond Dantès. The clear sky and bright light vanished. Dark clouds covered the heavens. The Château d'If rose before him like a living enemy. When the boat reached the shore, the Count moved to the far end. He shrank back without thinking. The owner had to call to him in a gentle voice.
"Sir, we are at the landing."
Monte Cristo remembered that place well. On that same rock, guards had dragged him by force. They had driven him up the slope with sharp weapons. The journey had felt long to Dantès. Now it felt just as short. Each stroke of the oar woke a new thought. Ideas rose like the spray from the sea. No prisoners had been kept in the Château d'If since the July Revolution. Only guards lived there now. They watched the place to stop smuggling. A concierge waited at the door. His job was to show visitors this old place. It had once been a place of fear. The Count asked if any old jailers were still there. They were not. They had retired or found other work. The concierge had only come in 1830. Monte Cristo visited his old cell. He saw again the weak light entering the narrow hole. He looked at the place where his bed had stood. The bed was gone. Behind it, new stones showed where Abbé Fire had broken the wall. Monte Cristo's legs shook. He sat down on a piece of wood.
"Are there other stories about this prison? Stories besides the one about Mirabeau? Are there old tales of these dark rooms? It is hard to believe men locked others here." "Yes, sir. The jailer Antoine told me a story. It was about this very cell."
Monte Cristo shuddered. Antoine had been his jailer. He had almost forgotten the man. Now the name brought him back. He saw the bearded face. The brown coat. The keys. He almost heard them ring. He turned. He thought he saw Antoine in the dark hall. The torch made the shadows deeper.
"Would you like to hear the story, sir?" "Yes." "Tell it," said Monte Cristo. He pressed his hand to his chest. His heart beat fast. He feared hearing his own past. "This cell," said the concierge, "once held a very dangerous man. He was clever and always busy. Another prisoner lived here too. He was not bad. He was a poor priest who had lost his mind. Huh? Mad, said Monte Cristo. What did he believe? He promised great riches to anyone who would set him free.
Monte Cristo lifted his eyes. He could not see the sky. Stone lay between him and the heavens. He thought that a thick curtain had also covered the eyes of the men to whom Faria spoke about the treasure. Could the prisoners see each other? He asked.
Oh no, sir. It was clearly forbidden. But they escaped the guard's watch and made a passage from one cell to the other.
And which one made this passage?
It must have been the young man. He was strong and worked hard. The abbé was old and weak. His mind also changed too easily to finish such a plan.
Blind fools, murmured the Count.
Still, the young man made a tunnel. No one knows how or with what tools. But he made it, and the proof was still there. The man held the torch to the wall. Do you see it?
Ah yes, I see, said the Count.
The two men could now speak to each other. No one knows for how long. He looked around the dark cell. He spoke in a low voice.
Yes, there is the stone where I used to sit. There is the mark of my shoulders on the wall. There is the mark of my blood, from the day I hit my head against the wall. Oh, I remember these marks so well. I made them to count the age of my father. I wanted to know if he was still alive. I also counted the age of Mercedes. I wanted to know if she was still free. When I finished, I had 1 minute of hope. I did not think about hunger and betrayal.
A hard laugh escaped from him. In his mind, he saw his father's burial. He also saw the marriage of Mercedes. On the other side of the cell, he saw words on the wall. The white letters were still clear on the green stone.
Oh God, preserve my memory. Yes, that was my last prayer. I no longer asked for freedom. I only asked to remember. I was afraid to go mad and forget. Oh God, you kept my memory. I thank you. I thank you.
The light of the torch moved on the wall. The guide was coming. Monte Cristo went to meet him.
Follow me, sir.
Without going up the stairs, the guide led him through a passage under the ground. They reached another entrance. Again, many thoughts filled Monte Cristo's mind. He saw the line on the wall. The abbé had drawn it to measure time. He also saw the remains of the bed. The poor prisoner had died there. This sight did not bring pain. It filled his heart with gentle thanks. Tears fell from his eyes.
This is where the mad abbé was kept, sir. That is where the young man came in. The opening was never closed. A learned man saw the stone. He said the prisoners could speak together for 10 years. Poor souls. Those were 10 long years.
Dantès took some gold from his pocket. He gave it to the guide. The man took it, thinking it was of little worth. The torch showed the truth.
Sir, you are mistaken. You have given me gold.
I know.
Sir, I do not understand your kindness.
It is simple. I was once a sailor. Your story touched my heart.
Then I should offer you something, sir.
What can you offer me? Shells? Straw work? Thank you.
No, sir. Something from this story.
Really? What is it?
I searched the cell. I thought something must be left after 15 years. I tapped the wall. The floor sounded hollow near the bed. And near the fireplace.
Yes. Yes.
I lifted the stones. I found something.
A rope ladder and tools.
How did you know?
I only guessed. Such things are often found.
Yes, sir. A rope ladder and tools. I sold them to visitors. But I kept one thing.
What is it?
A book. It is written on strips of cloth.
Go and get it. If it is what I think, you will do well.
The guide left at once. The Count knelt by the bed. Death had made it like an altar.
Oh, my second father. You gave me freedom. You gave me knowledge. You gave me riches. If the soul can hear us after death, if it can return to these places, then give me a sign. Take away my doubt.
He bowed his head. He held his hands together. A voice spoke behind him.
Here, sir.
Monte Cristo started and stood up. The guide held the cloth strips. On them was the great work of Abbe Faria. It was his book about the kingdoms of Italy. The Count took the book quickly. His eyes went at once to the words at the front. He read them in silence. You shall pull out the teeth of dragons. You shall walk over lions, says the Lord.
Ah, he said, this is my answer. Thank you, Father, thank you.
He put his hand in his pocket. He took out a small book. Inside were 10 banknotes. Each one was worth 1,000 francs.
Here, he said, take this book.
Do you give it to me?
Yes. But you must not open it until I am gone.
He placed the book close to his chest. To him, it was worth more than any jewel. He ran along the corridor. He reached his boat.
To Marseilles.
As the boat left, he looked back at the dark prison.
Pain will come to those who kept me in that prison. Pain will come to those who forgot I was there.
When he passed the Catalans again, the Count turned away. He hid his face in his cloak. He whispered the name of a woman. He felt calm now. His doubts were gone. The name he spoke with soft feeling was Haydée. When he landed, he walked toward the cemetery. He was sure Morel was there. 10 years before, the Count had also searched for a grave. He had searched in vain. He came back to France with great wealth. Yet he could not find his father's grave. His father had died from hunger. Morel had placed a cross there. But it fell down. The grave worker burned it, as he burned old wood. Morel's father was more fortunate. He died in the arms of his children. They buried him beside his wife. She had died 2 years before. 2 large marble stones showed their names. They stood inside a small fence. For tall trees gave shade. Morel leaned against one stone. He stared at the graves. His grief was so deep that he hardly felt awake.
Maximilian, said the Count, do not look at the graves. Look up there.
The dead are everywhere, said Morel. You told me that when we left Paris.
Maximilian, said the Count, you asked to stay in Marseilles. Do you still wish this?
I have no wishes. I only think I will suffer less here than elsewhere.
That is good. I must leave you. But I take your promise with me.
Count, I will forget it.
No. You are an honorable man. You gave your word. You will give it again.
Please, have mercy. I am very unhappy.
I knew a man who was more unhappy than you.
That is not possible.
We often think our pain is the worst. We forget others suffer beside us.
What is worse than losing all you love?
Listen carefully. I knew a man like you. He put all his hope in one woman. He was young. He loved his old father. He adored the woman he planned to marry. Just before the wedding, fate struck. He lost her. He lost his future. He was thrown into a prison.
People leave prison after weeks or years.
He stayed there 14 years.
The Count placed his hand on the young man's shoulder.
14 years, he whispered.
14 years, the Count repeated. He felt deep despair. He believed he was the most unhappy man alive.
And then?
At his lowest point, God helped him. At first he did not see it. Later, he waited with patience. One day he left the prison. He was rich and strong. He called for his father. But his father was dead.
My father is dead too.
Yes. But your father died in your arms. He was respected and at peace. That other father died poor and alone. 10 years later, his son searched for the grave. It was gone. No one could say where his father rested.
Oh.
He was more unhappy than you, Moral. He could not even find his father's grave.
But the woman he loved was still alive, wasn't she?
You are wrong, Moral. That woman.
She was dead?
Worse than that. She was untrue. She married one of the men who hurt her promised husband. You see now, Moral. He was more unhappy in love than you.
Has he found any comfort?
He has at least found peace.
Does he still hope to be happy one day?
He hopes so, Maximilian.
The young man lowered his head. After a short pause, he spoke and held out his hand.
You have my promise. Only remember.
On the 5th of October, Moral, I will wait for you on the island of Monte Cristo. On the 4th, a yacht will wait in the port of Bastia. Its name is the Eurus. Give your name to the captain. He will bring you to me. You understand, don't you?
But, Count, do you remember that the 5th of October?
Child, you do not know the value of a man's word. I have told you many times. If you wish to die on that day, I will help you. Moral, farewell.
Are you leaving me?
Yes. I have business in Italy. I leave you alone with your troubles. You are not alone without help. God sends strength to lift chosen people to him. The story of Ganymede is not just a tale. It is a lesson.
When do you leave?
At once. The ship is waiting. In 1 hour, I will be far away. Will you walk with me to the harbor, Maximilian?
I am entirely yours, Count.
Moral walked with the Count to the harbor. White steam rose like feathers from the black chimney. The ship soon moved away. After 1 hour, it was almost lost in the night fog. At the same time, a man was traveling on the road from Florence to Rome. He had just passed the small town of Aquapendente. He traveled fast, but not fast enough to seem strange. He wore a long coat that showed signs of travel. On his coat was the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. It was clean and bright. From his accent, one could tell he was French. He knew very little Italian. He only used words from music. When the road went up, he cried, Allegro. When it went down, he cried, Moderato. The road had many hills. The drivers laughed at his words. When he reached La Storta, Rome could be seen for the first time. Most travelers tried to see St. Peter's Dome. This man did not. He took a paper from his pocket. He looked at it with great care.
Good. I still have it.
The carriage entered Rome through the Porta del Popolo. It turned left and stopped at the Hotel di Spain. Old Pastrini came to greet the traveler. He stood at the door and bowed. The traveler ordered a good dinner. He asked for the address of Thompson and French. The hotel staff gave it to him at once. It was a famous house near St. Peter's. In Rome, the arrival of a carriage draws attention. Poor children and young men gathered around. They watched the traveler and the horses. They listened to every word. They understood French very well. They heard him ask for rooms, food, and directions. When he left the hotel with a guide, one man followed him. The traveler did not see him. The guide did not notice either. The man followed quietly and with great skill. The Frenchman was very impatient to reach the house of Thompson and French. He did not wait for the horses to be ready. He left word for the carriage to follow him on the road, or to wait at the banker's door. He arrived before the carriage. The Frenchman went inside and left his guide in the waiting room. The guide soon spoke with 2 or 3 idle men who often stand near banks and public places in Rome. The man who had followed the Frenchman entered too. The Frenchman knocked on an inner door and went into the first room. His shadow followed him.
Messrs. Thompson and French.
An attendant stood up after a sign from a clerk at the first desk. Whom shall I announce?
Baron Danglars.
Follow me, said the man. A door opened, and the attendant and the Baron went inside. The man who had followed Danglars sat on a bench. The clerk kept writing for 5 minutes. The man stayed silent and did not move. At last the clerk stopped writing and looked up. He seemed sure no one else could hear. Ah, here you are, Peppino.
Yes. You have seen that this big gentleman is worth watching?
It was not hard. We were told about him.
So you know why he is here?
Of course. He came to take money, but I do not know how much.
You will know soon.
Good. Just do not give me wrong news like last time.
What do you mean? The Englishman who took 3,000 crowns?
No. He really had the money. I mean the Russian prince. You said he had 30,000 livres. We found only 22,000.
Then you searched badly.
Luigi Vampa himself searched.
Then he paid debts, or spent the rest.
A Russian do that?
It is possible. But be quiet now. I must watch. The Frenchman may finish before I know the sum.
Peppino nodded. He took a rosary and whispered prayers. The clerk went through the same door as Danglars. After 10 minutes he returned, smiling.
Well?
Joy? The sum is large.
5 or 6 million.
Yes. You know it already.
On the receipt of the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yes.
Then why ask me?
To be sure I have the right man.
It is him. 5 million. Hush. Here he comes.
The clerk took his pen. Peppino took his beads. The door opened. Danglars looked very happy. The banker walked with him to the door. Peppino followed. The carriage was waiting. The guide opened the door. Danglars jumped in with great energy. The guide closed the door and sat by the driver. Peppino climbed behind. Will your Excellency visit St. Peter's?
I did not come to Rome to see. I came to touch.
He tapped his pocket book. Inside was the letter.
To the hotel.
The guide told the driver the name. The carriage drove fast. 10 minutes later Danglars entered his room. Peppino sat on a bench outside. He whispered to another man. The man ran toward the capital. Danglars was tired. He went to bed. He put his pocketbook under his pillow. Peppino played a small game with porters. He lost some money and drank wine. The next morning Danglars woke late. He had slept badly for many nights. He ate breakfast with appetite. He said he did not care to see the city. He ordered horses at noon. But he did not think about the police rules. He also did not think about the slow posting master. The horses came at 2 o'clock. The guide brought the passport at 3. Because of this delay, many people stood near the door of Signor Pastrini's house. They were poor people who hoped for money. The Baron walked through the crowd with pride. People called him Your Excellency to please him. He liked this name. He gave silver coins to the beggars. They were ready to praise him even more for more money.
Which road?
The road to Ancona.
Signor Pastrini explained the words. The horses started at once. Danglars planned to go to Venice first. There, he would receive part of his money. Then he would go to Vienna for the rest. He wanted to live in Vienna. People told him it was a city of pleasure. After 3 leagues, the light of day began to fade. Danglars had not planned to leave so late. If he had known, he would have stayed.
How long before the next town?
Non capisco.
Danglars nodded as if to say it was fine. The carriage moved on. He told himself he would stop at the first posting house. He felt pleased with himself. He lay in a fine carriage with soft springs. For strong horses pulled him fast. He knew the next change of horses was far away. He thought about his wife in Paris. Then he thought about his daughter on her journey. He also thought about his creditors and their money. After that, he had no more thoughts. He closed his eyes and slept. Sometimes the carriage shook hard. He woke and saw broken old stones by the road. They looked like giant shapes frozen in place. The night was cold and wet. It was better to stay warm inside the carriage. Danglars slept on. He believed he would wake at the posting house. The carriage stopped. He opened his eyes. He expected a town or a village. Instead, he saw ruins. 3 or 4 men moved like shadows. He waited for the driver to ask for payment. No one came. The horses were changed in silence. The carriage moved again. Danglars opened the door. A strong hand pushed him back. Now he was fully awake.
Hey, my friend.
He opened the window.
Where are you taking me?
Dentro la testa.
Danglars did not fully understand. He felt fear grow inside him. His mind filled with dark thoughts. In the night, his eyes saw more than before. He noticed a man in a cloak riding beside the carriage.
A gendarme. Have they stopped me by order from France? Where are you taking me?
Dentro la testa, replied the same voice, with the same dark and cold sound. Danglars turned to the left. Another man on a horse rode fast beside him. Danglars felt sweat on his forehead. I must be under arrest, he thought. He fell back into the carriage. This time he did not sleep. He only thought and feared. Soon the moon rose. He saw the great stone aqueducts again. Before, they were on the right. Now they were on the left. He understood that the carriage had turned in a circle. They were going back to Rome.
Oh, unlucky man, cried Danglars. They must have ordered my arrest.
The carriage moved on at terrible speed. 1 long hour of fear passed. Every place they crossed showed they were going back. At last he saw a dark wall in front of them. It seemed the carriage would crash. But it turned aside. Danglars saw it was one of the walls around Rome.
My God, he cried. We are not going back to Rome. Then the law is not chasing me. What if they are?
His hair seemed to rise with fear. He remembered stories about Roman bandits. People in Paris did not believe these stories. But Albert de Morcerf had told them. Danglars remembered every word.
They are robbers, perhaps, he whispered.
The carriage rolled onto hard stone. Danglars looked to both sides. He saw strange old monuments. Then he understood. He was on the Appian Way. On the left, he saw a round pit in the ground. It was the circus of Caracalla. At a word from the man riding near the carriage, it stopped. The door opened at once.
Scendi.
Danglars got down at once. He did not speak Italian, but he understood this word. He looked around, almost faint. For men stood near him, and the driver too.
Di qua.
The man pointed to a small path. It went down from the Appian Way. Danglars followed without protest. He did not need to turn back. He felt the others behind him. They walked for 10 minutes. No one spoke. Then Danglars stood between a small hill and tall weeds. 3 men stood silent around him. They formed a triangle. He was in the center. He wanted to speak, but his tongue would not move.
Avanti.
This time, Danglars understood too well. A man behind him pushed him hard. He fell against the guide. This guide was Peppino. Peppino ran into the tall weeds. The path was very narrow. Only animals could have found it. Peppino stopped at a rock covered by bushes. The rock was open in the middle. Peppino slipped inside and vanished. The man behind Danglars ordered him to follow. There was no doubt now. Danglars was in the hands of Roman bandits. Fear gave him strange courage. Though his body was heavy, he went down. He closed his eyes. He landed on his feet. Then he opened his eyes again. The path was wide but very dark. Peppino did not hide anymore. He lit a torch. 2 men came down behind Danglars. They pushed him when he slowed. They went down a gentle slope. They reached 2 crossing tunnels. The walls were full of old graves. They were one above another. The white stone looked like pale faces. They seemed to watch him in the dark. A guard struck his gun with his hand. "Who goes there?" he cried.
A friend, said Peppino. But where is the captain?
"There," said the guard. He pointed behind him. A large cave opened in the rock. Light shone from inside. The light filled the passage through wide arches. "Fine spoil, Captain, fine spoil," said Peppino in Italian. He caught Danglars by the collar and pulled him to an opening like a door. They went inside a room where the captain seemed to live.
Is this the man? Asked the captain. He was reading the life of Alexander.
Yes, captain, it is him, said Peppino.
Very well. Show him to me.
At this rude order, Peppino lifted his torch to Danglars' face. Danglars pulled back far so the flame would not burn him. His face was pale with fear.
The man is tired, said the captain. Take him to his bed.
Oh, whispered Danglars. That bed is likely a stone coffin. The sleep will be death from the knives I see in the dark.
Men now rose from beds of dry leaves and animal skins. They were the companions of the captain. Danglars gave a low cry and followed his guide. He did not beg or shout. He had no strength or will left. He went where they led him. At last he stood at the bottom of some steps. He lifted his foot again and again without thinking. A low door opened. He bent his head and entered a small room cut in the rock. The cell was clean and dry, deep under the ground. In one corner stood a bed of dry grass with goat skins. Danglars felt hope when he saw it.
Thank God, he said. It is a real bed.
This was the second time in 1 hour that he spoke God's name. He had not done so for 10 years before.
Here, said the guide.
He pushed Danglars into the cell and shut the door. A bolt slid into place. Danglars was now a prisoner. Even without the bolt, he could not escape. The bandits filled the caves of Saint Sebastian. Their leader was the famous Luigi Vampa. Danglars knew him at once. He had not believed in Vampa before. Now he also knew this cell. Albert de Morcerf had once stayed here. These thoughts made Danglars calmer. The bandits had not killed him. So he believed they would not kill him at all. They wanted money. He had little cash, so they would ask for a ransom. Albert had paid 4,000 crowns. Danglars thought he was more important. He decided his price was 8,000 crowns. This still left him rich. With this money, he could live safely. Feeling almost safe, he lay on the bed. After turning a few times, he fell asleep. Chapter 115. Luigi Vampa's bill of food. We wake from every sleep except the one Danglars feared. He woke. He was used to soft rooms in Paris. Now he saw white walls and bare stone. At first, it felt like a bad dream. But one moment was enough.
Yes, he said. I am in the hands of the bandits Albert spoke of.
His first thought was to breathe and feel his body. He wanted to know if he was hurt. He remembered this from an old book.
No, he cried. They did not hurt me. But maybe they robbed me.
He searched his pockets. Everything was there. His travel money was safe. His papers were safe too. Strange bandits, he said. They left my purse and my notebook. As I said last night, they want money for me. Hello, my watch is still here. Let me see the time. The watch struck 5:30. Danglars could not see daylight in his cell. Without the watch, he would not know the time. He thought about asking the bandits for answers. Then he chose to wait. He waited until 12 o'clock. A guard watched his door during this time. The guard changed at 8. Danglars wanted to see the man who guarded him. Light from a lamp came through the weak door. He went closer. The guard drank some strong drink. The smell was very bad.
Ugh.
Danglars moved back to the far corner. At 12, another guard came. Danglars went to the door again. The new man was very big and strong. He had red hair and a hard face.
This man looks like a monster. But I am too old and tough to eat.
Danglars could still joke. The man took out bread, cheese, and onions. He ate fast and with hunger.
I cannot understand how people eat this. It looks terrible.
He sat down on his goat skin. It still smelled of the drink. But hunger changes the mind. Danglars had not eaten for a long time. The man looked less ugly now. The bread seemed better. The cheese looked fresh. The onions made him think of good food at home. He stood up and knocked on the door. The guard looked up. Danglars knocked again.
Che cosa?
It is time to give me some food.
The guard did not answer. He kept eating. Danglars felt hurt. He did not want help from such a man. He lay down again. For hours passed. A new guard came. Danglars was very hungry now. He looked through the door. He saw his guide. It was Peppino. Peppino sat down to guard him. He put food between his legs. There were peas with meat. There were grapes and wine. Peppino liked good food. Danglars watched and felt his mouth water.
I will try this man. He may be kinder.
On YVA.
Danglars knew his voice. He smiled and spoke politely.
Excuse me, sir. Will I get any dinner?
Are you hungry?
Yes. I have not eaten for 1 day. I am very hungry.
You want food now?
Yes, at once, please.
That is easy. You can get anything here. You must pay for it.
Of course.
Danglars said that people who arrest and lock you up should at least give you food. Peppino put his pan on the ground. Hot steam rose up under Danglars' nose. "Give your orders," he said. Peppino turned and shouted for a chicken. His voice still rang in the stone hall. A handsome young man appeared. He was half-dressed. He carried a chicken on a silver plate on his head, without using his hands. Peppino took the chicken. He put it on the old table. The cell had only a stool and a bed of goat skin. Danglars took the small dull knife and the wooden fork. He was about to cut the chicken. He threw down a gold coin. Peppino picked